Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 770 to Chapter 829. For the sake of Rome's safety, it is always right to be cautious. Most of the citizens of Rome have been deployed to attack the Hernici, and we only have 3,000 young and strong citizens stationed in Rome. It does seem like we are lacking in manpower. Ambrosius took over the conversation and raised his concerns. He took the initiative to propose, "I suggest that we immediately mobilize the citizens above the age of 50, and at the same time, arm the civilians and freedmen in the Aventine Street," referring to the famous slums in Rome at this time. "Together, we will defend Rome until Camillus returns with his army. When the meeting is over, I will immediately look for Cassius, the chief of the city guards, and we will complete this task together." Although many of the senators expressed doubts that Dionia would immediately attack Rome, they still agreed to the proposal for the sake of safety. Some even suggested that they should also immediately send someone to contact the surrounding Latin allies and ask them to send their citizens to help defend Rome. But some people objected. Most of the citizens of the Latin allies have followed Camillus to attack the Hernici. Where would they have extra soldiers to help us? I am afraid that when they know that Dionia has invaded Latin, they will ask us for help. This proposal was eventually left unsettled. At this time, Abinius sighed. According to the previous battle reports, Camillus has been leading the army to attack Ferentinum for some time. This is the most critical moment. If we ask him to retreat now, I am afraid that all the previous efforts will be in vain. Many people sighed when they heard this. The Hernici were about to be wiped out, and that land would belong to Rome. How could they be willing to give up when they were so close to success? Camillus's enemy, Apuleius, took the opportunity to stand up and accused senators and newcomers. As the dictator of Rome, Camillus leads an unprecedented 70,000 troops and consumes a huge amount of food every day. So far, he has not been able to conquer Ferentinum and completely destroy the Hernici forces. He has also put Rome in such a dangerous situation. He must be responsible for this. We should not let him retreat first, but urge him to take Ferentinum within these 2 days, and then quickly return to Rome, so that we do not waste the supplies that we have been frugally providing for the army. If Camillus can't do it, after we have repelled the Dionia, we should consider whether or not to punish him. Apuleius's words moved some senators. This made Potitus very angry, because if Apuleius's proposal was approved, it meant that his suggestion of letting Camillus lead the army back as soon as possible was likely to be shelved by the Senate. So he angrily accused Apuleius, "You are putting Rome in danger." Although Potitus was a man of virtue and prestige, Apuleius finally found an opportunity to accuse Camillus, so he went all out. He retorted loudly, "According to Ambustus's plan, we can organize nearly 10,000 troops to defend the city tomorrow. With such sufficient defensive power, I have never heard of any force that can take down a city in one day, let alone Rome, which can accommodate more than 100,000 people. We must be confident that we can hold on until Camillus returns with his army. What's more, this is just my lord's speculation. There is a greater possibility that the Dionia will not attack Rome immediately. After all, it is a great risk. And for this small possibility, we have to give up a great opportunity to wipe out the Hernici and gain a new colony. I don't think this is a wise move, and it will not do us any good in Rome. It is precisely because the Dionia army has invaded Latin that the other races that hate Rome will inevitably jump out to fight against us again. Only by wiping out the Hernici and severely weakening the Walsi's power can we focus on our greatest enemy, Dionia." Apuleius's words were reasonable, and Potitus was speechless for a moment. At this time, Marugenants, who was also sitting in the ivory chair in the front row of the hall, spoke. "Apuleius is right. Urging Camillus to wipe out the Hernici as soon as possible will be beneficial for us in the war against the Dionia." Originally, many senators were very tempted by Apuleius's suggestion, and Marugenants' support made them even more determined. This was because Marugenants was also a very senior senator in the Senate. He was about the same age as Potitus, and he had also served as a consul several times, less than Potitus. It was only because when the Celts attacked Rome, he did not stay and defend Capitoline Hill, but retreated early. This became a stain on his political career. Therefore, after the reconstruction of Rome, he was relatively low-key in the Senate, but this did not mean that his influence was small. After all, his full name was Publius Cornelius Marugenants, and he was the most important representative in the Senate of Rome's wealthy Commonelius clan. Despite the opposition of senators such as Potitus and Ambrosius, in the end, the Senate passed Apuleius's proposal to urge Camillus to take Ferentorum within 3 days, and then quickly lead the army back to reinforce Rome. Potitus looked at Apuleius, who had a smug look on his face, and his heart was filled with hatred. He knew that Apuleius seemed to be thinking for Rome, but in fact, he was taking revenge for a personal grudge. Because whether Camillus captured Ferentorum within the stipulated time or not, he would not have a good time. Because even if he completed the task and Rome was attacked, the people would resent him as a dictator for not being able to protect Rome. After the war, he was likely to be accused in the citizens' assembly. And if he ignored the Senate's order and returned in time to reinforce Rome, he would offend the senators who were eager to expand Rome and gain more benefits. "Damn you, Apuleius!" Potitus said loudly, "Since we have made a decision, we should immediately send a messenger to inform Camillus. At the same time, we should also let him know that the Dionysian army is coming, so that he can step up the battle preparations and take Ferentorum as soon as possible." Although Potitus said so, he did not think so in his heart. Based on his understanding of Camillus, he was worried that Camillus, who was worried that Rome would be attacked, would likely refuse to attack Ferentorum again and immediately lead the army back. After all, Camillus was a dictator. During his term of office, his power was supreme, and he could veto the Senate's decision and do things according to his own ideas. In fact, during the battle, Camillus could have chosen a senator from the Senate as his agent, who had the right to decide all the affairs in the city. Unfortunately, the modest and cautious Camillus, who did not like to take power, gave up this right, which led to today's predicament. However, Apuleius was obviously aware of Potitus's intention. He responded directly, "Let's not forget that Camillus is a dictator. During his term of office, the proposals we pass can only be suggestions to him. If he is unwilling to listen, we can't do anything about it. So I suggest that the Senate appoint a special messenger to rush to the barracks in Ferentorum and tell Camillus that we have passed the proposal. After the siege is over, we tell him about the invasion of Ionia. For this, we should seal the gates of Rome and prohibit anyone from going out." "You are crazy. You are flouting the laws of Rome. You are provoking the dictator of Rome." Cough, cough. Potitus was so angry that he coughed repeatedly. His body, which was supported by the cane, was a little unstable. The senator next to him hurriedly supported him. Merigenants persuaded with concern, "Old friend Potitus, don't be too agitated." Apuleius did this so that Camillus could focus on completing the task and not be distracted. He is also thinking about the overall situation of Rome and is willing to risk being punished by Camillus. Yes, yes. I think Apuleius's proposal makes sense. With Merigenant's endorsement, many senators expressed their support for Apuleius one after another. The reason why they dared to be so bold was self-evident. Although Camillus was wise and resolute in dealing with the enemy in the military, he was gentle and kind to the people of Rome and even the senators in the Senate. During his 3 terms as dictator, he spent most of his time on foreign expeditions and handed over the power to stabilize the country to the Senate. He did not overdo it, and he did not punish any senator. Even Apuleius, the great sinner who slandered his reputation and caused him to leave Rome, was also safe and sound in the Senate. That was why these senators were not afraid of him. Seeing that even a veteran senator like Lucretius had expressed his support for Apuleius's new proposal, Potitus calmed down. He sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Sure enough, the final candidate for the messenger by the senators was Melugius, the chief of the city guards. His full name was Melugius Cornelius Scipio, and he belonged to the same clan as the old senator, Merigenants. It was obvious who he would listen to. When Potitus learned of this result, he only snorted coldly. After the election, the venue fell into a brief silence. Ambustus took the opportunity to request to go to Rome to mobilize for war, and his request was approved. Apuleius also left the venue to inform the chief of the city guards, Melugius, to carry out the Senate's decision. The other senators continued to sit in the venue and even began to contact their servants to bring them dinner. Obviously, they were prepared to continue the discussion until night. After all, would the people of Ionia land? Would they fight with the army led by Paulus and the others? Would they really want to capture Ostia? All these needed to be confirmed, so they were waiting for more news to come back from the west coast. During this short break, Potatus also called for his trusted slave, "Go to the house and bring me some food." Apex X23 US. He said loudly as he continued to use his walking stick to support himself. "My dear master, what do you want for dinner?" The clever slave immediately asked loudly. "What an idiot. Have you forgotten my favorite food? Do I have to tell you again?" Potatus complained discontentedly. The slave nodded and bowed as he moved closer. "I don't want bread. My teeth are not good. I can't bite. Bring me a big bowl of hot oatmeal, and..." Potatus' voice became softer and softer as he spoke. He seemed to be tired. The slave could only move closer and closer. Then he heard his master whisper, "Immediately send someone to inform Camillus overnight about the Dionysian army's invasion of Latin." Watching the slave leave the hall, Potatus was in a trance. "Even if there is only a small possibility, I can't let Rome be harmed. I'll have to trouble you, Camillus. But as long as I'm here, no one will dare to accuse you in the Senate." Potatus glanced around the hall and found that no one seemed to have noticed his little movements. So, he leaned back on the ivory chair and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, the senators were discussing. Carthage had already started a war with Dionia, and there were reports from Sicily. Why didn't the Dionia focus on fighting Carthage? Why did they dare to send an army to Rome? Is it because Carthage has been defeated by Dionia, so Dionia can free up their hands and send an army to attack us? That's just a small defeat. Carthage is a powerful country in the western Mediterranean. How can they decide the outcome of the war with Dionia in such a short time? I think it must be because the war has just begun. Carthage didn't use his full strength, so Dionia can deal with it easily. That's why they dared to send an army to attack us. We should send an envoy to inform Carthage to increase their attack on Dionia and fulfill their obligations as an ally. Easy for you to say. But how? The coast of Latin is now completely controlled by the Dionysian fleet. There are many ways, as long as you are willing to use your brain, Abinius. Although the Dionic fleet has blockaded the coast of Latin, they have not blockaded the coast of Etruria. There are many of our affiliated city-states in the south of Etruria. Messengers can board their ships and travel north along the coast to the coast of Iberia. That is the sphere of influence of the famous Carthaginian royal family, the Maganid family. Their patriarch has just been appointed as the commander of the Carthaginian army and is responsible for the battle against Dionia. That's a good idea. As long as Carthage knows that Dionia has sent an army to Rome, they will definitely increase their attack on Sicily. Dionia will have to deal with the war in the south and the north, and it will be difficult for them to continue. They will definitely retreat from Latin to avoid being defeated by Carthage. We can't rely too much on Carthage. In fact, with the 100,000 citizen soldiers and allied troops we have now, as well as the capable Camillus leading the army, we can definitely defeat the Dionysian army. Scipio the Great is right. We are fighting on our own land. There is no need to be afraid of Dionia. We should take this opportunity to defeat them and establish the prestige of Rome. Then we can completely control Latin. Amidst the heated debate, the senators finally passed the proposal of sending messengers north to Etruria to board a ship and ask for help from Carthage. At the same time, they also had the idea of waiting for Camillus to return and find an opportunity to fight the Dionysian army. In the evening, there was finally news that the army of 25,000 soldiers led by Paulus, Meges, and Pantius was defeated by the Dionysian army, which had almost the same number of soldiers. This terrible news caused the entire Senate to fall into a long silence. After a long time, some senators began to cry out guiltily, "The Dionysian army is so strong, we should immediately let Camillus lead the army back to defend Rome." There were even a few who suggested that they should simply negotiate peace with Dionia and return the occupied Wolsey territory. This, of course, was strongly criticized by most of the senators. Apuleius and Maruginans, who supported him, tried their best to comfort the panicking senators. Their biggest reliance was that there was no news from Ostia, which meant that it had not fallen into the hands of Dionia yet. Potatus looked coldly at the scene of endless debate in the hall. He did not say a word, but in his heart, he was grateful for the decision he had made before. That night, not only was the Senate brightly lit, but the square of Rome was also bustling with noise. After receiving the urgent notice from the patrol of Rome, countless people came out of their houses and gathered in the square. These people were mainly divided into two groups, teenagers between the ages of 15 and 17, and the elderly over 50. In addition to the 3,000 young and middle-aged citizen soldiers stationed in Rome, other citizens of Rome who were suitable for military service had followed Camillus to fight in Helniki. In addition, a small number of women wandered around the square, asking the Rome soldiers who were maintaining order about the Dionia attack. Compared to the women who were panicking, most of the elderly people gathered in the square were calm. They had experienced many wars in their lives and were already used to it. The teenagers, on the other hand, were very excited. They had long been eager to grow up and serve in the military, like their fathers and brothers, fighting on the battlefield and winning glory for themselves. Therefore, although there were many people in the square, it was orderly and not chaotic. People came to the recruitment officer in turn and reported their name, clan, tribe, and previous military resumes. Then, the recruitment officer would assign the applicants to a certain squadron and give them a certain military position. In addition, most of the veterans had their own armor and weapons, while only a small number of the teenagers had them, so they needed to be equipped. Ambrosius stood on the platform of the square and looked at the dense crowd below. He felt a little relieved, and his original worries were mostly gone. "Father!" A clear voice rang in his ear. He turned his head and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Cornea, why are you here?" Ambrosius's youngest daughter said with a worried face, "Stolo heard the news from the patrol and wants to know if Rome is really in danger." "Don't worry, this is just a precaution. Let Stolo rest at home," Ambrosius waved his hand and said with a relaxed expression. After sending his little daughter away, the people in the square gradually dispersed. Ambustus's expression became more and more solemn. He could not help but ask the patrol captain, Cassius, "Have the people in the Aventine area been informed?" "I can swear to Jupiter that I really sent a patrol team to the streets of the Aventine area to inform them." Cassius anxiously defended himself. "Then why haven't they come yet?" Ambrosius was a little anxious. In his opinion, compared to these old people and children, the civilians and freedmen of Aventine should be the main force to defend Rome. Cassius smiled bitterly. "Sir, it's not like you don't know that the people there are either the ones who have been fighting against us nobles and the Senate, or the refugees who have only joined Rome in recent years. They are not loyal enough to Rome." "Don't talk about this." Ambrosius interrupted him and reminded him softly, "Now that the enemy is in front of us, all the people of Rome should unite." Ambrosius suddenly stopped talking because of the noise of people in the distance. He finally smiled. "Look, they're here." Why did no news from Ostia return to Rome that night? This was because the Devers had tightly blocked the land and sea routes of Ostia. After the city was breached, not a single person or ship escaped from Ostia. During the siege, he ordered Middleades to send all the fast three-decker warships to block the coastal waters of Ostia, not allowing any ships to approach. At the same time, he also sent out the mountain scouts to block the surrounding areas of Ostia, so that the spies of Rome and the Latin alliance could not understand the situation in Ostia. It was not until the evening that he asked Isam to withdraw the scouts. Even if the spies of Rome found something strange, it was already the next day when they rushed back to Rome. When Aminta's messenger arrived at Ostia, Daves was accompanied by Middleades to the port. "Your Majesty, in fact, you don't have to go to the port at all. We have made many declarations to the port's laborers, and most of them have expressed their willingness to help us." Middleades persuaded the Devers as they walked. "Middleades, I believe in your ability." The Devers said seriously, "But you have to know that this is the first time we, Dionia, have occupied the territory of the Latin people. They are unfamiliar with us, and they are more afraid of our strength. If I, the king, personally come forward, I can make them believe in our promises, and they can provide us with more help. And with them as examples, it will be much easier for us to manage when we occupy other Latin towns." Middleades nodded, knowing that the Devers had made up his mind, so he did not dare to persuade him again. Of course, the Devers did not expect the admiral to understand his approach from the perspective of the overall situation. After all, he was planning a big game of chess. So he changed the topic and asked, "Where do these laborers and sailors come from?" Most of the laborers are slaves and Latins, some of the sailors are Etruscans, and some are Campanians, no Rome people? Devers was surprised. There are merchants and some residents of Rome, but due to the short period of time, we haven't found any of them among the laborers and sailors at the port. Middle-Aids explained. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the Devers' heart. According to the information collected before, there were many people living in poverty in Rome, and some even sold themselves as slaves. The conflict between them and the nobles was relatively prominent. But then he thought, Ostia was a small city, and there were not many Roman citizens. Perhaps Rome had invaded Valchi and Helniki over the past year, and gained a lot of land, so the civilians of Rome had a new place to go. Thinking of this, Devers asked again, what about the slaves? Who are they? They are our allies, the Walsi, the Hernici, the Marsi, the Aquis, and the Etruscans. They are basically foreigners who were captured by the Romans after they were defeated by them, so they are very welcoming of us. They are willing to help us with our warships because we promised them freedom, Mithridates said excitedly. Davos nodded, and then his attention was attracted by the noise in front of him. It was an open space illuminated by torches, and there were thousands of people gathered in the middle of the open space under the protection of the soldiers. It was still early spring in March, and the weather was relatively cool. However, half of these people were still wearing thin and crude linen clothes, and some of them were even completely naked. The clothed and naked people were gathered in two separate groups, forming a clear distinction between the two groups. However, from time to time, they would glance uneasily at the fully armed soldiers around them. Marcius led the guards into the open space first. Their gorgeous clothes and neat and powerful steps immediately attracted their attention. The king and Devers of Dionia arrive. Marcius announced loudly, and the voice messenger behind him immediately repeated in Latin. There was a sudden commotion among the people in the open space. The guards quickly divided into two sides, and then two tall and strong guards holding the kingdom's flag and shining scepters walked into the open space. Then, an imposing middle-aged man clad in golden armor, with colorful feathers fluttering above his head, walked in unhurriedly while being escorted by a group of Dionic officials clad in luxurious Bolton uniforms. The noise in the open ground suddenly disappeared. People uneasily hunched their bodies and unconsciously stepped back, but they also used some curious gazes to sneak a peek, but when Divers' gaze met theirs, they hurriedly lowered their heads like frightened rabbits. I'm the king and Devers of Dionia. The Devers introduced themselves in a simple sentence, and then said loudly, for more than 10 years, the people of Rome have been constantly attacking the surrounding races and forces, plundering the land, killing the people, and forcibly turning the captives into slaves. They are extremely greedy and bloodthirsty. The Volsci and the Helnici were worried that they would be destroyed by Rome, so they allied with us, Dionia. The Devers had already allied with the Helnici before they led the army north. We sent messengers to negotiate with Rome, hoping that it would stop the invasion of the Volsci and the Helnici and return the land it occupied. However, not only did the people of Rome not listen to us, but they also accelerated the invasion of the territories of these two races. Now the Helnici have been surrounded by the people of Rome in Furentium and could be destroyed at any time. The warriors of the Volsci were scattered in the past battles against the invasion of Rome, so they were unable to stop the next invasion of Rome. In fear that Dionia would stop its invasion, Rome even encouraged its ally, Carthage, to tear up the peace agreement with Dionia that had been observed for many years and declared war on Dionia. Therefore, I have led the army of Dionia here to fulfill the covenant, to protect the allies of Dionia, Volsci, and Helnici, and to punish Rome and its allies who dare to violate the dignity of Dionia and provoke war. We must completely defeat them. The reason why the Devers spoke so patiently to a group of lowly commoners and slaves was to explain to all the forces and races in the Latin region and even the surrounding areas why the Dionysian army had come here and why they were here. As soon as the messengers translated his words into Latin, someone in the field shouted, "Kill the people of Rome! Save the Helnici, Volsci! We want freedom!" The Devers looked up and saw that the group of naked people were agitated, and some of them were even shedding tears. There was a greater commotion in the field. Marcius immediately put his hand on his dagger, stepped forward and shouted, "Silence!" The guards immediately roared in unison. The people were once again silent out of fear. The Devers looked at them and said sincerely, the enemies of Dionia are only the people of Rome and the city-states of Rome who assist the people of Rome in fighting against us. Any city-states and people who remain neutral in this war, or even provide help to Dionia, will be regarded as a friend of Dionia, and will gain the friendship of the people of Dionia. You, the Devers pointed at the slaves, will be released in a few days. To ensure that you can return to your families safely, we will provide you with some rations. If you can provide help to the army during your stay in Ostia, you will also receive some rewards. The Devers' words made the slaves smile. Some of them even bowed to the Devers with their own etiquette to express their gratitude. The Devers immediately returned the gesture. His kind gesture not only won the favor of the slaves, but also made the laborers less nervous. At this time, the Devers said loudly again with a serious expression, "Before coming to Latin, I thought that only the people of Rome were destroying the peace of this area. But after coming here, I found that there is an equally terrible demon who is making the people of this land live like living in hell, and suffering." That is, when the Devers saw that the attention of the laborers was attracted to him, he said clearly, word by word, "Nobles. Nobles of Rome. Nobles of Latin City. They are like ferocious wolves, completely ignoring the friendship of their compatriots. They use power and money to shamelessly rob the land of the people of their city, and then force the people who lost their land to become their slaves. They are like cattle and sheep, endlessly creating wealth for them. In the end, they die of exhaustion in the fields, and even their bones are not willing to be buried. And the people who do not want to become slaves and serve the high and mighty nobles are forced to escape from the city. They live a hard life, unable to support their wives and children," the Devers said in a heavy tone. After listening to the emotional translation of the voice messengers, the laborers were reminded of their own tragic experiences. Some even sobbed in a low voice. Seeing this, the Devers took the opportunity to ask one of the voice messengers, "What is your name? Where are you from? What do you live on now?" The young voice messenger immediately replied, "My name is Adrius. I was originally a citizen of Gabii in the Latin region. More than a decade ago, the Gauls invaded the Latin region. Not only did they occupy Rome, but they also broke through the city of Gabii, which is not far from Rome. When the Gauls were repelled, we returned home, only to find that my family's good farmland on the bank of the Anno River, a tributary of the Tiber River, had been seized by the nobles. Because the village was destroyed by the Gauls, and the town hall was also destroyed, there was no evidence that the farmland belonged to my family. And the nobles had bribed the judge. Not only did we lose the lawsuit, but my father was also convicted of false accusation and was punished with flogging. My father dragged his unhealed body, took my mother, me, and my brother, and left Gabii angrily." At this point, his eyes were already a little red. "Oh my God, you are just like me. My land was also seized after the war. I am not. Because my wife was sick, I borrowed money from a rich man to treat her illness. I thought that after the autumn harvest and selling the grain, I could pay off the debt, but he said that the money could only be used to pay off the interest. In the end, my farmland was also forcibly seized by the rich man. What you borrowed was usury. Damn the nobles. Damn the rich. The Senate of the city-state will only speak for these rich people. There is no way for us to survive." The story of the Latin messenger, who had black hair and black eyes, soon resonated with the Latin laborers who had been silent before. After reading the information collected from the Latin region, the Devers learned that the fierce conflict between the nobles and the commoners was not only in Rome, but also in other Latin city-states. The situation was even more serious. The nobles were insatiable, and they took things by force. The commoners were burdened with heavy debts, and it was difficult for them to survive. After all, Rome could expand by force to obtain more land and slaves, which could give the commoners a chance to breathe. Not only did the other city-states not have this condition, but because they rebelled against Rome and were defeated by Rome, some of their land was seized by Rome. This made their arable land scarce, and the competition for land and annexation became more intense. This was exactly what the Devers wanted to see. "How did you live after that?" one of the laborers could not help but ask loudly. So Adrius pointed to his feet and continued, "My father used to work here, but at that time, the port of Ostia was not as busy as it is now. My father did not earn enough money for our family to live, so he took the risk to take us to the south, To Naples, oh, that's the Campania region occupied by the Greeks, but their sea trade is much more prosperous than here, someone exclaimed. But not long after, my father's old injury relapsed, and he could barely walk. Through the introduction of a kind person, we helped my father to Pompeii, not far from Naples, and asked the priest of the Temple of Hades in the city for help. The kind old priest not only cured my father for free, but also let our family live in the temple for a period of time, and provided free food. He also told us that not far from Pompeii, there is a city called Annona in the kingdom of Dionia. Not only is there a lot of job opportunities, but as long as we are willing to become a citizen of Dionia, we can apply to the city hall, and it is easily approved. As long as we abide by the law and work hard in the city for a few years, we can become a citizen of Dionia and get a share of the land. That's impossible. The few laborers were shocked and shouted in unison. The others seemed to have forgotten about the soldiers standing around them as well, and there was a commotion. Marcius hit the long shield with his short sword again, and the scene quickly returned to calm. Adrius continued to speak loudly. Because priest Hades is a citizen of Dionia, my father decided to believe the words of his savior, so he brought us to Annona. It has been 8 years now, and my father is now a citizen of Dionia. Not only does he own his own land in Annona, but he also holds a public office in the kingdom. I've studied in Annona school for 4 years at a very low cost, and learned to write in Greek. When I came of age, I was admitted to the public office in Annona, and I received a generous monthly salary. My younger brother is still studying in school. Now, our family is wealthy and respected, and we will never be bullied and starved again. After Adrius finished speaking, the scene fell into silence for a while. The laborers looked at the young messenger doubtfully. Although they were all Latin people with black hair and eyes, he had a well-proportioned body, fair skin, and a refined temperament. Obviously, they could not be compared to him, who worked hard at the docks every day and was covered with injuries and illnesses. They were indeed a little tempted. Cloto Catax listened to Adrius's story and studied him carefully. He did not expect that this inconspicuous little official who had been following them just now would have such an extraordinary experience. This made him a little curious about him. Seeing that the people had fallen into silence, the Devers struck while the iron was hot. They immediately pointed at the other messengers and said loudly, except for Adrius, who is a Latin, they are all Latin people, but they are also citizens of Dionia. Over the years, many of you Latin people have become citizens of Dionia. Why? Because these Latin city-states are controlled by the nobles. They oppress the civilians and make it impossible for them to live. On the other hand, the kingdom of Dionia treats all citizens equally. Every citizen is allocated land, and every citizen's land is protected by the law. Anyone, whether they are rich or nobles, as long as they dare to plunder the wealth of the civilians, they will be severely punished by the court. Therefore, they live a peaceful life in the kingdom of Dionia. This kind of peace with sufficient food and worry-free life is something that you can't enjoy in the current city-states. At this point, the few voice transmissions at the side nodded repeatedly with sincere expressions. In fact, the Devers had exaggerated the number of Latin citizens in the kingdom of Dionia. The real number was less than 10. Before the Devers set out for the expedition, they had specially asked the Minister of Household Records, Raphias, to search the kingdom carefully. They were mainly concentrated in Annona. The main reason was that the Latin region was not adjacent to the kingdom of Dionia. In addition, the Latin city-state's maritime trade was not developed, and its ports were backward. Therefore, there was little communication with the outside world. Most of the Latin people were farmers, and the farmers had migrated to the south. In addition, the language and culture of Dionia and Latin were very different. But now, the Devers saw that the laborers on the field were listening carefully. Each of them had a thoughtful look in their eyes. He knew that they were tempted. At this moment, someone among the slaves shouted, "Can we also become citizens of Dionia?" When Adrius translated the other person's words to the Devers, he did not expect that the slaves would be the first to take action. He immediately said, "No matter where you come from or what race you are, as long as you are willing to become citizens of Dionia, are willing to abide by the laws of Dionia, and are willing to fulfill the obligations that the kingdom of Dionia requires of its citizens, the kingdom of Dionia welcomes you to join us and will give you all the rights that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy." When the Devers finished speaking, he waved his hand to the side. Marcius immediately asked the palace guards around him to take off their helmets. It was obvious that their hair color and facial features were very different. As a troop that had been in contact with the king of the Devers for a long time and had a special status, the palace guards were known for their complex racial composition in the kingdom of Dionia. This was because they needed to publicly show that the ruler of the kingdom treated all races equally. Now, this practice had a very good effect in the land of the foreign races. Coupled with the slaves competing, the laborers became no longer reserved. How can I become a citizen of Dionia? Several laborers asked almost in unison. This is my clerk, Henepolis. Next, he will explain in detail the procedures that you need to go through to become a citizen of Dionia. You can ask him any questions you have and he will answer them in detail, the Dever said to them as he pointed to Henepolis, who was holding a wooden board and taking notes nervously. Henepolis quickly put away the wooden board and said seriously, Your Majesty, I will make them satisfied. Finally, the Devers faced the crowd and asked loudly, Who among you has stayed in the city of Rome and is very familiar with every street and corner in the city? Moreover, you also have some understanding of the various nobles in Rome? I would like to invite him to be my advisor. Of course, there will be a reward. If he is willing to become a citizen of Dionia, this will help him shorten the number of years he has to become a citizen. As soon as the voice messenger finished speaking, many people immediately raised their hands. After some questioning, the Devers chose a slave named Vacres because he was once a citizen of Rome. When the Devers first came in, the slaves and laborers were filled with fear, but when he left, these people looked at him respectfully as he left. The Devers looked back at the scene of the people surrounding Henepolis and asking him questions anxiously in the open space illuminated by the torches. He felt that this was a good start because in his plan, he did not just want to turn these people into citizens of Dionia. He wanted them to become the spark that would ignite the land filled with Latin city-states. Of course, this was a long process. Time was running out, and he still had many things to do that night. The Devers strode back to the city and coincidentally met the advisor Tormid, who rushed over. Your Majesty, Aminta's war report has arrived. What's the situation? The Roman army suffered a great defeat. Amintas led the entire army to pursue them, especially the 2 cavalry legions. They desperately drove the Roman army to the south and drove the Roman army to the south of Lavinium. They took the opportunity to seize this small city. Along the way, many Roman soldiers were captured. Amintas said that he did not have time to count them. He was worried that these captives would drag them down tomorrow's military operation, so he used the old method we used in Persia. Tormid's voice was much softer when he said the last sentence. The Devers glanced at Clodo Catax beside him and said calmly, Let the messenger go back and tell Amintas, he won this battle beautifully and cleanly. But tonight, let the soldiers have a good rest and recover their strength. Also, find a way to solve the problem of the soldiers' rations. He must ensure that he can lead the energetic soldiers to depart at dawn tomorrow and meet us in Rome. It's best if he is not late. Yes. Clodo Catax asked curiously, Father, what is the old method used in Persia? Tormid looked at the Prince of Dionia, who had just become an adult and still looked childish. He did not say a word. The Devers hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, It is to cut the hands and feet of the captives so that they cannot move, and then abandon them on the battlefield. When we were fleeing in Persia, we passed by some of the affiliated city-states of Persia and were constantly attacked by them. We used this method to deal with the captives we defeated. This way, we don't have to kill the captives to completely anger the enemy, and we can force the enemy to divert their attention to take care of these wounded soldiers. But, isn't this a little too cruel? Clodo Catax could not bear to do it. Facing the serious eyes of the Devers, he plucked up his courage and said, They have all surrendered. We should ensure their safety. This will help us win the favor of these Roman people and conquer this land faster. It should be good for us, Father. The Devers was rebuked, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Clotho, I'm very happy that you have your own opinion. But you have to understand that now the Roman people are our enemies. Even if we have just won 2 battles, our army far away from the kingdom is still in danger. At any time, we may be defeated by the attack of Rome and its allies who outnumber our army. We may die in this strange land or become the enemy's slave. So, our primary goal now is to do everything possible to ensure that we can continue to win and ensure that our soldiers can reduce the casualties, even if it is cruel. Unless we have an absolute advantage, we will not consider the problem you just mentioned. Divers patiently taught his son. Seeing that he was deep in thought, he patted his son's shoulder encouragingly. He then turned to Talmud and asked, "Have the soldiers' accommodations been arranged?" "It's all arranged. There are a lot of warehouses in the city. We have simply modified them. It's much better than living in tents. In addition, we have gathered all the people of Ostia together. In addition to the accommodation for the officers and soldiers, there are still some leftovers, then arrange for the slaves and laborers to live there. After all, some of them will go with us tomorrow and need a good rest. Besides, we can let them enjoy the benefits of joining the kingdom of Dionia in advance." "Yes, I will arrange it in a while." "How is the food situation?" "We didn't collect much. Ostia doesn't have a lot of food reserves, and we didn't find any stored grain in the warehouse at the port. However, the rations that the soldiers brought are enough for 2 days. By then, the food fleet should have arrived. It seems like the food is concentrated in Rome. After all, they have to supply the Roman army that is attacking Helniki," the Devers muttered. "However, we have collected nearly 200 carts and many beasts of burden in the city, as well as some fodder. We also found a lot of wood in the warehouse. The engineers are using them to make siege weapons." Tormid continued. "This is good news." Although it was good news, there was not a trace of happiness on Diver's face. When he talked about tomorrow's battle, his face became extremely solemn. "We have to urge them to speed up the production of siege weapons. If they produce more siege vehicles, we will have a higher chance of victory. Your Majesty, you brought more than 500 skilled engineers and carpenters from Turin. Together with the engineering battalions of the various legions, there are more than 1,000 of them. With the support of the soldiers, they can definitely make enough siege weapons to meet the needs of tomorrow and the day after." Tormid immediately comforted him. "I hope so." The Devers nodded slightly and quickened his pace into the city hall of Ostia. "Your Majesty." The 3 commanders, Olivers, Georges, Tenatires, Middleades, and Isam were already waiting in the meeting room. "Have your legions settled down?" the Devers asked casually. "Your Majesty, everything is arranged. They are eagerly waiting for the battle tomorrow and the day after." Oliver said first. "I think you can't wait to fight." After entering the conference hall, the expression on Devers's face turned relaxed, and his teasing made everyone laugh. Amidst the laughter, Devers walked to the front. Krotokatak stood quietly behind him. His gaze swept across Oliver's, Georges, Tertires, Isam, and the other generals who had followed him through life and death since the time of Persia. They had made countless meritorious contributions. Somehow, his mood calmed down. He glanced at the simple map of Rome drawn by the Ministry of Military Affairs based on the intelligence on the wooden table in the center of the room, and then said in a clear voice, "Before we discuss tomorrow's battle plan, let a former citizen of Rome introduce the current situation of Rome in detail. You can ask him directly if you have any questions." "That's great," Oliver said happily. Valsers was called into the conference room with a confused look on his face. He looked around at the generals of Dionia in bright armor and gorgeous crowns, and the king of Devers in front of him. He felt very nervous. But as he answered more and more questions about Rome in detail, the nervousness in his heart gradually turned into shock. Is Dionia going to attack Rome directly? Late at night, Krotokatak was woken up by the urge to pee. He was about to go back to bed after relieving himself in a daze, but the candlelight shining through the room next door made his heart skip a beat. He gently pushed open the unlatched door and saw the Devers sitting at the wooden table, staring intently at the map of Rome, deep in thought. A corner of the map drooped down, and he could vaguely see the dense annotations that had been added because of Valser's narration. For as long as he could remember, Krotokatak would often see his father diligently dealing with government affairs in the study late at night. And this time, when he followed his father to the expedition, his father used this habit on the military. Everyone said that his father was a wise king and a great commander. They all thought that this was a gift from Hades, but they didn't know the hardships and efforts that his father had put in for so many years. Cloto Katax looked at his father's unusually tall back with admiration, then quietly closed the door. The Devers had no idea that his son had been peeping outside the door. His mind was completely immersed in the map. The strings of numbers on the map had turned into countless soldiers in his eyes. The battle would only start tomorrow, but at this moment, thousands of soldiers had already begun fighting in his mind. Coleus, Potidus' trusted servant, immediately led 2 slaves and rode out of the city after receiving the order. They were in luck. Apuleius had just passed on the Senate's order to Malusius, the commander of the city guards. Before Malusius could pass on the order to the guards at the city gates, Coleus and the rest were able to leave the city without a hitch. The 3 of them then sped towards the southeast. By the time they passed by Prenister, it was already night time. The continuous galloping not only tired the horses to the point of panting, but also caused their buttocks to ache from the jolting. Their inner thighs were also bleeding. "Coleus, we can't go any further. The sky is already dark, and there is no moon tonight. We are going into the valley, and the terrain will become more and more uneven. We can't even see the road clearly. If we are not careful, we might fall off our horses. This is too dangerous." A slave tried to dissuade Coleus from moving forward. Another young slave said loudly, "We can light a torch, idiot." Before he could finish, the slave interrupted him, "Beasts are not the only ones wandering around at night. There are also aborigines. If we light a torch, we will be easily discovered by them in the dark and become their target." After listening to his words, Coleus hesitated. After all, this slave was a Vestini from the east of the Aqui people. He was familiar with the terrain here, which was why Coleus brought him along. He looked at the darkness in front of him and pondered for a moment before saying reluctantly, "Not far ahead, there should be a Roman army camp. We can rest there." The 3 of them grabbed the reins tightly to control the horses and continued to move forward slowly. Then, they heard a whoa. A shrill wolf's howl was heard. Then, pairs of green eyes appeared around them. "Quick! Run back!" The slave immediately shouted nervously. Coleus reacted quickly and quickly turned the horse's head. Only the young slave wanted to say something, but the horse under him neighed in panic and raised its front hooves, throwing him off the horse. While the wolf was eating the slave and the horse, Coleus and the young slave rode the horse, ran all the way, and hid in the city of Prenister. When Middleades woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was to ask the guard, "What's the weather today?" "General, the weather is very good. There is no rain, and there is a light wind. It's a southeast wind." Middleades was so happy that he almost jumped up. The old sailors at the port were right. There is indeed a strong east wind today. Tell the adjutant to give the order to the crew to prepare in half an hour, then gather at the port, and take the warship to Rome. "Yes, General." The guard turned to inform the adjutant. "Wait a minute. And the laborers and slaves at the port, don't forget to inform them to get ready to move." Since the establishment of the Dionysian fleet, they had never had the experience of letting people pull the fiber. After all, Thurii was relatively close to the estuary. The lower reaches of the Kratai River were flat and wide, and the current was relatively slow. It was not too difficult to go upstream, and the same was true for the lower reaches of the Neto River. However, according to intelligence, Rome was more than 50 miles away from the mouth of the Tiber River. The river was winding, and the current was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. To go upstream from the port of Ostia to Rome, ships only needed to pull the fiber. Therefore, under normal circumstances, merchant ships unloaded at the port of Ostia, and then transported to Rome by land. For this purpose, a flat and wide road was built between Rome and Ostia. Now, the Daionia army was walking on this road. Compared to the fleet, they had set off much earlier. The Devers left 3 battalions of Thurii reserve soldiers to guard Ostia. These troops were originally used to replenish the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions when they suffered losses. They led Legio IV, Legio V, Legio VI, the Mountain Reconnaissance Battalion, the Engineering Battalion, the Medical Battalion, and the pack carrying the siege equipment. Relying on the plains, the whole army was arranged in more than a dozen columns, marching along the south bank of the Tiber River in a mighty manner to the east. The king of Devers rode in the middle of the army, surrounded by 250 palace guards, more than 20 staff officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs, messengers, buglers, and even a band. At this moment, the staff officer Tormid was reporting to him, "Your Majesty, Amyntas has sent scouts to report that they have led the army to set off and will first arrive at Rome to wait for us. Amyntas' fighting spirit is very strong. He wants to reach Rome before us." The Dever smiled and looked around. "Are we going to lose to him? We will definitely reach Rome first." Clotho Catax and the young man from the staff office shouted in unison. Although the palace guards did not speak, their eyes were bright. "That's good." The Devers said loudly, "Let the band play the battlefield march, let the soldiers march faster." The high-pitched and passionate melody sounded in the army, lifting the spirits of the soldiers and dispelling their drowsiness. No one knew who was the first to sing the Song of Hades. Soon, the song spread throughout the entire army. The soldiers braved the dawn, stepped on the soft ground with dewdrops, and marched forward with large strides. The big movement made by the Dionysian army could not be hidden from the scouts and spies of Rome. So before dawn, the spies sent the news that Ostia was occupied by Dionia back to Rome. The senators were woken up from their sleep and rushed to the Senate to hold a meeting to discuss countermeasures. As a result, in the morning, another scout rushed back to the city of Rome and brought even worse news. The Dionysian army has set off from the city of Ostia and is marching east along the Tiber River. The Dionia army has set off from Lavinium and is rapidly advancing eastward. There was no doubt that the Dionia army was coming for Rome. The senators' hopes were shattered, and they all felt nervous. "How many people are there in the Dionysian army attacking?" The question was asked by Publius Commanelius Scipio, the father of Malusius, also known as Scipio the Great. Malusius was appointed by the Senate as an emissary and had already set off for Helniki to pass on the order to Camillus. The Senate appointed his father to take over his post as the commander of the city guards, not because the position was hereditary, but because Scipio the Great was a senator with outstanding military exploits. About 20 years ago, during the Battle of Rome to capture Venus, he had served as the deputy commander of the cavalry to General Camillus. At this critical moment when the enemy was in front of them, they naturally needed an experienced veteran to take charge. Because the Dionia sent out their cavalry to patrol around the army, the scouts could not get close enough to observe. However, according to their experience, the two armies added together probably have 40,000 to 50,000 people. This number caused many elders to suck in a breath of cold air and exclaim, "So many enemies! And there are only 3,000 soldiers in our city. Rome! Rome! There are more than 3,000 soldiers in Rome. Including the citizens who mobilized last night, there are more than 10,000 people." Ambrosius said loudly, trying to dispel the uneasiness in his colleagues' hearts. "But they are all old people and children." "Shut up!" Potatus roared. "At this time, the citizens of Rome are only those who have died in battle and those who are still fighting. There is no distinction between the old and the children." At this point, he tore open his clothes and revealed his skinny right hand. He raised it and clenched it into a fist, saying, "I propose to recruit citizens over 65 years old and teenagers over 13 years old to participate in the defense of the city. I will be the first to sign up." "How can this be? A 60-year-old man can't even lift a shield." Apuleius was about to express his objection, but Potatus glared at him. Apuleius tactfully stopped talking. Potatus glanced at Maruginans beside him and suppressed the anger in his heart. He exhaled softly and said in a deep voice, "It is more than 100 miles from here to Furentum, and the road is not easy to travel on. Even if the messengers rode at full speed on horseback, it would take at least half a day to reach the Rome barracks. If the army wants to return to Rome, it would take at least 2 days. You want Camillus to spend a day attacking Furentum? Then tell me, how many days will it take for Camillus to return with his army?" 4 days. It will take at least 4 days. Ambustos took the opportunity to answer loudly, "Judging from the current situation, the Dionia have gone all out to attack the city of Rome. Now that you have seen this situation in the city, can Rome resist the attack of the Dionia and hold on until Camillus returns with his army? Even if they can defend the city, how many casualties will we have to pay with the defense forces composed of the elderly and teenagers? Malusius just left not long ago, and the messengers should be able to catch up with him." So, I propose to cancel the previous proposal to Camillus and let him lead the army back to Rome immediately. The Senate fell into a moment of silence. After all, the senators knew that if they let Camillus lead the army back, they would have to fight against the army of Dionia, and they would not be able to attack Helniki for a period of time. This would cause the Helnikians, who were already in a desperate situation, to revive, and the hard work that Rome had put in for more than a month would be for naught. At this time, the old senator Lucretia stood up and said emotionally, "If the land is gone, we can always get it again. If Rome is gone, everything will be over. I don't want to see Rome being ravaged by foreigners again." His words brought back the painful memories of the senators. Many of them were moved and shouted, "Agree. Agree to let Camillus return immediately to defend Rome and repel the enemy." Amidst the shouts, Marugenans looked silently at Scipio the Great. Scipio the Great shook his head slightly at him. Although Marugenans did not agree, he did not object either. He remained silent. At this time Apuleius stood up and said, "Ambrosius, didn't you go to inform our allies to send reinforcements last night? Why didn't I see any movement? I sent messengers to Gabii, Tustran, Rabicum, Pendum. Their replies were, their young citizens have responded to the call of Rome a month ago and followed Camillus to Helniki. Now there are no more reinforcements to send. So, Prenister, Bonae, Tiber. Have you asked them all?" Apuleius asked again. Ambrosius was a little angry. As a respected senator, he felt humiliated when he was questioned in such a tone. He immediately said angrily, "Unless you are not from Rome, you should know how far these cities are from Rome. By the time our messengers get there, it will be late at night. No city's senate will deal with political affairs at that time, even if we are from Rome. We will be laughed at." Apuleius smiled awkwardly and muttered, "Look, this is all Camillus's fault." He did not dare to ask any more questions. "Before the Dionians arrive, shouldn't we inform the people in the villages outside the city to evacuate to the city? That way, not only can we ensure their safety, but we can also strengthen our defenses," Abinius suggested. At this time, Marugenans said, "You'd better not do that. All the young and middle-aged citizens of Rome have either gone to Helniki or to Antium, Villette, and Saturnicum in the west. The people left in the villages outside the city are either old people, women, children, or some slaves. Not only will they not help defend the city, but they will also add to the chaos, and Scipio the Great hurriedly said, "There are many people outside the city. Once they get the news, they will panic and rush into the city. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 hours for them to enter the city. Instead, the city gate will remain open. You must know that the Dionysian army is now marching at full speed. It is very likely that they will arrive here in 2 hours. By that time, it will be a disaster for both the city of Rome and the people gathered at the city gate. I suggest that we immediately send out the cavalry and inform the people in the villages outside the city to evacuate to Gabii city or Prenister with food. When Camillus returns with his army, they will return with him." Potitus looked at Marugenans and did not object. It was rare for him to reach an agreement with him. Not only him, but most of the senators also expressed their agreement. Although they all lived in the city, they owned a lot of land outside the city. Therefore, they also had their own houses and even villas. Of course, they also had their own families and clansmen living there. Letting them evacuate from Rome was also a safe way to reduce the risk and protect their families. The senators had a tacit understanding with each other. While informing Camillus to lead the army back to Rome, we also have to send messengers to inform Paulus, Meges, Pantius, and the others. Let them regroup as soon as possible and lead the soldiers back to Rome. In addition, Tusculum, Tibur, Prenister, and the other Latin allies should also send messengers to ask for reinforcements. Even if only a few soldiers come, it will still be a help in defending our city of Rome." When Scipio the Great said this, his eyes were on Ambustus. This time Ambustus did not object. "Don't forget our colonial city, Venus, and the Etrurian alliance on the north bank of the Tiber River. We should also ask for help from them immediately. Although they have also sent reinforcements to participate in the war against the Hernici, compared to the Latin alliance, they should still have the strength to send more reinforcements," Potitus reminded loudly. "Dear Potitus, your reminder is right. Scipio the Great's tactful response was much more tactful than Apuleius's. But in this way, we must preserve the bridge over the Tiber River and send a large number of soldiers to guard it. Could it be that my family could guard the bridge with a few hundred people back then, but now we have tens of thousands of soldiers, but we dare not defend it and can only destroy it? Ambustus noticed Scipio the Great's intention and immediately asked loudly. 100 years ago, the entire Phoebus clan was mobilized to guard the bridge of Rome and resist the attack of Venus. In the end, they were almost wiped out. This became an unforgettable painful memory for the Phoebus clan, but it also became the capital for them to boast to the people of Rome. As the current patriarch of the Phoebus clan, how could Ambustus allow the bridge to be destroyed so easily? Of course we have to guard the bridge. But the 2 wooden bridges on Tiberina Island must be destroyed, and the people on the island must retreat to the city of Rome. Maruginant saw that Scipio the Great was a little hesitant. In order not to cause a rift between the Cornelius clan and the Phoebus clan because of this, he immediately expressed his opinion. He felt that with the current strength of the city of Rome, defending 1 bridge was still bearable, but defending 2 bridges would require a lot of troops. Ambustus agreed with this. After that, the discussion was much smoother. The Senate quickly reached some resolutions and quickly took action. They began to mobilize the people of the city, encouraging them to resist the attack of the Dionia and hold on until the return of Camillus' army to prevent the city of Rome from being looted again. Note, the Phoebus clan, also known as Fabian, came from this clan. In the war between Hannibal and Rome, the Fabian consul who used delaying tactics to save Rome came from this clan. The people of Rome quickly calmed down under the atmosphere of a common enemy. Once again, they enthusiastically signed up to defend the city. The Roman cavalry also galloped in the fields outside the city, urgently informing the people in the villages to evacuate immediately. More than a dozen messengers also galloped out of Rome in all directions to ask for help from the colonial cities and their allies. Ostia was more than 50 miles away from Rome, and there were no other city-states in between. Rome was also nearly 30 miles away from the nearest ally. This was the result of the strong expansion of the people of Rome over the past 100 years. They constantly defeated the nearby city-states, and then moved their people into Rome. Rome was constantly growing, and the land under its direct control was increasing. However, it left an empty area of dozens of miles around it, allowing the 2 armies of Dionia to march smoothly without any hindrance. It was unknown whether the people of Rome regretted their short-sighted and tyrannical actions in the past. In particular, the 2 cavalry legions of Dionia galloped all the way to the forefront of the whole army. At this time, they saw smoke rising in the distance. Damn it! It must be the people of Rome burning their granaries. Let's remember the order given to him by the messenger sent by the king of Devers last night. Tomorrow morning, after the whole army sets off, the 1st and 2nd cavalry legions must rush to the river port on the Tiber River outside the city of Rome as fast as possible. Seize the granaries at all costs. Leds could not help but feel anxious. He shouted, "Hurry up! Prepare to fight the fire." The anxious Leds actually ordered the bugler to blow the horn to charge, and took the lead to lead the soldiers to gallop. The river port of Rome was built after the people of Rome captured Ostia. It became another channel for the people of Rome to communicate with the outside world. Due to the continuous influx of people in Rome at that time, there was no extra space in the city to accommodate the port, so it was built outside the city. In the first few decades, the facilities of the river port were extremely simple. It was not until the last decade that the aid and trade of the people of Carthage to Rome promoted the development of the river port. The expansion and improvement of the river port also allowed more and more merchant ships to transport goods through the river. At the same time, the granaries of Rome were also built next to the river port. This was because Rome had frequently waged wars in the past 10 years, which consumed a lot of food. Sometimes, it could not supply enough food. So, Carthage provided assistance. The grain was basically transported through the river and unloaded at the port. After experiencing a fire, the people of Rome learned their lesson. They no longer transported the grain into the crowded city, which was prone to fire accidents. Instead, they parked the grain near the port, which was convenient and safe. After that, they also stored the grain collected from other allies here. Then, when the army went to battle, they would collect the grain here and transport it to the camp. When Leds arrived with the first cavalry of Dionia, he saw a large rectangular camp in front of him. It was surrounded by a 3-meter-high stone wall, and there were several towers built inside the wall. Thick smoke was billowing from the camp, but no one could be seen or heard. The walls of Rome, which were less than 200 meters away, were full of soldiers, and the gate was closed. Leds immediately jumped off his horse, drew his dagger, and ran to the gate of the camp. "Commander, be careful." A few guards at the side immediately pulled him back and placed the cavalry shield in front of him. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp arrows pierced into the shield. Leds was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately calmed down and looked at the granary. He saw many figures moving on the walls of the granary. He thought for a moment, and then shouted, "First Brigade, use your javelins to attack the enemy inside. Second Brigade, get off your horses and see if you can break the gate open. The other brigades, go around this camp and climb the wall." "Yes, Commander." After a series of shouts and neighs, the cavalry of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Brigades began to gallop around the camp, while the soldiers of the 2nd Brigade ran directly to the camp gate. This forced the Rome soldiers on the wall to show themselves and attack the approaching Dionia soldiers with javelins and arrows. The 2nd Brigade of Dionia cavalry, who was ready, immediately attacked the enemy on the wall with javelins. The wall was not high, and there were no trenches or barricades. The Dionia cavalry could attack the enemy at close range. Although the Rome soldiers had a higher ground, they were at a disadvantage when it came to long-range attacks. At this time, the other brigades of cavalrymen had reached the other sections of the granary camp. They jumped off their horses, put their shields on their backs, left their spears on the horses, and hung their daggers on their waists. Each of them stood close to the wall. One of them squatted down, and the other stepped on the other's shoulder. Both of them slowly stood up straight. The stone wall was 3 meters high. When the two of them overlapped, the soldier on the top could put his hand on the edge of the wall. The soldier on the bottom could push his shoulder up, and the soldier on the top could climb up the wall. After a while, hundreds of Dionia soldiers were standing on top of the wall. They saw that many of the dozens of large round barns in the granary were on fire. A dozen Roman soldiers were running between the barns with torches and tar in their hands. More than half of the soldiers immediately ran down the wall to put out the fire. The rest of the soldiers followed the walkway on top of the wall to kill the Rome soldiers who were fighting fiercely. The soldiers on the west wall of Rome could see the situation in the granary camp because of the height of the wall. They were anxious when they saw their compatriots in danger. General Scipio, Gaius refused to retreat to the city in order to completely burn down the granary. "They are the heroes of Rome. We should go out of the city to save them." There are less than 2,000 Dionia cavalrymen, and most of them jumped off their horses to fight. They are wearing light armor. If we send our troops out of the city at this time, we will definitely be able to inflict heavy damage to the Dionia cavalrymen. Compared to the pleading of the soldiers, the suggestion of the senators made the chief of the city guard, Scipio the Great, a little tempted. Now, not only were Rome's militia standing on top of the city wall, there were also some senators. They were a little curious about the aggressive Dionia soldiers. After all, this was the first time they were facing the army of Dionia. Of course, their arrival had also brought some trouble to Scipio the Great. Initially, Scipio the Great's plan was to transport all the grain in the granary into the city, then burn the granary. According to the previous report from the scouts, the Dionysian army was still on the way, so Scipio the Great thought that there was enough time to complete this plan. For this reason, he organized nearly 10,000 people and many pack carts to go out of the city to transport the grain. He thought that this task could be completed before the arrival of the Dionysian army. However, not long after the grain transport team left the city, he received another report from the scouts. The Dionia cavalrymen were galloping towards Rome, less than 30 miles away from Rome. The speed of the Dionia cavalrymen's march was completely beyond Scipio the Great's expectation. Not only could he not complete his previous plan, but he also had to withdraw the grain transport team into the city immediately. In order to ensure order and prevent the people and pack animals from blocking the city gate due to chaos, he did not immediately burn the granary. However, it took a lot of time for the grain transport team to evacuate. By the time the people had basically entered the city and wanted to burn the granary, the Daionia cavalrymen were already very close to Rome. And according to the report from the scouts, they were heading straight for the granary. At this time, the platoon leader Gaius, who was originally guarding the granary, and 120 soldiers under him voluntarily chose to stay in order to complete this task. The bravery and tragedy of this Rome platoon had magnified Scipio the Great's mistake, and it was clearly seen by the senators on the city wall. How much this would affect his political career in Rome in the future? Scipio the Great did not have time to think at this moment. Therefore, if his colleague's suggestion could be implemented successfully, not only would he be able to deal a blow to the Daionia cavalrymen, but he could also restore his image. Just as Scipio the Great was thinking about how to send troops out of the city for a surprise attack. The Daionia cavalrymen. The Daionia cavalrymen are coming. The screams of the soldiers made him look up and see a cloud of dust in the distance. Countless Daionia cavalrymen in black helmets and armor could be vaguely seen in the cloud of dust. Looking at the situation, there was definitely a large number of them. When he saw that there were about 2,000 new Daionia cavalrymen approaching the city, Scipio the Great hesitated. The number of Daionia cavalrymen did not give him the confidence to finish the battle in a short period of time. After all, he only had 3,000 elite soldiers, and he could not send all of them out of the city for a surprise attack. However, he was worried that the soldiers would not be able to handle the situation if he sent the new recruits formed by the elderly and children out of the city to fight the cavalrymen in the wilderness. But soon, he did not have to hesitate anymore. The screams of the soldiers made him see the cloud of dust in the distance again. Hundreds of Daionia cavalrymen in bright armor and red cloaks had arrived at the city and joined the attack on the granary. The arrival of the Daionia cavalrymen gave Scipio the Great the illusion that the Dionysian army was coming here at the fastest speed, and he could not send his troops out. Otherwise, not only the soldiers would be in danger, but Rome would also be in danger. He was not the only one who thought so. The elders and soldiers on the city wall probably had the same idea. So the pleas and pleas that rang out earlier were gone. The surroundings were very quiet. But when they heard the screams coming from the granary camp from time to time, they looked extremely pained. The second to arrive at the granary was the 2nd Cavalry Regiment of Daionia. The regiment commander, Cutius, quickly found Leds, who was supervising the battle. He bowed to the former commander and said, "Master Leds, what do you need us to do?" Leds did not hesitate and said, "The enemies in the granary will soon be eliminated. Half of your men will monitor the enemy on the wall to prevent them from sneaking out of the city. The other half will be ready to put out the fire." Cutius immediately returned to his legion. Soon, nearly 1,000 soldiers jumped off their horses, took out their linen bags, and began to fill them with soil. After receiving the order from the Devers last night, the 2 legion commanders took into account the possibility of the enemy burning the granary. After all, it was not easy to carry earthen jars, and soil was everywhere. After a while, more than 200 palace guards also arrived on horseback. The 2 legion commanders were surprised. "His Majesty is here so soon?" "His Majesty is worried that the people of Rome will guard the granary and send troops out of the city to fight you, so he asked us to come as reinforcements." "The light infantry is also rushing here," Marcius replied. Leds pointed to the top of the city with contempt. "His Majesty is too worried. In fact, the timid people of Rome do not dare to go out of the city at all." At this time, the battle cries in the camp disappeared. The gate was opened, and the cavalrymen immediately rushed in with sacks filled with soil. Leds saw the 3rd platoon commander rushing over. He quickly asked, "How are the casualties?" 32 of our brothers died, 67 were injured, 15 of whom are seriously injured." The 3rd platoon commander looked slightly depressed. "So many casualties?" Leds did not expect that they would lose nearly 100 men even though they had the absolute advantage in numbers. It made his heart ache. The 1st Cavalry Legion had suffered a great loss in the battle against Wolsey's Xianxia. Although Turiai had sent some soldiers to replenish their numbers after the battle, the legion was not full. "What about the enemies inside?" he asked with hatred. "All dead. No one surrendered." Leds did not say anything and strode into the granary camp. Inside the gate, he saw a Roman soldier leaning against the wall. There were 4 sword wounds on his chest, and blood kept gushing out, dyeing his whole body red. He was motionless, and his eyes were closed. He was still holding a spear in his hand. He was like a statue, and there was a bright red tassel on his helmet. Obviously, he was an officer. Led stopped and sized him up. Unexpectedly, the seemingly dead Rome soldier suddenly opened his eyes and stared angrily at Led's. He struggled to stab the spear in his hand. "Commander, be careful." The cavalry behind him immediately rushed over. "Don't move." Leds waved his hand to stop them, then stood still on the spot, staring at them with a sharp gaze. Gaius, the Rome platoon leader, wanted to raise his spear, but the spear that was usually as light as a feather was now as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The little strength he had accumulated was gone with the gushing blood. He could only stare angrily at the enemy's leader, but his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to roar, but blood suddenly gushed out of his mouth. Looking at the other party lying down, Leds was silent for a moment, then he strode in. Seeing the big city standing in the distance, the Devers could not help but rein in their war horse. Rome was the first and only great empire in the history of the West that turned the Mediterranean Sea into an inland lake. Many thrilling stories about it had been circulating among the people for thousands of years. Many poems and articles praising and describing it had been written by literati. It was a dream in the hearts of countless ambitious Westerners in his previous life, a dream about unification. In his previous life, Divers did not have the opportunity to visit this great city that could be called the starting point of Western European civilization. But now that he was here, what he saw was not a Rome that had lost its prosperity and had become a historical relic. Instead, it was a simple city that had just risen in the early days of the Republic. Although he had learned about this city in detail many times from the intelligence reports, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. "Go!" The Devers kicked the horse's abdomen, and the war horse neighed and galloped forward. "Your Majesty!" The people around were shocked and hurriedly chased after the Devers, but they soon felt relieved because a group of cavalry came to greet them. It was the palace guards that were sent out previously. They quickly surrounded the Devers. As soon as the Devers saw Marcius, they immediately asked, "Has Leds and his men seized the river port and the granary?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Marcius replied, "The 1st Cavalry Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion seized the river port and the granary without much resistance from the Rome soldiers. They also put out the fire in the granary in time. Now the two commanders, Leds and Cusius, are counting the supplies there. They will report to you about the specific situation." "That's good." The Devers breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was successful, and it gave him more confidence to capture the city. "Let's go and see the city of Rome." He pointed to the front with great ambition. The people of Rome on the western wall of Rome saw the billowing dust and smoke rising in front of them, extending out of their sight. They could not help but feel nervous because they knew that the army of Dionia was coming. Then, they saw hundreds of cavalrymen galloping over and standing 100 meters away from the city wall. This team of cavalrymen held up 2 large flags, which were very different from the flags of the Dionia cavalrymen they saw before. The flags were shining with golden light. In the middle of the cavalrymen was a general with a golden helmet and a long feather crown. Under the slightly western sun, he was particularly dazzling. "Maybe the king of Dionia is here." Some of the senators whispered with uncertainty. No one objected to this. They silently looked at the man who they suspected to be the king of Dionia. He was pointing to the front and saying something to the people around him. Or laughed. Scipio the Great spat and suddenly took the long shield of the soldier next to him. He pulled out his sword and knocked on the shield. At the same time, he shouted, "Rome! Rome! Rome!" The soldiers followed the commander of the city guards and knocked on the long shield rhythmically, shouting. Soon, the senators also joined in, seeing that the city wall in front of them sometimes caved inwards and sometimes protruded outwards. The entire wall was bent and uneven. Clotocatax couldn't help but say, "What an ugly city wall." The Devers replied with a smile, "The reason why the city wall is so badly built is that after the Romans drove away the Celts in the north, they were eager to rebuild the city of Rome. They did not plan the whole city at all. They only did it to meet the needs of the citizens of Rome at that time. For example, the Devers pointed to the protruding city wall on the left near the Tiber River and said, "If I remember correctly, behind the city wall should be one of the 7 hills of Rome, the Raventine Hill. And over here." The Devers pointed to a large section of the city wall on the right that was also protruding outwards. And behind this section of the city wall is the largest slum in Rome. Did the people of Rome not think about how to defend the city if they were besieged in the future? Marcius did not know much about Rome before, so he was surprised. He did not expect the people of Rome to be so short-sighted. But they built the city wall very high, and the trench in front of the city seems to be very wide. Clotocatax looked at the towering city wall in front of him and estimated that it was probably no less than 15 meters high. At this time, the staff officer Tormid said, "Your Royal Highness, the height of the city wall is useless. Its walls are crooked, which is good for our soldiers to avoid the concentrated long-range attacks of the Rome from above. It is also not good for the people of Rome to quickly reach the destination on the wall and reinforce. Moreover, although there is a trench in front of the city, there is no antelope. As long as the trench is filled, our siege equipment can easily be pushed under the city." Over the years, although Tormid did not participate in the battle, he had decades of mercenary career, and later worked in the Ministry of Military Affairs, so he had enough experience. Therefore, Clotocatax listened carefully and asked for advice from time to time. The Devers did not disturb them. Instead, they carefully observed the defense situation of Rome. Rome! 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 At this time, thunderous shouts came from the city wall. It was orderly and grand, and it gave the Devers the feeling that the countless Rome soldiers on the city wall had merged with the city wall. He turned around with a solemn expression and said, "Although the city wall built by the people of Rome is not very good, looking at the situation, I am afraid this siege will not be easy." Tormid, Marcius, and the others expressed their agreement. At this time a scout galloped over. "Your Majesty, the 3 legion commanders, Amintas, Matones, and Lazaru, have arrived with their troops." When the Devers heard this, he looked around and smiled. "It seems that we have won. Shouldn't Amintas lose something?" Everyone laughed out loud. The Devers looked at the approaching troops in the dust behind them and said, "Tormid, immediately informed the legion commanders. And asked the captain of the mountain reconnaissance team, Izum, to come here immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Over the years, although the river port of Rome had been expanded many times, it only had 5 or 6 docks. The port area was not large, and it was far smaller than the granary next to it. The only thing that interested the Devers was that they found a lot of wood in the warehouse in the port. After the legions have settled down, inform the engineering camp to transport them away and use them to set up the camp or make more siege weapons. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid quickly asked the advisors to write this down. The Devers looked down at the sparkling surface of the Tiber River in front of him. The water was calm and deep. He then shifted his gaze to the distance. The wide surface of the river made the opposite bank seem vague. He turned his head to look upstream. To his disappointment, there was only the river in his sight. He did not see the bridge connecting the north and south banks. He looked back at the legion commanders around him who were also observing the Tiber River and said, "According to rumors, hundreds of years ago, the Tiber River often flooded. The middle and lower reaches of the river were full of swamps and wetlands, especially in this area. Therefore, no race or force was willing to build a base here. Only the Romans, who were ostracized by the Latins, chose to settle down here. As a result, they have become the overlord of central Italy, but now that we are here, it is time for this overlord to give way." Amintas said immediately. The victory of yesterday's battle and the congratulations from the King of Devers and his colleagues had made him very high-spirited. "Yes, this is our goal, but we need to fight to achieve it." The Devers smiled and looked at the Legio III commander. "Lazaru, did you read the battle plan that I asked the messenger to send to Lavinium last night?" Lazaru immediately replied, "Your Majesty, you asked us, the Legio III, to cross the Tiber River and set up camp on the north bank of the Tiber River to block the reinforcements from Etruria and the colony city of Rome. At the same time, we have to attack Rome from the north. Yes, this is the mission of the Legio III." The Devers nodded and pointed to the upper reaches of the river with his left hand. "There is a bridge 3 to 4 miles from here. It is an important land route for Rome and the Etruria region. The people of Rome will probably not destroy it. You can use this bridge to attack Rome. If the bridge has been destroyed by the people of Rome, it doesn't matter. The Third Fleet will use their warships to build a passage for you to attack Rome. You have to block the reinforcements from Rome and attack Rome at the same time. The task is very heavy. At this point, Divers paused for a moment and asked, I remember that in the battle report you submitted last time, it was recorded that there was a company that stopped the attack of more than 5,000 Cutini warriors, ensuring that they were surrounded and annihilated in the end. The company leader who accomplished this feat was called Taglu, right? Yes, Your Majesty. I hope your Legio III can have a few more officers like Tagru to turn your camp into an iron wall and completely cut off the reinforcements to Rome from the north. At the same time, Legio III has to be like a sharp sword, fiercely attacking Rome from the north. Strive to break through the enemy's defense and open up a gap for the entire army to attack the city. The Devers encouraged in a clear voice. Towards the ardent expectations of the King of Devers, Lazaru, who was considered a junior among the Legion commanders, was both excited and a little nervous. Your Majesty, Legio III will do its best to complete the mission. But, because we have to fight on two fronts, our military strength is slightly insufficient. Before the Devers could respond, Amyntas said loudly, Your Majesty, such an important mission should be given to the First Legion. You don't need to send reinforcements to the First Legion, we can complete the mission perfectly. This mission should be given to us, the Second Army Corps. The First Legion has been through a series of battles and is already lacking in soldiers, but we, the Second Legion, have a full complement of soldiers. Matoni shouted immediately. Stimulated by the two Legion commanders, Lazaru also immediately said loudly, Your Majesty, please rest assured, we, Legio III, will definitely complete this mission. First Legion, Second Legion, both of you have important missions, there's no need to argue anymore. The Devers waved his hand to stop the argument between the two Legion commanders, Amyntas and Matonis, and then comforted Lazaru. You don't have to worry, the Third Legion will cooperate with you. The fleet infantry that they belong to is not weak. Lazaru was overjoyed and quickly asked, Your Majesty, when will the Third Legion arrive? The Tiber River is winding, and the Third Legion has to go against the current, so it will take some time. But with the blessing of Hades, the wind is favorable today, and there are slaves and laborers helping to pull the rope, so they should arrive soon. When the time comes, you have to seize the time to cross the river and quickly build a camp on the north bank of the bridge. Also, you have to help the Third Legion to level the river so that they can push the warships onto the river. The camp of the Third Legion's crew will be merged with yours, the Devers reminded patiently. I understand, Your Majesty. Lazaru suddenly thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, if we cross the river later and find that the Rome people do not have a defensive bridge, can I directly lead the army to attack? If there is such a great opportunity, of course, we will not let it go. All of our legions will cooperate with you to attack the city immediately, but I think the Rome people will not make such a stupid mistake, the Devers said with a smile. The group of people laughed and came to the granary camp behind the port. Your Majesty, there are a total of 90 big granaries and 10 hay sheds in this camp. The granaries are filled with ground wheat flour, and each granary has about 3,000 caddies. Other than hay, there are also soybeans in the hay sheds. We have rescued 45 intact granaries, 4 hay sheds, and 8 barns that were partially burned. After listening to Led's introduction, the Devers praised, it seems that these flour and fodder are prepared to be transported to the Rome army in Helniki. Leds, Xianxia, your 2 cavalry legions arrived in time and seized this batch of food. Not only did you hit the enemy, but you also relieved our food supply. This is a great achievement. Xianxia interrupted, Your Majesty, we were able to succeed because we came too fast and caught the Rome people off guard. On the other hand, the granaries of the Rome people were built too well. They are very strong, fireproof, and moisture-proof. It takes time to burn them. The Rome people did not build the city wall seriously, but they built the granaries very seriously. In fact, they helped us. The crowd burst into laughter again. The Devers said seriously, it is because we were fully prepared in advance, and the Rome people did not expect that we would suddenly lead the army to attack Rome. That's why there were so many mistakes. But we also have to be careful not to give the Rome people time to breathe. The Legion commander stopped smiling and nodded cautiously. Olivers. Yes, Your Majesty. You lead the Legio IV to camp here and protect the granaries and the river port. At the same time, you are responsible for tomorrow's attack on the west wall of Rome. The Devers pointed to the towering wall in front and asked, "Where do you think is the focus of your attack?" Without hesitation, Olivers pointed to the long protruding wall in front of the right side. That was the place where the Devers said the largest slum in Rome was behind the wall. Here. Of course it is here. It's too ugly. If I don't take it down and destroy it, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. Olivers's teasing words made everyone laugh again. The Devers nodded and reminded him, according to the plan discussed last night, there is a deep conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome. We have to find a way to drive a wedge between them, divide them, and make them unable to work together to fight against us. Yes, Your Majesty, Olivers replied seriously. After arranging the matters outside the west wall of Rome, the Devers led the legion commanders around the wall of Rome and rode eastward. The palace guards escorted him, and the cavalrymen of the 1st and 2nd Cavalry legions followed closely behind. Therefore, even when the Rome soldiers on each section of the wall saw a group of high-ranking Daionia generals in gorgeous armor and gorgeous crowned helmets standing 100 meters away from the city, looking at the wall with more than a dozen military flags fluttering behind them, they did not dare to rush out of the city to attack. Soon, they reached the easternmost part of the wall of Rome and turned northwest along the wall. At this time, the Devers said, "Amintas, lead the 1st Legion and set up camp here. Finally, it's our turn." "I thought Your Majesty had forgotten about us," Amintas complained loudly. "Of course I didn't forget," the Devers said with a serious expression. "The 1st Legion is the strongest legion in Daionia. The task you undertake is naturally the most difficult. From here to the wall of the Tiber River, it is the 1st Legion's attack range. You must put enough pressure on the people of Rome." "Your Majesty, don't worry. Not only will I let the people of Rome know the power of the 1st Legion, but I will also attack the city of Rome from here," Amintas said confidently. "In addition, this section of the wall is very long, but the attacking forces are the least from all directions. After the city is breached, the people of Rome are likely to escape from here. You must ensure that you do your best to stop them," the Devers said solemnly. Amintas was stunned for a moment, but he immediately replied, "This, of course, no problem. Also, you have to pay attention to the location of the 1st Legion's camp. It is the furthest from the main forces of the other legions. Not far from here to the east, there are several colony cities of Rome. So, the 1st Legion is likely to become the main target of the reinforcements from Rome." The Devers reminded him with a solemn expression. Amintas' expression also became solemn, and he nodded. "The Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade will camp together with the 1st Legion, but they have an important task to carry out, so they will not attack the city with you." After listening to the Devers, Amintas looked at Izum, and Izum smiled at him. "Izum?" "Yes." The middle-aged Dukia was no longer as lively as he was when he was young. He responded respectfully. "In order to avoid being seen by the Rome soldiers, don't go to the Tiber River to survey the terrain during the day. The rainy season in Rome is from December to February, and it has already ended. Although Rome did not suffer from a drought last year, according to the intelligence, the number of times it rained was less than in previous years. We have also seen it when we were downstream. The water level on the shore has dropped, so your chances of success are very high. Your Majesty, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade has been undergoing the toughest training for the past 10 years just for this day. Don't worry, even if it rains heavily and the river rises, we will succeed." Wizam finally showed his true colors and said proudly. "Very good, this is the Wizam I know." The Devers smiled. "Don't forget to send someone to inform me immediately after the operation is successful." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devers looked around at the Legion commanders and asked, "What do you think after seeing the city of Rome?" "Your Majesty, although the city wall of Rome is ugly, after walking around it, I feel like it's quite long, and the area of the city is quite large." When Oliver said this, the Devers added, "According to the information we received, the city wall of Rome is about 14 miles long. It is also known as the City of 7 Hills. There are 7 hills in the city, so the actual area of the city is bigger than what we felt. In order to conquer Helniki, the Romans sent all their young and strong citizens out to fight. Now, there are not many Roman soldiers in the city who can fight. If they have to defend such a long city wall, it will expose their lack of military strength. As Oliver spoke, Matonis interrupted, "On the way here, I have already noticed that the quality of the soldiers on the city wall is not good. Leds, can you send a team of cavalrymen to test it out?" When Led saw the Devers nodded, he immediately sent out a team of cavalrymen. When they approached within 50 meters of the city wall, there was a commotion among the soldiers on the city wall. Soon, javelins and arrows were fired, but the fast-moving team of cavalrymen instantly escaped from the area of attack. It was impossible for the cavalrymen to attack the city. Besides, they were not a threat to the city wall, so the Roman soldiers could deal with them calmly. There was no need to rush to attack and waste javelins and arrows. The legion commanders with rich combat experience saw this, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. "Your Majesty, the reason why you asked us to attack different sections of the city wall of Rome at the same time instead of concentrating our forces and focusing on one or two places is so that the Romans will have to spread out their temporarily gathered soldiers. This will weaken their defense, and we will be able to break into Rome faster and easier." Matonis said and glanced at Oliver's. Oliver's cursed under his breath. This was what Matonis wanted to say, but he did not finish his sentence. "But when we attack Rome tomorrow, the Rome colony city and its allies will definitely send reinforcements." Georges reminded him worriedly, "Especially the Rome army that is attacking the Helmicii and the Rome army that we just defeated yesterday. If they arrive when we attack the city, yesterday, the Rome army in the west suffered a heavy loss. The 1st and 2nd cavalrymen chased after them and caught up with many of their defeated soldiers. Our legion soldiers were ordered to cut the hands and feet of the Rome captives, and this number does not include the casualties of the Rome soldiers. So, they will not pose a threat to us for the time being," Lazaru said confidently. "As for the Rome army in the northeast, they do have a large number of soldiers, but according to the previous intelligence, their camp is more than 100 miles away from here, and the road is uneven. It will take them at least 3 to 4 days to get there. By that time, we will have already occupied Rome." Tyrtaeus said loudly. "Don't underestimate the enemy." Devers reminded solemnly, "The dictator of Rome, Camillus, is not a simple person. He has participated in countless battles and has rich combat experience. He has also commanded many battles and has never suffered a defeat." When he said this, he saw Aminta's mouth twitch, but he quickly frowned again. Obviously, he remembered the battle with Camillus last time, which caused the 1st Legion to suffer a heavy loss. "So, we can't judge the army led by Camillus under normal circumstances." 2 days. Devers pondered for a while, stretched out 2 fingers, and said with a serious expression, "We must cut the time it takes for the Rome army to return by half. For the time being, we judge that Camillus will return with his army in 2 days, so you only have 1 day to attack the city, and you must take down Rome tomorrow." Devers said the last sentence firmly. When the legion commanders heard this, they all felt the pressure. "The cavalry scouts and mountain scouts of each legion will be under my direct command for the time being. I will send them out to investigate the movements around Rome all day long. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately. The cavalrymen of the 1st Cavalry Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion will stay in the camp to recover their strength and be ready to attack at any time. As for you," Devers looked at the 6 Legion commanders in front of him, Amintas, Matonis, Lazaru, Olivers, Georges, and Tyrtaeus, and said in a deep voice, "Go back quickly and command your legions to build your camp according to the location we just designated. Not only must the camp allow the soldiers to rest in peace, but it must also have a certain degree of defense. At the same time, carefully prepare for tomorrow's attack. Each of you will be responsible for attacking a section of the city wall. I want to see who will be the first to break through the defense of Rome tomorrow and enter the city." When the legion commanders heard this, they looked at each other and felt competitive in their hearts. "But you have to be careful. Don't just focus on attacking and let the soldiers suffer too many casualties. Taking down Rome is just the beginning. The real battle is yet to come." The last words of Devers alerted the legion commanders. They then hurried back to their legions, while Devers led the palace guards and the 2 cavalry legions back slowly. Devers looked at the sky and asked, "Has Epiphanes already set off with his troops?" "According to the plan, he should have set off this morning." "He should be on his way now," Tormid replied. Devers thought of another problem. He said with a hint of anticipation, let's hope the Ursus and the Hernasai can help us buy more time according to the plan. Tormid had a vague feeling that the invincible and calm commander of Dionia was a little nervous. He did not know what to say for a moment, so he remained silent. When Malusius set off this morning, his mood was a little heavy. Although he could not participate in yesterday's meeting of the Senate because he was not a senator, his father told him about it when he returned home, and the two even had a small argument. While he admired Camillus, he was dissatisfied that his uncle, Maricinenses, was taking advantage of the fact that the dictator was away on an expedition to command the other senators to do something behind his back. However, he still accepted the task assigned by the Senate because he felt that it would be much less restrictive to Camillus if he carried out this order than if someone else did it. However, not long after he set off, he received a new order from the Senate. Although the original order that dissatisfied him had been cancelled, he was not happy at all. His heart was filled with shock. The army of Dionia was marching towards Rome. I just heard that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast last night, and today they are already attacking Rome? The speed of the Dionysian army's movement was completely beyond Malusius' expectations. The sense of crisis forced him to increase his speed again and again. After passing Prenister and Xianxia, even though the road ahead was getting more and more uneven, Malusius tried his best not to slow down. At this moment, a horse galloped in front of him. The rider hugged the horse's neck tightly. When he saw them, he did not avoid them. Instead, he crashed into them. The soldiers hurriedly went forward to intercept him. The startled horse dropped a man. As the man was wearing Rome clothing and had a javelin stuck in his back, he was seriously injured. Malusius had to go forward to check on him. The man moaned as he woke up. When he saw Malusius, he immediately said, I am Sir Potitus' slave, Coelius. In front of us, there is an ambush by the Hernici. We are under attack. Be careful. Malusius did not need to think to know why Potitus' slave would appear here. He hurriedly asked, how many enemies are there? At least 70 or 80, there are so many people? Malusius was shocked. He turned around and looked at the 10 soldiers following him. He was in a dilemma. Should he continue to force his way forward? Or should he turn around and call for reinforcements? After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Immediately turn around and go to Xianxia. It was not that he was afraid of death, but he felt that his mission was related to the survival of Rome. He could not afford to be careless. Moreover, Xianxia was not far from here. It would not take him long to reach there. In fact, when the various legions of Dionia arrived outside of Rome, they had already rushed to the area where their legions should be based according to the plan they had discussed last night. The engineers of the legions had already followed the plan set by the Devers last night and compared it with the blueprint of Rome. They had drawn up a preliminary plan for the construction of the entire camp. Now, they needed to personally go to the site to revise and confirm the plan. Soon, the new construction plan for the camp was out. Therefore, they led the engineering battalion of the legions to measure and mark the land outside of Rome according to the plan. Where should the trench be dug? How deep should it be? Where should the barricade be built? How high should it be? The position of the camp gate? The position of the sentry tower? Of course, the construction of the field camp of Dionia had special regulations. After many battles and revisions, there would not be too many changes. The soldiers had gone through countless military training and were already familiar with it. Therefore, when the legion commander rushed back and assigned the specific tasks of setting up the camp to the subordinate officers, the soldiers began to work in full swing. At the same time, the ballistae of the various legions of Dionia were pushed to the southwest corner of Rome, about 200 meters away from the city. The ballistae fired stone bullets at the city wall that protruded outward like a dog's ear. Dozens of stone bullets bombarded the city wall at the same time. The momentum was terrifying, causing the defenders on the city wall to cry out in alarm. Round after round of stone bullets bombarded the city wall, causing broken bricks and stone shards to fall continuously. This made the defenders on the city wall feel uneasy. The ballistae were not the only ones attacking the city of Rome. There were also bows. These huge iron arrows shot by bows that were magnified countless times were not aimed at the city wall. Instead, they fell on the slums behind the city wall, causing panic among the people of Rome. But soon, the people in the slums discovered that the iron arrows stuck on the ground and the houses were tied with several rolls of papyrus. Some of the bolder people stepped forward and untied the papyrus out of curiosity. The chief of the city guard, Scipio the Great, had one of the papyrus in his hand. He carefully opened it and read it. The papyrus was written in Latin: "My fellow citizens of Rome, my name is Bocchris. I used to be a citizen of Rome, and I lived on Mount Raventine since I was a child. 8 years ago, because a rascal drove a flock of sheep to bite the wheat seedlings in the field I rented, and he provoked me with words, I was so angry that I beat him up. As a result, the court sentenced me to a large fine. I could not pay it. In the end, under the pressure of the other party, I had to buy myself as a slave to pay off the high debt. It was only later that I found out that this person was a customer of Cabus Claudius Sabinus. That was why I lost the lawsuit that I should not have lost and became a slave, all my fellow citizens who live in Rome and have no land like me, all my fellow citizens who have a small piece of land but are born as commoners, are you living in anxiety every day like me? Are you worried that the nobles who own a lot of land and a lot of slaves will seize your insignificant land and turn you into their slaves? Just because they are rich enough, they want more. We have fought against the greed of the nobles many times, wanting to gain the right to protect ourselves, so we have abandoned the city many times, wanting the greedy nobles to realize the importance of us commoners. But to this day, these greedy nobles of Rome still control all the power in this city, and we are their livestock that can be slaughtered at any time. My compatriots, are you willing? Fortunately, thanks to Diana's blessing, the people of Dionia had arrived. Although Dionia was a country with a king, its citizens had a lot of power. They owned their own land, and the law protected them from being plundered. No matter where they were born or what race they were, as long as they had the ability, they could hold public office and even become senators. Even ordinary citizens could report officials who violated the law and let them be punished by the law. The king of Dionia promised me that he would make Rome as beautiful as Dionia. My compatriots, if you don't want to become slaves, then join the Dionysian army and overthrow the rule of these greedy and ugly nobles of Rome. After reading, a chill rose in Scipio the Great's heart, and his limbs turned cold. He hurriedly ordered, "Quick! Send someone to seize these papyri. Don't let anyone have them." When the city guards dispatched by Scipio the Great arrived at the slums, they saw some commoners gathered in groups on the streets, surrounding a few literate commoners, and whispering to each other as they listened to the commoners reading the papyri that were taken from the iron arrows. "I know this Bocchris. He used to live in front of my house, and he's a good person. When he became a slave, he even distributed some of his belongings to everyone. Sigh, this Claudius's family is really bad. They have always been harsh to us commoners. Last month, it was the youngest son of Cabus Claudius Sabinus, who had just become a platoon jarl, who injured my neighbor because of a trivial matter. He still can't get out of bed. It's not just the Claudius's family. Which one of the big families in Rome isn't bad? If you ask me, when the people of Dionia come, it's best to kill them all. Do you think what this letter says is true? Is it really that good to be a citizen of Dionia?" Just as the commoners were discussing the matter described in the papyri, the city guards who were carrying out the orders of their superior rushed in and forcibly seized the papyri. Naturally, a conflict broke out. Fortunately, the elders led by Ambustos, who received the news, arrived in time to appease the enraged commoners and criticize the city guards who almost caused the incident. At the same time, Ambustos held the papyri and shouted loudly, "Citizens, this is the conspiracy of the people of Dionia. They want to use this to drive a wedge between us and make us unable to defend the city together. More than a decade ago, we had a conflict because of internal quarrels. Some of the people abandoned Rome and went to Venus, causing the wrath of Jupiter. The Gauls gave us the most painful punishment. After the reconstruction of Rome, we have sworn on Mount Capitoline that we will never make the same mistake again. So, don't be fooled by the enemy's rhetoric. We must not let the tragedy of the destruction of Rome repeat itself." Ambustos' words quickly extinguished the anger of the people of Rome who were gathering. But at this moment, someone shouted, "Yes, the commoners who fled to Venus eventually moved back to Rome, but has the promise made by the Senate been fulfilled? We still owe a high amount of debt, we are unable to rent public land, we are unable to hold important positions in the city, We hope that one of the two consuls to be elected every year must be a commoner, but the Senate simply ignores our request. Ambustos looked at the speaker. The person who spoke was Tribune Gaius Julius Brutus. Before he could explain, the roar of the people sounded again. The tribune is right. The Senate is always perfunctory with us. They just want us to work for them. They don't want to give us any rights at all. This is the Rome of the nobles and the rich, not our Rome. What does it have to do with us if Rome is destroyed like this? When they promise us the same rights as the nobles, we will take up arms to fight against the people of Dionia. The protests of the people surged towards the elders like a tidal wave, causing them to panic. Usually, they had many ways to deal with such protests, but now they were besieged by an army. If they were not careful, they were afraid that before the enemy's attack began, they would be in chaos. So Ambustos hurriedly said, "The Senate will discuss their request immediately. Ask them to settle down and wait for a reply." With the consent of the people, the elders were able to return to the Senate and held an emergency meeting. However, whether it was debt cancellation or sharing public land with the commoners, they seriously affected the interests of the elders and nobles. Not to mention, letting commoners hold important positions in the city, or even the consuls, was a taboo for the nobles. Therefore, although the debate in the Senate was fierce, no conclusion was reached. At this time, Scipio the Great, who had been busy defending the city of Rome, received another urgent report: Dionia's warships had appeared on the Tiber River. Although he had already considered the possibility of enemy ships invading the Tiber River after learning that Ostia had fallen, he was still very nervous when he received this news. He immediately rushed to the southwest corner of the city wall, stood at the top of the city wall, and looked to the south. He saw a long line of three-decker-oared warships. Under the tutelage of the slaves and laborers, and with the sailors paddling with all their might, they moved upstream along the Tiber River. The warships at the forefront were already approaching the river port. These warships, which were very small in the vast sea, looked unusually huge on the Tiber River, which was only about 100 meters wide. The hulls of more than 50 meters long crossed the river, reaching half the width of the river. This made many Rome soldiers on the city wall very nervous. They had never seen a three-decker-oared warship before. And what made Scipio the Great even more nervous was that he saw many Dionia soldiers boarding the warships from the river port, and then the warships sailed to the opposite bank. Then, the Dionia soldiers boarded the river on the opposite bank. The Dionia wanted to attack Rome from the north through the bridge. Scipio the Great was shocked and immediately ordered, "Go and inform Cassius to strengthen the defense of the bridge. Be careful of the Dionia's attack." After the messenger left, Scipio the Great was still a little worried. He sent another 700 Rome soldiers to the bridge. Of course, most of them were citizens over 50 years old. While Scipio the Great was worried about the north of Rome, another soldier came to report that a group of Rome slaves and Latin laborers had appeared outside the western wall of Rome. Under the protection of the Dionia soldiers, they shouted at the soldiers on the city wall. The content of these slaves and laborers was actually similar to what was written on the papyrus scroll. It was just that these people spoke of their own experiences, which made it more convincing. They were not only talking about the civilians of Rome, but also the slaves. Because of the lack of troops in the city, the Senate of Rome had to let the slaves of the city serve as soldiers and promised to give them freedom after the war. Now the civilians and slave soldiers on the western wall were a little distracted. Their state of mind even affected the people in the city. The Senate's delay in making a decision had angered them. They gathered and ran to the front of the Senate to protest. They even declared that if the Senate did not give them a clear answer, they would open the city gate and welcome the Dionia. The urgent message sent by the chief of the city guards, Scipio the Great, and the people outside the gate forced the Senate to abdicate. The senators were like ants on a hot pan, panicking. At this time, Potatus' words reminded them, "Camillus is now the dictator of Rome." Yes, there was now a dictator in Rome. During this period, all the resolutions and laws in Rome had to be approved by him before they could be implemented. Now the dictator, Camillus, was away on an expedition. When he returned, the army of Rome would also return, and the crisis would naturally be resolved. The senators suddenly had an idea. In the past, the aristocrats of Rome had many fierce conflicts with the civilians. Most of them had relied on the strategy of delaying to survive the crisis. After that, nothing much had changed. This time, they still decided to use this method. All kinds of coincidences made them think that the gods were protecting Rome. Therefore, they quickly passed the proposal: abolish the interest on the debts of the people of Rome, allow all citizens to apply for public land, and limit the area of land that each person could rent. Civilians could take up important positions in the city, and they could consider that one of the 2 consuls every year would be held by a civilian. The slaves who participated in the defense this time would immediately be free. The senators passed the proposal, but they did not immediately go out to announce it to the people. Instead, they asked their trusted slaves to go home and gather the diners. They then quietly mixed into the crowd. After everything was arranged, they opened the door of the Senate, faced the crowd, and announced the proposal that they had passed. The crowd was overjoyed. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to the Senate! Victory to the Rome!" At this time, the senators took the opportunity to announce, since the dictator, Camillus, is now in power, according to the law of Rome, the proposal that we passed must be signed by him before it can be effective. So, please wait for 2 or 3 days. The enthusiasm of the people suddenly dropped as if a can of cold water had been poured on them. But at this time, the clan diners kept shouting, "Don't worry, Camillus is on our side. He has spoken for us in the Senate many times. Yes, look at how many civilian officers he has promoted in the army. He will definitely sign this proposal. As long as we hold on for another 2 or 3 days and wait for Camillus to return, we will be able to enjoy the same rights as the nobles. Yes, we must defend Rome." Although there were a few sensible people who felt that something was wrong, the atmosphere of the gathering had been stirred up by the nobles. Many people chose to believe what the senators said, and some even volunteered to become soldiers to protect Rome. A crisis that was about to erupt was averted, and the elders heaved a sigh of relief. As for whether or not Camillus would sign the bill when he returned, they were not worried that the noble Camillus would sign the bill against the pressure of all the elders. As for whether or not the commoners would protest because they were deceived, or even start a conflict, that was a matter for the future. They had to overcome the greatest danger before them first. Now, about a mile away from the east, west, south, and north of Rome were occupied by the Dionysian army. After a simple lunch and a short rest, the soldiers of the Dionia legions began to build camps under the leadership of their team officers. Apart from the 2 cavalry legions who were tasked with the task of observing the enemy's situation and attacking at any time, and the palace guards who were responsible for the safety of the king, the other 6 legions plus their auxiliary personnel, laborers responsible for transporting supplies, and even the crew of the 3rd Fleet, nearly 70,000 people were busy. Soon, the surroundings of Rome became a large construction site. The city of Rome was even covered in dust. In the area that the 2nd Legion was responsible for, Adoris and his comrades were waving pickaxes and shovels to dig trenches while talking. At this time, someone shouted, "Is Adoris here? Someone is looking for him." "Who is it?" As soon as Adoris poked his head out of the trench, he heard a joyful shout, "Brother! Clotho?" When Adoris saw who it was, Clotho Catax had already run to his side. "Why are you here?" "Father asked me to come and see you." "I'm fine. In the battle yesterday, my team killed many enemies, and none of them were injured." Adoris patted his bare chest and said a little proudly, "Tell father not to worry. I'm busy now and don't have extra time to talk to you. You can go back first. Father is now busy discussing tomorrow's battle plan with Tormid, Printos, and the other staff officers. I have nothing to do when I go back now. Why don't I work here with you?" Clotho Catax requested. "Okay." Adoris agreed without hesitation. Clotho Catax immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the dirty, dark pit. "Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Clotho Catax." Adoris introduced him to his comrades who were busy in the pit. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion were mainly citizens of Turin. Some of them came from Amendolara, Abyssinia, and Castellan, all of which belonged to the region of Turin. The young citizens of this region, of course, knew the situation of the royal family of Dionia. Some of them might have even met Clotho Catax when they were studying in Turin school. They knew who he was, so they greeted Clotho Catax warmly. On the other hand, Cloto and Katax greeted them with the same humble attitude of a new recruit greeting a veteran. This won the favor of the soldiers. Someone even jokingly said, "Even the First Legion is not as glorious as our division, because we have two princes here." "Captain, give me another wooden shovel," Adoris shouted. The captain, Timamanras, did not immediately hand over the wooden shovel. Instead, he asked cautiously in a low voice, "Can your brother do it?" "Captain, you're being biased. Why didn't you ask me if I could take it when you hit me with the stick?" Adoris said half jokingly and half seriously. "Your brother is not one of my soldiers," Timamanras replied calmly. "Don't worry. My brother has received military training since he was young, just like me. He's not that delicate," Adoris said as he took the wooden shovel and handed it to Cloto Katax. Cloto Katax immediately picked up the shovel and started working. Timamanras watched from the side for a while. Seeing that the young prince was working steadily and well, he was relieved. Then, he said loudly, "Brothers, with Cloto Katax's help, let's work hard and try to finish the task earlier. Let's leave the other divisions behind so that we can be rewarded by the captain. He will let our division take on the important task of attacking the city tomorrow." The captain's words made the soldiers work even more enthusiastically. Some even sang the battle song of the Legion of Dionysia. Soon, everyone was working and singing, and the construction site was bustling with noise and excitement. This scene made Cloto Katax a little envious. Just as he was in a daze, Adoris's voice rang in his ear. "Is it fun to be a soldier of the Legion?" Cloto Katax nodded slightly. "It's more fun during the battle. Even if you have some conflicts with your comrades, they will risk their lives to protect you on the battlefield, and you will also risk your life to protect them. At that time, everyone will become closer than real brothers. This is a very special feeling," Adoris said emotionally and patted his brother. "You don't have to worry. You have just reached 18 years old. When they were 18 years old, they were still in the reserve team. You are already on the battlefield and can participate in such an exciting battle. When you are older, father will definitely arrange for you to serve in the Legion." Cloto Katax nodded, but he was not sure if he could become a soldier of the Legion when he remembered what his father said to him. In yesterday's battle, the Roman army was defeated. Under the pursuit of the Daionia cavalry, Paulus, Meges, and Pantius led the remaining soldiers to escape into Antium. Pantius accidentally fell during the escape and was trampled by the panicked soldiers, causing his right leg to be fractured. If it were not for the guards who risked their lives to save him, he might have become a prisoner of Daionia. After entering the city, Paulus and Meges calmed down a little. But when the statistics came out, they suffered another blow. Out of the 25,000 soldiers who set out for the expedition, only about 1,000 soldiers returned. Fortunately, there were defeated soldiers returning one after another. Both of them learned from the defeated soldiers that along the way from Lavinium to Antium, many of the defeated soldiers who were injured in the hands and feet were crying because they could not walk. The two of them were anxious. After a discussion, they decided to send troops to rescue these wounded soldiers while it was dark and the Daionia had returned to their camp to rest. This was a great risk, and some soldiers even refused to go out of the city to rescue them. But fortunately, the Daionia soldiers had rested in the city of Lavinium, so Paulus and Meges could repeatedly lead the troops to rescue the wounded soldiers. They busied themselves until dawn the next day. The number of soldiers in the city had reached more than 12,000, but more than 5,000 of them had lost their ability to fight due to injuries. Even if all the doctors in Antium were gathered to treat them, it was still a drop in the bucket. Soldiers continued to wail and die in pain. Paulus and Mesius could do nothing about it, and besides, both of them and the soldiers were exhausted to the extreme, and they almost fell asleep on the ground. They slept until dawn. When Paulus woke up, it was almost noon. He soon received the first bad news: nearly 400 wounded soldiers died in the second half of the night. This made Paulus's already bad mood worse. The bread in his mouth was completely tasteless. At this time, Meges hurried to find him. "The scouts we sent out found that the Daionia soldiers who occupied Lavinium are no longer there." "They're gone? They've gone to attack Ostia?" Paulus asked in surprise. "I'm not sure about the specific situation. I've sent scouts to Ostia to investigate," Meges said with a worried look. I hope that Ostia can withstand the enemy's attack. I hope that dictator Camillus can lead his troops back as soon as possible. Paulus now regretted that he had fought with the Dionia so easily yesterday, causing the army to suffer heavy losses. The soldiers' morale was low, and it was impossible for them to lead the army into battle again. He sighed and asked, "What's the situation with the Lavinum?" The Dionia only imprisoned the Lavinum and took away their food, but they did not hurt them. Our cavalry has released them, but they don't know where the Dionysian army has gone. As Meges spoke, a guard pushed the door open hurriedly and said, "Generals, a messenger has arrived from Rome, saying that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Quick, let him in." The two looked at each other and felt a little uneasy. The Senate of Rome has ordered, given that the Dionia have captured Ostia yesterday and are now marching towards Rome, Rome is in danger. Generals Paulus, Meges, and Pantius should immediately lead their troops and rush back to rescue Rome. Ostia is lost? The Dionia are marching directly to Rome? These words were like 5 bolts of lightning, completely shocking the two generals. They never thought that the military action of the Dionia would be so fast and bold. At this moment, they regretted rashly fighting with the Dionia yesterday. However, no matter how difficult the situation was for the army, they must return immediately. Otherwise, if Rome were to fall, everything would be over. The two quickly reached an agreement, then explained the situation to Pantius, who was recuperating in bed, and asked him to temporarily take charge of Antium. Then, the two began to recruit soldiers, but they soon encountered a problem. Antium was a newly occupied town by Rome, and the Senate had made it a colonial city. Tens of thousands of landless civilians from Rome and Rome were moved to this town and distributed land to them. They were also the main part of the garrison of Antium. Due to the short period of time, the city had yet to form its own parliament. The main affairs of the town were still decided by Paulus, the military governor of Antium appointed by the Senate. However, it was impossible for Paulus to take away most of the civilian soldiers in Antium. Under the pressure of the army, the first thing the civilians of Rome, who had been distributed land, had to protect their newly distributed property in Antium. Therefore, Meges tried to persuade the citizens with kind words, while Paulus threatened them with the laws and power of Rome. One played the good cop, and the other played the bad cop. It took a lot of effort to finally recruit more than 5,000 civilian soldiers of Rome, who had been scared out of their wits by the Dionysian army. When they left the city, it was already afternoon, but Paulus did not lead the team to Rome immediately. Instead, they first passed by Saturnicum and Valette. After yesterday's defeat, many defeated soldiers fled to these two new colonial cities. Coupled with the soldiers who stayed in the cities, Paulus and Meges could still recruit many soldiers to strengthen their rescue team. Paulus left Antium with his army in a hurry. He did not know that a huge fleet had once again appeared on the sea near the port of Antium. Their destination was the port of Ostia. The Third Fleet's Raven warships all went along the Tiber River to Rome, leaving behind the fast 3-oared warships and other small and medium-sized warships. There were more than 80 of them. They set up a cordon north of the port of Ostia to escort the arrival of the entire fleet. "This is the port of Ostia in Rome? Isn't it a little too small?" The merchant ship approached the port. Standing at the bow of the ship, Dios, the ironware merchant of the kingdom of Dionia, looked at the port that was gradually approaching. He could not help but look disappointed. "What you see now is a port that has been expanded many times. 10 years ago, this port was even smaller," said Sostatus, the president of the Turii Chamber of Commerce. Sostatus, the president of the Tulii Chamber of Commerce, said. As a major merchant in the kingdom, he had a wide sales channel and had been to Ostia many times. "It doesn't matter whether the port is big or small, but why are there so few workers at the port?" The pottery merchant, Boris, who had just walked out of the cabin, had a surprised look on his face. He said anxiously, "The fleet that came with us is loaded with all kinds of goods. How long will it take to unload all the goods with so few people?" As he spoke, he saw thousands of strong men in the distance lining up and arriving at the port. "Look, His Majesty has already thought of this problem. He has sent the army to unload the goods for us," Boris said with a smile. The first to dock at the port were not merchant ships, but a few large passenger ships. The first to disembark were the senators from the Senate. The court clerk, Henipolis, was already standing at the port. He greeted them with a smile. Sir Assists. Sir Androporus. Sir Terrace. Sir Nicomachus. Welcome to Ostia of Latin. The senators returned the greeting. Is His Majesty in the city? Assists asked. His Majesty has led the army to attack Rome, so he is not here to welcome you, Henipolis explained. They are attacking Rome now? The senators were surprised. They were not high-ranking generals of the Dionysian army, so it was impossible for them to know the battle plan of the Devers. However, after they decided to come to Latin, they had done some research on the situation here. Of course, they knew the status of Rome in the Latin region. It was a large city with a population of over 100,000. Would it be so easy to take it down? Moreover, Rome was deep inland and far from the coast. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for His Majesty the Devers to directly lead the army into the heart of the Latin region after conquering Ostia? Henipolis saw the surprise and worry in their hearts, but he did not elaborate. Instead, he raised a papyrus scroll tied with black cloth and said, Sir Terrace, His Majesty has appointed you as the temporary chief executive of Ostia. You will be in charge of managing the most important port city in the Latin region. You will ensure the foreign trade of Ostia's port, the transfer of goods, and the smooth and prosperous sea and river passage to Rome. As he said this, he handed the letter of appointment to Terrace. Terrace quickly unfolded it and read it carefully. Henipolis then said to the others, when you are in Ostia, you can assist Sir Terrace in managing this city. This will also help you understand the situation in the Latin region in advance. After His Majesty has conquered Rome, you can go to Rome. Judging from Henipolis' tone, His Majesty was very confident in conquering Rome. Assists looked at the other senators without batting an eyelid and then expressed their understanding. At this time, Terrace, who had finished reading the order of the Devers, asked doubtfully, His Majesty has asked me to manage Ostia, but other than our army, there doesn't seem to be anyone else in this port. There were originally about 3,000 laborers and slaves in the port, but most of them were sent to transport the warships of the Third Fleet to Rome today. They will return soon. His Majesty has promised to give freedom to the slaves and allow laborers and slaves to join Dionia and become our citizens. In addition, there are thousands of Ostia imprisoned in the city. Henipolis suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, By the way, Sir Terrace, His Majesty wants me to remind you that although there are only a few people in Ostia, its location is very important to our expedition army. When the people of Rome recover, they will definitely come to fight for it with all their might. Therefore, although there are 3,000 soldiers in the city now, it is still slightly insufficient. However, the army is going to attack Rome with all their might and temporarily can't increase the number of troops here. Therefore, Sir Terrace, you have to ensure the safety of Ostia as your first priority. This is the key for Dionia to conquer Latin. After listening, Terrace's face became more solemn and he fell into deep thought. The reason why the Devers chose Terrace to be the governor of Ostia was that Terrace was different from the other senators who did not belong to the military system. He had received military training in Turiae for a long time and eventually became the captain of the reserve troops. Therefore, not only did he understand the military system of Dionia very well, but he also had rich commanding experience. Being the governor of Ostia could put his two strengths to good use. Of course, Assists was also a political talent who was good with both the pen and the sword, but the Devers had other plans for him. All right, sirs, my task is done. Henipolis' tone became lighter. He pointed to the attendant beside him and said, He will bring you to the city hall in the city. There are a few subordinates waiting for you to give orders, Sir Terrace. The accommodation of the sirs and officials, the settlement of the caravans, the transportation of the goods, and so on will all be handed over to you. In order to wait for you, I have already delayed a lot of time. Now, I have to rush to Rome. The attack on Rome is such an important battle. If I can't witness it with my own eyes, how can I write the biography of His Majesty? As Henipolis spoke, he bowed to the crowd and then jumped onto the war horse that his attendant had brought over. He led a group of cavalrymen and left. The remaining people stood at the dock and looked at each other for a moment. Terrace came back to his senses and bowed to the crowd. Sirs, I will have to ask for your help to take over this new city of Dionia. You're welcome, Sir Terrace. In this strange land, we should unite and help each other. Assists quickly said. Yeah. That's right. The others echoed. It's because we're going to govern a new area that we're more interested and motivated, Andropolis also said. Let's come to Latin together. Sir Terrace is the first to be appointed. This is great news. Although the situation is not suitable now, Terrace can owe us a banquet first. Nicomachus said half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, no problem. Just treat it as the payment for hiring you. Terrace immediately followed up. Then we can't let you get away with this banquet. It's very expensive to hire us. Assists also teased. Everyone laughed. While laughing, Terrace nodded slightly at Nicomachus, thanking him for using this method to resolve the possible jealousy in everyone's hearts. After all, they all came to Latin together, but he was the first to be appointed and placed in such an important position. Nicomachus responded with a smile. Terrace looked back at the many officials who were disembarking, as well as the cargo ships that were approaching the port. The long fleet of ships lined up all the way to the port. He immediately felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, so he hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Sirs, we have to hurry to the city hall." The sun was setting in the west, dyeing the horizon blood red. After a day of fierce fighting in Furentum, the sounds of fighting finally stopped. Instead, cheers filled the city. A bright red flag of Rome fluttered above Furentum. Dictator Camillus. The great Camillus. Long life Sir Camillus. When the dictator of Rome, Camillus, entered Furentum in full military uniform, every soldier who met or saw him stood up, saluted, and paid their respects to him. This veteran general with outstanding military achievements had once again won a glorious victory for Rome. Camillus had a kind smile on his face, praising the bravery of every soldier he met, but in fact, he was not as happy as he looked. Although he had taken the city, he did not completely wipe out the defenders in the city. Last night, some of the defenders of Furentum broke through the siege of Rome during the night. As Furentum was located at the foot of the Xianxia Mountains, it was a relatively large mountain city. Although the Roman army had nearly 70,000 soldiers, it was impossible for them to encircle the city as tightly as they did on the plains. In addition, the Xianxia had been defending with all their might for more than 10 days and had never had any intention of giving up this central city. Therefore, the soldiers of Rome let down their guard, allowing the enemy to successfully break through and escape into the mountains. This forced Camillus to launch an all-out attack on Furentum today. At this moment, Phraates rushed over. "How's the interrogation of the captives?" Camillus asked. Some of the captives admitted that Wolsey's reinforcements and some of the warriors of the Xianxia tribe chose to break through the siege last night. There were about 3,000 of them, 3,000 people. Camillus frowned. For the Roman army of nearly 70,000 people, 3,000 people was indeed insignificant, but the Roman army would not stay here for long. The remnants of the Xianxia and Wolsey might cause a lot of trouble for the Roman colonists. While Camillus was having a headache over this, Phraates said with a solemn expression, "Dictator, I learned another important thing from the captives. When the Wolsey persuaded them to break through, they said, the reinforcements of Dionia are coming, and there will be a war with the Roman army. They advised them not to defend Furentum, but to preserve their strength first. When the Roman army goes to fight the Dionia, they will retake the city. However, they could not bear to abandon Furentum, so they did not choose to break through." Camillus's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately asked, "The reinforcements of Dionia are coming again? How many are coming?" Phraates shook his head. "The captives are not clear about this. It could be a lie made up by the Wolsey to let them break through." Camillus pondered for a moment, and his face showed a hint of melancholy. He quickly made a decision. "We have left Rome for too long. Now it seems that Rome and its forces in the west are a little weak. From tomorrow onwards, the army will gradually return to Rome." As Camillus was speaking, he heard Lucius shouting, "Father! Father!" He looked up and saw his son rushing over from the city gate. There were a few people following behind him, and they looked familiar. Camillus blinked his murky eyes and said with uncertainty, "That seems to be Malusius?" Phraates gave him confirmation, "That's right, that's Malusius. The chief of the city guard of Rome actually came to Furentum." Camillus and Phraates looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Malusius had asked for 100 cavalrymen from Xianxia to escort him all the way to the south. Along the way, they even fought 2 battles with a small number of Helniki who came to intercept them. Finally, they arrived at Furentum at dusk. Knowing that the Roman army had conquered the central town of the Helniki, Malusius could not help but feel happy for Camillus. This achievement was enough to offset the criticism of him by the senators. He staggered to Camillus and reluctantly gave a military salute. He then said while panting, "Sir Dictator. The army of Dionia landed on the coast yesterday and captured Ostia. Today, they are marching towards Rome. The Senate requests you to return with the army immediately to rescue Rome." Frius was shocked when he heard this. "What? Rome, shoo?" Camillus looked at him with a serious expression. Frius immediately understood and stopped talking. He looked at the soldiers around him and did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. "How many people are there in the Dionysian army?" Camillus was much calmer than Frius. He asked in a deep voice. According to the report of the cavalry, there might be more than 50,000 people," Malusius replied. More than 50,000 people, that was not a small number. Camillus was shocked, mainly because he had received news that Carthage had engaged in a battle with Dionia some time ago. With Carthage's army advancing in Sicily, shouldn't Dionia be fighting with Carthage with all their might? Rome had clearly made a truce with Wolsey, and the Hernici who had turned to attack were still in the hinterland. It should not have affected Dionia much, and it should not have caused Dionia to go to war. Dionia actually ignored Carthage, who was obviously a threat to them, and instead attacked Rome, which was not a threat to them at this stage. This did not make sense. Camillus was very confused and annoyed at the same time. After all, his mistake had put Rome in a dangerous situation. But now was not the time for regrets. He had to make a decision quickly. He calmed himself down and immediately gave an order. Frius immediately informed Quintus, Licinius, and the other generals to the main tent for an emergency military meeting. Yes. Malusius. Camillus looked at the haggard young man and said apologetically, "I know you are very tired, but the situation is urgent now, and I still need your help. Sit down first, recover some strength, and drink some water." "Dictator, I am fine, I can still hold on." Malusius immediately puffed up his chest and said. Half an hour later, the main generals of the Rome army gathered in the main tent of the military camp. After listening to the Senate's order brought by Malusius, the whole tent was in an uproar. Camillus coughed, and his son, Lucius, immediately shouted, "Quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. Generals." Camillus sat on the main seat and said with a solemn expression, "Rome is under attack, we must return as soon as possible. But the soldiers have just taken down Furentum and need time to rest. Moreover, it is night time now, and it is very dangerous for the army to march in the dark. So I have decided to lead the army back tomorrow." Quintus immediately stood up and objected, "Dictator, there are only a few thousand soldiers stationed in the city of Rome, while the enemy has tens of thousands of people. The Senate has no choice but to recruit the elderly and children as soldiers. It will normally take 2 to 3 days to return to Rome from here. If we delay for one night, many people in Rome will die. We better hurry up and return immediately. If we return at this time, not to mention that the soldiers are already very tired, just the tens of thousands of people marching in the dark alone will be a big problem. If we encounter an attack from the Hernici or other enemies, they only need a small number of people to cause chaos among our tens of thousands of people, or even defeat us. Who will be responsible for this failure?" Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus loudly objected. "All right, all of you, stop arguing. I have not finished what I wanted to say just now." Camillus stretched out his hands and gestured for everyone to calm down. He said, "Although the army cannot march at night, a small number of troops can still do it with careful arrangements. Quintus, Licinius, each of you will lead 20 elite platoons and set off immediately along the Tolarus River. Try to reach the vicinity of Rome by tomorrow night." During the attack on the Hernici, as the battle line moved forward, the transport line was stretched. In order to prevent the Hernici and their allies from attacking Rome's supply transport, Camillus built a small defensive camp every 5 or 6 miles on the east bank of the Tolarus River. Generally, there were 2 or 3 platoons stationed there to escort the supply transport. Now, they could become the biggest help for the Roman army in the dark. Yes, Sir Dictator. We will reach Rome by tomorrow night. Quintus and Licinius immediately stood up and promised loudly. When you arrive outside Rome, you must observe the situation on the battlefield. Do not attack rashly. Instead, you must put pressure on the Dionysian army so that they will not dare to attack Rome with full force. Camillus patiently warned his men, then he said in a deep voice, I will do my best to lead the army to arrive the day after tomorrow night and meet with you. Then we will fight to the death with the Dionia. When the generals in the tent heard this, their uneasiness after learning the news turned into excitement. At night, when everything was quiet, most of the people of Rome in the city and the Dionia soldiers outside the city were asleep. However, outside the northeast wall of Rome, hundreds of soldiers quietly came out of the camp of the First Legion of Dionia. They wore black shirts and black scarves over their heads. Leather shields and short swords were tied tightly to their backs, and a small bag of beef jerky was tied to their waists. In this pitch-black night, they quietly moved southwest and crossed the open Piazza de Mars. The Piazza de Mars was originally a wide wetland caused by the long-term flooding of the Tiber River. Servius, the 6th king of Rome, drained and filled the wetland, and finally obtained this vast flat land, which he named Piazza de Mars. Using the name of the god of war of Rome, it could be seen that this flat land was originally used to gather troops, but later, it was also used as a voting place for the citizens' assembly. After all, the city of Rome did not have enough open space to accommodate all the citizens. However, after the arrival of the Dionysian army, the people of Rome retreated to defend the city, and the Piazza de Mars was left empty because it was located outside the northern wall. When the group came to the edge of the Piazza de Mars, they saw the towering city wall in front of them and the dark mountain behind it. It was the mountain that occupied an important position in the hearts of the people of Rome, Capitoline. After these people determined the direction, they quietly followed the direction of the city wall and turned west. After walking for a while, they heard the sound of flowing water. The Tiber River was in front of them. These people immediately spread out and searched along the riverbank. Soon, someone shouted in a low voice, "Captain, over here." The one who was addressed as captain was none other than the captain of the Mountain Ridge Scouts, Izamu. The place where the soldier stood had 2 thick wooden pillars. They had been driven deep into the ground, and the part above the ground was only half the height of a person. Between the wooden pillars was a wooden plank that led all the way to the river, but it was broken midway. This was a destroyed wooden bridge. Xianxia looked ahead and saw a vague outline of land less than 20 meters away from the shore. He knew it was the island in the middle of the river called Tiberina by the people of Rome. Before the Dionysian army arrived in Rome, the people of Rome evacuated the people living on the island and destroyed the wooden bridges that led to it. If the people of Rome hadn't evacuated the island, they might have discovered our actions. Xianxia thought. He then said in a low voice, "Bring the rope here and tie it to this wooden pole." More than 10 people carried a large bundle of rope that was as thick as a spear and tied one end of the rope to the wooden pole. "Is Tarentus ready?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. "Captain, I can't wait any more," a strong soldier replied in a slightly stiff voice. "All right, it's up to you." Xianxia hammered his sturdy chest with his fist. He turned around and said to the other soldiers, "Tie it up for him." The team members tied the other end of the rope around his waist. He did not carry a leather shield or a short sword. Instead, he had a rope hook, an iron saw, and a big iron pincer. After the rope was tied around his waist, the team members tugged on it and felt that it was very sturdy. Xianxia looked at the warrior from Masapi with anticipation and encouraged him, "The Hades will protect you. Go, go, and become a hero of the kingdom like Therion." Tarentus solemnly saluted. Xianxia and the team members also solemnly returned the salute. Tarentus wore the vest made of inflatable lamb's belly under his arm. Then, he grabbed the rope with both hands and walked backward toward the river. The coldness of the river caused his skin to tighten. The slippery bottom of the river made him unable to stand up straight. The river Tiber seemed to flow slowly during the day, but when he walked into the river, he could feel how strong its momentum was. Tarentus could not help but flow downstream. Fortunately, the rope around his waist was holding his body back. His team members were slowly releasing the rope like a tug-of-war, allowing him to slowly move downstream. Not long after, he saw that the river bank in front of him was no longer flat. It had become a bank that was 7 to 8 meters tall. It stood straight beside Tarentus. Tarentus had observed the terrain beforehand. He knew that this meant that he had already passed the walls of Rome. Even though he was still by the river, the water had become deeper. He could not step on the bottom of the river. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the lamb's belly allowed him to float on the surface of the river. He slowly drifted downstream. Tarentus' eyes were wide open as he stared ahead. Not long after, he saw the Rome bridge lying across the river in front of him. It was the bridge that the commander had mentioned many times. He was instantly delighted. The rope that the mountain ridge scouts were holding onto was originally very tight, but it suddenly loosened up. The team members were also delighted. They should have arrived. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He asked in a low voice, "How long is the rope?" The team member who was in charge of counting answered, "Nearly 250 meters. Then, we should have arrived." Xianxia was so sure because he had asked Vacres and a few other former citizens of Rome in detail beforehand. At this moment, Tarentus was hugging the pillar closest to the bank. He turned his head to look at the bank. With the dim moonlight from the crescent moon in the sky, he could vaguely see a big, dark hole on the bank near the bridge. It was about 4 meters from the river. Tarentus was delighted again. He knew that he had found the famous drainage system of Rome that the commander had mentioned, the Maxim sewer. Thus, he untied the pickaxe hanging from his waist and untied the cloth that was wrapped around it. His other hand continuously tugged at the rope. Soon, the team members who received the signal pulled him back. He took the opportunity to paddle with his hands and feet, getting closer to the bank. After a while, the rope was lowered bit by bit, and he was washed to the bottom of the sewer. It was easy to see where the sewer was because it had an unpleasant stench, and the bank was wet and covered in moss. Tarentus immediately raised the pickaxe and stabbed it hard. The sharp tip of the pickaxe plunged into a crack in the stone. He grabbed the pickaxe with one hand and tugged at the rope with the other. This was to tell his team members to stop releasing the rope and tighten the rope to keep him in this position. Then, he patiently untied the hook on his body and grabbed the end of the rope in his hand. He estimated the distance and threw it above his head. He heard a crisp clang above his head. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly dodged. The iron hook brushed past his body and fell into the river. That was close. Tarentus did not immediately pull up the rope that fell into the river. Instead, he stuck to the bank and carefully observed the movements on the bridge. He was afraid that the patrolling soldiers of Rome would hear him. But he had obviously underestimated the Tiber River. Even though it looked calm and was not as turbulent as when Thurian crossed the Crete River in the past, the river had been crashing against the bridge and the bank for many years. The deep and heavy sound was enough to absorb any faint sounds around him. After a while, seeing that there were no movements on the bridge or the bank, Tarentus threw the hook in his hand again. He first heard a slightly smaller, crisp sound, followed by a low, muffled sound. The hook did not fall. Tarentus was delighted. He stretched out his hand and tugged hard. The rope was very taut. It seemed that the hook was very firmly hooked. He pulled the pickaxe out with force and hung it back at his waist. Then, he grabbed the hook with both hands and slowly climbed up. This section of the bank was where the sewage from the sewer was discharged. It was relatively slippery. Tarentus slipped a few times and his body hit the stone wall, but he held back and did not make a sound. Finally, he climbed to the exit of the sewer and grabbed the iron grate that blocked the exit. The Maxim sewer was originally a drainage ditch dug by the people of Rome to drain the flooded river between the hills. This project happened to be built by the last king of Rome, Cultivation. Its original location was in the Forum of Rome next to the Senate. As the city of Rome improved and the population increased, there was no longer a need to drain the sewer and remove the silt. Instead, the discharge of domestic sewage became a concern for the people. So, every household began to dig a drainage ditch in front of their house and connect it to the original large drainage ditch. They discharged all kinds of sewage produced in their homes into the Tiber River through the drainage ditch. Over time, the number of drainage ditches increased and became longer. They covered the entire city of Rome, and their routes were extremely complicated. The people of Rome constantly discharged dirty water, sewage, feces, urine, and even various kinds of garbage into the sewers. This often caused the drainage ditches to be blocked and the stench to reach the sky. Occasionally, it would also lead to the outbreak of diseases. Later, a senator named Maxim in the Senate proposed a bill to establish a new department and send special public officials of the city to manage the drainage ditches in Rome. The motion was approved by almost unanimous votes. So, the drainage ditches were widened and dug deep. The ground was paved with stone slabs and it was regularly dredged. From then on, the drainage ditches became sewers. The people of Rome also created a god for this complicated sewer system, the goddess Cloacina. The exit of this sewer was as tall as a person and was nearly circular. The iron gate was solidly welded into the stone wall, and each iron rod was as thick as an adult's finger. However, this iron gate was obviously very old. It was covered in rust, especially at the bottom of the iron gate, which had long been corroded by the sewage that was discharged every day. The thickness of the iron gate was uneven. After Terentius touched the iron gate once, he had an idea. He untied the rope around his waist and tied it firmly to the iron gate. Then, he pulled the rope with force. After getting the response from his teammates, he grabbed the iron pole with one hand and squatted down. He untied the tools on his body, took out the saw, and used it to saw the iron pole below. Just as he was busy, Xianxia held back his excitement and immediately sent out another scout team member. The scout grabbed onto the rope that was already connected and successfully reached the bottom of the sewer from the broken bridge. He easily climbed to the exit and gestured at Terentius. Without saying a word, he took off his tools and did the same thing as his teammate, saw the metal pole and used a pair of pliers to break it. This went on for more than 20 minutes. Finally, there was an opening at the bottom of the iron bars. Terentius took off the items on his body and threw them into the hole through the gap between the iron rods. He then crouched down and stuck close to the slippery moss and smelly dirty water. He crawled into the hole with great effort. He then leaned his sore and numb body against the stone wall as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was so tired that he could no longer care about the filthy garbage stuck to the waterway. His teammate quickly crawled in and pulled the rope that was tied to the iron bars. Xianxia, who was originally at the riverbank, could not hold back his excitement. He said in a low voice, "We did it. We did it. Brothers, follow me. Let's enter Rome together." In the morning, the divers were woken up by Cultivation. Last night, divers had been busy thinking about today's siege. It was only late at night when he received a message from Xianxia's messenger that he felt relieved. He couldn't resist the urge to sleep and slept until now. When they were woken up, the divers were still in a daze. He blurted out, "What happened?" "No, father. The commanders are waiting for you to give the order to attack." Cultivation quickly replied. The divers realized that he had lost his composure. He patted his face and felt more awake. He then stood up and said, "Bring me armor." The servant immediately brought the armor and helped the divers put it on. Cultivation also helped. "Don't worry. Don't panic." Devers comforted his son and asked, "How's the weather?" "Father, it's a sunny day." Cultivation answered briskly. "This is a good sign." Devers smiled and took the helmet from the servant. After putting it on, he calmly adjusted it and said, "Let's go and meet the main characters of today's siege." As he spoke, he strode towards the big tent next to him. "Your Majesty." The generals in the tent immediately stood up and saluted. They then looked at the Devers with bright eyes as he walked to the main seat. 1st Legion Commander Amintas, 2nd Legion Commander Martonis, Legio III Commander Lazaru, Legio IV Commander Olivers, 5th Legion Commander Georges, Legio VI Commander Trotiras, 1st Cavalry Commander Leds, 2nd Cavalry Commander Cusius, 3rd Fleet Navy Commander Middleades. The Devers' gaze slowly swept across them. Every face that was rough and scarred from years of battle was now filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, in the eyes of the Devers, the shining stars in the big tent gave him more confidence. He smiled and said, "It seems that everyone is very confident. What are you waiting for? Get ready to attack." "Yes, Your Majesty." The generals also responded with a smile. Lazaru and Middleades, you lead the 3rd Fleet and Legio III to attack half an hour after the other legions attack. Yes, Your Majesty. The Devers specifically gave this one sentence and then said resolutely, everyone, you must attack Rome before dark. I will wait here for the news of your victory. On Capitoline Hill in Rome, in the magnificent temple of Jupiter, the high priest Cato Julius Juris was praying to the god devoutly. Behind them were many elders of Rome, as well as some senior officers led by Scipio the Great, the chief of the city guards. The sacrificial ceremony in Rome was relatively simple. After the prayer ended, the divination priests appeared. They were holding a rooster with a red crown on its head and mostly red feathers. A priest scattered a handful of black beans on the ground and then let go of the rooster. The rooster, who was originally listless, it had not been fed since yesterday afternoon, saw the black beans on the ground. Its eyes suddenly widened, and its legs moved quickly. Its wings kept flapping, and it pounced on the black beans like lightning. Then, it kept pecking at the black beans with its head, making the people around it dizzy. In the blink of an eye, the black beans were eaten clean by the rooster. Not a single one was left. The rooster was still not satisfied and wandered around the temple, looking for new food. Seeing the performance of the holy rooster, the people watching were all happy. There was no need for the priest to make a final conclusion. Everyone was happy. This was a good omen. At this time, the divination priests outside the temple had also completed their task. The most important divination method for the Rome priests was to divide the sky into 4 parts, and then see which part of the sky had abnormalities, such as dark clouds, flocks of birds, showers. They would decide whether these abnormalities were good or bad omens. After entering the temple, they announced loudly, "Good omen! Good omen!" Cheers immediately rang out inside and outside the temple. When the people and soldiers at the foot of the mountain heard the cheers coming from the top of the mountain, they immediately felt confident. At this moment, woo! A loud bugle call came from outside the city. The people on Capitoline Hill suddenly had a change of expression. The Dionysia's attack had begun? Scipio the Great hurried to the edge of the cliff and looked northwest. In the distance, many figures had appeared in front of the enemy's camp. It was the camp of the 1st Legion of Dionysia, and they had begun to line up. Scipio the Great maintained a calm expression and turned to the generals and said, "The Dionysia has begun to attack. All of you return to your respective defense areas and command the people to defend Rome." "Yes." The generals answered with vigor. Scipio the Great led them down the mountain in a hurry. Most of the people crowded at the foot of the mountain were women and children. They took the initiative to make way for the generals and wished them victory and drive away the enemy. After the emergency mobilization the night before and yesterday, the city of Rome had recruited about 25,000 soldiers. Scipio the Great divided the troops into 4 parts according to the situation of the Dionysia camp outside the city. 5,000 soldiers defended the northeast wall, 5,000 soldiers defended the west wall, 10,000 soldiers defended the south wall, which corresponded to the huge Dionysia camp outside the city, and the remaining less than 5,000 soldiers defended the bridge of Rome in the north. The one in charge of the defense of the northeast wall was Marcus Attilius. He was originally the chief of the cavalry among the 3,000 elite soldiers who stayed in Rome. He was born into a prominent Roman family and was a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Therefore, Scipio Africanus entrusted him with the responsibility of defending the northeast wall, which had the longest range of defense and was the farthest from the center of Rome. So after going down the mountain, he did not need to walk far and immediately went to the top of the wall next to Capitoline Hill. Some Rome soldiers immediately surrounded him. "General, the enemy has begun to attack." The people surrounding him were all teenagers who were not even 18 years old. Their childish faces were intertwined with excitement and nervousness. They had long since held their spears and leather shields in their hands. The way they looked at Marcus was like how a child would look at its parent with admiration. "Don't panic. Our walls are so high, and the trenches are so deep. The enemy can't attack us. Jupiter has given us a good omen. The holy chicken has eaten all the fodder, and the Dionysia will be defeated. Jupiter will protect Rome." After listening to Marcus' words of encouragement, the soldiers cheered. Marcus squeezed out of the crowd and found his adjutant. With a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "Go and inform the platoon leaders to control their soldiers and hold their positions. No one is allowed to run around. Otherwise, they will be punished by military law." The adjutant immediately went to carry out the military order. Marcus saw a row of soldiers sitting against the outer wall. Their weapons and even helmets were placed on the ground beside their hands. At a glance, almost all of them had gray hair. They were talking to each other in a relaxed manner, as if they did not know that a battle was coming. These were all Roman citizens above the age of 50. Although their strength had faded due to old age, and their bones were no longer as strong as before, almost all of them were battle-hardened. Therefore, compared to the young soldiers who had yet to experience battle, Marcus trusted these real veterans more. This was also his helplessness. In his team, other than the old and young, there were only some civilians and slaves. In his heart, these people who almost caused a big mess yesterday were not worthy of his complete trust. Marcus placed his hands on the battlements and looked into the distance. The Dionysius siege troops had advanced to a distance where he could see them clearly. The Dionysius siege troops were divided into groups of a dozen heavy infantry. They carried a long and wide wooden board on their heads and lined up in loose columns. The columns were spaced apart, and they approached the wall at a steady pace. "Blow the bugle and get the soldiers ready for battle," Marcus ordered. The bugle was soon blown. Under the command of the platoon leaders, the Rome soldiers quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and stood in a defensive position. They watched the approaching enemy and were ready to attack at any time. The older citizens acted as auxiliary soldiers, carrying bundles of javelins, arrows, cans of tar, and even stones and wood. They placed them on the designated walkways. The frontline Dionysian soldiers were less than 150 meters away from the city walls, which was within the firing range of the archers on top of the city walls. Marcus did not give the order to attack, but there were still sparse arrows being fired from the city walls. When Marcus saw this, he immediately shouted, "Listen to the order. Don't attack indiscriminately. Don't shoot arrows. Don't shoot arrows." The messenger ran along the wall while conveying Marcus' order. In Marcus' view, the front line of the Dionysius siege troops were originally heavy infantry. Arrows posed little threat to them, not to mention that they had wooden planks on top of their heads. In a situation where they could hardly achieve anything, there was no need to waste arrows and consume the strength of the soldiers. The Dionysius soldiers had arrived in front of the trench that was only more than 20 meters away from the city wall. They put down the wooden planks on top of their heads and placed them on the ground in front of the trench. At this moment, Marcus gave the order to attack and took the lead to throw a javelin. So, the Roman soldiers who were already prepared shot javelins and arrows at the enemy not far below the city wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Dionysius soldiers put down the wooden planks, they immediately ran back, causing most of the long-range attacks to miss. While these heavy infantry ran back, they approached the city wall in a strange formation in the distance. Tortoise-shell formation? The Roman soldiers on the city wall were in a commotion. Since the reform of the Roman army in the past 10 years, the most practical tactic of sieging a city actually appeared in the enemy's formation. Although they had heard from the citizens who had fought with the Dionysia before that Dionysia's tactics were very similar to those of Rome, when it really appeared in front of Marcus and the Roman soldiers, it still made their hearts palpitate. When these Dionysia heavy infantry came in front of the wooden planks, they quickly dispersed into the tortoise-shell formation, and then quickly formed a row of shield walls diagonally facing the city wall. Their movements were so fast that it seemed like they had gone through countless training sessions. Before the Roman soldiers on the city wall could react, they had already completed the formation change. Then, under the protection of the shield formation, 7 or 8 unarmored Dionysius soldiers squatted on the ground and shouted slogans together. They pushed one end of the wooden planks, trying to push the planks across the 5-meter-wide trench so that the other end of the planks could be placed on the other side of the trench to form a simple wooden bridge. How could the Roman soldiers let them succeed so easily? The rain of arrows and javelins poured down and hit the shield formation. Ding! Bang! 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 Occasionally, a javelin pierced through the shield and stabbed the soldiers' arms. Some arrows passed through the gap between the shields and injured the soldiers' unprotected thighs. However, they still endured the pain and maintained the integrity of the shield formation. Soon, more than 20 wooden bridges were set up on the trench. The Dionia soldiers helped their injured teammates up and began to retreat. As they retreated, they quickly transformed the shield formation into a tortoise-shell formation. The enemy's ability to change formations skillfully, maintain the stability of the shield formation in the face of strong long-range attacks, retreat quickly, and take care of the injured soldiers. This was definitely an extremely well-trained and experienced team. Marcus knew that he had encountered a strong enemy, but he had no time to feel panic at this moment. Fire the arrows and burn those wooden bridges. He pointed to the wooden planks on the trench below the city and hurriedly ordered. The auxiliary soldiers immediately wrapped tarred cloth strips around the arrowheads and handed them to the archers. While the Dionia soldiers under the city were retreating, more soldiers formed a larger tortoise-shell formation and advanced toward the city wall. Behind these tortoise-shell formations were nearly 1,000 soldiers without armor. Some of them had bows on their shoulders. They lined up in a looser formation, and they were about to enter the shooting range of the arrows. It's the Dionia light infantry. The Roman platoon jarls on the top of the city wall quickly made a judgment and decided to give them a head-on attack to prevent them from approaching the city wall and posing a threat to the defenders. When the Roman soldiers aimed their arrows at them, the Dionia light infantry stopped 150 meters away. Marcus was a little puzzled when he saw some of the Dionia light infantry constantly swinging their arms. Soon, he saw countless black dots whizzing over, and most of them smashed on the wall below the Roman soldiers, creating a series of crackling noises. Ah! A soldier not far from Marcus suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. He was bleeding from his brow bone. The soldiers picked up the object and handed it to Marcus. It was a black lead ball that was smaller than an egg. Marcus weighed it in his hand. It was still a little heavy. Stone throwers. These were the Dionia stone throwers that Camillus mentioned. Marcus suddenly remembered the battle report that Camillus made in the Senate. That's right, these were the Rhode Island stone throwers, the unique unit of the 1st Legion. They were also the only one left in the entire Dionysian army. After the first throw, they made adjustments according to the landing point. So when they waved the catapult again and threw the lead ball, it was obviously more accurate this time. Most of the lead balls fell on the top of the city wall. The Roman soldiers hurriedly put their long shields on top of their heads. The archers did not have protective gear, so they could only dodge to the side of the heavy infantry. The section of the city wall where Marcus was located was in a panic. At this time, the Dionia tortoise-shell formation had arrived in front of the wooden bridge. They quickly spread out, revealing 2 ladders hidden in the formation. Every 6 soldiers carried a ladder that was 20 meters long. They quickly rushed over the wooden bridge and rushed to the city wall in front of them. The heavy infantry, with swords and shields in hand, followed closely behind and crossed the trench. The Roman soldiers on the top of the city wall did not care to avoid the incoming lead balls. They began to throw javelins and fire arrows. Under such a fierce attack, the Dionia heavy infantry began to suffer casualties, but at this time, they could not care about rescuing their comrades. The soldier carrying the ladder fell down, and the soldier closest to him immediately put down his sword and shield and stepped forward to take his place. Like this, the soldiers quickly raised the ladder high and quickly leaned against the wall. Then, they quickly pulled the ladder down diagonally. The sharp foot of the ladder plunged into the soil, and the curved iron hooks tied at the top hooked onto the battlements. With soldiers on both sides holding the ladder stood quite steadily. The Dionia heavy infantry protected their heads with their left hand and climbed up the ladder with their right hand. The juvenile soldiers of Rome began to play their role. Some threw stones and logs down, some poured thin oil and threw torches, some poured freshly boiled water down, and some used swords to slash at the joint of the ladder and the iron hooks. The light infantry of the 1st Legion of Dionia had also rushed to the bottom of the city wall. They threw arrows and javelins at the top of the wall. The Roman soldiers who attacked from below but exposed their bodies outside the battlements became the focus of their attacks. Brothers, you have done a good job. You have steadily attacked the bottom of the wall without suffering many losses. Amyntas had arrived at the back of the stone throwers, less than 200 meters away from the city wall. This way, it was convenient for him to observe the situation and give commands. He was very satisfied with the progress of the siege so far, so he said to Printos next to him, "This is all thanks to you." The Devers were worried that Amintas would take too much of a risk and cause the First Legion to suffer too many losses, so they sent Printos because they had a good relationship with each other. Printos said modestly, "It's mainly because the First Legion that you lead is well-trained, Commander." "Yes, the First Legion is the strongest. And the reserve soldiers that were replenished did not embarrass the tourists. They are not any worse than the veterans. It's a pity that His Majesty didn't hand over the siege towers, siege vehicles, and ballistae to the First Legion. Otherwise, the enemies on the walls would have suffered even more." Amintas complained loudly. Printos did not answer. Before he came, the Devers had warned him that this time, the First Legion would be the auxiliary attack. The First Legion had suffered a lot in the previous battles, so they did not have to go all out this time. They could be used in the later battles. As the Deputy Chief of Staff, Printos actually knew that His Majesty the Devers still had a consideration in mind. They could not always let the First Legion be the main force. They had to give the other legions a chance to do so. This was not only a balance, but it was also beneficial to train the other legions, and improve the overall combat power of the Dionysian army. However, even without those siege weapons, the First Legion can still attack Rome before the other legions. Amintas said confidently, "Printos, in half an hour, I will send the remaining 3 brigades to put more pressure on the people of Rome." Printos was shocked and tried to persuade him in a euphemistic way, "Commander, the siege has just begun. Should we observe the enemy's defense before making a decision? Besides, it is still uncertain whether the allies of Rome will come to help. We must always pay attention to the reports from the scouts. So, these 3 brigades are the reserves. It is better not to move for the time being." Amintas' eyes widened. He was about to lose his temper, but he quickly held it back. He had been in the Dionysian army for so many years, so his mind was much more meticulous than his rough appearance. Before the war, why did His Majesty the Devers send Printos to the First Legion? Was it not His Majesty's order that he said these words? Amintas suddenly did not want to speak. He just put his hands on his hips and kept watching the battle in front of him. He no longer looked at Printos. Scipio the Great stood in the middle of the south wall, which was the closest place to the center of Rome. Because the back of the left and right walls were next to Mount Ascari and Mount Sirio, even if the people of Dionia broke through the 2 parts of the wall, it would be impossible for them to quickly advance into the city because of the hills behind them. Therefore, this place would be the focus of the attack of the people of Dionia. At first glance, Scipio the Great and the soldiers were shocked. They thought it was a miracle. However, Scipio the Great quickly understood and ordered his guards to shout, "There are people in the carriages! There are people in the carriages!" Thus, the panic of the soldiers was dispelled. Scipio the Great and the soldiers watched as the hundreds of wooden carriages entered the range of the archers, but there was nothing they could do. After a while, the wooden carriages at the front stopped in front of the trench, and the wooden carriages at the back quickly followed. One by one, the wooden carriages connected from end to end. Soon, 5 wooden carriages were formed in front of the trench, extending beyond the range of the archers. Behind them, there were many carts filled with the sacks made by the Dionia soldiers yesterday. Countless unarmored Dionia soldiers lined up and passed the sacks forward one by one. The soldiers who pushed the wooden carriages earlier did the same. Soon, the sacks were thrown into the trench one after another. This strange way of filling the trench surprised the Roman soldiers on the wall, but it made them even more nervous. Although Scipio the Great did not know what these wooden carriages were used for, he still ordered the soldiers to fire arrows at them out of instinct. However, the wooden carriages at the front were covered with a thin layer of soil and wrapped in soaked linen, so it was not easy to ignite them. At the same time, many wooden carriages with a wide wooden plank erected in front of them were lined up side by side, advancing toward the wall in the middle of the 5 wooden carriages. The ones pushing them were the light infantry of the 2nd Legion of Dionia. With the wooden plank as a shield, the arrows could hardly hurt them. These wooden carriages were pushed to the front of the trench, forming a wooden wall that was not very continuous. The light infantry of Dionia fired arrows at the Roman soldiers on the wall through the gaps between the wooden plank. Adoris was in a wooden carriage. Like the other soldiers, he was not wearing any armor. This was to conserve his energy and make it faster to carry out his mission. In fact, Adoris did not know how many sacks he had passed to the front, but he still felt very energetic. At this time, the captain at the front shouted, "Brothers, pay attention. Push the carriages forward." Before the siege, the officers had told the soldiers the plan of action, so Adoris knew that the trench in front had been filled. The wooden carriages in front would be moved to the trench, compacted the ground, and covered with wooden planks. This way, the siege weapons could pass through the trench. Although the wooden carriages were large, except for the wooden roofs and sides, the interior was hollow, so they were not heavy. The wooden carriages had 2 wheels, so they could be stuck on the walls of the carriages instead of connecting the 2 sides with a long axle. This ensured that the wooden carriages could pass through the middle without any obstruction. Adonis and his comrades pushed the wooden carriages forward. Soon, the wooden carriages were connected with the front and back. And soon connected with the front and rear wooden carriages. Adonis. Wooden planks were passed from the wooden carriages. Adoris. Then, the officers organized the soldiers in the wooden carriages to retreat in an orderly manner. When Martones, who was at the front of the siege formation, heard from his men that Adoris was fine and had retreated with the other soldiers, he heaved a sigh of relief. He ordered his adjutant, "You can let the heavy infantry attack now. Thanks for your hard work, brothers. It's our turn now." The legionnaires who passed by Adoris and his comrades said in high spirits, "May Hades bless you." Adoris and his comrades gave their blessings to their comrades. Then, they started to put on their armor and looked at the fully armed legionnaires enviously. Some of them were carrying ladders, while others were holding spears and shields. They lined up in 2 columns and quickly entered the wooden carriages. Soon, they appeared at the opposite side of the city. The siege began. When Martones saw the ladders hanging all over the city wall and the soldiers of the 2nd Legion gathered at the foot of the wall, he could not wait to give another order. "Let the siege towers attack." Under the orders of the messenger, many more soldiers rushed to the front. Their mission was to push the wooden carts into the trenches. This would not only provide more paths for the follow-up troops to attack the city, but it would also allow the large-scale siege weapons to be pushed to the bottom of the city, clearing the obstacles. As some of the wooden carriages had been set ablaze by the fire arrows, the soldiers had to expend more energy to push them away. After the wooden cart was pushed away, what was revealed was an extremely smooth road leading to the city walls. Scipio the Great ordered his soldiers to attack the Daionia heavy infantry at the foot of the city wall, as well as the Daionia light infantry at the foot of the trench. Therefore, he could not stop the Daionia soldiers from pushing the wooden carriages away. He was also puzzled by the seemingly unnecessary action of the Daionia soldiers. Not long after, he saw 5 towering wooden towers in the distance. They seemed to be taller than the city wall, and they were slowly approaching the city wall. He was just as shocked as the soldiers around him. In his long career, he had participated in many sieges. The most difficult one was undoubtedly the Siege of Venus, which lasted for almost 10 years. Although it was difficult, it had also enriched his experience in sieging and defending a city. But today, Daonia's novel method of sieging a city had already made him a little nervous. Now, the appearance of the super siege towers had completely shocked him and the soldiers of Rome. After all, the surrounding forces that he had faced in the past were either inferior to the military technology of Rome or equivalent to that of Rome. On the other hand, the kingdom of Daionia had completely crushed Rome in this aspect. This showed the gap between the civilizations, and it made Scipio the Great feel a little helpless. But he quickly pulled himself together and shouted, "Prepare the fire arrows. Burn them with fire." The engineering team of Daionia was able to build 5 siege towers in a day not only because they had a large number of builders, but also because the Devers had considered the needs of the siege before they set off. They had asked them to make some key components of the siege machines in advance and brought them along with the army. For example, the wheels, axles, pulleys, and the L-shaped iron frame used to fasten the wooden joints of the siege towers. This allowed the engineers and carpenters to save time and complete the task in the past 1.5 days. Compared to the siege towers of Syracuse, this siege tower was very different. Its front was less than 3 meters wide, just the same as the width of a wooden cart. Therefore, it could smoothly pass through the few sections of the trenches that had been leveled. The rear of the siege tower was slanted downward, forming a trapezoid shape. Wooden ladders were placed on the outside, allowing the soldiers to smoothly and quickly enter each floor of the siege tower. As the siege tower was being pushed forward, the wooden window of the second-to-last floor was opened. The bowstring of a belly bow was pulled open, and iron arrows were loaded. The soldiers pressed the trigger, and the iron arrows whistled through the air and flew to the top of the wall in a flash, piercing the chests of several Roman soldiers and bringing them down to the back of the city. The power of the belly bow terrified the Roman soldiers who were facing the siege tower. They had to divert their attention to guard against this terrible killing weapon. Naturally, they could not focus on attacking the Daionia soldiers who were climbing up the wall. If it were not for the mobile troops deployed by Scipio the Great on the wall, the Daionia soldiers would have almost reached the top of the wall. Before the Roman soldiers could catch their breath, the Daionia light infantry at the top of the siege tower began to throw arrows at the defenders who were already within shooting range. While the 2nd Legion was attacking, the Legio 6 soldiers on the east side of the 2nd Legion, under the command of Legion Commander Trotiras, also adopted the same siege method as the 1st Legion. They launched an attack on the eastern section of the southern wall of Rome, forcing the defenders there to defend with all their strength. They dared not send any troops to assist Scipio the Great. On the western section of the southern wall, the 5th Legion led by Georges and the Legio 4 led by Olivers concentrated on attacking the southwest corner of the Rome wall. Dozens of ballistae had been bombarding this section of the wall since yesterday afternoon. Today, 1/5 of the ballistae had been damaged, but the 2 Legion commanders were not stingy. They ordered the ballistae to continue attacking since the early hours of the morning, and they focused on the lower part of the wall. After being hit by the stone bullets for a long time, the stones on the outer wall were shattered, and large pieces fell off. In some places, a thick layer of rammed earth was exposed. Then, the ballistae concentrated their live ammunition on the highest part of the wall. Although some of the stone bullets crossed the wall, the stone bullets that hit the wall caused stone shards to fly everywhere, causing danger to the defenders at the top of the wall. They had no choice but to retreat. The heavy infantry of Daionia took the opportunity to carry thick wooden planks, rushed to the trench, and laid them on it. The heavy infantry carried ladders, stepped on the planks, crossed the trench, and began to attack the city. The ballistae attack also stopped. Among the attacking tide, there were also siege wagons and lion chariots. They were carefully pushed across the wooden bridge by the soldiers and rolled towards the wall that was exposed by the rammed earth. The entire city of Rome was surrounded by high walls. There was only one place without walls, and that was the north side of the Rome bridge, which was more than a mile away on both sides. However, it was blocked by the wide Tiber River in front of it, and there was a steep embankment that was 7 to 8 meters high as a barrier. The people of Rome regarded it as the safest place. A few decades ago, in the 2 wars with Venus, the biggest enemy of Rome in the Tiber River Valley, the people of Rome repelled the enemy's attack by holding the bridge. This time, when the people of Daionia occupied the other side of the bridge, the former patrol captain in charge of the northern defense of Rome, Pullo Cassius, was still prepared to adopt the same tactic. But from early in the morning, the situation of the battle was completely different from what Cassius Pullo had imagined. The Daionia launched 10 ballistae on the opposite bank and began to fire stone bullets. When the stone bullets flew over the Tiber River and fell into the Roman formation, causing casualties, Cassius had to order the soldiers to disperse and retreat to the residential area 50 meters away from the embankment. He believed that even if the Daionia army rushed forward through the bridge, the Roman soldiers would still have enough time to rush up and intercept the enemy outside the city of Rome. The Daionia ballistae no longer attacked the Roman soldiers hiding in the residential area. Instead, they bombarded the 4 towers on both sides of the bridge on the opposite bank. In every round of whistling stone bullets, there were always 2 or 3 that hit the towers. The roar really worried Cassius. He had to urgently order the archers stationed on the towers to withdraw quickly. His concern was right. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 crumbling towers closest to the bridge finally collapsed. Then, the Daionia ballistae concentrated on the 2 outermost towers. Cassius and the soldiers could only watch helplessly as the rocks bombarded the towers one after another, causing 4 of the towers to finally fall, letting out a deafening roar and stirring up a cloud of dust. One could imagine the helplessness in their hearts. They even hoped that the Daonians would immediately attack and engage them in close combat. That way, they would not have to hear and see the terrifying bombardment of the rocks anymore. However, when the Dionia army had used the ballistae to completely destroy the towers that the Roman army had in the sky, they stopped using the ballistae. The sudden silence on the battlefield made the Roman army puzzled. At this time, the Legio III captain, Lazaru, who stood on the opposite bank, said to the Third Fleet's navy commander, Middleades, the other legions have begun to attack the city of Rome. We should also start preparing. Don't worry, I'll be able to build 20 pontoon bridges for your army very soon. The crew can't wait any longer. With that, Middleades immediately rushed to the west bank of the bridge. There were trenches dug around the riverbank, and wooden fences were built around it. There were rows of tents inside, and 40 Raven warships were parked neatly by the riverbank, their bows facing the river. After Middleades gave the order, the crew members of each warship quickly boarded and took their positions. Then, the soldiers of Legio III rushed over and worked together to push the warship into the river. Then, the warships didn't move in a swarm. The first warship sailed close to the south side of the Rome bridge and moved towards the opposite shore with all its might. After the sailors of the second warship moved the warship horizontally, they tried their best to stop the stern of the warship on the shore. For this, the sieging camp specially made a lot of long wooden poles for the sailors sitting on the left and right sides of the warship so that they could push it to the bottom of the river. This was to stabilize the impact of the current on the warship and keep the bow of the warship facing the opposite shore. The stern of the warship was immediately fixed on the shore with wooden stakes and ropes. The three-decker warship that was small in the sea was as big as a dragon on the Tiber River. The average length of the Raven warship was more than 50 meters. With the sailors paddling with all their might, the bow of the warship quickly touched the opposite shore. The operators on the deck immediately dropped the anchor, and the sailors on the right side of the warship quickly pulled out the oars and the long wooden poles that were prepared at the bottom of the hold. They tilted the oars out of the oars and pushed against the bottom of the river. Since the widest part of the Tiber River was only 100 meters, one of the two warships was at the north bank, and the other was at the south bank. Naturally, the two warships overlapped. When the sailors of the second warship tried their best to move the bow of the first warship to the stern of the first warship, the operators on the warship saw the opportunity and lowered the drawbridge. The sharp nails at the end of the suspension bridge pierced through the deck of the stern of the first battleship. Although the captain and the sailors were heartbroken, they managed to connect the two battleships together. The third and fourth battleships did the same, the fifth and sixth battleships. Not long after, nearly 20 pontoon bridges were set up on the surface of the Tiber River on the west side of the Roman bridge. They only needed to lower the suspension bridge closer to the battleship on the other side and put it on the embankment to immediately connect the north and south banks. Lazaru watched the whole process from the north side of the bridge. He applauded the Third Fleet for neatly completing the established plan. Of course, he knew that Middleades had led more than a dozen warships to the river below the river port yesterday afternoon to conduct repeated tests and training. That was why they had today's success. Looking at a portion of the Legio III soldiers on the riverbank quickly divided into 20 teams and began to board the warships, a trace of regret flashed in Lazaru's heart. It was a pity that the Raven warship could not pass through the bridge because of its overly tall mast. Otherwise, they could also set up a pontoon bridge on the east side of the bridge. This would force the Rome army on the other side to expand the width of their defense and increase the weight of the army's successful attack. Lazaru sighed and immediately turned his attention to the battle that was about to begin. Xianxia. Lazaru turned around and said to the first captain of the Legio III in a deep voice, "You lead the first battalion and kill your way through this bridge. Kill your way into Rome. This is my request from you." Xianxia, the former leader of a small tribe in Lucania, was a childhood friend of Bagul. A few years ago, he had become a senator in the Senate like Xianxia and Lazaru. However, he did not choose to take up a position at the local level and continued to stay in the legion. Compared to Bagul, who had served as the governor of a key city in Dionia many times, Xianxia, who had won the praise of the Devers and senators for his outstanding performance as the governor of Copsa, and Lazaru, who had served as the legion commander and had many military achievements, Xianxia was just a captain. His light was too dim. The reason he had stayed in this position for 5 to 6 years was because he liked and was only good at fighting. After listening to Lazaru's order, Ureza did not hesitate at all. Instead, he replied excitedly, "Legion Commander, just wait and see. The 1st Battalion will open the door to victory for the Legion." Then, he shouted to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion who were already in formation, "Warriors of Lucania, it's time to show your courage and ability to all the legions here and to His Majesty. Kill your way across the bridge and destroy the enemy." The soldiers of Legio III mainly came from Lucania Municipality. The center of Lucania Municipality was in the Grimentum, but the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were mainly from Nidum. As the first Lucanian town to belong to Dionia, the Nidum people had long fought with the Devers. Therefore, when the Legio III was established, most of its officers were Nidum people. This, in turn, encouraged more Nidum people to actively join the army. Therefore, it had the most veterans and the most combat experience. As the strongest battalion in Legio III, the 1st Battalion naturally had to gather the best and strongest soldiers. Under the command of their commanding officer, these Nidum soldiers were inspired with a strong fighting spirit. Shouting the name of Hades, they lined up in 5 dense columns. The width of the Rome bridge could only accommodate 5 people side by side, stepped onto the bridge, and quickly rushed to the other side. When Dionia's Raven warship built the pontoon bridge, Cassius received an urgent report from the spy. This strange attack by Dionia was beyond his expectations. At the same time, it meant that the Dionia army crossing the river from the north to attack Rome would no longer only have the bridge. He had to urgently summon the retreating Rome platoon and ordered them to immediately rush to the embankment to defend. When the Rome platoon left the cover of the residential area, faced the Tiber River, and walked into the open area, the ballista team at the bridgehead on the opposite bank immediately began to fire stone projectiles. Although Cassius had expected this and ordered the army to adopt a loose chessboard formation to move forward quickly, there were still stone projectiles falling into the center of the formation. The horrible death of the soldiers who were hit caused a lot of chaos. At this moment, Cassius could not care less about the casualties caused by the ballista. He had already seen the Dionia soldiers on the opposite bank rushing over along the bridge like a black tide. He shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!" In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. Not only did the Rome soldiers see the Dionia soldiers running on the bridge, but they also saw the enemies that began to appear on the embankment. Their homeland was about to be invaded. Every citizen of Rome, young and old, felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. They quickened their pace, braved the whistling stone projectiles, and rushed over. They bumped into the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of Dionia who had just rushed to the bridgehead. They also bumped into the rest of the Dionia Legio III soldiers who had just set foot on the embankment and barely formed a horizontal line. The Dionia Legio III soldiers intercepted them on the bank of the Tiber River. At this time, the ballista team had to stop firing and let the soldiers of the two armies fight to the death on the opposite bank. Meanwhile, in the central camp of Dionia's army, scouts and messengers hurriedly went to the central camp and left in a hurry. They gathered the situation of the battle and the enemy's situation in various places and gathered them here before they passed down new orders. Report: the siege troops of the 1st Legion have arrived at the city and have begun to attack. Report: the 5 siege towers of the 2nd Legion have been pushed to the edge of the trench and are carrying out long-range suppressive attacks on the enemy on the city wall. One of the siege towers has been ignited by a rocket. The surrounding soldiers are putting out the fire. Report: the 4th and 5th Corps siege vehicles and Lion boat carriages have been pushed to the bottom of the city and are currently destroying the walls. The enemy is being held back by the 4th and 5th Corps. Up until now, they have not been able to effectively destroy our siege weapons. Report: the Legio VI soldiers have crossed the trench and have begun to attack the city. Report: the Legio III and the 3rd Fleet have. The Dever sat in the center of the tent. In front of him was a large wooden board with a detailed map of the city of Rome. Tormid led the young staff officers to record the situation of the battle reported by the scouts, and then marked it on the map with icons and numbers. Your Majesty, the scouts found 400 to 500 soldiers of Rome about 10 miles east of the city of Rome. They are estimated to be from Fidini. Your Majesty, the troops of the Latin city-state have gathered 15 miles southeast of the city of Rome. Now there are about 1,000 soldiers. Your Majesty, there is an army of Rome southwest of our camp. There are About 5,000 soldiers, according to the messenger sent by Legio III across the river. Their scouts found that the colonial city of Rome, Venus, had sent nearly 2,000 soldiers from Rome. In addition, several Etruscan city-states such as Casrella and Tarcona have also sent 200 to 300 reinforcements. They are now on their way to Venus. The Devers listened to the report of the staff officers, their eyes fixed on the map. The map was marked with red and black dots. The red dots represented the Roman army and the reinforcements from Rome, while the black dots represented the Dionysian army. Each dot represented 1,000 soldiers. It could be seen that the red dots were concentrated in the city of Rome, and the black dots were concentrated outside the city of Rome, surrounding the red dots. Outside the black dots, a few more red dots would appear every once in a while, slowly gathering into a larger encirclement, gradually encircling the black dots. This was a battle of encirclement and counter-encirclement. It was a matter of life and death for both sides. The Devers remained calm. The young staff officers, including Clotocatax, became a little nervous as the news continued to come in. Even Tormid was a little impatient. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, our 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions have the best offense. They are likely to be the first to attack the city, but the reinforcements from Rome are constantly coming, especially this Roman army." Tormid first pointed to the flower-like pattern drawn by 5 red dots southwest of the central camp of Dionia on the map, and then moved his finger to the north bank of the Tiber River, where there were 3 or 4 red dots north of the Legio III camp. He said, "And here, I am afraid it will become a big problem for our siege troops. Should we take action first and eliminate this Roman army to relieve our few defensive forces?" Tormid's hand finally fell on the flower-like pattern again. The Devers nodded slightly and then slowly said, "Tormid, your opinion is correct, but we must first figure out the movement of this Roman army before we can take the right response. We should not panic. It is the enemy who should panic, because we are the ones who have the initiative in this battle." The Devers' tone had a hint of a lecturing tone, but Tormid immediately relaxed after being reminded. The somewhat heavy atmosphere in the tent began to dissipate. The staff officers recorded the data while discussing something in a low voice. Henneborus observed everyone while describing the scene in the tent at this time with a pen. Tormid also communicated with the Devers about some of the plans for the next battle. Clotocatax stood in the tent, ready to welcome the arrival of the scouts. This time, the information brought by the scouts shocked him. Report: the number of the Roman army in the southwest has increased to about 8,000 people. As soon as his voice trailed off, the Devers said in a deep voice, "Don't panic." The Devers' encouraging smile calmed Clotocatax's panic. He immediately replied, "Yes." When the staff officers heard this, they also exclaimed, 8,000 people? Tormid carefully looked at the map and then said with a slightly nervous tone, "Your Majesty, it is very likely that the Latin city-states such as Tusteran, Aricia, and Bovilli have sent reinforcements. They have met up with the Roman army." The Devers' expression did not change, and his tone was still calm as he said, "The place where the Roman army is located is near Lake Alba. That area has always been the center of the Latin people. Although the city of Alba Longa has long been destroyed by the Romans, it is said that the annual celebration of the Latin god Jupiter, the Latin holiday, is always held on Mount Alba. Therefore, there are many Latin tribes living near Lake Alba. It seems that they still have the strength to send reinforcements. But this is just right. All the fishes have gathered, and we can catch them all in one go." The Devers' confident tone reminded Tormid of something. He calmed down a little and sat back on the wooden chair. After thinking for a while, he said with a little worry, "Now, I am worried that the Roman army will continue to march east and meet up with the Latin reinforcements in the southeast. If that happens, in that case, we will just have to mobilize the army to the southeast to intercept the enemy. But for the Romans, it means that they have to spend more time preparing and waiting even though they have already reached the periphery of Rome. Do you think the Roman militia who are worried about their homeland have the patience to wait?" The Devers said slowly. "Your Majesty, you mean, the Roman army is likely to attack us immediately?" Tormid asked anxiously. When the Devers were about to answer, Clotocatax's voice sounded again, "Report. The 8,000 Roman army in the southwest of our camp is bypassing our camp and marching north. When Tormid heard this, he immediately stood up and said nervously and excitedly, "Your Majesty, you are right. The Roman army seems to be attacking us. I'm afraid their target is here." Tormid pointed at the southwest corner of the city wall of Rome on the map. The soldiers of Legio IV and Legio V were attacking the city. Behind them was the huge gap between the central camp of Dionia and the western camp, which was the camp of Legio IV. The Roman army could quickly pass through this gap and attack the Dionysian army that was attacking the city. The Devers had the same judgment, so he no longer sat there calmly. Instead, he immediately issued an order, "Tormid, I appoint you as the temporary commander. Immediately lead a brigade of Legio V, a brigade of 2nd Legio, 2 brigades of Legio VI, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions to the central camp to intercept the enemy. At the same time, I will send messengers to inform the 2 brigades of Legio IV to meet up with you." 6 infantry brigades and 2 cavalry legions amounted to nearly 10,000 soldiers. In terms of military strength, they had already surpassed the enemy. However, there was no joy on Tormid's face. Instead, he expressed his objection worriedly, "Your Majesty, you are only left with 2 brigades of 2nd Legio and 5th Legio to protect you. It is too dangerous. Besides, 2,000 soldiers can't defend such a large camp. Don't worry about my safety, and don't worry about the safety of the camp. The more soldiers you bring, the faster you can end the battle and return to Rome. You can reduce the pressure on the entire battlefield," the Devers said firmly. He then smiled, "Or are you worried that you can't command so many soldiers, so you are looking for an excuse to ask me to reduce the number of soldiers for you?" Tormid knew that the Devers was trying to provoke him, but he also understood that it meant that the Devers were not going to change his mind. So he stopped trying to persuade him. He saluted to the Devers and responded firmly, "Yes, Your Majesty. Please pay attention to your safety." The Devers nodded his head. Tormid turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Clotocatax could not help but say loudly, "Father. Your Majesty, I request to participate in this battle." The tent suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young prince. Even the Devers himself was a little surprised. Before he could speak, Tormid hurriedly advised, "No. Your Highness, this is too dangerous. The Rome army came to our rescue in a hurry, and they must have the mentality of risking their lives. We seem to have more soldiers than the enemy, but half of them are cavalry. We will be at a disadvantage if we confront the enemy head-on. Your Highness, please stay here and assist His Majesty in commanding the entire battle. Finally, we will win the victory of Rome. It is dangerous for me, but it is not dangerous for the other soldiers." Clotocatax's face was red, and he said excitedly, "I am a citizen of Dionia. I am also a soldier of this army. I must contribute my strength to the whole battle, and not sit here and watch others fight, bleed, and even sacrifice their lives." Clotocatax was speaking from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he thought of his brother Adorus and his former comrades who trained in Turiae. At this moment, they were all fighting in the front line or were about to enter the battle. He could not allow himself to be a coward and become a spectator. This idea had been brewing in his mind since he set foot on this land, so his voice was trembling because he was too excited. The Devers looked at his son and saw the stubbornness in his eyes. He only hesitated for a moment, and then simply said, "Go." "Your Majesty," Tormid wanted to persuade him again, but the Devers waved his hand and said, "Clotho is right. Although he is my son, he is also a citizen of Dionia. Other people's children have to serve on the battlefield, of course, he has to as well." "Thank you, father." Clotocatax was excited, but he was afraid that Tormid would continue to persuade him, so he reminded him loudly, "Commander, if we don't leave now, the enemy's reinforcements will reach the city." Tormid saw that the Devers had a serious expression on his face, and he had no intention of changing his mind. He saluted again and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured." Of course, the Devers understood what he meant by rest assured. At this time, Clotocatax also quickly saluted him and rushed to follow Tormid. The Devers watched his son's silhouette walk out of the tent with worry in his eyes. He stood there for a moment, but when he turned around, he saw the envious looks on the faces of some of the younger staff officers. He smiled and said, "Who else wants to join the battle?" "Me. Me." Me too. A few of the young men said hurriedly. The Devers waved his hand. Hurry up and fight well. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young staff officers rushed out of the tent excitedly. The Devers smiled and encouraged the staff officers who were still in the tent. These young fellows are too young. They don't understand that this is the head of our entire army. Our efforts will determine the success or failure of the entire battle. So, lads, in order to win this battle, let us continue to work. Yes, Your Majesty. The restless hearts of the staff officers were temporarily calmed down by the Devers. You are Clonesis, from Armendalara, from the 1st Legion? The Devers pointed at one of the young men and said. Yes, Your Majesty, your memory is very good. The young man was pleasantly surprised. You will be responsible for receiving battle reports and the enemy's situation. Also, report to me in a timely and accurate manner. Yes, Your Majesty. You are Irithesius, from Castellan, from the 2nd Legion, right? Yes, Your Majesty. You will be responsible for marking the map. Yes, Your Majesty. You are Aesonaris, from Crotone, from Legio 4? Yes, Your Majesty. You will be responsible for recording and conveying my orders. Yes, Your Majesty. And you. The Devers accurately called out the names of the other staff officers. Seeing their flattered expressions, he smiled and said, You will be responsible for recording and analyzing the battle situation. If you find any abnormalities or have any suggestions, you can bring them up to me at any time. Yes, Your Majesty. The staff officers who were in an uproar due to the departure of Tormid and Clotocatax resumed their intense and meticulous military work. In fact, they were even more serious and diligent than before. Devers looked at them, and their emotions fluctuated a little. At this moment, Boris, who had left at some point in time, walked back into the tent. He came to the Devers' side and whispered, Marcius has sent 30 palace guards to protect Clotho. Devers glanced at him, and his heart was completely at ease. He tapped on the map with his finger and said loudly, Aesonaris, immediately send a messenger to inform the engineering camp, the supply camp, and all the support personnel in this camp to move to the rear of the 2nd Legion and wait for orders. Yes. Aesonaris quickly walked out of the tent. Although Devers had boldly transferred the 4 brigades stationed in the camp to participate in the battle, it was indeed a risk. With only 2 brigades left to guard the camp, no matter how strong their combat power was, they would not be able to completely defend such a large camp. Therefore, this transfer order was given by the Devers to be on the safe side, especially since his precious engineers and skilled craftsmen could not be harmed in any way. Then, Devers gave another order, Irithesius, check the latest news about Epicthenus. Confirm his position again, then calculate his current approximate position based on his marching speed. Yes, Your Majesty. Tormid felt a little headache as he left the tent. Of course, it was not because he was about to command an army of nearly 10,000 soldiers in battle. Although he had never commanded an army of more than 1,000 soldiers in battle, he had decades of experience in the military. Moreover, ever since he joined Dionia and entered the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs, he had been working hard to improve himself. He had a deeper understanding of Dionia's past battles, familiarize himself with and thoroughly understand Dionia's military system and tactics, and further work hard to envision future military reform and development. Tormid admitted that he was not as talented as Printos in military affairs, but he felt that he was worthy of the position of staff officer. What he was worried about was Clotocatax. Although Devers did not say that he should take good care of his son, he did not think that he would have a good life in Dionia in the future if His Royal Highness, who was recognized as the future successor to the Devers throne, was in danger, injured, or, by the time the 30 palace guards arrived at Clotocatax's side, Talmud had already made up his mind. With a serious expression, he said, Your Highness, intercepting the enemy this time is related to the success or failure of our entire battle. It is related to the life and death of the entire army, so it is very important. You are not a member of the other brigades, have not trained with them, and do not have tacit understanding of combat, so I will not put you at the front of the formation, but at the back. Once the front line cannot withstand the enemy's attack, or the enemy attacks from the flank, I will let you lead the palace guards to block their attack and buy time for the other troops. Although Protokatax was very young, he had been carefully taught by Devers for a long time, so he was not arrogant. He also knew that his sudden addition would make Tormid a little worried, and what Tormid said made sense, so he immediately nodded and responded, "Yes, Lord Commander." Tormid had little contact with Protokatax in the past, so he did not know him well. Seeing that the young man was so reasonable, he was relieved, and at the same time, he had a good impression of the prince. The group went straight out of the northwest gate of the camp, and soon the rumbling sound of hooves could be heard behind them. After receiving the order, the 2 cavalry legions had quickly arrived. Tormid. Lord Commander, the 1st, 2nd, Cavalry Legion has arrived. Tormid looked at Leds, who was always joking with him, and then glanced at Cusius, who was next to him. At this time, he was not in the mood to joke. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Commanders, the reinforcements of Rome of 8,000 soldiers are coming from the west. His Majesty has ordered us to stop them. We must not let the enemy disrupt our siege plan. Please reorganize your troops first, and we will set off together when the other troops arrive." The 2 legion commanders nodded in agreement. Although they saw Protokatax standing beside Talmud, they did not question him. Instead, they turned around and ordered the officers to gather the cavalrymen. After a while, 4 infantry brigades arrived one after another. When Protokatax saw that Adoris's commanding officer was among the brigade commanders who came to report, he could not help but feel happy. He had heard his father say that father and son are soldiers in battle before. "I did not expect to be able to fight with my brother this time, but on such an occasion, of course, Protokatax would not look for Adoris." After the troops gathered, Tormid immediately led the troops to the west of the southwest corner of the city wall of Rome. The 2 garrison battalions of Legio IV who were notified by the messenger also arrived soon. Now, there were 6 infantry brigades in the army led by Tormid, 4 of which were heavy infantry brigades, and 2 were light infantry brigades. After all, light infantry brigades were weak in defense, and they would be at a disadvantage in a frontal attack. So, several legion commanders left the light infantry brigades in the camp. After learning from the scouts that the enemy was still a mile away, Tormid breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the central camp of Dionia occupied a large area. The soldiers of Rome took a detour from the outside, and he led the troops directly inside. Although he set off later, he still managed to catch up with the enemy. Tormid immediately began to arrange the army formation. He put 1 heavy infantry brigade from Legio IV, Legio V, and Legio VI in the left, middle, and right of the army formation. The other brigade from Legio IV and Legio VI was at the back. The brigade from Legio II was at the back of the middle. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions were at the left and right wings. The length of the entire middle formation would be lengthened or shortened according to the situation of the enemy's formation. Tormid arranged a simple formation, but for such a hastily assembled 10,000-man army, the simpler the formation, the more advantageous it was for them to fight. Under the command of the officers, the infantry and the cavalry quickly began to form a formation. Croter, Catax, and the palace guards were just at the back of the 2nd Legion. In the process of forming the formation, he saw Adoris. Adoris was also surprised that his younger brother unexpectedly appeared here. However, the 2 brothers only exchanged glances for a moment before they quickly obeyed the command and went to their respective positions. As soon as the Dionia army was arranged, they saw the Rome army in the distance. Tormid did not wait for the Rome army to come. Instead, he ordered the whole army to move forward. Yesterday, Paulus and Megis led the army all the way to the east, passing through Saturnicum and Villette. At dusk, they entered the Lake Alba area. Only then did they stop and let the army station. While scouting the situation of the Dionia, Megis and his men visited all the villages and towns in the area overnight, hoping that the Latin compatriots in the area could support them to fight against the invaders and rescue Rome. The next day, a lot of Latin warriors arrived in the Alba area. According to Paulus's statistics, there were 3,000 of them. This was indeed the first Latin area conquered by Rome, and it had the closest relationship with Rome. But this was also the best the Latin people of Alba could do. When the number of Rome's reinforcements increased to more than 8,000, the 2 generals had a disagreement. Paulus believed that according to the intelligence from various sources, the Daionia army was already attacking the city with all their might. Rome was in danger. They should take advantage of the fact that the Daionia army had invested most of their soldiers in the siege, but the city had not been breached. They should launch a fierce attack on the Daionia army from the rear. They would definitely be able to thwart the enemy's attack and save Rome. However, Meges was more cautious. He first reminded Paulus that it was because of their hasty attack when the Daionia landed that they suffered a crushing defeat, which led to the dangerous situation that Rome was in today. Therefore, he suggested that because these reinforcements were the greatest hope of the people of Rome in the city, but the number of 8,000 soldiers was still not enough, they needed to gather more soldiers in order to be more confident in defeating the Daionia in one fell swoop. This way, not only could they save Rome, but they might also be able to drive the Daionia out of the interior. Therefore, they should continue to march eastward to meet up with the reinforcements from Praenestor, Gabii, Bonae, and other city-states. Both sides had their own opinions, but they were unwilling to split their troops into two, because that would only weaken the offensive power of the army and lead to the failure of their respective plans. In order not to waste precious time, they could only make a decision and let the soldiers make the choice. Nearly 3,000 Latin reinforcements did not matter, but more than 5,000 Rome citizen soldiers had moved to the 3 towns west of the Latin region because of the distribution of land, but there were still relatives and friends in Rome that they cared about. Moreover, they knew that there were not many citizen soldiers in Rome. If they delayed and allowed the city of Rome to be breached, the land that they had just obtained would eventually vanish into thin air. Therefore, most of the soldiers were eager to defeat the Daonia's attack, so they supported Paulus's opinion. Meges felt very regretful, but he still sincerely wished Paulus well. Then, he only led a team of guards and quickly rushed to the east. Paulus quickly assembled the troops. Although he was anxious, he still remained clear-headed. He knew that although the Daionia camp in front of him was still very simple, it might take a lot of effort to breach it. Time and soldiers were the most precious to him now, so he decided to bypass the camp and go straight to the city. Just as the army was advancing, a scout who had risked his life to evade the enemy cavalry and returned with injuries brought back bad news. There were 5,000 to 6,000 Daionia infantrymen and many cavalrymen in front of him. Paulus was shocked. He did not expect that Daionia would retain so many soldiers to defend the city when they were attacking. But he immediately calmed down. The situation had developed to this point, and there was no way to retreat. He could only lead the troops and attack without hesitation. Only by defeating the enemies in the way could Rome have hope. He ordered the army to stop advancing and get into formation immediately. Paulus had learned his lesson this time. He cautiously shortened the length of the formation and increased the thickness of the formation. He also arranged more than 1,000 light infantry soldiers from the Latin reinforcement army in the center of the formation, protected by the heavy infantry soldiers. After the formation was completed, the entire formation was shaped like an oval. When the Dionysian army entered the Rome soldiers' field of vision, a loud bugle sounded from the opposite side. The Daionia soldiers were the first to attack the Rome army. At the forefront were the cavalry legions on the 2 flanks. Tens of thousands of horses galloped forward, and the sound of their hooves was like thunder, stirring up dust and covering the sky. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The Rome soldiers on both flanks were terrified when they saw the behemoths charging at them with great strength. But in fact, this was just an illusion. The Daionia cavalry did not have the ability to break through the heavy infantry formation head-on. When they passed by the 2 flanks of the Rome army, they threw the short spears in their hands. After all, these Rome soldiers had fought with the Daionia cavalry once before. After being reminded by the platoon jarls, they raised their shields to defend themselves. At the same time, the light infantry in the formation also shot the arrows in their hands at the Daionia cavalry that galloped past. For a time, the Rome soldiers fell to the ground after being hit by the spears, and the Daionia cavalry fell off their horses after being hit by the arrows. Just when the Daionia cavalry brushed past the flank of the Rome army and rushed to the rear, the Daionia infantry had already approached them. The Rome platoon jarls hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of the javelins. Raise your shields and defend." Clotocatax followed his comrades around him and threw the javelin in his hands. After that, he hurriedly threw the second javelin almost without taking a breath. At this time, the screams that came from the opposite side made him excited. However, before he could savor the so-called sense of accomplishment, the soldiers in front of him had begun to charge at the enemy. He immediately led the palace guards and followed up. Even though the rain of javelins caused some confusion in the Rome army, when the Dionia soldiers began to charge, the Rome soldiers also raised their shields and spears and strode forward. One side fought bravely with the belief of protecting their homeland and driving away the invaders, while the other side shouldered the safety of the entire army and fought desperately to stop the incoming enemy. The two armies collided violently, and each of them stabbed their spears at the enemy. At the same time, the Dionia cavalry turned around and rushed to the rear of the Rome army. "Turn back! Turn back!" Under the command of the Rome platoon Jarls, the heavy infantry platoon at the rear of the Rome army turned around and faced the cavalry. They raised their shields and got into a defensive stance. The Rome light infantry in the center of the army also turned around and nocked their arrows. The javelins and arrows crisscrossed in the air once again. While the Rome soldiers were fighting against the enemy, the people in the city were not idle either. They were organized by the senators to constantly transport all kinds of depleted defensive supplies to various sections of the city wall. At the same time, they also carried a steady stream of wounded soldiers into the city. Seeing their loved ones injured or even dead, the people of Rome were sad, but they did not have time to cry. They had to seize all the time and do their best to help the army defend their homeland. Less than an hour after the enemy began to attack the city, the situation had become a little grim. General Marcus reported that the enemy's offensive is fierce. In order to stop the enemy from attacking the city, the soldiers have paid a lot of casualties. They hope to get reinforcements. General Servius reported that the army he led is doing its best to defend the city against the enemy's attack, but they can't stop the enemy from using siege weapons to continuously destroy the city wall. He hopes to send more soldiers to the back of the city to form a defensive formation to prevent the wall from collapsing and stop the enemy from breaking through. General Pulo reported that the enemy has used warships to build many pontoon bridges on the Tiber River, so their attack is not limited to the pontoon bridge. Now the soldiers are doing their best to defend the entire embankment, but the enemy's offensive is fierce. If the battle continues, the soldiers' physical strength will not be able to support it. They hope to get more reinforcements. The Senate of Rome originally put Scipio the Great in charge of the defense of the entire city, but after the siege began, Scipio the Great found it difficult to control the battle defense of the entire city of Rome. This was because the city of Rome was too big, and the city wall was too long. Moreover, the streets in the city were winding and uneven. It took more time to convey orders and send reinforcements. So he decisively handed over the command to the Senate and focused on dealing with the siege of Dionia in the south. The Senate quickly completed the handover of command. In order to better coordinate and organize the defense of the city, the senators came to the square of Rome to work. The military command was mainly handed over to Potitus, Maruginants, and a few other senators who had served as senators many times. Not only because of their seniority, but also because as senators, they often led troops to war, so they had more combat experience. But even Potitus, who had served as a senator 5 times and promoted Camillus on the battlefield many times, had never experienced and seen such a siege war. Countless powerful ballistae, huge siege towers, spliced wooden carts that could hide people, strange trench-filling methods, terrifying bow in the abdomen, pontoon bridges built by warships. What was even more terrifying was that the Dionia soldiers who attacked the city were not only well-trained, but also brave and valiant. According to Potitus' past experience in sieging a city like this, with tens of thousands of soldiers guarding it, without hundreds of thousands of people, it would be impossible to take it down without 2 or 3 months to half a year's time. But it had been less than 2 hours since the start of the battle, and the defending troops seemed to be unable to hold on. The senators were also panicking. At this time, they could no longer care about the interests of the clans and private interests. They organized the slaves in their respective families, and at the same time, informed the clans to take action. All the men and slaves who could pick up shields and spears were summoned to the square of Rome. There were about 10,000 people, and they were urgently organized, equipped with weapons, and then sent in waves to the urgently needed battlefield. The old square of Rome, which was usually spacious, was crowded and noisy at this time. On one side, the senators were urgently training the newly formed troops, and on the other side, the people were helping the wounded lying on the ground. Looking at the nearly 10,000 troops that were densely packed not long ago, there were only a little more than 1,000 people left. The slave soldiers were not used to wearing helmets. They shook their heads from time to time, and their eyes were blank as they held their weapons. Potatus suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He tightened the back of the chair with his hand and said with difficulty, "Send the last 1,000 or so people to Scipio the Great." Although he did not send anyone to ask for help, the other troops have encountered difficulties. It is not easy to defend the south. I know Scipio the Great. He must be doing his best to avoid making things difficult for us. Alas, Rome has not experienced an enemy siege for decades. The people lack the experience of defending a city. What's more, the enemy is Dionia. Ambustos sighed regretfully, "It's all our fault for only focusing on expansion over the years, and not properly replanning and repairing the city's defenses." These words made the senators next to him feel the same way. If the crooked walls of Rome were pulled out and built straight, if the bricks and stones of the walls were pieced together more closely and the gaps were filled with stone paste, if the walls were built on the northern embankment of Rome, if dear abatis had been placed on both sides of the trench, if the streets in the city had been planned to be convenient for traffic, I am afraid that defending the city today would not be so difficult. If our tens of thousands of young and strong citizens had not been transferred away, the Dionia would not have been able to attack the city. We could have fought in the field. As soon as Plinius said this out loud, he was interrupted by Marugenants. "It has already happened. Let's not talk about it anymore. We should focus all our energy on how to defend Rome now." Potatus nodded at him approvingly. Although he and Marugenants often had disputes and disagreements because of power and interests, when Rome was in danger, the interests of the major clans were the same. "It's already so late. I wonder if our reinforcements have arrived?" After being criticized by Marugenants, Plinius awkwardly changed the topic. "Paulus, Meges, and Pantius will never sit back and watch Rome fall into danger. The same goes for Ai. I'm afraid they have already fought with the Dionia. It's just that we don't know about it." Ambrosius said loudly in an affirmative tone. His words reassured many senators, because everyone understood that based on the current offensive of the Dionia, reinforcements were the key to defending Rome. The senators on the square were worried about the safety of Rome. The people of Rome were busy treating the injured soldiers. The blood of the wounded converged into thin streams, flowed into the gutters, and then converged into the wide sewer along the gutters. If the public official in charge of managing the sewer lifted the stone slab and entered the sewer, he would step on the narrow walkways on both sides of the sewer and follow the direction of the sewage flow. When he reached the residential area behind the northern embankment of Rome above the sewer, he would be surprised to find many strong figures crouching in front of him, filling the sewer to the brim. After a night of hard work, the 200 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade finally entered Maxim's sewer. After wrestling with the Tiber River, carefully climbing up, and squeezing through the dirty water into the iron fence, even the elite scouts who had been trained hard for a long time felt exhausted. Some of the team members who came in earlier actually fell asleep while sitting in the dark, damp, and trash-strewn sewer while waiting for the people behind them. They endured the unpleasant stench and fell asleep. But as the commander of this secret operation, Xianxia could not let them rest immediately. He had them wake up one by one and ordered them to take off their soaked clothes and wring them dry. Then, they checked their bodies to prevent them from catching a cold. As for those who were scratched or bruised along the way, he and the last few soldiers who came in all carried a bundle wrapped in several layers of fur. Inside the bundle were clean linen and some prepared herbs that could be used to clean and wrap up the wound to prevent infection. Then, he had to send someone to disguise the iron fence so that the Roman soldiers on the embankment wouldn't notice anything unusual the next day. In addition, he had to arrange for the members to take turns on sentry duty. The sentry duty was not to detect the enemy, but to chase away the rats and snakes in the sewer to prevent them from biting the sleeping comrades. At the same time, when some of the teammates fell asleep and snored loudly, they had to be woken up in time. Although the top of the sewer was covered with stone slabs, it was not sealed tightly. There were still many gaps of various sizes. They had to be careful at all times to prevent being discovered. The lives of 200 people were on his shoulders, and at the same time, he had a difficult mission. Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. So, after that, his mind was filled with thoughts, and he could not fall asleep. It was only when the sun was about to rise that he could not resist the urge to sleep. After some time, Wizam was pushed awake. He opened his eyes in a daze and was immediately dazzled by the sunlight that shone through the gaps of the stone slabs. He covered his head with his hands and looked around. Many pairs of concerned eyes were focused on him. These were the soldiers that he had personally trained. Wizam felt a trace of warmth in his heart. I'm getting old, and my body is not as good as it used to be. He sighed in his heart and struggled to squat down. He had his team members report their numbers in a very low voice. The sound of the numbers traveled from one side of the sewer to the other side. 200 was not too much, not too little. Is there anyone who isn't feeling well? Wizam asked worriedly in a low voice. Every member said that they were fine. Wizam, of course, knew that these people's answers were not accurate, but at least it meant that none of them were seriously injured. A smile finally appeared on his face. He then asked, "What's the situation outside now?" He was from Campania and could speak Latin. He squeezed his way to Wizam's side and pointed upwards. He whispered, "Captain, Legio 3 has begun their attack. They first used the ballista to bombard us, but the Rome retreated to the top of us. After listening to their panicked voices, they found out that our fleet had used their warships to build pontoon bridges on the Tiber River. And the Legio 3 soldiers have already begun their attack on the embankment. The Rome soldiers have rushed to defend. It should be about." Cadulus looked around uncertainly. Some of the other members made a gesture of 5, while others made a gesture of 6. "About an hour or so," he finally said. Wizam did not expect that the siege had already begun while he was sleeping. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Fortunately, it was not the best time to attack. Just as he was about to speak, messy footsteps came from above and the voices of the Rome soldiers. These voices were amplified in the tunnel and echoed repeatedly. It made one's chest feel stuffy. Dust kept falling from the stone walls, but the members were like wooden statues. They did not make any noise and only looked at each other. After a while, the sound above them completely disappeared, and the tunnel became quiet again. The team members took a deep breath. Even the dirty air was stronger than the sound that made them go crazy. What did the Rome soldiers say? Wizam immediately asked Cadulus. "Captain, I just heard a Roman say, I grew up with my master, took care of his daily life, and served as his scribe. I have never killed a sheep or even a chicken, and now you want me to kill someone?" He whispered as he laughed, "Captain, I just heard a Roman say, I grew up with my master, took care of his daily life, and served as his scribe. I have never killed a sheep or even a chicken, and now you want me to kill someone?" Another person was laughing at him, continued to cry, "Little cutie. When you face the enemy later, don't be so scared that you pee." Later, there was a commander who was probably scolding them, "Stop talking, hurry to the bridge. If the enemy breaks through the blockade of the embankment, we will all become cattle for the enemy to slaughter." The members around him understood what he meant, and their eyes were all filled with excitement. "Captain, it seems that Legio 3's attack is fierce, and the enemy is almost unable to hold on. Should we go out too?" Before Wizam could speak, one of the members in front exclaimed, "Look at the water." With the beams of sunlight that shone through the gaps of the stone slabs, they could see that the dirty water that was originally black and yellow with all kinds of filth was now gradually dyed red. Could it be that our army has already attacked from other places? A captain exclaimed. "Quiet." Wizam made a shushing gesture. Facing the anxious eyes of his team members, he had to make a decision. He looked down at the bright red blood in the waterway, and then listened to the sounds on the street above. After thinking for a while, he finally said in a low voice, "No matter what the situation is in other places, the task given to us by His Majesty is to assist Legio 3 and the Third Fleet to break through the defense of the embankment and enter the city of Rome. Right now, the enemy's reinforcements have just passed, and the street above is still very quiet. It seems that Legio 3 is still fighting fiercely, so we still need to wait a little longer." Seeing that the team members next to him were unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, he immediately said, "However, since the people of Rome have also sent slaves who do not know how to fight, it shows that they do not have any extra troops. We only need to wait for a little longer, until these Rome reinforcements have entered the battle, and when they have no more strength left to stop us, we will go out and attack their rear. But first, we need to find a way out. Captain, we have already found a way out in the early hours of the morning. Tarentus raised his sheathed dagger and pointed it above his head. As long as you use the dagger to cut off the stone mud between the stone slabs, you can push the stone slabs open, and then climb out. That's good. Wizam trusted the judgment of his subordinate. He said in a deep voice, let's fill our stomachs first. When I give the order, we will start immediately. As he said that, he opened the small bag on his waist and took out a piece of beef jerky. The team members also took out their dry food. The beef jerky that had been soaked in the river tasted strange, but the team members chewed it hard and enjoyed it very much. In the middle of the southern wall not far from the old square of Rome, the sounds of killing were deafening. The soldiers of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Ladders were pushed down by the defenders at the top of the wall, and the Dionia soldiers on the ladders fell to the bottom of the wall. But after a while, more soldiers carrying new ladders came from afar. They crossed the trench and rushed to the bottom of the wall, setting it up on the empty section of the wall. From time to time, the shielding vehicles in front of the trench were ignited by the fire arrows, but this did not affect the light infantry of Dionia to continue to hide behind the burning flames and continue to shoot arrows at the top of the wall. Their more accurate shooting skills were quite a threat to the defenders at the top of the wall. If it were not for the fact that most of the soldiers fighting in front of the battlements were heavy infantry, and if they could not hit the parts that were not covered by armor and cause greater damage, the defenders would not have been able to stop the soldiers of Dionia from climbing up the wall. Compared to the light infantry of Dionia, the siege towers posed a greater threat to the defenders. Every time the belly bow was fired, the Roman soldiers would die a horrible death. The Roman soldiers who were facing the siege towers were terrified, and they quickly retreated. As a result, a few small empty spaces appeared on the top of the walls. Of course, as the siege towers advanced, the angle between the belly bow and the top of the wall increased. Since the belly bow could not be raised high, the arrows could not accurately hit the top of the wall, and the threat was greatly reduced. However, the harpooneers at the top of the tower began to show their power. They relied on the protection of the wooden railings to throw heavy javelins at the top of the wall. These javelins were not arrows. If the Roman heavy infantry were hit, they would be injured as well. This forced them to raise their shields and be on guard. The Roman archers also fired at the top of the siege towers to attack the Dionia harpooneers who did not have any armor to protect them. The suppression of the siege towers on the top of the wall caused the defenders of this section of the wall to weaken their attacks on the Dionia soldiers. The Roman soldiers were able to reach the top of the wall one after another. Every time they killed or drove the enemy off the wall, the Roman soldiers had to pay 2 to 3 times the casualties. Now, the biggest danger had arrived. The siege towers were slowly approaching the wall. Even if the Roman defenders kept throwing tar cans at the siege towers, setting them on fire, and even turning the path of the siege towers into a sea of fire, there were nearly 100 Dionia soldiers behind the siege towers. Under the cover of the wooden sheds that protruded out of the tower, they kept using sand to extinguish the burning oil on the ground and pushed the siege towers forward. Even if some of them were injured from time to time, their determination to complete their mission did not waver. Finally, the behemoth reached the wall. Retreat from there. Retreat. Due to the critical situation, Scipio the Great personally came to command the troops. He shouted anxiously when he saw the soldiers still crowded around the battlements. Just when the Roman soldiers retreated to the sides, the wooden bridge that was tied to the top of the siege tower suddenly fell on the battlements and smashed the Roman soldiers who were still below it to the ground. Scipio the Great did not have time to feel sorry for the soldiers who were crushed under the wooden bridge. He shouted, "Fire oil! Throw the fire oil!" In fact, the people of Rome did not expect to be besieged by the army in advance, so they did not have a large reserve of tar in the city. In the past 2 days, almost all the tar used for lighting in Rome's homes had been plundered. Up until now, almost all of it had been consumed. The people of Rome had to urgently transport olive oil for consumption. Bang! Bang! Dozens of clay jars smashed into it. At the same time, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion of Dionia, who had been waiting in the siege tower, shouted Hades' name and quickly rushed to the wooden bridge from the siege tower. As they rushed forward, they used their long shields to knock down the clay jars that were flying at them. Of course, there were also some soldiers who were splashed with olive oil, and unfortunately, they were hit by flying torches. They instantly turned into a burning man. He screamed in pain, but at this moment, his comrades did not stop to save him. Instead, they turned their vigorous fighting spirit into anger. They were not afraid of the densely packed spears in front of them. They put their long shields in front of their chests and jumped down from the bridge. Like a mountain, they resolutely jumped into the dense formation of the Roman soldiers. Ignoring the gunshot wounds on their bodies, they swung the short swords in their hands and stabbed the enemies around them at lightning speed. At this time, the temporarily recruited Roman soldiers had begun to adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. Inspired by the belief of protecting their homeland, their fear of death had been diluted. However, they were either too young and lacked combat experience, or too old and lacked physical strength. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion of Dionia were all elites. Each of them was like a ferocious tiger, messing up the formation of Rome's defenders. Most of the screams came from the defenders. Fortunately, Scipio the Great had already expected this. He deployed most of the 3,000 young and middle-aged soldiers of Rome to defend the southern wall, and 1,000 of them were used as a mobile force to deal with unexpected situations. At this moment, he deployed 400 strong soldiers to form a dense spear formation at both ends of the walkway at the top of the wall, pushing the Roman soldiers in front of them to push forward. He was trying to annihilate the Dionia soldiers, who rushed to the top of the wall through a pincer attack. Unexpectedly, the experienced Dionia soldiers ignored their own casualties and relied on crazy attacks to expand the space at the top of the wall. The Dionia soldiers behind them braved the growing fire and continued to rush to the top of the wall. While they were attacking, they also quickly formed a formation. By the time the old and weak soldiers of Rome were injured, dead, and retreating, while the strong soldiers of Rome were facing the enemy directly, the Dionia soldiers were already standing on the top of the wall. About 60 of them formed a shield formation to defend against attacks from the front and the back. They were like a boulder on the top of the wall. Although Scipio the Great was anxious when he saw this situation, he also understood that the battle could not be ended in a short period of time. Fortunately, the siege tower had already been set on fire. Even the harpooneers at the top of the tower, who posed a great threat to the defending soldiers, had withdrawn. It was impossible for the enemy to use it to rush to the top of the wall again. This gave him some comfort. But soon, his mood fell to the bottom of the valley. "General Scipio. Over there. The siege tower over there is about to reach the wall." Scipio Africanus quickly led another 400 strong soldiers and rushed over. This time, he decided to learn from his lesson and directly let these soldiers guard the top of the wall that the siege tower was approaching. They would stop the enemy from rushing out of the tower, and never give them a chance to stand on the wall. But as time went by, he found that the number of soldiers defending the city was getting a little tight. At this time, a messenger finally arrived with good news. The Senate had sent more than 1,400 reinforcements. Matones, who had been watching the battle from afar, sighed when he saw the burning siege tower. But soon, he was excited when another siege tower was approaching the wall. "Quick, send another company up. This time, not only do we have to rush to the top of the wall, but we also have to break through the enemy's blockade and clear the obstacles for the other soldiers to climb up the wall." "Commander, we don't have any more companies to send," the adjutant reminded him awkwardly. "What? Didn't we?" Matones turned around in shock. Not far behind him, there were many people, but more than half of them were engineers and craftsmen. They were still anxiously busy, rushing to manufacture the siege weapons. There were also some personnel from the supply camp. Not only were they in charge of pushing the completed siege weapons, they were also carrying the wounded soldiers on the way back. There were also some doctors and nurses from the medical camp. They were carrying the wounded soldiers back to the front line. They were carrying out urgent battlefield treatment. Matones once again looked at the bloody battlefield in front of him. Many of the armored vehicles in front of the trench were burnt. Thick smoke rose into the air and blocked most of his vision. The frequency of the light infantrymen shooting arrows was much slower than before. They were probably tired as well. Below the wall, the heavy infantrymen of the 2nd Legion were half squatting on the ground, hiding their bodies under their long shields. At a glance, it seemed like the ground below the wall was black. Ladders were erected like trees, leaning against the wall. The Dionysus soldiers crawling on top of the ladders dyed the gray wall black. There were soldiers falling from the ladders, and there were soldiers coming up from below to replace them. From time to time, a ball of fire would rise from the bottom of the wall, accompanied by a shrill scream. Every time, Matonis felt his heart clenching. 3 of the 5 tall siege towers had been burned down. One of the siege towers had fallen into the trench because some of the sandbags were not compacted, causing the siege tower to break into pieces. Its axle was broken, and it could not move forward. It could only be used as a platform for the archers and javelin throwers to attack. In Matonis's sharp eyes, he also saw some wounded soldiers struggling under the shield formed by the soldiers below the wall. Due to their severe injuries, they could not move to the rear and were successfully rescued by the supply camp. Then, Matonis thought of the dozens of soldiers who were surrounded at the top of the wall, and he began to feel anxious. If they could not take down the city of Rome today, those soldiers who could not retreat would end up in a tragic state. When he thought of this, he forgot what the Devers told him before the battle. Preserve our strength and reduce casualties so that we can deal with the upcoming battle. He said loudly, get the buglers to blow the bugles and urge the soldiers to attack. And, hurry back to the camp and tell His Majesty that I request for another heavy infantryman. Legion Commander. The adjutant reminded him, I have received a notice that the camp has already sent out 4 brigades to stop the reinforcements from Rome. There are only 2 brigades left in the camp. I'm afraid, stop nagging and go. Matonis's eyes were red as he shouted irritably. At this time, in the central tent, the Devers had just received a report from a cavalry scout. 10 miles southeast of Rome, there were nearly 2,000 troops marching quickly to the north. The Devers immediately looked at the map. At the same time, Clausus, who was in charge of analyzing the enemy's situation, quickly made a judgment based on the previous information. Your Majesty, this is still the reinforcements from Praenestor, Bonae, Gabii, and other Latin city-states. He pointed at a place with a red dot on the map and said, their target is most likely Legio 6. Most of the soldiers of Legio 6 are attacking the city. The Devers pondered for a moment and said decisively, immediately send the heavy infantrymen from the 5th Legion to stop them. Your Majesty. Clausus reminded, if we send out this heavy infantryman, there will only be a light armored brigade from the 2nd Legion left in the camp. Don't worry. The Devers smiled and said, the reinforcements from Latin city-state to the south of the camp are either fighting with the army led by Tormid in the west or advancing towards Legio 6. They won't have more soldiers to attack our camp. The light armor brigade of the 2nd Legion can defend the camp on their own. Although the Devers said it casually, the staff officers still felt a little uneasy. One of the staff officers rushed out to pass the order, and the adjutant of the 2nd Legion arrived just in time. Matonis is requesting for more soldiers. The Devers was slightly shocked when he heard that. He asked the adjutant of the 2nd Legion in detail about the situation on the battlefield and sighed softly. This guy is also anxious. To be honest, according to the information that the Devers had received, the young and middle-aged citizens in Rome had been transferred to attack Helniki. There were only 3,000 soldiers left to guard the city. This was the reason why the Devers dared to lead the army to attack Rome. In his opinion, even if the people of Rome sent the elderly and women to defend the city, it would still be impossible for them to fight against more than 50,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who had advanced siege equipment, strong bodies, and rich combat experience. However, he did not expect that the battle would last for so long, and the legions would not make any significant progress. Could it be that the people of Rome were so resilient? He secretly clenched his fists tightly. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Hannibal saw that the Devers were in a daze, and he quickly called out softly. The Devers immediately came back to his senses, and his face quickly regained its calmness. He said to the adjutant, there are no more heavy infantry in the camp. Bring 300 light armor soldiers to support them immediately. Yes. The adjutant respectfully saluted and turned to leave the tent. The Devers glanced at the slightly worried staff officers and said confidently, I still have more than 200 palace guards. They are not inferior to the heavy infantry of the Legion. Together with the remaining light armor soldiers, there are a total of 1,000 people. You don't have to worry about the safety of the camp." As he spoke, he pointed to the front with a confident look on his face. "Moreover, even if the enemy destroys the campsite, it's not a big deal. Because tonight, we're going to camp in Rome." In fact, there was something else that he did not say. If the siege today failed, he would immediately lead the army back to Ostia, and this camp would be useless. "My army will conquer Rome today." Devers encouraged himself in his heart. At this moment another report came in. North of Rome Bridge, 5 miles away, about 4,000 enemy troops are advancing rapidly towards the camp of Legio III. "What?" one of the staff officers exclaimed. Devers's eyes suddenly shrank, and his right hand suddenly grabbed the back of the chair. At this moment, on the embankment on the west side of the south bank of Rome Bridge, the battle between the soldiers of Rome and Ionia did not look like a fight, but more like a contest of strength. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia held their long shields with both hands against the enemy's shields and buried their heads behind the long shields to avoid the stabbing of the enemy's spears behind them. They used all their strength to push forward to gain a bigger foothold for their comrades who climbed up later. For this reason, they growled in a low voice. Their faces were swollen, and the veins on their necks were bulging. Every one of them looked so ferocious and painful because they were all doing their best to fight against the thick battle formation of Rome with a thin formation. Often, one person had to fight against the overlapping strength of 5 or 6 enemies. The reason why they could barely hold on was because their comrades behind them were squatting down and constantly stabbing the enemy's legs and feet, injuring the enemy's legs and feet. This weakened the enemy's combat effectiveness so that they could not push them into the river with all their strength. Even though the soldiers of Ionia fought so hard and caused a lot of casualties to the enemy, the battle line between the two sides was still close to the embankment, zigzagging and intermittent. Soldiers of Ionia were constantly pushed down the embankment and fell into the river. The soldiers of Rome who rushed to the embankment had to stop themselves, or they would fall into the river as well. At this time, the Ionia soldiers who were lying on the suspension bridge used their long shields to protect their heads and used their short swords to attack the enemy's legs. Their attacks were often effective, forcing the enemy to retreat again and stand on the embankment again. Therefore, this flat embankment had advantages and disadvantages for the soldiers of both sides. The soldiers of Ionia could not completely stand on the embankment and form a solid line of defense, while the soldiers of Rome could not destroy the suspension bridge and cut off the enemy's attack route. Because the defenders of Rome did not expect the soldiers of Ionia to use warships to build pontoon bridges, they did not prepare any kerosene at all. After the fierce battle between the two sides, the kerosene could not be transported to the embankment through the thick formation. Of course, there were Rome archers who shot the rockets into the river, but there were also sailors on the warships of Ionia who cleaned up the rockets in time. More sailors were patrolling on the deck. When they saw the soldiers who fell into the river, they immediately jumped into the river and rescued them. 20 pontoon bridges were equivalent to 20 life rafts. Even if the soldiers who fell into the river were unlucky and missed them, there were more than a dozen boats patrolling on the river downstream of these pontoon bridges. Therefore, although there were a lot of Ionia soldiers who fell into the river, most of them were still in good condition. After they were rescued, they could quickly return to the battle after a short rest on the warships. The soldiers of Rome seemed to have the upper hand, but there were soldiers who were constantly injured and had to withdraw from the battle, so the number of soldiers who could fight was slowly decreasing. On the other hand, the situation of the battle at the Bridge of Rome was completely different. At the beginning of the battle, the soldiers of Rome blocked the enemy at the bridgehead in time, but they could not push the enemy into the river by relying on the strength of numbers like their comrades on the embankment. They could only face the enemy's attack head-on. The 1st Brigade of Ionia Legio III filled the entire Bridge of Rome. The soldiers at the front used their long shields to block the enemy and stabbed with their short swords. The soldiers at the back used their bodies to push and stab with their bayonets. The soldiers at the back also threw javelins while pushing forward with all their might. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides were still in a stalemate. Half an hour later, the Rome soldiers, who were mainly composed of the old and the weak and supported by their strong belief in defending their homeland, gradually could not resist the impact of the Legio of Dionysia soldiers who far surpassed them in physical strength, skills, and fighting spirit. They began to retreat little by little. Even when Cassius anxiously rushed over to supervise the battle, he still could not reverse the situation. More and more Dionysius soldiers rushed across the bridge, expanding the attack area of the 1st Brigade. This increased the difficulty of the Rome soldiers' defense. If it were not for the timely arrival of more than 3,000 reinforcements, the Rome soldiers defending at the bridgehead would have been routed. But even with so many reinforcements, Cassius' frown still did not relax. This was because the citizens of Rome, old and young, had been receiving formal military training from Rome since childhood. Even if they were not strong enough or experienced enough, they could still rely on the whole to resist the attack of the Dionysius soldiers. But these free people and slaves, even if they wore Rome-style armor and held long shields and bayonets, did not understand the tactics of Rome at all. Some slaves, especially, did not even know how to use shields and bayonets at all. Because of this, the ones who suffered the most were the team officers who were temporarily in charge of commanding them. They had no choice but to shout loudly, reminding the recruits under them what to do in the midst of the battlefield filled with the sounds of killing. Very quickly, all of their voices became hoarse, but the formation of the newly added reinforcements did not change much. It was still scattered and disorderly. Cassius was worried and began to blame in his heart. When the city of Rome was rebuilt, why didn't the Senate call on the people to build a wall on this embankment? Otherwise, with the protection of the wall, even if these recruits had no combat experience, they could play a greater role. At this moment, he vaguely heard the familiar sound of a bugle coming from the other side of the river. He suddenly became spirited. Are our reinforcements here? A few minutes ago, Lazaru, the commander of Legio III, who was standing on the bridgehead on the other side of the river and watching the battle nervously, received news that Rome's reinforcements were coming. As there had been news of Rome's reinforcements gathering north of their camp reported by the scouts, he was already prepared for this and did not appear to be panicking. There are only about 4,000 enemies. I think our troops guarding the camp can completely defeat them in the field, Lazaru said confidently. The commander of the 3rd Fleet, Middleades, said with some concern, the soldiers guarding the camp have all gone out to fight. If there are more enemies coming, Middleades, you have to believe in the ability of the scouts and mountain scouts of Legio III. Other than the Rome's reinforcements that are coming, they have not found any other enemies within 10 miles. After our soldiers defeat them, they have plenty of time to return to the camp. In order to dispel his concerns, Lazaru explained seriously, I asked the troops to take the initiative to attack, not because I like to fight, but because the camp we built is too big. If it's just a simple defense, the soldiers will be at a disadvantage. Middleades understood what he meant. Yesterday, Legio III and the 3rd Fleet built 2 camps on the north bank of the Tiber River. One was at the bridgehead, and the other was at the river on the west side of the bridgehead. In order to accommodate more than 40 huge 3-decker warships, and at the same time, to make sure that there was enough space between the warships to facilitate towing, entering the water, and to prevent fire, the camp by the river was long and wide, which resulted in the soldiers' defense area being increased. If they wanted to completely defend the camp, their military strength was slightly insufficient. The reason why Middleades had so many concerns was that the soldiers could still escape, regroup, and fight again if they were defeated. However, if they let the enemy rush into the camp by the river, his warships would be tied to the river and connected to each other, and they could easily be burned. By then, the 3rd Fleet would be completely finished. But after all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time. He knew that there was no room for hesitation at this critical moment, so he said decisively, I agree with your opinion, and I will temporarily hand over the command of the fleet infantry to you. That's great. Lazaru hammered his fist on Middleades' chest and said sincerely, Thank you for your trust, Middleades. This is all for Dionysia. Middleades replied with a straight face. Don't worry, I won't let the infantrymen of the fleet suffer great losses. Lazaru also made a promise, then said to the adjutant, Quick, get Eureza here. He planned to let Eureza take his place to command the entire Legio III to attack the south coast of Rome, while he himself would lead the 2 infantry battalions that stayed behind to guard the camp and 2,000 infantrymen of the 3rd Fleet to fight against the reinforcements from Rome. After all, with his identity as the commander of the legion, it would be easier for the infantrymen of the fleet to accept his command. Ai, a town built by the Etruscans, was located on the north coast of the middle reaches of the Tiber River, about 40 miles northeast of the city of Rome. It was one of the 12 allied cities of Etruria. Ever since the city of Rome was built, it had been a great enemy of the people of Rome. Both sides fought for the control of the land on both sides of the middle reaches of the Tiber River, and there had been many wars in the past 100 years. The people of Rome went from being passive in the beginning to winning and losing, to gaining the upper hand. Finally, more than 20 years ago, after a 10-year siege, the army led by Camillus broke through the city of Ai. Due to hatred and interests, the people of Rome killed all the people of Ai who could resist, captured the women and children as slaves, and completely occupied the land of Ai, turning it into a colonial town of Rome. Not long after, due to the fierce conflict between the nobles of Rome and the civilians, most of the civilians left Rome in anger and settled in Ai. Then, the Celts invaded and occupied the city of Rome. Camillus gathered the Romans and the Latins to drive out the Celts. After that, the nobles and commoners of Rome reconciled and rebuilt the city of Rome. Many commoners of Rome who had settled in Venus also returned. In order to prevent Venus from once again becoming a refuge for the commoners of Rome and the nobles, thereby weakening the strength of Rome itself, the Senate passed a bill to designate the fertile land to the south of Venus near the Tiber River as the public land of Rome. Thus, this large Etruscan city, which had a population similar to that of Rome and was even more prosperous than Rome, became a medium-sized colonial city of Rome. Since the residents of Venus were all citizens of Rome, after they vigorously responded to the first call of enlistment from Rome, which was to follow Camillus in attacking the Hernici, they once again squeezed out more than 500 people to come to the rescue when they heard that the city of Rome was under attack. In addition to Venus sending troops to the rescue of Rome, there was also Xianxia, which was also one of the 12 Etruscan city-states. It was located on a hill about 14 miles from the sea, nearly 60 miles from the north bank of the Tiber River. Because of its iron mines and the production of high-quality pottery, it enjoyed a good reputation in central northern Italy, which made the city prosperous and wealthy. Moreover, this city-state was very good at getting along with other forces. When most of the Etruscan city-states had a tense relationship with Rome, it maintained a good relationship with Rome. When the Celts invaded and their own city was destroyed, the Xianxia people sheltered many of the people of Rome who fled from the fall of Rome in various mountain villages in the territory. Therefore, when Rome recovered its strength and began to attack the Etruscan territories in the north, they were grateful for the kindness of the Xianxia people and did not invade their territory. Instead, they invited Xianxia to join the Rome alliance. At the same time, the relationship between the Xianxia people and the Greeks was also very good. It was one of the few non-Greek cities that had a sacred treasury in Delphi. Delphi generally did not allow non-Greek city-states to have a sacred treasury, which was very surprising. This time, in order to rescue their leader, Rome, Xianxia had also sent more than 500 soldiers. In addition, there were 2 reinforcements from the Etruscan alliance. They were Volch and Tarquina. They were also 2 city-states that were close to the coast but built their cities on the mountains. They had very Etruscan characteristics. They were rich in mineral resources and also had a large port and prosperous sea trade. Volch, in particular, had become the sea trade center of the entire west coast of the Italian peninsula as early as 100 years ago. Its pottery, bronze, and wine were even exported as far as the eastern Mediterranean Sea. Not only was it once a maritime power, but it also controlled many Etruscan tribes and small towns around it on land. Tarquina, on the other hand, had a feud with Rome, just like Veii. As early as 100 years ago, it had supported the overthrown king of Rome, Tarquina, against Rome. However, these 2 powerful city-states had declined in the past few decades because of the continuous southern invasion of the Celts and the harassment of Rome. More than a decade ago, the Celts had invaded these 2 cities, causing them to suffer heavy losses. The city fell, and the people were plundered. Before they could recover from the war, Rome, who had driven away the Celts and received strong support from Carthage, once again invaded their territory. After suffering successive defeats in the battle, the people of these 2 cities had no choice but to surrender. Rome divided part of the territory of these 2 cities and established 2 colonial cities, Sutrium and Cosa, as strongholds for Rome to control the southern part of Etruria. At the same time, Rome also monitored the movements of these 2 cities. So this time, when Rome sent messengers to ask for help, the 2 cities also sent reinforcements. Of course, there were also reinforcements from Sutrium and Cosa, totaling more than 2,000 people. Including the soldiers sent by other Etruscan tribes and towns that had surrendered to Rome, there were more than 4,000 people in total. The reinforcements from Veii, Casrella, Valchi, and other towns gathered one after another. There were still a few soldiers arriving later, but they received a report from their spies that Daionia was attacking Rome in a hurry. The situation did not allow them to wait here, especially when the citizens of Rome and Veii kept clamoring to rush to the rescue. So the leading generals from the colonial city of Rome and the city-state of Etruria quickly reached an agreement. They led their respective public militias and dragged their feet towards the bridge of Rome. When they were 2 to 3 miles away from the Daionia camp, they received another report from their spies. About 4,000 Daionia soldiers were marching quickly towards them. When the generals heard this, their reaction was the same as Paulus's. They were all taken aback. Weren't the people of Daionia attacking the city with all their might? Why are there still enough soldiers left to fight us in the field? But time was running out, and they did not have much time to think. They hurriedly began to set up the formation. More than 4,000 Rome reinforcements came from many Etruscan city-states, tribes, and the colonial city of Rome. It took a lot of effort just to determine the affiliation of each troop and arrange the positions of the formation. So before the entire formation of the army was spread out, the Dionysian army appeared in their sight. The army led by Lazaru had 2,000 fleet infantrymen and a light armor brigade, so they moved relatively quickly. Only a heavy infantry brigade was slightly behind. When they arrived at the battlefield, Lazaru found that the Rome reinforcements did not expect the Dionysian army to attack, so they were not prepared in advance. The whole army was still in a mess. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Before the heavy infantry brigade arrived, he gave the order to attack. The fleet infantrymen would attack the left side of the enemy, and the light armor brigade would attack the right side of the enemy, leaving the front open for the heavy infantry brigade who arrived later. Although these two troops were not heavy infantry, according to the report from the cavalry scouts, the number of heavy infantry in the Roman reinforcements was far less than half of the Roman reinforcements. The elite militia had been recruited to attack the Helniki. Therefore, Lazaru firmly believed that these two well-trained troops could completely suppress the enemy with their attacks and hold on until the heavy infantry brigade arrived. The bugle for the attack was blown. The two troops that were originally arranged in a battle column, in the process of advancing at a slower speed, quickly left the long column behind and became a horizontal line. After that, they did not need to change their positions anymore and began to advance at a faster speed. The weapons and equipment of the fleet infantrymen and the light armor brigade were actually the same. They all had leather helmets, leather armor, leather shields, and short swords. The biggest difference was the size of the leather shields and the javelins. As the light armor brigade was fighting on land, the leather shields were larger, and they also carried 2 javelins like the heavy infantry brigade. As the fleet infantrymen were fighting on the sea, in order to better maintain their balance, the leather shields were smaller, and they did not carry javelins. However, this time, as the heavy infantry of Legio III had to climb up the embankment through the Raven warship to attack, it was not convenient for them to throw the javelins. Therefore, they had to stay in the camp. Before Lazaru gathered the troops to go out of the camp to face the enemy, he asked the fleet infantrymen to carry the javelins. Although they did not use the javelins in the battle on the sea, they were often trained to use them during their daily training. This was because the javelin throwing was one of the 4 killing skills that the Daionia infantry had to master. The other 3 were hand-to-hand combat, shield-wielding, and shield-wielding. The rapid approach of the Dionysian army forced the Rome reinforcements to be unable to smoothly spread out their formation. Of course, they could not shrink into a group and be attacked passively. Therefore, the bugle for the attack was blown, and the generals of the various reinforcements led the troops of their respective cities to rush towards the approaching Dionysian army. The distance between the two sides, which was originally a few hundred meters, was quickly closed and amidst the battle cries. Javelins! 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 Amidst the shouts of the commanders, the Daionia fleet infantrymen and light armor brigade quickly stopped in their tracks. They quickly threw 2 rounds of javelins, interrupting the momentum of the enemy's charge, causing the enemy's formation to become more chaotic. Then, they shouted the name of Hades and rushed towards the enemy. The wall has collapsed. The wall of Rome has finally collapsed. Amidst the cheers of the Legion of Dionysia in front of the trench, a small section of the southwest wall of Rome in front of them roared and the ground trembled. A cloud of dust rose up, accompanied by the screams of the Roman soldiers. After a while, when the dust dissipated, a large gap on the wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was in the shape of an inverted trapezoid, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The width of the gap was about 4 meters, and it was more than 3 meters from the ground. After the stones and sand collapsed, it naturally formed a slope on both sides of the gap. Rush over. Attack the city of Rome. The soldiers of the Dionia Legio IV near the gap were very excited. They stepped on the bricks and rammed earth on the ground, ignoring the fact that they might fall, and quickly rushed to the gap. The defenders on the city wall, who had just been shocked by the collapse, also recovered at this moment. They ran to the top of the gap and threw javelins, stones, and wood down. They wanted to kill the enemy and prevent them from entering the city. But this did not stop the high fighting spirit of the Legio IV soldiers. When the frontline soldiers rushed through the gap, they could not help but stop because there was a thick spear wall not far in front of them. Countless Rome people dressed in simple clothes were lined up in a dense formation, and the spears pointed at them were shining with cold light. Stop! Stop! Get into a square formation. The captain of the frontline soldiers shouted loudly. However, in this battlefield filled with the sound of killing, the extremely excited soldiers were shouting and rushing in crazily. The order of the organization had long been in chaos. They could not obey orders, and instead, they pushed their comrades in front of them to meet the spear wall. The frontline soldiers had to hurriedly raise their long shields to protect themselves and collide with the enemy. Soon, the open space between the spear wall and the gap was filled with the continuous influx of Dionia soldiers. The dense spear formation formed by the landless poor of Rome was personally commanded by the defending general of the West Wall, Servius Musa. This general was born in the poor of Rome, but because of his bravery in the past battles, he was promoted several times by Camillus. From a lowly auxiliary soldier, he became a well-known platoon leader of Rome. This time, he happened to be among the 3,000 soldiers who stayed behind. The reason why Scipio the Great chose Musa from dozens of platoon leaders to be in charge of the defense line on the west side of Rome was not because Scipio the Great was like Camillus, who had the foresight and breadth of mind to employ people regardless of background and ability. It was because in the critical situation where the army was pressing on the border and the conflict between the nobles and the civilians of Rome happened to occur, he had no choice but to take action. He hoped that Musa could use his prestige among the civilians to be able to unify a large number of poor people and slaves living in the west of Rome to stop the attack of Dionia. In fact, what Musa had done so far had exceeded Scipio the Great's expectations. Not only had he temporarily dispelled the discontent in the hearts of the civilians and slaves, but he had also stimulated their determination to participate in the war. He had also effectively organized them to defend against the enemy's attack from both the top and bottom of the city walls. This was the reason why the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia, a total of more than 10,000 elite soldiers, had attacked this area at the same time without any significant progress. Although the spear formation that Musa had temporarily set up did not cause much damage to the Dionia soldiers, they were not frightened by the enemy's ferocious attack. Instead, they stubbornly blocked the enemy's breakthrough. The ones who caused the greatest damage to the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach were the defenders at the top of the city walls. The Dionia soldiers below the city walls were so densely packed that every javelin and stone thrown by the defenders could cause damage to them, not to mention the kerosene. If the unfortunate Dionia soldiers were doused with kerosene, they would be a great threat to their comrades around them. Fortunately, tar and olive oil had been used in large quantities to burn down many of the siege weapons. There was not much left. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach. Olivers, the captain of Legio IV, who was previously excited about the collapse of the city walls by the siege vehicles, was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Order the light infantry to immediately approach the city walls. Attack the enemy on top of the city walls. Reduce the pressure on the soldiers inside. Order the brothers at the breach to retreat quickly and make space for the soldiers inside. Let them form a phalanx and fight against the enemy. Assemble the mountain reconnaissance team. Let them try and see if they can climb to the top of the city through the breach and attack the enemy. The messengers accepted the order and rode off one by one. Also, immediately inform the 5th Legion commander, Georges, and tell him about the predicament we are in. When Georges received the news that Legio 4 was in a disadvantageous situation, his expression was solemn. He focused his attention on the front. Under the city walls 100 meters away, the soldiers who were trying their best to besiege the city were burnt siege vehicles and shielding vehicles, emitting thick black smoke. Among them, there were still 3 relatively intact siege vehicles lined up side by side under the city walls. They were constantly hitting the city walls. The boom-boom sound of the impact could even be heard by Georges, who was at the back. He could even see the increasing cracks on the wall, as well as the dust and stones that did not stop falling, almost burying the siege vehicles. Immediately inform the 1st Battalion to retreat to the trench and form a formation in front of the collapsing wall. After the wall collapses, don't rush. Enter the breach in a complete formation. Be careful of the enemy's spear phalanx behind the breach. At the same time, warn the other battalions not to enter the breach without orders. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Yes, Legion Commander. While the 4th and 5th Legions were fighting under the city walls, not far from their west, the army led by Tormid was engaged in a fierce battle. Although the total number of the Roman army led by Paulus was smaller than the enemy, most of the soldiers under his command were heavy infantry. Their number was double that of the heavy infantry led by Tormid, and they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the frontal battle. If it weren't for the continuous attacks from the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions of Paulus from the flanks of the Roman army and restrained part of the Roman army would have launched a frontal attack and forced the Daionia army to retreat. But as time went by, Paulus became more and more anxious. He bore the heavy responsibility of rescuing the city of Rome, but he was blocked here and could not advance for a long time. If this continued, even if he managed to defeat the enemy in front of him in the end, he was afraid that Rome would have fallen, and he would become a sinner of Rome. Therefore, he finally made up his mind and ordered the Roman platoon at the back of the formation. Only a part of the platoon was left to guard the Daionia cavalry that was patrolling around, and the rest of the platoon ignored the threat of the enemy cavalry. They immediately spread out to the flanks, and then turned to attack the enemy's flanks. Under his supervision, the Roman army began to stretch its arms from the original oval formation, transforming into a 1 formation. The 2 cavalry commanders, Ledes and Cusius, who were at the back of the Roman army, had a bad feeling when they saw the situation. At this time, the 2 cavalry legions had long run out of javelins. They divided the cavalry into small teams and galloped back and forth behind the enemy, assuming an offensive posture, just to force the Roman army to not attack with all their strength. But now that the Roman army had made up their minds, the cavalry legions could not let them achieve their goal. It seems that we can only attack. Ledes sighed. He knew that the cavalry's attack against the dense heavy infantry would not be effective even if the enemy was in motion. It would especially damage the war horse, causing a large number of cavalry casualties. The younger Cusius, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. Then let the Roman people see the power of the Daionia cavalry charge. Commander Ledes, you lead the army to attack the enemy's left side, and I will attack the right side. With that, he turned his horse and galloped south. Wait a minute. Ledes stopped him and pointed to the Roman army behind the Roman army that was stretching horizontally towards them. He said in a low voice, even if we stop the enemy from spreading their formation on both sides, these Roman soldiers will probably rush to the sides to stop us. That's for sure, but they don't have enough people to stop our charge. Cusius said confidently. Then, their departure will expose that place. Following the direction that Ledes pointed, Cusius's eyes lit up. It was the rear of the Roman army's middle line. The light infantry that posed a great threat to the Daionia cavalry was gathered there, and they were under the protection of the Roman heavy infantry. Ledes' voice continued to ring in his ears. We will gather the cavalry on both sides to attract the enemy's attention, but we will quietly send some of the cavalry to retreat out of the enemy's sight. Then, our cavalry will attack the enemy's flanks. These heavy infantry will inevitably rush to the sides to stop them, and our hidden cavalry can take the opportunity to charge at the enemy's light infantry. These light infantry will not be able to resist, and there will be chaos. Then, we will drive them to the front of the enemy's middle line, and create a chance for our infantry in the middle line to win. good idea. Corps Commander Leds, let's do as you say and do as you say. Pusius replied straightforwardly, when we gather the legion's cavalry into formation, we widen the gap between the cavalry and cover the enemy's line of sight. Then, we will each send 4 companies, 50 cavalry companies, to the rear and wait for an opportunity to act. Leds nodded and solemnly saluted. He said in a deep voice, time is tight. Then let's act. May Hades bless us and let us succeed. Pusius immediately saluted back, with the blessing of Hades, we will definitely succeed. The 2 commanders of the cavalry corps were busy gathering their cavalry. Meanwhile, Tormid, the commander of the Dionia army at the rear, understood the changes in the enemy's formation after receiving the reports from the scouts. Of course, he had to respond accordingly. He pondered for a moment and issued an order. The light armor brigade of the 4th and 5th legions at the rear of the left and right flank were to move forward quickly and spread out to the flanks to block the enemies who were attempting to surround them. Meanwhile, the light armor brigade of the 2nd legion at the rear of the middle was to be divided into 2 groups, ready to support the flanks at any time. After all, it was very difficult for the light armor brigade to confront the enemy's heavy infantry head-on. Tormid had no choice but to do so. He just wanted to buy a little more time. As the order was issued, the troops began to move, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tormid, who had been in a state of anxiety, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What's going on? Through the grey dust, he saw Clotocatax and the 40 palace guards who were resting quietly in front of him suddenly moved to the right. My lord, no one gave His Highness any additional orders. One of his men quickly explained. Go. Send someone to tell His Highness to obey the order and stay where he is. Tormid said anxiously. Clotocatax saw the messenger shouting at the rear of the formation. He immediately realized that there was a change in the situation, so he took the initiative to order the palace guards to follow the light armor brigade of the 5th legion to move to the right flank. These palace guards initially stopped him on the grounds of his safety, but he was the temporary commander of the palace guards after all. Besides, which citizen of Dionia did not want to go to war and gain merit? These palace guards had been staying in the city of Turii for a long time, protecting the king of Devers. It was not easy for them to get the chance to go to war and kill the enemy. It was inevitable that they would be tempted, so they were easily persuaded by Clotocatax. When the messenger rushed over and asked Clotocatax to obey the order and stay where he is, Clotocatax replied angrily, Please tell His Highness Tormid that the army is now facing danger. The other soldiers are fighting a bloody battle, but he wants us to hide like cowards. Does he want us to become the laughingstock of the whole kingdom? Clotocatax's words immediately made the palace guards who were a little shaken. They did not listen to the dissuasion and continued to follow Clotocatax. After Talmud got Clotocatax's answer from the messenger, he didn't know what to do even though he was good at coordinating and dealing with all kinds of complicated relationships. On one hand, as the young prince had said, if he were to stand aside and wait for the war to end, the prince would most likely become the laughingstock of the people when he returned to Turii. Not only would Clotocatax hate him, but the king of Devers and his consort Christoia would also be dissatisfied with him. But if he were to go to the front and fight the fierce enemy, he would also be blamed if he were to get injured. If he were to die in battle, then. Just as he was hesitating, a scout galloped over, report. His Highness Epiphanes has arrived at the battlefield. He's finally here. Talmud let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was finally at ease. He turned to his subordinates and said, Immediately take a company from the 2 ND Division's light armor battalion and follow the prince to the right flank. With Epiphanes's reinforcement, the defeat of Rome's reinforcements was imminent, and he no longer had to worry about Clotocatax's safety. Leading the army to Latinum and attacking Rome was regarded by Devers as his most important strategic plan so far. He knew how powerful Rome was in his previous life, so he would certainly go all out. So, not only did he send out the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Infantry Legions, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions, he also sent Epiphanes, who had just stepped down as the governor and was unemployed at home, to Lucania. As Legio III stayed in Atlas at the request of the Campanians, the Ministry of Military Affairs later appointed Xanthoparis to form a new reserve legion in Lucania municipality to replace Legio III in defending the entire Lucania municipality. The soldiers of Legio III not only came from Lucania, but also Copsa and the coastal cities of Annona, Poseidonia, Elia, and Laos. Therefore, with such a rich source of soldiers, Xanthoparis quickly formed a complete new legion. Devers ordered Epicthenus to lead half of the new legion to Latinum on the second day after the army landed and occupied Ostia, and then head to Ostia by ship. This was a backup plan that Devers had prepared. He would use this important flag depending on the development of the war. As the attention of the coastal city-states of Latinum was attracted by the Daionia army besieging Rome, they did not notice that another smaller Daionia army had entered the port of Ostia with a large fleet of supplies. When the Devers received the news yesterday evening that the defeated Roman army had regrouped and was marching east to rescue Rome, he immediately sent messengers to Ostia to inform Epicthenus to lead his army eastward today to help the main force defeat Rome's reinforcements and ensure the smooth progress of the siege. Epicthenus, who had been away from the army for several years, had always been known for being flexible and skillful in warfare. After he led his army out this morning, he did not rush his soldiers, but marched at a slow pace. At the same time, he sent out many scouts to the army's camp to learn about the deployment of the siege and the enemy's situation outside Rome. He wanted to keep abreast of the progress of the war so that he could find an opportunity. When he learned that his allies were blocking a large group of reinforcements from Rome on the west side of Rome, he immediately knew that this would be his first target. Only then did he order the army to speed up in the direction he had designated. Just as the army was about to reach the battlefield, Epicthenus met the 400 cavalrymen hidden behind the two cavalry commanders. After learning about Led's and Cusius' attack plan, he immediately said confidently, "Go tell your commander to stop wasting your war horse. Leave the next battle to me." After that, he ordered the troops to stop advancing and get into formation. He also ordered the soldiers to organize their equipment. Led's was relieved to hear that the reinforcements had arrived, but he was not ready to completely abandon his previous attack plan. He quickly reached an agreement with Cusius. The plan would be carried out as usual, but the attack on the flanks would be changed to a feint, while the ambush in the middle would remain the same. Woo! The bugle was blown. Led's clamped his legs on the horse's abdomen, and the war horse began to move forward. More than 1,000 cavalrymen followed behind him. It took them a long time to go from a slow walk to a slow jog. On the other side, more than 1,000 cavalrymen led by Cusius did the same. This gave the Roman army, who had been vigilant against the Daionia cavalry, a chance to react. Paulus, who was at the rear of the army, would certainly not allow the Daionia cavalry to disrupt the attack of the heavy infantry on the flanks. He immediately ordered the 12 Roman squadrons to rush to the flanks to stop the enemy cavalry's attack. When the Roman soldiers rushed to the flanks, the Daionia cavalry was still 100 meters away. Paulus breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. At this time, the Daionia cavalry had changed from a slow jog to a medium pace. Thousands of hooves on both sides of the army stomped on the ground, causing dust to fly and the earth to tremble. From afar, under the gray sky a mile apart, two black cavalrymen formed two huge arrowheads, surging forward like a black tide. There were some bright red flags flashing in the surging black tide. They were the flags of the cavalry legions. The largest flag was raised high beside the legion commander, at the front of the formation. It fluttered high in the wind, indicating the direction of the whole army. At this moment, the vanguard cavalry was less than 70 meters away from the Roman army. Led shouted, "Turn left! Turn left!" The Pegasus flag that was raised high immediately pointed to the left. The flag bearers of the brigades and companies who had been paying attention to the direction of the flag also changed the direction of the flag. Led's and the surrounding cavalrymen led the whole army to change direction. In the end, the entire cavalry team passed by the Roman army in front of them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the Roman soldiers saw the enemy cavalry that was only 20 to 30 meters away from them, stirring up a cloud of dust and galloping parallel to their formation, although they were still a little nervous, they were relieved. The momentum created by the countless enemy cavalry charging at them was too terrifying. The Roman soldiers on the flanks were relaxed, but the Roman light infantry in the middle and rear were nervous. They pointed to the rear and shouted in horror, "Cavalry! The Daionia cavalry! They are rushing towards us!" Yes, a cloud of dust also rose a few hundred meters behind them. The gray cloud was wrapped in black, and it was rolling towards them. Paulus, who was behind the light infantry, turned around and saw this terrible scene. He was also panicking. Damn it, I was tricked by the Dionia. Go. Go. Inform the platoons that were transferred to the flanks to return quickly. Quick. Unlike the Dionia cavalry on the flanks, the 400 cavalrymen in the middle were already running at full speed. It didn't take much time to cover the distance of a few hundred meters. Most of these Roman light infantry were not Roman citizens, but from the Latin alliance. Of course, they didn't have the determination to fight to the death to protect their homeland like the Roman citizens. Looking at the approaching enemy cavalry, they shouted, "Run," and fled in all directions. But it was too late. The Dionia cavalry quickly rushed to the front. When their spears pierced the light infantries, the cavalrymen quickly let go of their spears and drew their elongated Greek sabers. The Dionia cavalry was different from the infantries. They were not equipped with short swords. Instead, they used Greek sabers that were more than a meter long. It was more convenient for them to slash their enemies on horseback, and it was easier for them to fall off their horses. They waved the sabers in their hands and drove the terrified infantries to charge into the middle of the Roman army. Top point at this time, Paulus knew that the platoons on the flanks would not be able to arrive in time. He had already mobilized the platoons at the rear of the middle. Although he knew that this would seriously affect the soldiers in the front of the middle, it was imperative to stop the routed infantry and cavalrymen to prevent them from disrupting the formation in the middle. Rome's military system was based on the platoons, and it showed its flexibility at this time. Under Paulus's command, several platoon leaders quickly commanded their soldiers to turn around and rush to the rear to regroup. However, the hundreds of light infantry that were driven by the Dionia cavalry like headless flies crowded together with them. In order to escape, they even pushed down the Roman soldiers in front of them. The light infantry and Rome's heavy infantry were crowded together. The Dionia cavalry on the periphery waved their sabers and slashed at the light infantry, making the situation even more chaotic. Kill these light infantry. Kill them. Paulus shouted anxiously. He took the lead and stabbed the light infantry in front of him with his spear. The Roman heavy infantry had no choice but to follow suit. They stabbed the light infantry that fought side by side with them, but now they were in a difficult situation. However, the chaotic situation could not be solved immediately. Paulus stabbed the routed infantry while shouting for the army to regroup. At this moment, he heard the soldiers' panicked shouts, "Enemies! More enemies are coming!" Paulus's heart sank. He hurriedly took a few steps back and looked ahead. Through the gaps between the Dionia cavalry, he saw a black horizontal line appearing on the ground in the distance. Furthermore, it was moving forward rapidly. As it moved, the black line continued to lengthen and widen. Paulus, who had led his troops into battle many times, knew that this was an illusion caused by the dense infantry phalanx moving in the distance. Besides, the uniform, bright black color clearly indicated that this troop was definitely not Rome or Latin. It completely made Paulus feel that he was not lucky at all. At that moment, he panicked and felt that his heart was empty. His hands and feet had no support, and his body could fall at any time. At this moment, the subordinate beside him said anxiously, "General, the enemy's reinforcements are here. We're doomed. Why don't we retreat first?" "Yeah, let's retreat quickly. Any later and we won't be able to leave." The guards made up of his clansmen and diners also tried to persuade him. Leave? If Rome was gone, where else could they go? Paulus's face showed a pained expression. He remembered the miserable years when the Celts conquered Rome more than 10 years ago. A surge of strength rose from the bottom of his heart, and he replied firmly, "No, I want to be like the Fabius family in the past. I want to fight to the death with the enemies who invaded Rome here." He raised the spear in his hand and shouted sternly, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." Now that the heir of the patriarch had issued a call, according to the tradition of Rome, these clansmen and diners must pledge their lives to follow him. So, the guards shouted one after another, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." Their shouts influenced the other heavy infantry. They also shouted, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." For a moment, the morale of the people of Rome was high. In front of them, the light infantry were still panicking, and the Diorians had begun to retreat to the flanks, making space for the soldiers of the Dionia Reserve Legion to attack from the rear. The newly arrived Dionysian army soon appeared in front of the soldiers of Rome. They lined up in a dense and neat phalanx, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They marched forward, obviously having good physical strength. The formation was about a mile long, which showed that there were many of them. Woo! The bugle sounded, and the soldiers of Dionia shouted the name of Hades and ran forward. Prepare for battle. Paulus, who was standing in front, clenched the spear in his hand and said in a deep voice. At this time, he had already disregarded life and death. But at this time, there was some confusion among the soldiers behind him. It turned out that the soldiers of Dionia who were fighting in the middle of the Roman army also heard the bugle and suddenly strengthened their attack. The middle of the Roman army had already been weakened, so the soldiers were forced to retreat. As a result, they collided with the soldiers at the rear who were preparing to defend. At this time, the reinforcements of Dionia were already within 30 meters of the Roman army. They quickly threw the javelins in their hands, took out their spears, and began the final charge. The Roman army was caught in a two-pronged attack. Paulus, his guards, and the soldiers around him wanted to fight to the death, but for most of the Roman civilians who had just become heavy infantry a few months ago, their loyalty to Rome was far from strong. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the enemy's bugles sounded and Dionia's reinforcements rushed in like a tidal wave, some of the Roman soldiers were shaken. Their decision to flee caused the entire army to collapse. Adoris, who was in the middle of the heavy infantry battalion of the 2nd Legion, suddenly found that his comrades who had been almost motionless in front of him had begun to move forward. Go after them! Go after them! The enemy is running away! The cheers of his comrades cheered him up. Like the other soldiers, he strode forward and ran forward. At this time, on the outside of the right flank, the collapse of the Roman army from the middle had not spread to this place yet. The heavy infantry of Rome was still attacking, and the light armor battalion of Dionia and the palace guards led by Clotocatax were resisting them. Of course, the Dionia soldiers were at a disadvantage against the heavy infantry. But the battle had just begun, and the gap between the two sides was not yet apparent. But for Clotocatax and the palace guards, the quality of their armor and weapons was better than the enemy's. In addition, these soldiers were eager to prove themselves, so they had the upper hand in the beginning of the battle. Clotocatax was influenced by the guards around him, and he was also actively attacking. Small steps, shield thrusts, spear thrusts, lowering his head, shield blocking. Since he was young, he had been training every day in school and at home for more than 10 years. He was getting more and more comfortable with the military skills that had been integrated into his body. The enemy's spear thrusts no longer made him panic. It made him feel like he was training with Marcius. Although he was nervous, it did not cause any danger. When he blocked the enemy's spear with his shield again, he suddenly thrust his spear forward. The enemy did not have enough time to retract his spear, and his body was a little unstable. Clotocatax immediately thrust his spear forward at lightning speed. The enemy quickly lowered his head, and the sharp tip of the spear poked his helmet. The force of the spear obviously made the enemy dizzy. While the enemy was in a daze, Clotocatax instinctively retracted his right hand and quickly thrust his spear for the second time. The spear pierced the enemy's face. The shrill scream and the terrible look on the enemy's face stunned Clotocatax. Be careful! The guard next to him shouted. Bang! The spear that was poked from the side was blocked by the guard's shield in time. Don't be distracted during the battle. In a hurry, the guard did not care about the difference in status and reminded Zhang Hing loudly. Clotocatax broke out in a cold sweat. The shame in his heart made him forget the discomfort he felt when he killed for the first time. He attacked more fiercely to make up for his previous mistakes. However, the resistance in front of him suddenly weakened. The enemies in front of him were in chaos, and soon they turned around and fled. Clotocatax, who was not satisfied with the battle, immediately followed his comrades around him and chased after them. At this time only a few hundred soldiers led by Paulus were still fighting on the battlefield. The rest of the Roman soldiers had begun to flee. But this was the time when the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions came into play. Thousands of Daionia cavalrymen galloped across the vast plain, brandishing spears and sabers as they chased after the fleeing Roman soldiers who had abandoned their shields and spears. Only a few Roman soldiers would be able to escape the battlefield. It did not take long for the last resistance of the Roman soldiers to disappear. Epicthenes stood in front of Paulus's bloody body, which was covered with sword wounds. The towering red tassel on his hat was proof of his identity. He was a warrior, but not smart enough. Epicthenes looked down and turned around. He said to his adjutant disapprovingly, "He was a general after all. Bury him and take off his helmet. That Rome flag is our trophy." "Yes, General." At this time, Tormid rushed over on horseback. Epicthenes immediately said with a smile, "Are you here to congratulate me, Tormid? Lead the army back to the camp immediately and wait for His Majesty's orders." Tormid said with a straight face, "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you let our brothers catch a breather?" Epicthenes said half jokingly and half complaining, "You can rest as much as you want after we take Rome, but the other legions are attacking the city with all their might. There are casualties at every moment. Time is very important to us. I don't think you are in the mood to waste any more time here." Tormid's words made Epicthenes' expression turn serious. He said to his adjutant loudly, "Blow the horn immediately and gather our brothers." Just as the Devers expected, some of the Roman reinforcements from the south followed Paulus to attack from the southwest of Rome, while the rest followed Megis to attack from the southeast. However, the scattered reinforcements that arrived later began to attack the Daionia camp from the south. Although there were less than 1,000 of them, the way they attacked had caused the light armored soldiers who were guarding the main camp to be flustered. As the time given to the Dionysian army yesterday was too short, the soldiers had only built the main camp and a trench. They did not set up any antlers or traps in front of the camp. As a result, the Latin reinforcements were divided into many small teams and approached the camp from multiple directions. They stood in front of the trench and fired fire arrows into the camp. A main army camp that could accommodate 3 infantry legions and 2 cavalry legions occupied a very wide area. It was impossible for the light armored soldiers, who only had 700 men, to defend the camp. Therefore, tents would be set on fire from time to time, forcing them to send people to and fro to put out the fire. Once the fire got bigger and part of the camp was set on fire, the soldiers who were attacking the city would see it and it would definitely affect their fighting spirit. As a result, the manpower defending the camp became even more insufficient. The Devers urgently transferred a few hundred laborers from the supply camp to help put out the fire. At the same time, he also sent 100 palace guards to act as the mobile force for the defense of the camp. Only then did they manage to deal with the current situation. The siege had been going on for nearly 4 hours, but there was still no breakthrough. The Devers sat in the main tent and continued to watch the staff members draw on the map with a calm expression. Henoboris, who was taking notes at the side, seemed a little anxious at the moment. He was pacing back and forth in the tent. The Devers had no choice but to say, "Herney, hurry up and sit down. Don't walk around. It's making me dizzy." Henoboris said anxiously, "Your Majesty, the number of enemies attacking the camp is increasing. Even the enemy's reinforcements have appeared in the east of Rome, threatening the camp of the First Legion. Now, the enemy's reinforcements are all around us. There are no extra troops in the camp that can be mobilized. The legions are still blocked outside the city, and there are many casualties among the soldiers. If this stalemate continues, what if we can't take down Rome before nightfall? I'm worried." "I'm worried." Devers waited for him to vent his worries before slowly saying, "Apart from Thurii, Rome can be said to be the largest city on this peninsula. Even if its main force is not here, it will not be easy to capture it. It's not like our legions haven't made any progress. You've heard it just now. The Second Legion has used siege towers and more than 100 soldiers have attacked the top of the city wall and gained a firm foothold. Legio III has also occupied the southern bridgehead of the Bridge of Rome and is expanding its attack range. Legio IV has used siege vehicles to destroy the city wall. Their soldiers have broken through the gap and are temporarily blocked under the city. We are in a tug-of-war with the people of Rome. The people of Rome are doing their best to keep us in a stalemate. However, this kind of explosive power will not last long. We are increasing our strength to pull the red rope over bit by bit until we completely overwhelm the strength of the people of Rome. By then, they will definitely collapse. Devers clenched his right fist and waved it with force. He said confidently, "As for the reinforcements of Rome, Your Majesty, good news. Sir Epitines has arrived on the battlefield with 4,000 soldiers and cooperated with Sir Tormid to completely defeat the reinforcements of Rome in the southwest. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions are chasing after the defeated soldiers. Sir Tormid and Sir Epitines are leading the army here." "That's great." Hannibal, who was originally worried, was now filled with joy. The advisors in the tent also applauded in celebration. Devers also had a smile on his face. "Inform Tormid and Epitines immediately. Ask them to send a heavy infantry battalion to defend the camp. The rest of the troops, gather at the rear of the 2nd Legion and wait for my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aeneas quickly went out of the tent to inform the orderly. He quickly returned and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the scouts have reported that Legio 6 and part of the 1st Legion have attacked the top of the city wall." On the surface, the 1st Legion and Legio 6 were using conventional siege methods, but Devers had suggested that they try climbing the city wall with rope hooks. Climbing the city wall with rope hooks was one of the first siege methods invented by Devers. It was this method that was first used to capture Amendola and gain a foothold for the mercenaries in Greece. As Dionia grew stronger, various siege weapons were manufactured one after another, and the siege methods became more and more perfect. This simple rope hook, which was a great help to the mercenaries, had long been forgotten. However, Devers did not forget. Considering that there might be a lot of siege battles after the army arrived in Latin, they specially sent people to take out dozens of sets of hooks that were already covered in dust from the corner of the armory. They polished and equipped them with ropes, just in case. Amyntas had always advocated offense and liked to take risks, so he did not hesitate to accept the Devers suggestion. Tyrtaeus, the captain of Legio 6, was also a member of the mercenary expedition in Persia. He came to Thurii with the Devers and grew from an ordinary soldier to a legion commander. His combat experience was rich, and his achievements were outstanding. Of course, he would not allow his legion to perform mediocre in this important siege battle. Both of them knew very well that in order to succeed, they had to deceive the enemy and carry out a surprise attack. Otherwise, once they were discovered, there would be a lot of casualties. So both of them unanimously decided to use the rope hook to climb the city wall at the southeast corner of Rome. Like the southwest corner, the city wall protruded outwards, but unlike the southwest corner, it was bent a few times and eventually formed a small sharp corner. It happened to be relatively far from several gates of Rome, and the zigzagging city wall was convenient to block the enemy's line of sight, making it difficult to be discovered. So in order to achieve this goal, Tyrtaeus asked the soldiers of Legio 6 to concentrate on attacking the section of the wall between Porta Escuri and Porta Vimina, which was about 400 meters away from the southeast corner. Amyntas was even more ruthless. He ordered the soldiers of the 1st Legion to attack the section of the wall between Capitoline Hill and Quirina Hill, which was 2 miles away from the southeast corner. Tyrtaeus planned to let his light armor brigade complete this task. After all, their lighter clothes were easier to climb. For this reason, he also left 2 heavy infantry brigades in the camp. Although the camp of the 1st Legion was far away from the main camp, Amyntas boldly left only 1 heavy infantry brigade in the camp, and let more than 700 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade stay in the camp at the same time to carry out this task. However, after careful Tyrtaeus observed the terrain many times, he found a problem. Although the southeast corner of the wall was relatively remote, the walls of Rome were very high. The soldiers on the wall could see far below the city wall. If the Dionia soldiers who carried out this task wanted to approach the wall, even if they did not carry any siege equipment, it would arouse the suspicion of the enemy, and they would be on their guard. After thinking about it, he decided to let the soldiers do this. After the Devers understood Tyrtaeus's idea, they applauded and applauded. So, the plan of Legio 6 to climb the city wall with a rope hook was quickly established. Originally, there was a garrison on the southeast corner of the city. However, as time went by, the continuous and fierce attacks of the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion made the Roman generals in charge of the defense feel that their military strength was tight. They had to transfer the soldiers on other sections of the wall to strengthen the defense. Of course, the garrison on the southeast corner who had nothing to do was also transferred. Not long after, the garrison on the nearby city wall saw hundreds of Rome auxiliary soldiers being chased by the Daionia soldiers in the distance in the southeast. They were fleeing in panic towards the city of Rome. Although some of their soldiers were occasionally caught and stabbed by the enemy, most of the defeated soldiers still crawled through the trench with difficulty and came to the southeast corner of the city. Perhaps they were afraid of being attacked by the garrison on the city wall. The hundreds of Daionia light infantry stopped their pursuit. However, they were unwilling to give up and watched from a distance. When the garrison soldiers saw this scene, they were guessing which Latin city-state these Rome auxiliary soldiers came from. Most of the auxiliary soldiers in Rome were Latin citizens. Since the enemy was attacking the city, the garrison soldiers certainly would not allow these defeated soldiers to enter the city. And the fierce battle did not allow them to have more time to care about the life and death of their allies. However, the appearance of these defeated soldiers meant that the reinforcements of Rome were fighting the enemy in a place where they could not see. This more or less boosted the morale of the garrison soldiers. But they did not know that these Rome auxiliary soldiers were actually Daionia soldiers in disguise. They wore the armor and equipment of the Rome soldiers that they obtained after the victory of the battle 2 days ago. With that, they deceived the garrison soldiers and successfully came to the southeast corner of the city. They avoided the sight of the garrison soldiers, connected the ropes that were wrapped around their bodies, and put on hooks. Dozens of rope hooks were quickly made. The battle was still going on. The Rome soldiers were struggling to resist the enemy's attack. They gradually forgot about the existence of the defeated soldiers. Occasionally, they would glance at the southeast corner of the city from the corner of their eyes. When they saw dozens of Rome soldiers stationed there, they thought that they were sent by the neighboring garrison soldiers. So, they did not attract much attention. Even when they saw Daionia light infantry crawling through the trench and rushing to the southeast corner of the city, they did not cause too much alarm. After all, they did not bring any siege equipment with them. Besides, there were soldiers stationed on the city wall. But soon, they found that something was wrong. Daionia soldiers began to appear on the southeast corner of the city, and more of them appeared. Those Rome soldiers did not fight with the enemy. When the 2 garrison generals, Marcus Attilius and Barbus Fabia, heard the bad news, they were shocked. The situation was extremely urgent. Although they were short of manpower, they quickly put together a team led by the 2 generals and rushed to the southeast corner of the city wall from the west and the south. They vowed to drive the enemy out of the city. Literature Museum. But the Rome's reinforcements soon tasted the pain of the curved wall they had built. They could not speed up. Seeing this, the Daionian soldiers on the walls urged their comrades to hurry up and ascend the walls. The 6th Corps Light Armored Brigade's captain, Cercus, came from Silatina. He wasn't an immigrant, but a native of Silatina. More than a decade ago, he was still an ordinary citizen of Silatina. He participated in the Battle of the Ramato River, but he was fortunate not to escape back to Silatina. Instead, he escaped to Crotone and survived the Southern Italian War. After that, he became a citizen of Dionysia and one of the most hard-working soldiers in the 6th Corps military camp. After being promoted to captain, he wrote to the Ministry of Military Affairs several times, requesting to be transferred to the 8th Legion. However, the Ministry of Military Affairs never agreed. They were worried that the general, who had a deep hatred for the people of Syracuse, would have a conflict with the people of Syracuse after he went to Sicily. As the commander of the raid, he was not worried when he saw the Rome soldiers attacking from both sides. He immediately ordered the soldiers on the wall to send 2 teams to form a dense formation and block the walkways on both sides of the wall. The walkways on the wall of Rome were not wide, so Scipio the Great was able to successfully block the Daionia soldiers who passed through the siege tower and went up to the top of the wall. Now, Cercus was also using this method to buy time for the follow-up troops to go up the wall. It was really an eye for an eye. Even if more than 1,000 soldiers from the Light Armor Brigade and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade came up, Cercus was not going to attack from the wall. The walkways were narrow and long, and it would take a long time to break through the enemy's defense line. He had a better choice, because there was a stone staircase in front of him that led to the city. It was precisely because the southeast corner was remote that Rome built a ramp here to make it convenient for the soldiers to arrive quickly. However, they did not expect that it would become a fatal weakness for the enemy. Marcus and Barbus quickly realized this problem, but the First Legion and Legio VI's attacks had become more urgent during this period. It was obvious that they were cooperating with the sneak attack of this unit, so they had no more troops to send. Barbus had no choice but to send someone to Scipio the Great for help. At this time, the exhausted Rome soldiers who had been fighting for a long time were motivated by the belief of protecting their homeland. They walked along the wall and headed towards the southeast corner in an aggressive manner. But the Dionia soldiers, who were arranged in a dense formation and had been conserving their strength, were like two boulders blocking their way. The other Dionia soldiers went up the wall very quickly, not only because of the 30 rope hooks, but also because the soldiers brought more ropes. After going up the wall, they untied the ropes from their bodies, tied them to the battlements, or pulled them with their hands, and hung them under the wall. Nearly 100 soldiers climbed up the wall at a time, and soon, the southeast corner was filled with the densely packed Dionia soldiers. Under Carcas's order, 1,000 light-armored soldiers and scouts quickly stepped down the stone stairs and finally entered the city of Rome. There were 3 routes of attack in front of them. The first route was to go north along the northeast wall, close to Monte Quirina, to support the First Legion, or to attack the center of Rome, the Senate. However, this route was long and narrow, and it was easy to be intercepted. The second route was to go northwest, through the road between Monte Quirina and Monte Vermina, and go straight to the center of Rome. However, the road was also narrow, and it was easy to be intercepted. Without understanding the situation inside the city, it was taboo to go deep into the city alone. The third route was the choice of Carcas, which was to go west along the south wall and help Legio VI defeat the defenders in front of him. In fact, not far from the stone stairs was one of the gates of Rome, the Porta Quirina, but the whole gate was filled with stones and mud. The walls of Rome were winding, and there were many gates, at least 10. There were not enough soldiers in the city to defend it. Therefore, yesterday, the Senate of Rome decided to mobilize the people to block all the gates to prevent them from becoming a breakthrough point for the enemy. It would take a lot of time to clean up and open the gates, and time was the most precious for the Dionysian army entering the city. So Carcas did not stop and led the troops quickly to the west. The light-armored soldiers and scouts, who had always played a supporting role in the war, rarely took the lead in this important battle. Everyone was very excited and full of energy. It did not take long for them to pass through the Porta Vermina, and they bumped into the elderly, women, and children who were transporting supplies to the defenders on the city wall. The Dionia soldiers were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily knocking them down with their leather shields. The rest of the people fled in horror, throwing arrows, javelins, and oil cans on the ground. When the defenders on the city wall saw this scene, they also shouted in horror, "The enemy! The enemy has entered the city!" There was a great commotion on the city wall. The panicked soldiers could no longer fight with peace of mind. A few soldiers even ignored the dissuasion of their officers and left their defensive positions, wanting to run down the city wall. At this time, someone shouted, "Reinforcements are here! Reinforcements are here!" Scipio Africanus had urgently sent 300 heavy infantry, which was all he had at the moment. But this force was not enough to pose a danger to the Dionysian army entering the city. Carcas made a prompt decision: let 3 companies quickly meet the enemy's reinforcements, and the other 2 companies went up the stone stairs on both sides of the Porta Vermina to attack the defenders on the city wall. The enemy has entered the city! The enemy has entered the city! The people in charge of transporting supplies ran back to the square in panic, shouting at the top of their lungs, causing chaos in the square. The faces of the senators in the square also changed. Go and detain them. Don't let them shout and create chaos. Marugenens was so angry that he immediately ordered the captain of the guards in charge of maintaining the order in the square. Potatus, who had always been opposing him, did not stop him. He was in favor of using tough means at such a critical moment. Could it be that the enemy has really attacked? Ambrosius' voice trembled as he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Bring a person here for a detailed interrogation. Potatus looked quite calm, but his hand was shaking slightly with the help of his crutch. At this time, the messenger sent by Scipio the Great arrived at the square. The cruel truth he spat out made the senators panic. Hasn't Scipio the Great already sent reinforcements? These brave citizens will definitely be able to kill all the enemies who are lucky enough to rush into the city. Plinius shouted loudly. He wanted to dispel the fear in his and his colleagues' hearts, but his tone was so unconfident. If Scipio the Great was confident that he could defeat the enemy, he wouldn't have sent a messenger to tell us. Maruginant sighed. He and Scipio the Great were from the same clan, and he had been working hard to guide this outstanding clansman, so he naturally knew him better. And we don't have any extra soldiers. In fact, the senators had been constantly receiving reports from the defenders on the city wall. They knew very well that the situation was very serious. Maruginant's words only tore apart the last bit of hope in their hearts, causing them to fall into a terrible silence. Go to Capitoline. Potitus no longer panicked. He said in a firm tone, "Don't worry, everyone. Just like when the Celts invaded, the Daionia may be able to occupy Rome, but they definitely won't be able to take down our Holy Land. Compared to the last time, the situation this time is more favorable. Camillus is about to lead the army back, and this time, the number of troops is far greater than a decade ago, and they are also better trained. The Daionia will be driven out faster, and victory will ultimately belong to Rome." Potitus' words of reassurance made the elders less panicky. The people of Rome in the square received instructions from the senators and rushed back to their homes in a panic. They hurriedly packed up their belongings and food, preparing to escape to Capitoline Mountain to take refuge. When the people living near the embankment rushed back to the street, they saw a horrifying scene. The stone slabs on the street that were used to cover the sewers were lifted up, revealing the dark and smelly sewers. On the street, hundreds of soldiers wearing black leather armor, holding black shields, and short swords were lined up with their backs facing them and facing the Tiber River. "It's the enemy. They're coming in!" The people of Rome screamed in horror. Some women even fainted from fear. Lazaro heard the noise behind him. He did not care about the elderly, women, and children at all. He did not even look back. Instead, he pointed the short sword in his hand to the front and shouted in a passionate voice, "Brave warriors of the Mountain Brigade, it's time to make a great contribution. Follow me and kill our way in." After that, he was the first to rush to the bridgehead of the Rome Bridge, and the soldiers followed closely behind. Their shouts of Hades alarmed the Rome soldiers who were engaged in a bitter battle. The fierce attack of the 1st Battalion of the Daionia Legio III was already too much for them to handle. Seeing many soldiers in the same black helmets and armor charging at them aggressively, the morale of these Rome reinforcements, who were mainly made up of slaves, immediately dropped to the bottom. They completely ignored Cassius' order to turn around and defend, and in an instant they scattered and fled. Their escape also shook the morale of the Rome soldiers who had been fighting so hard until now. At the bridgehead, the Daionia soldiers, who were already very tired because of the continuous attacks, heard the shouts of Hades coming from the opposite side. All of them were reinvigorated, and their numb arms seemed to be re-injected with strength. Their attacks regained their fierce momentum again. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Literature Museum. Rome's defense line on the embankment had collapsed. It was impossible for Cassius to fight to the death even if he wanted to. He was dragged into the city by the routed soldiers, but as the general of the garrison, his attire was too conspicuous. He was soon intercepted by the Mountain Brigade. Tarentus roared, and the dagger in his right hand easily pierced Cassius's chest. When he fell, Cassius still thought that the city of Rome had fallen. These enemies were coming from other cities, and he was the last one standing. He never thought that these enemies had been hiding underground not far from them. The Legio III soldiers who rushed across the bridge and up the embankment soon met up with the Mountain Brigade. Together, they chased after the routed soldiers and rushed into the city of Rome. In the eastern section of the southern wall, while Caracas's mixed troops intercepted the reinforcements of Scipio the Great, another group of soldiers passed through the stone staircase and went up the wall, causing chaos among the defenders. The Legio VI soldiers who were attacking the city took the opportunity to go up the wall. At this time, 500 follow-up troops who climbed up the southeast corner of the wall through rope hooks arrived. They bypassed the frontal battle and attacked the flank of the reinforcements of Scipio the Great. The reinforcements of Rome were quickly defeated. This defeat completely destroyed the fighting spirit of the defenders, and they began to flee. Since the eastern wall had been intercepted by Carcass's troops, they could only flee to the west. This naturally affected the defenders of Scipio the Great. They were already struggling to hold on, but after the reinforcements of Tormid and Epicthenus, the Second Daionia Legion attacked even more fiercely, so they gave up resisting and prepared to flee. However, the Daionia soldiers who had climbed to the top of the wall through the siege tower but were blocked by them in the aisle became the stumbling block for their escape to the west. The stone staircase to the lower city was blocked by the enemy below the city. In a panic, the Roman soldiers jumped down from the more than 10-meter-high city wall. Scipio the Great saw that the situation was not good, so he had already chosen an escape route. At this moment, surrounded by his guards, he fled to the square of Rome. At the southwest corner of the city wall, another section of the city wall collapsed. The soldiers of the 5th Division lined up neatly and orderly passed through the gap. The Roman soldiers who were responsible for intercepting the Daionia soldiers felt the pressure multiplying. Just when their spears were being pushed back by the attacks of the Daionia soldiers, an urgent message came: the southern wall defense line had been completely breached. Seeing that the battle situation could no longer be salvaged, Musa helplessly gave the order to retreat. If they continued to fight, the enemy who had broken into the city from the east would attack from the west, and it would be very easy for his troops to be completely surrounded in the southwest corner. When the west, south, and north sides of Rome were breached, only the defenders in the northeast were still holding on because they were close to the Capitoline Hill, the holy land of the Romans. At this moment, Amyntas was very anxious. When the scout reported to him that there were more than 1,000 Rome reinforcements approaching the campsite from the east, he replied angrily, "Report to me after the enemy has breached the campsite." For a moment, his followers around him were silent. Only Printeran said, "Legion commander, look, our soldiers are attacking the city. It's not like we haven't attacked it before, but we were still driven down." Amyntas said angrily, "But the defenders at the top of the city wall are in chaos." The careful Printo stared ahead and said in a deep voice. The defenders at the top of the city wall were indeed in chaos. This was because the bridge and embankment of Rome were not far from Capitoline Hill. Most of the defeated soldiers in the north ran in the direction of the square close to Capitoline Hill. The soldiers of Legio III followed closely and rushed into the square of Rome. At this time, in the square of Rome, there were wounded soldiers in urgent need of rescue, people with their families, and a pack carrying food. The whole square was overcrowded. They were all fleeing towards Capitoline Hill in panic. The soldiers of Legio III were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. They killed their way into the sea of people and immediately caused chaos in the square. Cries and shouts shook the sky. When the defenders at the top of the city wall in the northeast looked back, they could see the enemies in black helmets and armor not far from the city cutting off the road to Capitoline Hill. Then, like herding cattle and sheep, they chased the people until they fled. The defenders, who were worried about their families, did not have the mood to fight anymore. They turned and fled. Good news came one after another. The main tent of the central army camp was still filled with cheers. The Devers quietly walked out of the tent and looked at the city wall in the distance. They were in a daze. The flag of Daionia was already fluttering there, and they could vaguely hear the cries coming from the city. "Your Majesty, we have taken down this big city, but you don't seem to be very happy," Henoborus came to his side and said in a relaxed tone. He was the only one who could speak to divers in such a tone. "Of course I'm happy," Henoborus said faintly. Divers said calmly. It was not a lie. The stone that had been pressing on his chest had been shattered. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, but he still tried his best to suppress the excitement. But now is not the time to celebrate. There are still 70,000 Roman soldiers outside the city, and they are rushing towards us. Their homeland has been occupied. Do they still have the mood to fight us? Henoborus was not surprised. Henoborus, go all out in the war at all times. Don't rely on luck, the Devers said seriously. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will remember this. Henoborus picked up the wooden board and began to record. The Devers smiled helplessly. He turned to Aeneas beside him and asked, "Have Epicthenus and Tormid set off with their troops?" "Your Majesty, they have set off for about 10 minutes. As an advisor, the most important thing was to be as accurate as possible. That was why Asanara specially ran back to the big tent to check the funnel timer before rushing back to answer. After receiving the news that the city was breached, the Devers immediately ordered Epiphanes to lead 1,500 soldiers and 200 cavalrymen to the east to assist the intercepting troops and defeat Rome's reinforcements. Then, he ordered Tormid to lead 2,000 soldiers from the river port to the other side of the river. They would circle around the back of the Roman reinforcements coming from the north and annihilate them. The Devers nodded and asked with concern, "Has the medical camp started to treat the wounded soldiers outside the city?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devers looked up at the sky and said, "Inform the supply camps to pull out of the camps, load the supplies, and get ready to enter the city." "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 hours later, the sky was close to dusk. The sounds of fighting and crying in the city had subsided. The soldiers of Dionia cleaned up the stones and dust in the Sirio gate, which faced the square of Rome. They then opened the gate wide and lined up on both sides of the road to welcome their commander, the king of Dionia, into Rome. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Accompanied by the palace guards, Divers led his entourage into the city of Rome. Of course, this aroused the doubts of the soldiers. Why didn't His Majesty ride a horse? How would I know? Maybe it's because the streets here are too narrow for riding? Don't make wild guesses. Commander Matones just said that His Majesty said, because we fought hard to conquer this city. Riding a horse into the city is disrespectful to us. His Majesty is so good to us soldiers. Quick! Quick! Don't talk. Seeing the Devers walking towards them, the soldiers who were talking immediately tensed up. The Devers walked up to one of the officers and asked gently, "What's your name?" Before the officer could answer, Matones, who was next to the Devers, immediately said, "Your Majesty, he's the captain of the 5th team of the 4th team of the 3rd Brigade of the 2nd Legion. His name is Temesipes, and he's from Castellan. He was very brave in this siege. He led the soldiers to the top of the city wall." Matones praised him, but he glared at him with a look that said, "I'll deal with you later. I can see that you're a hero." The Devers praised. Temesipes immediately straightened his back. The Devers pointed at his right hand that was holding a short sword and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Your Majesty, it's just a small injury, but it's all healed." Temesipes subconsciously moved his right hand behind him. Matones immediately went forward and pulled his right hand up. There was a sword wound from his arm to his forearm. The skin was flipped open, and the red flesh was exposed. Even though the blood had stopped, such a long and hideous wound was still heart-wrenching. "Why didn't you go to the medic camp to treat it?" The Devers stopped Matones from scolding him any further. He then said to Temesipes in a serious tone, "Our kingdom's military law requires us to be brave in battle and protect ourselves after a battle. Do you know why? It's because that's the only way to continue fighting with a healthy body and continue to make contributions. You've been rewarded for your contributions, but it's best that you enjoy it after the battle. We're fighting far away from home now, so we need you to take care of yourself. Hurry up and go to the medic camp to get treatment. There are more intense battles waiting for us. We need warriors like you to win another victory for the kingdom." The Devers then turned around and said to Matones and the other captains, "There's no need for the soldiers to stand like this. After today's siege, they're very tired. Hurry up and let them go back to rest and recover their strength. Get all the officers to take responsibility and send the injured soldiers to the medic camp for treatment. If there's anything that they missed or didn't notice and caused the soldiers to fall sick, the officers will be punished." Literature Hall. "But, Your Majesty, your safety." Oliver's said with concern. The Devers waved his hand and said loudly, "My safety is protected by the guards. Besides, this city has been conquered by our brave soldiers. I don't think there are any Romans here who have the courage to challenge the kingdom." None of the senior generals raised any more questions. The Devers looked at Temesipes again and said kindly, "Hurry up and get your treatment. I hope to hear the news of your meritorious service again soon." The Devers then looked at the soldiers standing next to him, waved his hand and said, "Warriors of Dionia, go back to your station and have a good rest. Recover your strength and be ready for the next battle." At this moment, Temesipes, who was moved by the Devers' words, could not help but shout, "Long live your majesty, the Devers." The soldiers around him who heard the Devers' words also shouted excitedly, "Long live your majesty, the Devers." Soon, their voices rang throughout the city. The people of Rome who were hiding in their houses were a little frightened when they heard the deafening shouts. Some of the bolder ones even looked through the windows at the Devers and the others who were walking on the street, their eyes filled with hatred. The Devers, of course, also saw the gazes that were as sharp as knives, but he did not care. Instead, he looked around leisurely, and from time to time, he would poke the ground with his foot. He clearly felt that the current Rome was still far from the Roman Empire that was famous for its roads, bridges, and buildings in his previous life. After all, Rome had just risen in central Italy. It was far from building a huge road system for the convenience of ruling the whole of Italy. Even the bridge over the Tiber River was not a stone bridge. Moreover, the strength of Ionia in construction had far surpassed that of Rome. This made the Devers feel happy. He could not help but say, "I heard that in order to rebuild the city of Rome quickly, the people of Rome built the whole city very ugly. It seems that the rumor is true." "Yes, your majesty. Not only are the walls of Rome ugly, but the city is also ugly. Originally, this place had rivers, hills, and flat land. If it was properly planned and built, it would have been a very beautiful city, but in the end, it was ruined by the people of Rome." Hannibal sighed regretfully. "Now that this city belongs to Ionia, we can demolish it and rebuild it," said Matones nonchalantly. "It seems that you, Matones, are very interested in rebuilding the city of Rome. After the war is over, you can ask the Senate to appoint you as the supervisor of the city of Rome," Divers joked. "No, your majesty, I'm not interested in rebuilding Rome. You should give the job to someone else," Martoni said immediately. Everyone laughed heartily. The smile on the Devers' face disappeared when he saw the dead body of a Rome citizen at the corner of the street. "Before the siege, I asked the legions not to kill the citizens of the city indiscriminately after conquering the city. How are the soldiers doing?" Olivers glanced at the Devers' face and said carefully, "We have emphasized it many times, and the soldiers tried not to kill the citizens of the city, but some people didn't know what was good for them and took the initiative to attack us, so there was nothing we could do about it. In fact, the main reason why they were injured and killed was because they ran away in panic after we conquered the city. They pushed and trampled on each other, so there were a lot of casualties in their square." The Devers certainly knew that there would be casualties after conquering the enemy's city. Otherwise, how could they intimidate the people of the enemy? He only wanted to warn the legion commanders to restrain their soldiers and not to act recklessly. The army of Rome is still on their way. The more citizens of Rome we have, the more advantageous it will be for us in the upcoming battle. Have the citizens of Rome returned to their houses? Yes, your majesty, some of them are unwilling to leave and are staying in the square. We have no choice but to take some forceful measures, Matoni said. Daves nodded. At this time, he had already stepped into the Roman square. The wide and flat field, which was originally paved with white stone slabs, was now almost red. Pools of blood constantly reflected in Dave's eyes. He frowned as he watched the soldiers cleaning up the square and dragging away the corpses. He then asked, "What are you going to do with these corpses?" Matones pointed to the front and said indifferently, "Drag them to the square outside the eastern part of the city and cremate them." The Devers pondered for a moment and said, "Bring some people from Rome with you when you cremate them. Let them confirm the identity of the deceased and bring the ashes to the relatives of the deceased." Matones was stunned. He felt that the matter was a little troublesome. He wanted to argue further, but Oliver stopped him and interrupted, "All right, your majesty. I'll send someone to inform Amintas who is in charge of this right away." The Devers and the others went straight to the north and crossed the square. He saw 12 bronze pillars that could be hugged by a person. They were set up at intervals at the edge of the square. He went forward and looked up. Every bronze pillar was engraved with words. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time and the weathering of wind and rain, the pillars were rusty. "Your Majesty, what is written on them?" Henneborus asked curiously when he saw the Devers staring at the pillars. "This is the law of the 12 tables of Rome. It records the laws of the people of Rome. Rome is just like us, Ionia, a country that abides by the law." The Devers sighed emotionally. He remembered that when he was studying law in his previous life, the law of the 12 Tables of Rome was an important foundation to understand the formation of Western laws. He did not expect to see the real thing today. He reached out to touch the cold bronze pillar. His previous life and current life intersected at this moment. He said emotionally, "This is the most precious treasure of the people of Rome." Oliver said flatteringly, "It's a pity that this precious treasure of the people of Rome now belongs to us, Dionia." Henoborus glanced at the bronze pillars with greedy eyes. Although he did not know Latin, he had decided to buy a Latin slave who could read and copy all the provisions on the pillars. "Let's go." The Devers led them up the stairs, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the center of power in Rome, the Senate. "This is the Senate of Rome? It's much smaller than our Grand Council chamber." Henoborus looked around and said with slight disdain. The Devers did not speak, but he was also carefully looking at the building that frequently appeared in literature, history, and movies in his previous life. Compared to the Grand Council chamber of Thurii, which could accommodate 1,000 people, this circular hall could only accommodate 200 to 300 people. Moreover, the indoor facilities were old. It suddenly made him realize that this was no longer the history of his previous life. In this life, the kingdom of Dionia that he built would replace the position of Rome. The brilliant Caesar and the statesman who built the Roman Empire, Octavian, would no longer exist. With this thought in mind, he strode to the center of the hall. The guards had already set up wooden tables and chairs at the place where the Roman senators were giving their speeches. They had also placed a map of the city of Rome. Matones and Olivers quickly sat on the wooden chairs. Not long after, Amintas, Lazaru, Geogres, Trotyras, Epitines, Leds, Cusius, Tormid, Mytilades, Printos, Isum, as well as the chief of all the medical camps, Stesichides, and the chief of all the engineering camps, Orops, arrived one after another. "Let's first talk about the losses of each legion in this siege." The Devers glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice. After the Devers finished speaking, the faces of the legion commanders turned a little ugly. After the reports of the legion commanders, it was the Devers' turn to look ugly. The casualties of the army were as high as 5,000, with Legio IV suffering the most casualties, followed by the 1st and 2nd legions. Unlike in previous battles, 2,000 people had died in battle, and the death rate was much higher than before. Although the Devers had expected that the casualties of this siege would be relatively high, they did not expect that it would be 1/12 of the casualties of the army. Almost every legion of the 6 legions had suffered 1,000 casualties, and this did not include the soldiers who were lightly injured. The Devers suppressed the shock in their hearts and asked Stesichides, "What's the situation of these wounded soldiers?" Stesichides' expression was solemn. "The situation is very bad. So far, 450 people have died because of ineffective treatment, and there are 232 soldiers with serious burns. It is uncertain whether they can survive these days of fever and infection. There are also more than 1,000 soldiers with serious falls, stab wounds, slash wounds, smash wounds, drowning. It is impossible for them to recover in a short period of time, or even if they recover, they will not be able to live like normal people." After listening, the Devers felt depressed and uncomfortable. He knew that the main reason for such a large number of casualties was actually him. If he had not insisted on capturing Rome within a day, the legions would not have continued to attack so fiercely without caring about the sacrifices. But he still could not help but say sternly, "More than 5,000 people. This is usually the population of a small Greek city-state, but it has been crippled in one day of battle. The soldiers trust us and do their best to carry out every order we issue, and we also have to love them and lead them out, so we have to try our best to bring them home in one piece." At this point, the Devers slammed the table fiercely. "But some of you fight without using your brains and do not care about the lives of the soldiers. If you continue to fight like this, the entire legion will be destroyed. I want to see how you will face the parents, wives, and children of the soldiers who died in the battle when you go back." The Devers' sharp eyes swept over the commanders who were sitting, and paused for a moment on Amintas and Olivers. Amintas did not have the help of siege equipment, and did not have the cooperation of his allies to attack. He had delusionally wanted to break through the city wall with his own strength. He had actually invested almost all of his troops and continuously launched fierce attacks on the defenders at the top of the city wall, causing the strongest legion to suffer a lot of losses. After Oliver's Legio IV destroyed the city wall, he did not think carefully, did not investigate, and did not control the soldiers under his command. He allowed them to rush into the gap, and as a result, they were trapped under the city, causing many to be burned and injured, and the casualties were extremely heavy. As for Metoni's Second Legion, as the Devers were right behind him, they almost watched the whole process of the battle with their own eyes. They knew very well that although the Second Legion had the best siege equipment, the people of Rome had also gathered a large number of soldiers to defend the area he attacked. So, the Devers did not have much resentment towards Metoni's. In the past few years of war, the Devers had rarely said such harsh words. The legion commanders all lowered their heads in shame. The Devers did not look at them anymore. He softened his tone and said to Stesichides, "What difficulties do you have in treating the soldiers? There are too many injured soldiers, and we do not have enough people to take care of them. Tormid, you are responsible for transferring soldiers from each legion. Let them listen to Stesichides' command and assist the medical camp to save their comrades." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, we also need a lot of spacious and clean rooms for the injured soldiers to rest and recover." "That is easy to do." The Devers thought for a moment and said, "I heard that many nobles of Rome escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Trotires, you are responsible for leading the soldiers to vacate their houses and let the medical camp use them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stesichides hesitated for a moment and said, "And Your Majesty, I hope to be able to treat the injured people of Rome." A doctor had the heart of a parent. Although both sides were enemies, in the eyes of a doctor, there were only patients. The Devers smiled and said with relief, "Even if you did not mention this, I would have asked you to do so." The Devers once again looked at the legion commanders. "Now let us clarify the stations of each legion in the city of Rome." When the legion commanders heard this, they immediately leaned forward and looked at the map of the city of Rome on the wooden table. "The first and second legions are camping in the square." The Devers pointed at the map and said, "Legio IV is camping in the arena, Legio VI is camping in the southeast corner of the city, Legio V is camping in the southwest corner of the city, and Legio III." The Devers paused and looked at Lazaru. "You will still be living in the original camp. Also, you have to include the original riverbank where the Third Fleet parked their warships. Continue to improve the camp's defense. Compared to the other legions, you will have a harder time, but you have to understand that you are guarding the transportation base of the entire army. It is very important. You must guard it carefully. Don't let anything go wrong. Leave it to us, Your Majesty." "Don't worry," Lazaru said loudly. Davos nodded and looked around at the army commanders. "Everyone should know the location of your army's encampment. If you have any difficulties, feel free to ask." The death a map, but they all had no objections. Only one opinion. The Deers. The Devers saw this and immediately said, "Geogres, tell me if you have any difficulties." Geogres said carefully, "Your Majesty, the southwest corner of the city is full of messy houses. There is not enough space for the Legio V to camp. Also, garbage is everywhere, and the smell is terrible. It is not conducive for the soldiers to rest. There is quite a lot of empty space near the arena. Do you think I can let the Legio V camp here?" When the Devers heard this, he quickly looked at the map. The map did not mark the slums in the southwest corner of the city of Rome, but he believed Geogres' words. After all, they were the ones who were close to the front line. "Sure." The Devers immediately agreed to Geogres' suggestion and asked the Legio VI commander, "Trotires, is there any difficulty for the Legio VI to camp in the southeast corner?" "Your Majesty, I have observed when I came to the city. There is enough empty space there. There is no problem for us to camp." After talking about the infantry legion, the Devers looked at the cavalry legion commander again. "The two cavalry legions will camp on the north side of Mount Sirio, south of the square. There is a large market there, which the people of Rome don't need now. When I entered the city, I saw some corrals and stables in the market, which are suitable for your cavalry." Leds and Cusius had no objections. "Now that the camps of the legions have been determined, let's clarify your defense area." The Devers pointed at the map and continued, "The section of the wall that each legion attacked will be the section of the wall that you will patrol. At the same time, each legion will be responsible for the order. and safety of the city. The initial plan is as follows. The 4th and 5th Legions will be responsible for the city south of the arena, the 1st and Legio 6 will be responsible for the city north of Rome Square to Mount Escuri, the 2nd Legions, the Fleet Infantry, and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade will be responsible for the area in the middle of the city. At this point, the Devers looked at Martonis. Your 2nd Legions will be responsible for the largest area, but the number of soldiers is the least. But you don't have to worry. According to the information I have received so far, most of the residents in the middle of the city are Rome nobles, but many of them have escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Your task is relatively easier. Your Majesty, even if they are still here, our brothers in the 2nd Legions will not feel any pressure. They are all old, young, women, and children. What is there to be afraid of? Martoni said confidently. The Legio 3 will be responsible for the north bank of Rome Bridge. At the same time, you will be responsible for protecting the port that we are going to build there. As for the 2 cavalry legions, your task is to patrol the city. If you discover any abnormalities, inform the legions in the area you are responsible for and let them handle it. The city is not suitable for the cavalry to fight in. Don't let our precious cavalry die here. In addition, the legions must seize the time to improve the section of the city that you are defending. Set up abatis and dig traps outside the city walls to ensure that we don't have to pay a heavy price to defend the city that belongs to us. Oh, by the way, the 4th and 5th Legions must repair the 2 sections of the wall that were destroyed. Your Majesty, our soldiers are already working on it, Georgi said immediately. Very good. The Devers nodded in satisfaction. Georgi's was not as brave as Martoni's, nor was he as intelligent as Oliver's. He was even a little timid, but it was precisely because of his timidity that he was cautious and meticulous. He could play an important role in certain situations. Your Majesty, what about us? Where will we stay? What is our task? You didn't forget about us, did you? Epitines asked anxiously. How could I forget about your troops? He then pointed to the mountain-shaped sign on the western section of the northeast city wall and said in a deep voice, I want you to lead the troops to build a camp and surround Capitoline Mountain. Isn't it better to attack it directly? Epitines suggested loudly. No, we have to keep it. The Devers smiled mysteriously. That way, we can control the Rome army outside the city. The Devers' words made the legion commanders fall into deep thought. You have all been clear about your tasks. Who else has a different opinion? No, the commanders replied in unison. How many captives have we captured? The Devers turned to ask Tormid. Preliminary statistics show that there are more than 21,300. That's a lot of people. Many of them are the elderly, women, children, and slaves, Tormid reminded them. Release all the captives above the age of 55 and below the age of 15. The rest will be escorted by your corps to be laborers. Wait. Divers suddenly thought of something and changed his words. First, separate the nobles and commoners among these captives. Also, make sure that the nobles and the commoners are clear as well. Do not release the nobles and commoners, regardless of their age. We are not familiar with the situation in Rome. I'm afraid we can't do it in a short period of time. Tormid looked troubled. You, bring Vacres, the slave from Rome who has just submitted to us. Let him do the initial identification. You will be in charge of supervising him. The Devers knew that his men were good at war, but they had no experience in handling other government affairs. He was eager to meet the senators and administrators in Ostia. Understood. Tormid accepted the order. Araps, the engineering team you organized has built many siege machines in a short period of time. They have contributed greatly to our conquest of Rome. The Devers was generous with his compliments. He told the military judge to record the contributions of the engineers and carpenters as an important basis for the distribution of land after the war. Then, he made another request. I need you to lead all the engineers and build a simple dock at the riverbank where the Third Fleet docked their warships. That way, our cargo ships can dock and load and unload supplies. Araps was surprised. Your Majesty, isn't there a riverbank here? Why do you want to build another one? The Devers knew that although Araps was a mercenary, He had been obsessed with research and manufacturing machines for the past few years. He did not understand the current situation well. So, he patiently explained to him, the army of Rome is coming soon. I'm afraid there are about 70,000 of them. With the current situation of our army, it is not suitable for us to fight them head-on. We can only defend Rome for the time being. The riverbank is outside Rome, and there are no strong walls to protect it. If we want to defend it, we will have to pay a high price. It is not necessary at all, so we can only rely on you. Tomorrow, a large number of personnel and cargo ships will arrive in Rome. I hope you can speed up the construction of the dock. We will do our best. Araps replied in a deep voice. Although he felt a certain amount of pressure, he was still confident that he could build the dock tomorrow. After all, he had more than 1,000 experienced and skilled engineers and craftsmen, including the engineering battalions of the various legions, and he had enough wood. Your Majesty. At this moment, Middle-aged said worriedly, when the Roman army arrives and we defend the city of Rome, then both sides of the Tiber River to Ostia will be controlled by the Romans. The slaves will not be able to pull the fiber for our ships. Without the trackers, the ships will not be able to travel from Ostia to Rome unless there is a strong east wind. In this way, Rome will be cut off from the outside world, and it will become an isolated city. Middle-aged's words shocked the generals. Devers smiled and said, I have also considered this problem, but don't worry. We can let the trackers pull the fiber from the north bank of the Tiber River. North bank? According to the previous information, the section of the Tiber River from Rome to Ostia is deep and wide. It is completely impossible to cross. And on such a long section of the river, the Romans only built 2 bridges. One is the spine bridge guarded by Legio III, and the other is a wooden bridge built on the island in the middle of the river. In fact, there were 2 bridges. But the Romans have destroyed it themselves. I guess the reason why there are so few bridges is because the Romans and the Etruscans were enemies in the past. To prevent them from easily crossing the Tiber River and invading Rome's territory, and the coast here is controlled by our fleet. The Roman army cannot easily reach the north bank and threaten the trackers that pull the boats for us. As for the Roman colonies and the Etruscan allies on the north bank of the Tiber River, their reinforcements have been defeated by us, and many of them have been captured. Devers looked at Lazaro with approval and said, Next, we will take some action against the cities on the north bank to wipe out Rome's forces on the north bank of the Tiber River and ensure the safety of the waterway. The generals were a little excited. After all, no general liked to be beaten. Devers' words seemed to imply that they were going to take some military action on the north bank of the Tiber River. Your Majesty, I've read the information about the Latin region. It seems that there's a pontoon bridge connecting the 2 sides of the Tiber River in the city of Ferdini, Printos reminded him softly. Hearing this, the Devers nodded approvingly. Yes, there is a pontoon bridge in Phaedon, but it is too narrow for a large army to pass through. I have already ordered the scouts to monitor the movements of the Phaedini pontoon bridge day and night. Once there are signs of the enemy, Lazaro, you will immediately send a large team to the north bank of the pontoon bridge to stop the enemy from crossing the river. If Rome's army was dispatched, then Oliver's Legio IV would have to gather first and rush there. But I don't think Camillus would make such a stupid mistake and let his army gather on the narrow pontoon bridge for us to slaughter. Understood, Your Majesty, Lazaro and Oliver's replied in unison. Middle-aged was relieved and immediately said, Your Majesty, when can the Third Fleet leave Rome and return to the sea? The warships that dominated the sea were like dragons swimming in shallow water in the middle of the river. They were useless. As the commander of the navy, Middle-aged did not want the fleet to become a subsidiary of the army and only play a supporting role in the whole battle. The Devers obviously understood his thoughts and said, The crew of the fleet also contributed greatly in today's battle. They must be very tired. Rest well in the camp tonight and recover your strength. Tomorrow morning, you can lead the fleet to leave Rome and ensure the safety of the army at sea. But leave 5 fast ships and 2,000 infantrymen behind. Yes, Your Majesty, Middle-aged replied without hesitation. The Devers then asked him, It will take 3 to 4 days to get from Ostia to Trine, right? If the wind is favorable, it will take 1 to 2 days. The Third Fleet has enough personnel at the naval base in Trine. The Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, I allow the Third Fleet to recruit another 2,000 infantrymen to participate in the war against Rome and Carthage. Thank you, Your Majesty. Middleades was overjoyed. He actually stood up and gave a military salute to the Devers. It should be known that the size of each legion and fleet was fixed. Legion commanders and fleet commanders were not allowed to expand their forces without permission. This right was only in the hands of the king. If someone violated this rule and was found out, not only would he be sentenced according to the military law, he might even be stripped of his citizenship in Daionia. Of course, the legion commanders and regional commanders who were on the battlefield had the right to summon the citizens of the region to participate in the war. However, these temporary troops had to be disbanded after the war ended. Therefore, the legion commanders looked at Middleades with envy. If the river port outside the city is lost, the granary will naturally be lost too. The Devers turned and asked Tormid, have the food outside the city been transported in? The supply team is speeding up the transportation. Where do you store the food in the city? The Devers asked again. Here. Tormid pointed to a hill south of the square on the map. Mount Palatine. The terrain here is relatively low, and there are wide and flat roads. There are also many empty courtyards and ready-made granaries, which are convenient for us to store food. We also found a lot of food left in these houses. The people living on this hill are the descendants of the colonists who followed the first king of Rome to build the city here. Now, they have all become nobles. This hill is the closest to Mount Capitoline. I'm afraid most of the people on the hill have fled to Mount Capitoline. According to the information from the city of Rome, the Devers actually guessed the situation of the residents on Mount Palatine after the city was breached. At the same time, Tormid's words reminded him, Tormid, send some troops to collect the food stored in the homes of all the nobles in Rome as military food. Only the nobles? Tormid was a little surprised. Yes, only the nobles. If they do not go to Capitoline, leave a small amount of food for them, enough to last them for 10 days. However, do not break into the houses of the civilians, and do not take away their food and belongings. If I find anyone who violates this rule, I will severely punish them. The Devers looked around and said sternly. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Since the soldiers entered the city, they have been strictly following your orders. The generals promised. Well, everyone, since you have been clear about your tasks, go and carry them out quickly. The Devers stood up and said in a passionate voice, the army of Rome is on the way, and I'm afraid they will arrive tomorrow or the day after. We must be fully prepared before they arrive, defeat them, and expand our victory. Let this land belong to the kingdom of Daionia. The generals saluted the Devers with fighting spirit and strode away. Stesichides and Orops also left in high spirits. After everyone left, the Devers stopped Printos. Your Majesty, the First Legion suffered heavy casualties. I am responsible. Printos felt guilty and wanted to apologize. The Devers waved his hand and said, I understand the situation. This is not your fault. Don't take the responsibility on yourself. Printos immediately relaxed. Now, I will give you a task. The Devers said with a serious expression, take a few advisors and 100 palace guards with you to search all the houses of the nobles in the city. Collect all the gold, silver, and other valuables, and register them. The drought this time has almost depleted the national treasury. These valuables can be transported back to ease the situation in the country. Printos immediately expressed his understanding. He thought for a moment and said, do we need to move those temples? In a city, the temples were the richest because the people worshipped and feared the gods. They always offered the best things to the gods, hoping to get their blessings and protection. In Rome, except for the temples of the main gods on Capitoline Hill, there were also temples in other districts. Not for now. The Devers still had some concerns about this. Without further explanation, Printos seemed to have understood. He accepted the order and turned to leave. The Devers looked at the empty hall and temporarily relaxed. He looked at the map on the wooden table for a while and then decided to visit the wounded soldiers in the medical camp. As soon as he walked out of the Senate, he bumped into Cloto Catax. Father. Although Cloto Catax looked tired, he was a little excited. Of course, the Devers knew the reason. In the later stages of the battle to stop Rome's reinforcements, his son had cut down 2 enemies and overcome the discomfort of killing for the first time. Then, he followed the army to break through the city of Rome and chased after the defeated defenders. Then, together with other soldiers, he cleaned up the wounded, bloodstained, and messy square. The Devers was satisfied with his son's performance on the battlefield for the first time. But now, he was obviously in a state of excitement like a child who got a new toy and needed to cool down at the right time. So the Devers said calmly, "Go out with me." "Where are we going?" Hanniborus, who was following behind, said with some interest, "The casualty camp." Quintus and Frius each led 3,000 soldiers and began to speed up their return to Rome at dusk yesterday. However, they lacked the experience of marching at night due to their lack of preparation. Soon, they encountered some difficulties, such as soldiers falling and getting separated. As the night deepened, the situation became more and more difficult to control. Quintus and Frius did not dare to continue on their journey. They could only let the soldiers rest in the barracks along the river. In the early morning of the next day, the army set off early again. But not long after, they encountered trouble again. Although they did not encounter the attacks of the indigenous people, the road along the river was either destroyed or blocked by wood and stones, so the army had to stop and clear the road. They walked and stopped, and finally, at dusk, they walked out of the Tolarus Valley and arrived at the city of Praenostor. Quintus and Frius were so tired that they did not even have time to catch their breath before they met Meges. "What did you say? Rome has fallen?" The 2 generals felt as though they were hit by a head-on blow. They staggered and almost fell. "How is that possible? The walls of Rome are so tall. And there are so many people in the city. They could not even hold on for a day?" Frius couldn't believe what he was seeing. Quintus grabbed Meges' clothes and asked angrily, "What are the Senate doing? What are you doing? Did you not do anything? Did you just watch the enemy attack our city?" "I did. Of course we did. We did our best, gathered reinforcements, and attacked the enemy recklessly, trying to relieve the pressure on the defenders in the city. For this, our army was defeated, even Paulus died in the battle." Meges explained with a pained expression, but the 5-year-old man cried helplessly like a child. "But the Daionia made a lot of siege weapons that we have never seen before. They even used warships to build dozens of pontoons on the Tiber River. And their soldiers are very elite, but what about us? We. Not only Rome. Even the elite citizens of the surrounding allies were brought to Helniki. How could we win?" Meges' rebuttal left Quintus and Frius speechless and guilt-ridden. "Let's go. Let's take back Rome immediately." Quintus suddenly roared and stormed out. Frius was stunned for a moment, then he followed him. Meges immediately stopped them and advised, "I understand your feelings, but your army is less than 10,000 people, and you are attacking the Daionia. It is too risky. Let's wait for the dictator, Lord Camillus, to arrive with his army before attacking. Although we only have 6,000 people, the enemy has just occupied the city of Rome. They must have suffered great losses, and the order in the city must be in chaos. They will not be on guard against us, just like when Camillus ambushed Praenostor. We might succeed." Quintus retorted loudly. "The people of Daionia are different from the people of Volsci and Marsi. They are more disciplined and would not make such a mistake. Besides, there are still dozens of miles from here to Rome. You must be very tired after the long journey. Do you still have the strength to fight when you reach Rome?" Despite Mesius's persuasion, Quintus refused to listen and even called him a coward who's afraid of death. Under his insistence, Frius, who was a little shaken, naturally joined him. "Damn Clodius's stupid ass." Mesius stomped his feet and cursed. It was said that the people of the Claudius clan were stubborn, and he had finally seen it for himself today. Mesius helplessly watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. He squatted on the ground dejectedly. After a while, he came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned around and ran to the Senate in Praenostor. At this time, the people who lived in the villages outside of Rome and had fled to Rome before the war arrived in batches at the place where the army was staying. They cried and complained to the soldiers. The news of the fall of Rome swept through the entire army like a sudden storm. The soldiers were shocked and shouted that they wanted to defeat the people of Dionia and take back Rome. The scene became very chaotic. In fact, at this time, even if Quintus and Frius wanted to act safely, it was already impossible. The entire army was almost out of control. But this was in line with Quintus's requirements. He stood on a high place, waved his fists, and shouted at the soldiers, "Citizens of Rome, our home is being trampled by the enemy. Our loved ones are being bullied. Do you hear them? They are shouting for help. You are the only ones who can save them now. Pick up your weapons and continue to move forward. Drive away the enemy and save Rome. You will be the heroes of the people." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers waved their spears and shouted angrily, "Save Rome! Save Rome! Save Rome!" The thunderous roar reverberated outside Praenestor, raising the morale of the soldiers. They forgot their fatigue and, under the leadership of Quintus and Frius, they rushed towards Rome. After consoling the medical camp, Clotho-Catax no longer had an excited smile on his face. Instead, his mood was a little heavy. Devers saw this and felt that it was a good thing, but he didn't say much. Everything depended on Clotho-Catax to experience and comprehend it himself. After returning to the Senate of Rome, which had temporarily become the command center of the Dionysian army, he immediately summoned Topyrus. Because Topyrus had been on a diplomatic mission to Rome, Devers did not leave him in Ostia. Instead, he followed the army to Rome and was ready to consult him at any time. "Congratulations on capturing the great city of Rome, Your Majesty." Topyrus immediately congratulated the Devers respectfully when he saw him. Capturing the city of Rome is indeed worthy of celebration, but indulging too much in this victory may put our army in a difficult position later on, Devers said faintly, then pointed to the wooden chair next to him. "Sit down, Topyrus. Can you tell me what kind of enemies we're going to face here?" Topyrus said calmly, then pointed at the wooden chair next to him. "Sit down, Topyrus." Upon hearing the question raised by Devers, although Topyrus did not understand why the wise king suddenly asked this question, it was obviously related to calling him here. His mind raced, and he said in a low voice, "The army of Rome that is returning, the Latin city-states around Rome, and, the Etruscan allies in Rome." Devers did not give an immediate response. Instead, he continued to ask, "How much do you know about Etruria?" "Etruria?" Topyrus roughly understood what Devers wanted him to do. As an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his department had a lot of information about the surrounding areas of Rome. Some of it was even confidential. Most of it was collected by the intelligence department led by Aristides, so that diplomats could learn and understand it, so that when they went on diplomatic missions, they could have a clear target. Topyrus immediately said humbly, "Your Majesty, I know a little about it. The Etruscans are a major force in central and northern Italy. They are an Etruscan alliance formed by 12 important city-states. They used to be the enemy of Rome for a long time, but the invasion of the Celts greatly weakened the Etruscans a dozen years ago, causing the Etruscan city-states north of the Tiber River to be conquered by Rome." Devers nodded, leaned back, and said seriously, "Although we have conquered the city of Rome, the real elite army of Rome is coming soon. We must do our best to deal with their attack. However, if the Etruscans on the north bank of the Tiber River respond to the request of Rome again and attack again, we will be in a dilemma of fighting on two sides. But, the Etruscans were once very glorious, even Rome was ruled by them for a long time. Now, the people of Rome want to be their master, and want them to listen to the summons and obey the orders of Rome. I think these Etruscan city-states that have been conquered by Rome will not be satisfied. So, I need a diplomat to go to Caesarea, Valchi, and Tarzona, to bring them the goodwill of Dionia. We are willing to form an alliance with them and help them regain the land that Rome has taken away. However, we have never had any formal dealings with the Etruscans before, so I can't guess what kind of attitude they will take towards the messenger we send. So, this mission is more risky." Topyrus immediately stood up and made an impassioned plea to the Devers, "Your Majesty, the first day I entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I knew that being a diplomat was a dangerous job. For the success of this expedition, for Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Etruscan city-states and do my best to complete the mission." The Devers looked at him with approval, and after a moment, he said in a clear voice, "I am very lucky to have bought you and given you freedom. you will definitely become an example for all slaves of Dionia to liberate. Topyrus' heart was beating wildly, and he immediately responded sincerely, Your Majesty, it is my greatest honor to be your slave. Good. Good. The Dever smiled and nodded, then said, In this battle, we have captured some Etruscans. You can choose some of them, and when you go to the Etruscan city-states, release them to show our sincerity. Topyrus' eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, can I see these captives now? I can find out more about the Etruscan city-states that I will be going to. Of course. The Devers was happy for his subordinate's diligence. After Topyrus left, Hennebora smiled and said, Your Majesty, your ability to liberate slaves is very strong. I think this Topyrus will not be any worse than Elidocrat in the future. Elidocrat is now a new senator. The Devers glanced at him, and said calmly, Hurry up and bring that senator of Rome Indiana. Publius Manlius was brought into the Senate of Rome. Seeing that the center of power in Rome had now become the enemy's office, with wooden tables and chairs in the center of the hall, surrounded by enemy soldiers in shining armor, his face twitched a few times. He walked straight over, pulled a wooden chair, and sat down. The Devers sized him up, and he stared back at the Devers without showing any weakness. This is the king of the powerful kingdom of Dionia, Devers. People of Rome, please show your respect immediately. Henneboras shouted loudly. At the same time, the guards roared in unison. In the face of the murderous aura, Publius Manlius did not feel nervous at all. He put on a blank expression as if he did not understand Greek. The Devers looked at this guy with a soft round face who looked a little jubilant and couldn't help but laugh. We have already interrogated your slave. You are proficient in Greek. Stop pretending. Publius' face immediately changed, and he said coldly in Greek, You occupied our city, and you want us to express our gratitude? I think only a fool would have such a ridiculous idea. Henneboras was so angry that he wanted to refute, but the Devers waved his hand to stop him. The senators of Rome were indeed the elites of Rome. There were no cowards. The Devers, who knew some of the history of the Republic of Rome in his previous life, sighed, and then slowly said, The Manlius clan is a famous clan in Rome. Someone told me that during the Celtic occupation of Rome, one of the heroes who saved Rome, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, should also belong to your Manlius clan. I wonder if he is your brother. Publius' face changed, and he said loudly, No, I have nothing to do with him. The Devers looked straight at him and said in a serious tone, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus was once the patriarch of your Manlius clan. How can you have nothing to do with him? I'm afraid that you being able to sit in the position of a senator of Rome is also related to him. Publius seemed to be insulted. He ignored the deterrence of the guards next to him, stood up, and emphasized loudly, Marcus' attempt to implement a dictatorship in Rome is a disgrace to our Manlius clan. He has been removed from the genealogy and has nothing to do with us. Oh, dictatorship? The Devers smiled playfully, Your Rome has long abolished the king. How capable does Marcus have to dare to implement a dictatorship when the people of Rome have long approved of the current regime of Rome? Just because he repelled the Celts' ambush on Capitoline Mountain and saved Rome? Or was it because he had repelled the Equus attacks several times? Or was it because of his bravery in battle and the fact that he had won more than 40 laurels? I don't think Marcus, who has served as the consul of Rome many times, is a madman. He is not stupid enough to play with his life. Publius was a little surprised. He didn't expect a foreign king to know Marcus so well. But in the end, his life was still taken away, and he was even charged by your Senate with the crime of attempting to dictate in vain. Why? The Devers' eyes were as sharp as knives as he asked in a deep voice. However, Publius didn't make eye contact and remained silent. The Devers smiled slightly and said softly, Isn't it because he supported the commoners, asked for the abolition of debts, fought for the rights of the commoners, and harmed the interests of your aristocracy? That's why you regarded him as a traitor and wanted to kill him. The Devers' words entered Publius' ears and made him tremble. He didn't expect the king of Dionia to know so much about the past. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. What does he want? But in my opinion, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus is a true hero of Rome. He disregarded his aristocratic identity and sincerely helped the commoners in order to alleviate the fierce conflict between the aristocracy and the commoners in Rome, so that your city-state can develop better. Unfortunately, the greedy and short-sighted aristocrats of Rome not only cruelly killed him, but also shamelessly framed him. This is really unbearable. The Devers looked indignant, giving people the impression that he was not a king of Dionia, but a citizen of Rome who was worried about national affairs, which made Publius deeply confused. At this moment, the Devers said in a deep voice, "So I decided tomorrow, in front of the people of Rome, to clear the grievances of this true hero of Rome, to prove his innocence, and to announce the realization of his ideals, abolish the debts of the commoners of Rome, distribute land to them, and let them enjoy equal opportunities to hold public office." When Publius heard this, he shouted in a hurry, "No, you have no right to do this." "Of course I have the right, because the city of Rome is in my hands. Do you think that the more than 60,000 troops led by Camillus can take down the city that is heavily defended by 50,000 elite troops of Dionia? He will soon taste the taste of failure." The Devers' sharp eyes looked straight at Publius, and his voice pierced his mind like an iron nail. "And you, Publius Manlius, will appear with me in front of the people of Rome tomorrow. As the cousin of Marcus, you have to show support for my order. I think you will receive the support of countless people of Rome." "No. Even if you kill me, I will never appear in front of the people with you." Publius refused on the spot without hesitation. "This is an order. You must attend. Otherwise," the Devers' eyebrows rose, and his tone was firm. He reached out to the guard for a dagger, and then suddenly swung it down. With a bang, a corner of the wooden table was completely cut off. The triangular table corner bounced a few times on the ground, making a clang sound, which made Publius feel frightened. What made him even more frightened was the cold voice of the Devers, "You and your family will all be executed. Anyway, I still have a few captives of the Manlius clan in my hands. There will always be someone who will agree. I will give you some time to think about it, Publius Manlius, the current patriarch." At the end of the sentence, the Devers smiled at him. This smile was as terrible as a demon in the eyes of Publius. When he was escorted out by the guards, his legs almost went soft, but he kept cursing in his heart, "Marcus, isn't it enough that you have harmed our Manlius clan? Now you want to drag us down with you. If it weren't for you, how could I have kept a low profile in the Senate all these years? And because the other senators alienated our clan, they forgot to inform us in advance to evacuate. When we packed our luggage and wanted to go to Capitoline Mountain, the entire square was blocked by civilians. Marcus! Marcus! Your Majesty, will he agree?" Henoborus asked curiously. "If he doesn't agree, there are other Manlius. Even if all the Manlius don't agree, it won't have much of an impact on our plan." The Devers returned the dagger to the guard, then said casually, "With them around, it will only make our actions more convincing. As long as the benefits given to the civilians of Rome are real, I don't believe that they won't be tempted. Actually, this Publius doesn't realize how much benefit he will have in the future if he does as your Majesty says." Henoborus laughed. "Then he can only regret it in Hades." The Devers said lightly, then reminded Henoborus, "Go and call Vacres in." This was the first time Vacres had entered the Senate of Rome. Although he was very curious, he didn't stop to look around, because the king of Dionia was waiting for him in front. If he had chosen to help the outsiders of Dionia against his former mother state for the sake of revenge and getting out of trouble, now he was truly in awe of Dionia. They had conquered Rome, the largest city in Latin, in a single day. What a powerful military force. Could the other factions here really fight against such a powerful kingdom? Vacres was very doubtful, so he walked up to the king of Devers anxiously. The Devers said to him amiably, "I remember your name is Vacres, right? Don't be nervous, take a seat first." "Yes. Yes." Vacres replied repeatedly, but he still stood there cautiously. Seeing him like this, the Devers said in a gentle tone, "This time, we were able to conquer Rome because of your great contribution. In order to commend your contribution, I will grant you the citizenship of Dionia in advance." Thank you, your Majesty," Vacres hurriedly said. The Devers smiled, also. "Now that we have Rome, and you are the first person from Rome to become a citizen of Dionia, I have decided to appoint you as the adjutant of Rome's administration." Adjutant of Rome? Vacres was confused by the meaning of this unfamiliar term. It's similar to the magistrates of Rome, but in reality, they are more powerful than the magistrates, Henepolis, who had done some research on Rome's political system, explained. The magistrates of Rome, as the name suggested, were in charge of the administrative affairs of Rome. However, in reality, Rome was a country, and all the decisions, big and small, were made by the Senate. The administrative affairs of Rome were handled by the two magistrates, and the most important legal affairs of Rome were handled by the magistrates. The magistrates were actually one of the subordinates of the magistrates, and were responsible for some insignificant affairs of Rome. Therefore, it was only a middle-level official position in Rome. However, the adjutant of Dionia was different. As the magistrate of a city was the highest manager of a city in Dionia, as long as it did not violate the laws of Dionia, he could make plans and decisions on the management and development of the city according to his own ideas. As the assistant of the magistrate, the adjutant of the magistrate was responsible for the specific affairs of a certain aspect of the city, and had the decisive right to speak and execute in this aspect. Although it was only a middle-level official position in Dionia, it was in the process of transitioning to a senior official position. Moreover, the officials of Dionia who had been promoted to senator in the past 10 years had all served as the adjutant of the magistrate before, so the position of adjutant of the magistrate became the wind vane for the promotion to senator. Literature Hall. Of course, Bakris didn't understand how precious this position was, but he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just 2 days ago, he had been a lowly slave, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a mid-level official that the commoners of Rome envied. This sudden pie that fell from the sky made him dizzy, and he began to panic. Your Majesty, I've never held a public office before. I'm worried that I won't be able to do it. The Devers comforted him gently. Don't worry, no one is born to do things. I'll send someone to help you, but of course, you'll have to work hard yourself. Bakris nodded repeatedly. Can you read? The Devers asked. Bakris shook his head, a little ashamed. That's not a problem. The Devers encouraged him. There are many slaves in Dionia who didn't have the chance to read before they were liberated, but they used their time and opportunities to study hard. Not only did they become literate, but they also passed the examinations and became officials of the kingdom. I'm sure you can do the same. When you have enough knowledge and understand the laws of Dionia, you'll be able to make more contributions to Dionia. You might even be elected to the Senate of Dionia. Become a senator? Bakri's breathing quickened. This was something he hadn't even dared to dream of. Hence, when he left, he felt as if he was walking on clouds, and his whole body floated in the air. Seeing Bakris in such a state, Henoboris couldn't help but ask worriedly, Your Majesty, will he be able to do well? I don't expect him to do well as the adjutant of Rome's governor, but he will be a role model. His deeds will tell all the commoners of Rome that Dionia can give them the rights that they couldn't obtain from the Senate of Rome even if they had to sacrifice their lives. That's enough. The Dever smiled, and then said seriously, also, Henoboris, don't underestimate these people of lowly birth. Once they are freed from their shackles and given a chance, their determination to change their fate will burst forth with unimaginable power. I'll pay attention to his performance. I hope he won't let you down, Your Majesty. Henoboris said seriously. At this time, Devers rubbed his stomach. It's time for dinner, I'm a little hungry. Henepolis hastily sent for the servants to prepare dinner. When the Devers sat down at the table, he noticed that one person was missing. Where's Clotho? Oh, Your Majesty. Marcius, who was at the side, quickly replied, His Highness has gone to the plaza to have a meal with the soldiers of the 2nd Army Division. I asked the guards who fought with him to accompany him. Devers was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief. It seems that this child has begun to adapt to the battlefield. Just as the Devers took a bite of the bread and took a sip of the watered wine, a guard hurried in. Your Majesty, scouts have come to report that there are less than 10,000 Roman troops marching towards Rome from the southeast of Rome. Hearing this news, the Devers looked calm. After thinking for a moment, he said, Southeast. We've just defeated the reinforcements of Latin City during the day. The army that has appeared now can only be the vanguard of the army led by the dictator of Rome, Camillus. It's a distance of hundreds of kilometers from Helniki to here. It's really not easy for this army to arrive in just over a day. Inform the commanders to hold the city walls. Wait until the enemy's morale is depleted before we eat them up. After giving the order, the Devers took a big bite of the crispy bread. The Capitoline Hill, one of the 7 hills of Rome, became a holy land for the people of Rome because of the Temple of Jupiter, the patron saint of Rome, the Temple of Juno, and the Temple of Janus, another god of war worshipped by the people of Rome. The temple of this god with 2 heads had 2 gates. The gate would always be open during times of war and closed during times of peace. But since the second king of Rome, Numa, the gate of the temple had almost never been closed. The Capitoline Hill was the highest of the 7 hills of Rome. Although it was only more than 50 meters high, 3 of its sides were steep cliffs. The narrower side was slightly flatter, and there was a road up the hill. Because the area at the top of the hill was too small, no one chose it as a place to live when Rome was first built. Later on, only a few people lived on it, including the Manlius clan. It was not until Marcus Manlius Capitolinus was executed for attempting to be a dictator that the Senate of Rome issued a new resolution: no one is allowed to live on the Capitoline Hill. For this reason, the Manlius clan had to move. More than a decade ago, when the Celts invaded, the senators of Rome retreated to the Capitoline Hill with some of their citizens. They held on for more than half a year, preventing the entire city of Rome from completely falling into the enemy's hands. It also encouraged the people of Rome to fight back. In the end, Camillus led the army to drive away the Celts. This made the Capitoline Hill even more sacred in the hearts of the people of Rome. This time, the people of Rome were confident that they could hold on until Camillus led the army back to Rome. However, as the battle reports came in, the ferocious and strange way the Dionia attacked the city made the defenders feel that the situation was not good. These nobles of Rome who had lived for hundreds of years naturally had the experience of avoiding disaster. They secretly began to ask their people, relatives, and friends to prepare in advance. So when the Senate made the decision to retreat to the Capitoline Hill, they quickly took their families and supplies and fled to the hill. The Capitoline Hill, which was usually bustling except for festivals and ceremonies, suddenly became crowded and noisy. After the high priest Ulysses prayed to Jupiter and Juno for forgiveness, the people were allowed to enter the temple to take refuge. As a result, the courtyard of the temple was filled with frightened people. Even the main hall, which was usually off-limits to people, had become the temporary residence and meeting place of the senators. Ambutus and Scipio the Great walked into the hall quickly. The senators who were discussing nervously immediately looked at them. Potitus asked, "Have you counted the number of people who went up the mountain?" "A total of 5,642 people, Ambutus replied. "This is several times more than the number of people on the mountain last time." The old senator, Lucretius, sighed. Everyone knew what he was talking about. Many of them suddenly looked gloomy. Someone quickly asked, "Is there enough food?" "About a month," Ambutus said. "I have already sent a patrol team to collect the food and send someone to guard it." The so-called collection was actually forcing the people who went up the mountain to hand over the food in their hands, and then evenly distributing it every day. However, the senators did not object to this. It had only been 10 years since the Celtic invasion. Some of the elders had even personally participated in the battle to defend the Capitoline Hill, so they were already familiar with the task. "How many soldiers can fight?" Marugenans asked. "Only 650 people. I have already selected them and formed 6 squadrons," Scipio the Great replied with a gloomy expression. "Only 650 people?" Someone exclaimed, but then realized that his voice was too loud and had alarmed the gods in the hall, so he quickly shut his mouth. Including the patrol team, there are more than 800 people. The number of soldiers on Capitoline Hill has doubled compared to the last time. We can completely hold on until Camillus returns and drives the enemy away. You don't have to worry at all." Potitus comforted everyone. "Scipio, after a discussion just now, we have decided to let you be in charge of the defense of Capitoline Hill," Marugenans said. "Me?" Scipio the Great was a little surprised. When he fled to the mountain, he was criticized by some of the senators. They thought that it was because of his cowardice that the city of Rome was breached so quickly. 10 years ago, you once stubbornly resisted the Celts on this mountain and defended it with other warriors for more than half a year. You are already very experienced in this. Previously, you have fought hard against the Dionia for so long, so you have some understanding of them. Apart from you, who else can take on this important responsibility? At this point, Merigenance glanced at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "The fall of Rome has nothing to do with you. After the battle began, you handed over the command to us." "Oh. We did not expect the Dionia to be so strong in attacking the city. The main reason is that the young and strong citizens in the city of Rome are not there," Cleonius said loudly. Obviously, he wanted to blame the fall of the city on Camillus. This time, no one spoke up to defend Camillus. Even Potitus chose to remain silent. The fall of Rome made the senators more or less dissatisfied with Camillus. "If it were not for the dictator's proposal to concentrate all our forces and conquer Helniki first, Rome would not have suffered such a disaster." However, the senators had apparently forgotten that Camillus's proposal had received their strong support. They had even thought of getting many benefits from this military operation. At this critical moment, Scipio the Great did not refuse and accepted the appointment. However, as he had just fought with the Dionysian army, he expressed his concern about the upcoming battle. "Elders and newcomers, since I came up to the mountain, I have been paying attention to the performance of the Dionysian army in the city of Rome. They did not kill the people of Rome who stayed at the foot of the mountain, bully the women of Rome, nor did they loot or burn down the buildings. They did not even get into conflicts and fights over property and women. What are they doing? They drove the people of Rome back to their homes. They are actually cleaning the streets, setting up tents in the square, and patrolling the city walls. The performance of the Dionysian army in Rome is completely different from that of the Celts 10 years ago. You have high hopes for Camillus, who is about to lead the army back, but I hope you are also prepared for the worst. Camillus may not be able to recapture Rome in a short time." His words hit the nail on the head of Potitus, Merigenance, and the others. It also made more of the senators who had fantasies uneasy. There was a commotion in the shrine. At this moment, a soldier came in to report that the southwest of the city was brightly lit, and the sounds of killing were deafening. Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? The speculation of a senator made everyone feel refreshed. Everyone hurriedly walked out of the shrine and came to the edge of the cliff under the protection of the soldiers. Sure enough, they saw that the night in the southwest was dyed red by the flames, and there were faint lights surrounding the city of Rome and other places. That should be the torches on the entire city wall being lit by the enemy. I'm afraid that reinforcements have arrived. The senators stood on the edge of the cliff and stared at the flames in the distance anxiously. Under the leadership of the high priest, the people on the top of the mountain prayed excitedly and devoutly to god Jupiter. The attackers were the 6,000 Roman soldiers led by Quintus and Frius. They did not prepare any other siege machinery. They only carried a dozen or so thick logs from Praenester and raised their torches high as they charged straight at the Roman army. Perhaps in the impression of the Roman soldiers, the Dionia had just captured the city of Rome and were looting the city's belongings and women. It was the time when the city gate was wide open and the defense was weak. Just like the Aquis and the Hernici who broke through the city of Praenester last year, or the Celts who broke through the city of Rome and other Latin city-states 10 years ago, their sudden attack could catch the enemy off guard. Unexpectedly, when they arrived outside the city of Rome, they found that the city of Rome was quiet. The city gates of Rome were closed, torches were lit on the city walls, and the enemy soldiers were fully armed and ready for battle. The reality was different from what they had imagined. Quintus and Frius were a little nervous, but they still ordered the soldiers to make a tentative attack. As a result, the Roman soldiers carried the logs and struggled to crawl through the trenches. When they arrived in front of the city gate, they suffered many casualties under the long-range attacks of the defenders. They soon found that hitting the city gate with the logs was not very effective. It turned out that when the people of Rome were defending the city, they sealed all the gates with wood and stones because they lacked manpower. After the Dionysian army entered the city, the Devers only ordered the soldiers to clear the Sirius gate on the south wall, which was closest to the square, and the Naevia gate on the west, mainly for the convenience of transporting supplies into the city. The other gates were still sealed. This caused the reinforcements of Rome to fail to break through the gates, and their morale was affected. Just as Quintus and Frius were considering retreating, the scouts reported that they had found 2 breaches in the western wall. This gave hope to the 2 Rome generals. They immediately led the soldiers who wanted to rescue their loved ones to attack the west side of the city. As a result, the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia were waiting at the breach, and the light infantry on the wall attacked fiercely with bows, arrows, javelins, and stones. The Roman army that rushed into the breach quickly suffered heavy casualties, but they could not advance an inch. The morale that was boosted by the desire to save their homeland quickly fell, and the exhaustion brought about by the long journey took over their bodies. The reinforcements of Rome were quickly defeated. The Devers immediately sent out a cavalry legion to rush out of the Sirius Gate, ready to chase after the defeated soldiers and capture them all in one fell swoop. However, the cavalry was intercepted by the reinforcements of Prinister led by Meges. Because it was night, the Devers could not figure out how many reinforcements of Rome had arrived. To prevent any accidents, he ordered the pursuit to stop, allowing the defeated soldiers of Rome to escape. The fire in the distance went out in less than half an hour, and there was no more movement. It was obvious that the reinforcements had failed. The people on Capitoline Mountain were very depressed, and sighs could be heard endlessly. People of Rome, our army is far away in Helniki, and it is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. They are just reinforcements from other alliances. At this time, the voice of Scipio the Great sounded. It was particularly clear in the dark, and it slightly comforted the disappointed people. At this time, Potitus whispered to Maruginants, "If Camillus's army can't recapture Rome in a short time, there are too many people on the mountain, and it will only consume food and shake the morale of the army." It was now April, and it was not yet summer. The night was cold on the top of the mountain, and the mountain wind was strong. An old man like Potitus had stood on the edge of the cliff for half an hour because he was concerned about the war. Even though he was wrapped in a leather robe, he could not stand it anymore, and his nose began to flow. After Camillus's army arrives, we'll see how the war goes. Maruginants looked at the dark night, as if the dispute with Potitus in the Senate over the years did not exist. He comforted him, "No matter who launched an attack on Rome tonight, they also created an opportunity for us. The people we sent should be able to escape from the city during the chaos, find Camillus, and tell him the situation in the city so that they can prepare." Early the next morning, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia began to pack up the tents and clean up the square. In the morning, the people in the city of Rome were driven to the square by the Dionia soldiers. The square was surrounded by heavily armed Dionia soldiers, which made the people panic. Especially the people from the slums. The scene of the battle at the breach of the city wall not far from them and the fiasco of the Rome reinforcements last evening still lingered in their hearts. Today, the people of Dionia actually allowed them to stand at the forefront of the square. How could they not be afraid? When it was almost noon, the square was already filled with Rome's people. At this time, the bugle sounded, and a group of Dionia soldiers in gorgeous armor escorted a man in golden armor and a fluttering feather helmet on his head up the stone steps and walked up to the high platform in front of the Senate's gate. "Is that the king of Dionia?" The crowd in the square was stirred up. The Dionia soldiers around the square immediately hit their long shields with their short swords and roared in unison. It immediately poured a bucket of cold water on the people of Rome who had gathered in the square, making them quiet down. However, their eyes were filled with fear and hatred as they looked at the Devers high above. The Devers completely ignored the anger in their eyes and said loudly, "People of Rome, I am the king of Dionia Devers, the new master of this city. I was going to take you to the foot of the Capitoline Mountain, where a hero of Rome whom I admire died, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. I believe you all still remember this name." When the messenger translated the Devers' words into Latin and spread it to the audience, the crowd in the square was stirred up again. The faces of the people of Rome were full of doubts. They never expected that their enemy, the king of Dionia, would talk about Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, whom they were familiar with. Therefore, they focused their attention on the Devers, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. The Devers stretched out 4 fingers and said in a loud voice, "Debt. Land. Slavery. Power. These are the 4 major problems you are facing. From the establishment of Rome to the present, your ancestors and you have been fighting the aristocrats persistently. They even threatened to flee Rome many times, and they have paid the price of blood many times. However, a small village in Rome has developed into such a vast territory, but your situation has not improved much. You are still living in hardship, and you are still being bullied by the aristocrats. Marcus is different from the other aristocrats of Rome. Not only did he defend Rome with his bravery, but he also abandoned the arrogance and greed of the aristocrats and did his best to help you, the commoners. He paid off the debts of more than 400 of you with his own money. For the first time, he loudly appealed in the Senate to cancel your debts and distribute the land you obtained. Is he using you to achieve his own goals? No. He's doing this so that you can enjoy a better life in the city. For this reason, he did not hesitate to betray his birth and become one of you. He led you to fight bravely against the evil aristocrats of Rome. Do you still remember what he said to you? I will not abandon any of you, and you have to be careful so that my fate does not abandon me. As your defender, I will not be afraid. You all have seen that I was once shackled, and then with the help of many of you, I abandoned it. If the enemy treats me more arrogantly, God will stop them, but God will never descend from heaven for us. He must have your full support. At this point, the Devers glared at the people and shouted, "But, did you do it?" No. Under the fierce counterattack of the aristocrats, you retreated. You actually believed the nonsense of the Senate. You let Marcus be framed and arrested by the Senate. You watched helplessly as he was pushed down Capitoline Mountain by the fierce aristocrats of Rome and fell to his death. Don't you feel guilty in your heart? The words of the Devers made the people of Rome recall the scenes of the past. Shame welled up in their hearts, and a strange scene appeared. The people of Rome bowed their heads under the questioning of the king of Ionia, who had occupied their homeland. Of course, although the Devers ordered the army to gather the civilians of Rome in the square, there were inevitably some minor aristocrats and patrons of the aristocrats. So they shouted angrily, "Don't listen to the rumors of the enemy. Don't forget, he has just led the army to invade our homeland and kill our loved ones. The Senate did nothing wrong. Marcus Manlius tried to dictate and divide Rome. He deserved to die. Now it seems that he has colluded with the people of Ionia. We should dig up his bones and tear him into pieces." Literature Hall. If what they said at the beginning could make the civilians slightly vigilant, then the following slander of Marcus touched the sensitive nerves of the civilians. "I know you, you are a lackey of the Commonelius clan. You were the one who framed Sir Marcus at the citizens' assembly. Glius, you were among the aristocrats who captured Sir Marcus, yet you still dare to appear in front of us." Just as the crowd was stirred up, a voice shouted, "Kill them and avenge Sir Marcus." Soon, the quarrel turned into a fight, and the hall became chaotic. Screams, cries, and shouts could be heard everywhere. Your Majesty." When Tormid saw the situation on the stage, he was afraid that something would go wrong. He quickly asked the Devers, "Should we stop them?" Devers shook his head. "Wait a minute." After a while, the bugle was blown, and the soldiers on the sidelines roared again. They sent a team to squeeze into the crowd. More than a dozen nobles and diners were beaten until they were on the verge of death. The soldiers dragged them out and left them on the sidelines. They sent doctors to treat the other injured civilians. At this time, Devers on the platform faced the crowd that had calmed down and continued to speak loudly. "I'm afraid you still don't know, but after Marcus learned that he was falsely accused, he quietly wrote a letter to his family, expressing his determination to die. Do you want to know what he said in the letter?" The people of Rome listened to the translation. Curiosity and guilt made them shout without hesitation, "Yes." "Then let Publius Manlius read this home letter to you." After the Devers finished speaking, the people of Rome were surprised. Publius Manlius was a senator of the Senate of Rome and the current patriarch of the Manlius clan. He actually defected to the Ionia? When the doubtful people saw the man on the platform, their eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed Publius Manlius. Facing the gaze of the people of Rome, the current patriarch of Manlius lowered his head in shame. At this time, the Devers' voice sounded in his ear, "Let's begin, Lord Publius." He trembled all over, and the image of the fierce Dionysius soldiers beheading a dozen familiar Rome aristocrats in front of him last night appeared in his mind. The blood and heads on the ground shattered the fragile resistance in his heart. For the survival of his family, he chose to yield. Just like when Marcus was executed by the Senate, he quickly decided to yield to the senators and no longer use the family name Capitolinus. Under the gaze of the Devers with a smile, his hands trembled slightly as he took out the letter that he had written imitating Marcus's notes under the dictation of the Devers. Publius, my brother, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I know very well the despicable tricks of the Senate. They slandered me for wanting to restore the monarchy. They are trying to kill me. I have been fighting bravely all my life and have never yielded to anyone, so I will never kneel to them and beg for mercy. Even if they use great crimes to slander my reputation, usurp my honor, and let the civilians who follow me in disputes doubt me, I am not afraid. My only regret is that I have made a promise to help those who believe in me and follow me to fight against the Senate. I will help them get rid of their heavy debts and let each of them have their own land, so that their cattle and sheep can graze on the public land of Rome. In fact, I have another promise in my heart that I have not told them, which is to let them have the opportunity to run for senior official positions in Rome, become senators, and serve as consuls. Unfortunately, all of this can no longer be realized. Now I finally understand that it is almost impossible to fight for power for the civilians through words. If the gods can give me another chance, I will definitely arm the people and use sharp spears and the anger in my heart to overthrow the terrible and greedy rule of the Rome aristocrats. I will establish a good regime like the kingdom of Dioria to the south of Rome that I have often told you about. There will be no distinction between aristocrats and civilians, and every citizen will enjoy equal rights. At this point, Publius Manlius raised his head and glanced at the Devers not far away. The real writer of this letter was listening carefully, as if the letter really existed. When he turned his gaze to the audience below the platform, he was surprised to see that many people were already sobbing. He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously increased his volume and continued to read. Publius, my brother, in the future, I will have to rely on you to take care of the affairs of the family. If possible, try to help a group of civilians who are in trouble. I am very unwilling to die with the crime of being a dictator. The gods above will definitely punish me for my injustice. Those who benefit from my death should not be happy too early. Signed, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. By the time Publius finished reading the letter, the square was already filled with crying. Most of the people did not doubt the authenticity of the letter. They were moved by Marcus' dedication to fighting for their rights even before his death. They were ashamed that they had not been firm enough to save such a great and noble leader. Amid the cries, someone shouted excitedly, Marcus. Countless people responded loudly, Marcus. 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 The people in the square shouted his name in unison with great excitement. The shouts echoed over the city of Rome, causing the senators and nobles on Capitoline Mountain to stare at the square. They saw the crowd gathered in the square and thought that the people of Rome were fighting against the people of Dionia. They did not know that the people of Rome were excitedly mourning an aristocratic traitor they hated the most. The excitement of the people of Rome lasted for a while before they gradually calmed down. At this time, the Devers said loudly, a year after Marcus was killed, there was a plague in Rome. This was not a warning from the gods to Marcus who wanted to be a dictator as the priests said, but a punishment from the gods to those who framed a great hero of Rome. Today, we, the people of Dionia, have come to Rome in response to Marcus' curse. We have come to overthrow the high and mighty nobles of Rome who have cruelly oppressed you, and together with you, build a new Rome like what Marcus said in his letter. As the Devers spoke passionately, Publius Manlius kept nodding at the side. Although the people of Rome were still full of vigilance and suspicion, there was less anger in their eyes when they looked at the Devers. Someone plucked up his courage and asked loudly, how are you going to build a new Rome with us? Good question. The Devers immediately responded, next, my newly appointed adjutant of the administration of Rome will answer your question and issue my order. Then, the people of Rome saw a man in a magnificent black robe with white stripes walk up the stage with his head held high. After he bowed respectfully to the king of Devers, he turned to face the people below the stage. Among the people who lived in the slums of Rome, standing at the front, some of them widened their eyes in surprise. Isn't this Valsers? Someone could not help but shout, Valsers, is that you? Valsers held his head high and said proudly, I am now the adjutant of the administration of Rome appointed by His Majesty the King. My position is higher than the magistrates you are familiar with. Please show some respect when you speak to me next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below the stage were in an uproar. They whispered to each other, and soon, the news spread throughout the audience. A commoner of Rome who was once a slave like them had become a high official of the kingdom of Dionia, standing on the stage and lecturing them. The Devers calmly looked at the uproar below the stage. He was very satisfied with the huge impact Valsers had on the commoners of Rome. He knew very well that in Italy and the Western Mediterranean, there would occasionally be citizens of a city-state who would leave their original city-state for another city-state, or even an enemy city-state. However, they would not be put in important positions, and they would not enter the inner circle of the city-state. Instead, they would become commoners. This was one of the most important sources of commoners in Rome. Of course, there would also be clans from other city-states who brought hundreds of people with them to seek refuge in Rome, and they would be accepted by the clans in Rome. They would share power, but they would become nobles. Persia's open-mindedness to accept foreign fugitives, even enemies, and put them in an important position was, after all, a rare thing in the whole of the Mediterranean Sea. As a result, although the Greeks and the Persians were mortal enemies, once they were expelled from their own country, they would often seek refuge with the Persians. Now, how would the commoners of Rome react when they suddenly saw the huge change in Valser's social status? The Devers looked forward to it. The uniform roars of the Dionia soldiers restored peace to the square once more. Valsers cleared his throat and took a few deep breaths. He recalled the content he had memorized yesterday and said loudly, His Majesty the Devers has announced to the people of Rome that from the moment Dionia takes over Rome, all debts owed by the commoners of Rome to the nobles shall be cancelled. All slaves of the nobles of Rome and the nobles of Rome shall become free citizens. As soon as Valsers finished speaking, the slaves at the back of the square cheered. In comparison, the commoners of Rome were relatively calm. Rome had been occupied by the foreigners, and most of the senators and nobles had fled to Capitoline Mountain. Of course, it was impossible for them to collect their debts from the commoners. However, the commoners relaxed their brows. They knew that as long as the nobles were unable to defeat the people of Dionia, their debts would be written off forever. And Facing the hopeful gazes of the Rome citizens, Bacris suddenly forgot what he wanted to say next, and immediately became nervous. At this moment, his assistant, Adrius, immediately went up to him and whispered, "Become a citizen, land." Bacris suddenly remembered after being reminded by Adrius, and gave him a grateful look. Adrius despised Bacris' stupidity in his heart, but he also envied Bacris' luck. He secretly complained to himself, "Although I'm a Latin, why wasn't I a citizen of Rome?" However, he firmly believed that this was a great opportunity for him to help Bacris. As long as he performed well, he believed that he would soon be promoted. At this moment, Bacris hurriedly said, as if afraid that he had forgotten, "His Majesty the Devers has also issued an order. The land of the former citizens of Rome will not be recognized, and will be redistributed. Any citizen of Rome who applies to become a citizen of Dionia will first be given 5 acres of land. The earlier you apply, the better and more fertile the land will be. In the future, as you join the Dionysian army, gain merits, or make other contributions, you will be rewarded with land. Also, the citizens of Rome who become citizens of Dionia can come to the square in the future to apply for public office, and after passing the examination, they will be able to take office. Also, the citizens of Rome who become citizens of Dionia can also get a low-interest loan of only 5% from the banks of Dionia. Also, your children can study in the schools of Dionia, and they will be taught by excellent teachers. You only need to pay 1 drachma every year." Bacris was afraid that he would forget again, and he kept talking as he tried to recall the memories in his mind, but he did not notice that the citizens in the square had become restless again. The commoners who had no land were excited. The commoners who originally owned land were angry at the reduction of their land, but they were moved by the conditions. The slaves, on the other hand, were ecstatic that they could get rid of their lowly status and possibly become citizens. Of course, the few Rome nobles hidden in the crowd looked gloomy, but they did not dare to make a sound, afraid that they would be beaten up like before. The discussion grew louder and louder. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Can we also become founding elders?" Then some people shouted in agreement, "Yes." "Can people like us become senators in Dionia?" The commotion in the square suddenly died down, and everyone eagerly awaited Bacris' reply. However, this sudden question left Bacris stunned. Even he didn't know the answer to it. At this time, the Devers stepped forward after listening to the voice transmitter's translation and loudly said, "Of course. Not only can you become senators of Dionia, but you can also serve as governors of the kingdom in the future, managing 4 or 5 large cities like Rome. He could also become a war zone commander, commanding several legions and tens of thousands of soldiers to fight against the enemy. You may not know this, but more than half of the senators in the Senate of Dionia come from humble origins. Some of them were mercenaries, and some were even slaves. Moreover, many of the senators of Dionia are not Greeks, but Brudi, Lucanians, Messapians. They are all races that live in this land, just like you. Therefore, in our kingdom of Dionia, becoming a senator is not based on your background, nor is it based on your race, but on whether you have made enough contributions to the kingdom, and whether you have the ability to take on this responsibility. It didn't matter if you were poor, rich, commoner, noble, Greek, or any other race. Dionia placed equal opportunities in front of every citizen. Whether you could become an elder or a high-ranking official of the kingdom depended on your own hard work. When the voice transmitter's words spread throughout the square, the people of Rome became even more restless. Some even shouted, "Good." Obviously, the Devers' words of regardless of background, only ability were like a rallying cry for the commoners of Rome, who had been oppressed for decades and had been working hard to break the monopoly of power of the nobles. The discussion in the square grew even louder. After being reminded by Adrius, Bacchus hurriedly shouted from the stage, "Quiet. Quiet. Please listen to me, there is another great thing." After a while, the square finally quieted down a little. Bacchus had no choice but to use all his strength to say, "His Majesty the Devers, is very kind. Seeing that the houses you are living in are too small and crude, he has decided that anyone who applies to become a citizen of Rome of Dionia will be allocated new houses in the city of Rome. These new houses were once owned by the nobles of Rome. You will definitely live very comfortably." As the discussion below the stage rose again, the Devers noticed a hint of a sneer on their faces. The Devers knew that it was not enough to rely on tens of thousands of troops and a single raid to conquer Rome, which had its own complete political system and civilization, as well as a large population and astonishing resilience. Dionia was facing Carthage's attack in Sicily, and the Simonians were attacking from the north. There was also the impact of the drought. They could not mobilize a large army to completely crush Rome, nor could they waste time to slowly assimilate it. Therefore, in order to quickly expand their advantage after conquering Rome, so that the resistance of the people of Rome could not be shaken, the Devers thought about it several times, and the solution they adopted was to support a group of people to defeat another group of people. This was because ever since the city of Rome was built, there had always been conflicts between the nobles and the commoners, and as time passed, the conflicts had only deepened. After a long period of research on Rome, the Devers discovered that the nobles of Rome were actually clans and communes, just like the ancient patriarchal society in China. These groups were firmly connected by blood and interests. Everyone in the group was contributing to the clan, and at the same time, they enjoyed the help that the clan gave them. The land and wealth owned by the clan members would only belong to the clan even after their death, and would not be lost to the outside world. This was a closed circle that naturally excluded outsiders, and operated according to their own traditional customs and systems. Unlike the loose tribal system of the Brudi, Lucania, and other races that Dionia once conquered, it required a lot of time and energy for the Devers to break it up and assimilate it. However, under the current situation, the Devers obviously did not have the patience to do so, so they turned their attention to the commoners of Rome. The commoners of Rome, who had always been excluded from the clans of Rome and suppressed by the nobles for a long time, were the easiest targets for Dionia to absorb and assimilate. Let the commoners occupy the land of the nobles, and let the poor live in the houses of the nobles. Because the war was still going on, the distribution of land could only be written in contracts, but the distribution of houses could indeed be carried out immediately. When the commoners of Rome obtained these things, they would not easily hand them over, and would inevitably fight the nobles of Rome to the death for them. This would achieve the Devers' goal of weakening Rome's power. While the Devers were daydreaming, Valsers shouted again, "Now, you can line up over there and apply to become a citizen of Dionia." Valsers pointed at the bottom of the platform, where a few wooden tables were placed side by side. A dozen young advisors, led by Tormid, were sitting with pen and paper in their hands. The crowd in the square suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to step forward. This silence lasted for a while, and Clotho-Katax, who had been quietly watching from the side, grew anxious. He repeatedly looked at his father, who was not far away. The Devers sensed his gaze and waved their hands slightly, indicating that he should not be anxious. At this time, Valsers pointed at a person below the platform and scolded, "Archimus, my former neighbor, didn't you always tell me in the past that you want to kill those nobles and take back the land that belongs to you? You also want to occupy their houses and enjoy their beautiful female slaves. Now that such a great opportunity is right in front of you, why are you still hesitating? Are you just a coward who only knows how to talk big?" The thin middle-aged man in linen clothes that had been washed so many times that he immediately scolded, "Valsers, don't think that you can order me around just because you're lucky enough to become some municipal official. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I become a senator. Damn it. I'm alone anyway, and I have nothing to fear. Fine, I'll apply to become a citizen of Dionia." As he spoke, he walked towards the registration area. "What about you, Lucius? What are you hesitating for?" Valsers shouted as he pointed at another of his former neighbors below the platform. Lucius looked at Archimus, who was sprawled in front of the wooden table. Under Valsers' urging, he hesitantly took a step forward. 1, 2, 3. With someone taking the lead, the people who were already somewhat tempted no longer hesitated and began to follow them. Clotho-Katax looked at the gradually growing queue in front of the registration area, and found it a little hard to understand. These people from Rome abandoned their motherland so easily and became our citizens? Your Highness Clotho, Rome is a city of immigrants. Not only are there Latins, but there are also Etruscans, Sabines, and a small number of Maxi and Aquinas. It is said that after the Celts were repelled, the Senate of Rome passed a bill to absorb the Latins and people of other races around Rome who had lost their homes due to the war, to replenish the population of Rome. Most of them have become citizens of Rome. I'm afraid that many of these people in the square have joined Rome in the last 10 years. Since they can join Rome, why can't they join Dionia? Besides, the rights and benefits that Dionia can provide them are much better than Rome." Henipolis, who had read some information about Rome, explained. At this moment, Devers also interrupted, "The people of Rome are hesitating because they don't know much about Dionia and are afraid of being tricked. They are also worried that we, Dionia, will abandon them at any time and let them become the sacrificial lambs of the angry nobles of Rome." However, Valsers has played an important role in dispelling some of their worries. Clotho-Katax looked thoughtfully at the adjutant of the Rome administration who had just been appointed last night. At this moment, Marcius caught up and reported to the Devers, "Your Majesty, the fleet from Ostia has arrived at the river port." When the Devers heard this, they were overjoyed. "Assists, Nicomachus, and Trapolis. They have finally arrived. The governance and transformation of Rome can finally be put on the agenda." The Devers glanced at the messy crowd on the square, which had begun to become a little orderly. So, they said to the people around them, "Let's go. Go to the river port outside the western part of the city and welcome the new senators and officials." While the Devers were rushing to the river port of Rome, the Roman army led by Camillus was on the way back. Their vanguard had arrived at Signa. Camillus rode in the middle of the army. According to the military tradition of Rome, the general who led the army had to march on foot like the soldiers. He was not allowed to ride a horse. However, Camillus's situation was special. Not only did he have outstanding achievements, but he was also too old. He was over 60 years old. Of course, he could not march on foot with the soldiers. So, the Senate specially allowed him to ride a horse. Even though he was riding a horse, the 2 consecutive days of rapid marching were a little too much for his old body. He looked at the equally tired soldiers around him and made up his mind. When they arrived at Praeneste, he would let the army camp and rest to ensure that the soldiers would be full of fighting spirit and energy to fight the Dionia who attacked Rome tomorrow. Just as Camillus was thinking about all the possibilities of a battle between the army and the Dionia, a messenger from Rome came galloping from the north to the south. Looking at the anxious eyes of the messenger, Camillus took the urgent letter from Mesius and felt a little uneasy. He then scanned the contents of the letter, and the words, "the fall of Rome," immediately made his heartbeat and breathing stop in an instant. Regret, sadness, self-blame, exhaustion. All kinds of negative emotions surged into his heart at the same time. In an instant, he felt dizzy and fell off the horse. "Father! Sir Camillus! Lord Dictator!" The anxious shouts brought Camillus back to his senses. Looking at the guards and soldiers gathered around him, he subconsciously clenched his right hand. The letter was still in his hand. He quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Maybe it's because I'm too tired." "Sir, it seems like you need a good rest," the guard captain said with concern. "Yes, I do need to rest for a while." Camillus went with the flow and said, "Lucius, let the soldiers continue to march. I'll rest for a while, and I'll catch up soon." Lucius looked at his father lying on the grass, and then at the messenger who stood by the side in silence. He was very puzzled, but he did not ask and obeyed the order. The soldiers returned to the team under the supervision of Lucius. Under the protection of the guards, Camillus closed his eyes to rest. But no one knew that at this moment, his heart was in turmoil. The Dionia had broken through the city of Rome. What was the situation of the people in the city? What kind of siege method did the Dionia use to occupy the sturdy city of Rome so quickly? The rescue operation of Quintus and Frius was easily repelled by the Dionia. Did the Dionia stabilize in Rome so quickly? If the soldiers learned that their homeland was occupied by the Dionia, how would they react? Countless thoughts emerged in Camillus's mind at the same time, squeezing his already dizzy brain. He had to force himself to calm down and try his best to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes and called Lucius with a determined look. He asked him to inform the troops to stop advancing when they reached Xianxia and wait for his next order. Then he sent someone to inform the senior generals to come immediately for a meeting. Not long after, Publius Licinius, Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus, Aulus Cornelius, Servius Sulpius, and Minucius Cornelius, who delivered the order for the Senate, arrived one after another. Camillus glanced at each of the generals solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Before I tell you an important news, you must promise me that you must remain calm. You must not show any obvious panic, anger, or shouting. Can you do that?" The generals looked at each other. They did not know what was going on, but they could clearly feel that the situation was not good. Titus hurriedly asked, "Sir Dictator, could it be that Rome?" Camillus did not respond. Instead, he asked again in a deep voice, "Can you do that?" At this time, Camillus was completely unlike the old man who always had a smile on his face and loved to discuss military affairs with them peacefully. Instead, he was like a beast ready to devour people at any time. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they immediately responded in unison, "Yes." Camillus glanced at them again and said in a deep voice, "I just received a battle report. Yesterday, Rome fell. It was occupied by the Dionia." Although the generals present were mentally prepared, they still clenched their fists at this moment. Shock, doubt, pain, anger. All kinds of extreme emotions were expressed from their distorted faces, widened eyes, and rapid breathing. "Sir Dictator, is this news true?" Licinius asked in a trembling voice. The messenger sent by Megis brought an urgent letter written by him in his own handwriting. The letter also said that the troops led by Quintus and Frius had also failed in the rescue attempt. Now the defeated soldiers are gathered in Praenester, and a large number of people who were lucky enough to escape from Rome are stranded in the area between Gabii and Praenester. We must retake Rome immediately. Servius tried his best to lower his voice, so much so that his fists were bleeding. Of course we must retake Rome. But first of all, we must prevent the soldiers from falling into chaos after receiving the news. We must stabilize the army. Camillus voiced his proposal. After a round of discussion, the generals hurried back to their troops with heavy hearts. "Father, mother and sister," Lucius, who was full of worry, stopped halfway through his sentence. "Sigh." Camillus sighed heavily and did not say anything else. He staggered towards the war horse that was being led by the guards not far away. Lucius hurriedly stepped forward and supported his elderly father. When they arrived at Xianxia, Camillus once again saw the messenger sent by Megis. Most of the elders and some of the people had retreated to Capitoline Mountain. This news made Amyllus feel pleasantly surprised, and he felt a little more confident. That afternoon, the generals of Rome and nearly 60,000 Roman soldiers gathered between the city of Xianxia and the Tolarus River. Dictator Camillus stood at the top of the city of Xianxia. the mountain wind blew his white hair into a mess, but his elderly body stood straight. Facing the dense and endless troops below the city, he said loudly, "Citizens of Rome, warriors of the Alliance, you have not fully enjoyed the victory of conquering the Hernici, but you are rushing back because your mother state, the center of Latin, Rome, has been attacked by the enemy. But unfortunately, before you could arrive to help, Rome has been occupied by the Dionia yesterday." Hundreds of messengers who had been solemnly instructed by Camillus in advance lined up along the formation of the army and spread Camillus's words to the entire army. Suddenly, a huge wave was set off in the army like a gust of wind. "Oh my God, the city of Rome has been breached. My wife and children are still in the city. It wasn't easy for me to save up the money to buy cattle and sheep. It must have been robbed by those damned enemies. What should I do? Jupiter, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us so cruelly? This is the second time that Rome has been occupied. What should we do? Rome has been occupied. Why are we still standing here like idiots? Hurry to Rome, drive away those enemies, and take back our home." Licinius, Titus, and the other generals had told the platoon jarls about the fall of Rome in advance and asked them to do their best to stabilize the emotions of their soldiers. But despite the platoon jarls' best efforts, the emotions of the soldiers were like boiling water, boiling uncontrollably. The whole army was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a group of defeated soldiers came from the north. Their armor was not in order, and many of them were even wounded. They passed through the gaps in the formation and came to the city of Xianxia. Their miserable appearance attracted the attention of many soldiers. "Isn't that Ligurus? I remember he went to Rome with General Quintus a long time ago. It looks like they were defeated by the enemy, and I'm afraid they were defeated so miserably. The soldiers led by General Quintus and Frius are our bravest citizens. Many of them have been crowned citizens before. Could it be that the people of Dionia are as terrifying as the Celts?" Just as the soldiers were guessing and feeling uneasy, the messengers sent Camillus's voice into their ears. "The people of Dionia are very powerful. Not only did they occupy our motherland, but they also defeated the reinforcements led by Quintus and Frius. Therefore, if we want to take back our homes and save our loved ones, we must unite together and exert our greatest strength in order to drive away the powerful enemy," Camillus said. Fortunately, the people in the city did not surrender. The senators led them to Capitoline to defend our temple. There are also many people who escaped from Rome who are camping in the wilderness not far from here. They can endure the difficulties and not surrender because they believe in you, the brave warriors of Rome and the allies. You can defeat the enemy and take back Rome. But if you can't unite, can't strictly enforce the military discipline, don't listen to orders, and act recklessly like a plate of loose sand, we can't defeat the powerful enemy of Dionia. By that time, we can't take back Rome, and your loved ones will become slaves, never to see each other again. You will either die in battle or become homeless stray dogs, slaves captured by the aliens at will. Are you willing to do that? No. The generals and platoon leaders were the first to raise their arms and shout. The soldiers were also shocked by the tragic future described by Camillus, and they followed suit. When the shouts gradually converged into a torrent of voices, Camillus knelt down on the city wall, raised his hands high, looked up to the sky, and shouted piously, "Jupiter, we will defeat the Dionia just like we defeated the Celts. We will never let the aliens defile your temple. So please protect us." Not long after he finished shouting, a loud rumble came from the cliff behind Xianxia city. A huge rock rolled down the hillside with gravel, and finally hit the empty space on the side of Xianxia city with a loud bang. The generals were the first to shout excitedly, "It's a divine sign. Jupiter has responded." Then the soldiers also reacted, and the gloominess on their faces was swept away with joy. They hurriedly lowered their heads and prayed to Jupiter. Jupiter's miracle shocked the Roman soldiers, who were at a loss. They quickly came to a consensus and began to shout the slogan, "Defeat the enemy, take back Rome." So Camillus led them to march quickly to Praeneste in a pitiful manner. At dusk, when the army arrived at Praeneste, the situation became a little chaotic. The generals were busy setting up the camp and arranging for the soldiers to rest. The people of Rome who had been stranded there rushed over, and so did the soldiers. Both sides were eagerly looking for their loved ones in the crowd. Those who saw their loved ones felt very lucky and thanked Jupiter for his protection. Those who did not see their loved ones were secretly sad. But the terrible situation of the exiled people made the soldiers even more eager to take back Rome. The dictator Camillus first went to meet the higher-ups of Praenestor to thank them for the great help they had given to Rome. Then he quickly summoned Megis, Quintus, and Frius, and asked them about the details of the Dionysian army breaking the city. When the Devers welcomed the arrival of the kingdom's administrators, they also received war reports and proposals about Sicily sent to him by the Senate and the Ministry of Military Affairs. He never expected that the huge Sicilian fleet would be destroyed by a storm. This made the naval advantage of Ionia in Sicily less strong, and it also made the war between Ionia and Carthage change. For this reason, the Devers first held an emergency military meeting. Attending the meeting were Tormid of the General Staff, Prentos, and the commander of the Third Fleet, Mytilades. The Devers looked at the three of them sternly and then said, "You have all read the war report. What do you think?" Tormid coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this storm destroyed more than half of the kingdom's warships, but it also destroyed almost all of Carthage's warships. Judging from the results, it's not too bad. We still have the advantage in the sea." Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs proposed to transfer the Fourth Fleet of Brindisi to Sicily. In addition to the dozens of warships left in the Sicilian fleet, we have a greater naval advantage in Sicily than before. It will become more difficult for Carthage to send reinforcements and supplies to Sicily, and our victory in Sicily will become more stable. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said in a low voice, "Will the transfer of the Fourth Fleet from the east coast of Greece give Sparta and the remnants of the former Pacetti and Messapi forces who escaped to Greece an opportunity to take advantage of them? According to the intelligence, after the Thebes rioted and got rid of Sparta's control, another war will break out in central Greece. How many city-states will participate in this war, and how long will it last? We can't make an accurate judgment now, but Sparta obviously won't be able to get out of this war in a short period of time. They won't have the spare strength to attack the kingdom. As for the enemies who escaped to Greece, their numbers are too small, and the political situation in Apulia is stable. They won't be able to cause any big trouble," Tormid said confidently. The Devers thought for a while and nodded. Mytilades interrupted, "Although Lord Tormid's words make sense, transferring the Fourth Fleet will still bring trouble to Apulia. Moreover, Commander Alexis is now leading all the troops in Apulia to defend against the Simonians. If there's any trouble at this time, it will be more troublesome. Why don't we transfer some of the warships of the Third Fleet to Sicily?" The Devers looked at him and said seriously after a while, "In the military plan to attack Rome and Latin region, the Third Fleet is very important. It must cooperate with the main army and not be easily separated. Although the Third Fleet is only responsible for guarding the main army, it may play a bigger role in the future. Mytilades, don't get distracted. However, if you personally want to go to Sicily, I can approve it at my discretion." The Devers' words made Mytilades break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I will lead the Third Fleet to ensure the safety of the army at sea. Please rest assured." The Devers' expression softened a little. He turned to Tormid and said, "I agree with the Ministry of Military Affairs. Let's transfer the Fourth Fleet to Sicily. However, we have to remind Alexis to strengthen the defense of the east coast of Apulia to prevent other enemies from taking advantage of the situation. At this point, he said with a heavy expression, also, inform Prosos to increase the search for Thurkion and Phralios. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their bodies. Even if they are really dead, we must not let the bodies of the two high-ranking generals and heroes of the kingdom be left in the wild. They can only go to the Hall of Martyrs and the Temple of Death. As for the candidate for the commander of the newly integrated Sicilian fleet, first, it should be Thurkion. If he is not here, then it should be Phralios. If Phralios is also not here, let Miltiades of the Fourth Fleet take the position." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Tormid as he used a pen to record on a wooden board that he carried with him. The Devers let out a long sigh. "What pained me the most about this disaster was not the warships, but the dead crew members." "How many people died in this battle?" Tormid immediately replied, "Based on the preliminary statistics, there are more than 10,000 dead crew members." After hearing this, the Devers' expression became even heavier. More than 10,000. They were all experienced sailors who were familiar with Dionia's naval tactics. Tens of thousands of families lost their loved ones in a storm. The Ministry of Military Affairs will send people to the military port of Tarentum, Castellan, and Catania to offer condolences to the families of these dead sailors and comfort their grief. We will also start discussing their post-war pensions now. Understood, Your Majesty. I will immediately write a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and get you to sign it, replied Tormid. The Devers thought of something and asked again, what is the name of the admiral who led the warships in time to break into the port of Selinus, and finally helped Prosos to seize the city? Stefakas. Stefakas. The Devers repeated the name and said approvingly, to be able to preserve the fleet at such a critical moment and obtain military merits, it seems that he is a decisive and quick-witted admiral. When the people present heard this, they immediately felt envious of Stefakas. To be mentioned by the Devers and remembered, his future must be bright. The Devers turned their eyes to Printos, who had not yet spoken, and asked, what do you think of the war in Sicily? Your Majesty. Printos reminded, although our navy now has the advantage in the Sicilian Sea, Carthage has been a maritime power in the western Mediterranean for 100 years. Their shipbuilding ability is stronger than that of the kingdom. According to intelligence, there are 4 large shipyards in the port of Carthage, and dozens of Phoenician coastal city-states affiliated with them also have strong shipbuilding abilities. Once they are allowed to build warships with all their might, I'm afraid that in a few months, they will have a warship that will not lose to our fleet. You're right. The Devers nodded and said seriously, this is indeed a problem that we should pay attention to. We must also speed up the progress, vigorously build new warships, restore and strengthen our naval fleet in order to deal with the challenges that Carthage will continue to face at sea and completely obtain the maritime supremacy of the western Mediterranean Sea. I will immediately write to the Senate and ask them to organize and mobilize the coastal cities of southern Italy to start building warships, but you don't have to worry too much. Maybe Carthage has accumulated more shipbuilding technology and the number of shipwrights than us, but it has 2 fatal shortcomings that are destined to be unable to defeat the kingdom's navy. The Devers' words attracted the attention of the 3 of them. He stretched out 2 fingers and slowly said, the first is wood. There are no tall trees on the land of Africa. The source of wood they can obtain for shipbuilding is the Iberian Peninsula, but its developed shipbuilding industry is concentrated in Carthage and the surrounding Phoenician city-states. This determines that they must first transport wood from Iberia to Carthage before they can start building ships. This is not only time-consuming, but it is also easy to be cut off and get into trouble. In our territory, there are continuous mountain ridges and abundant timber resources. Furthermore, they are beside the coastal cities of southern Italy. This time, I will ask the Senate to temporarily lift the ban on logging trees and provide enough ship wood for the shipyards free of charge. Devers paused for a moment and then said, the second is the sailors. A 3-tiered warship requires nearly 200 sailors. If a fleet has 100 3-tiered warships, nearly 20,000 sailors will be needed. The navy is a military force that requires a large population to support, and the Phoenicians and Carthage are not a populous race. Even if they use Numidians as sailors, the Numidians are not a seafaring race, and their nature is relatively lax, which will inevitably reduce the combat ability of the Carthage navy. And we, Devers smiled. Not to mention official citizens and preparatory citizens, once the navy starts recruiting new sailors, those free people will clamor to join. They want to become citizens of the kingdom as soon as possible. When Devers said this, Tormid and Middleades laughed. Devers's words had completely dispelled their concerns. Only Printos did not laugh. He seemed to have something on his mind. Devers noticed, so he asked, Printos, what other suggestions do you have? Say it. Printos deliberated for a moment and said softly, Your Majesty, although we have the advantage in Sicily from the current situation, Carthage's defeat in the battle, and then the loss of the fleet in the naval battle and the storm will inevitably make the Carthage panic. If they do not consider suing for peace, then they must do their best to win the next battle. In this way, the Sicilian troops led by Prosos will probably face more soldiers, more fighting spirit, and definitely not led by a mediocre general of the Carthage army. Wait. Tolmid interrupted, our fleet has already occupied the sea advantage of Sicily, and we can completely cut off the Carthaginian army's transportation route to Sicily. Even if the Carthaginians build another army, it will be difficult for them to land in Sicily. It is more difficult for the Carthage army to land in Sicily, but it is not impossible. Although our fleet has the upper hand, we can't completely cut off the communication between Sicily and Carthage. Printos said calmly, the sailors need food, water, and rest. It's best for the warships to be towed into the military port at night for maintenance so that they can maintain a good combat condition. In Sicily, apart from the military port of Catania, only Messina to the north and Agrigento and Gela to the south have good military ports for our fleet to stay. Therefore, if our Sicilian fleet leaves Messina or Agrigento in the morning, I'm afraid it'll be afternoon by the time they reach the westernmost part of Sicily, and they'll have to turn back in a hurry. Also, the number of fleets in Sicily has been greatly reduced. They can't be divided into 2 or 3 strong subfleets to patrol in turns. Carthage's people still have time to send supplies and reinforcements to Sicily. The Sicilian fleet can send fast ships to take turns to monitor the western waters of Sicily. Halfway through his argument, Tormid suddenly realized something was wrong. Even if the fast ships discovered the enemy, they would still need to return to the military port to report. By the time the fleet arrived, Carthage's fleet would probably have already entered the port. So, he changed his words and said, it's not like Selinus and Minoa can't station some of their warships, right? Middleades. Facing Tormid's gaze, as the commander of the navy, Middleades did not dare to speak carelessly in front of the Devers. He thought carefully for a moment and said, from the battle report, Selinus does not have a military port. Warships can indeed station in ordinary ports for a short period of time, but not for a long time. It will damage the life of the warships and affect their combat power. Of course, the Sicilian army can also build a simple military port in Selinus, but that will take time. Middleades' words, staying in ordinary ports for too long will damage the life of the warships, were actually directed at the Devers, so he deliberately emphasized his tone. However, he immediately changed the topic. As far as I know, the best military port on the western end of Sicily is in Lille. Tormid immediately shook his head. Lille is an important military town for Carthage and Sicily. Just like Mosha, it will be difficult for Prosos to take it down with just his current forces. At this time, Printos continued the topic and said, although Prosos has won many battles, the enemy is concentrated in the 2 towns of Lille and Palermos. Just now, Lord Tormid has made it very clear that although Prosos can decide the outcome of Sicily's war if he takes Lille, we can't increase the number of troops for the Sicilian army, so it is impossible for the 8th Legion to do it alone. Not only is it meaningless to attack other towns, but it will also disperse the troops. So, it should be said that the Sicilian army has no way to attack now. At this point, Printos said earnestly, Your Majesty, it is time to change the strategy of the Sicilian army. Tormid and Middleades were shocked when they heard this, but the Devers' expression did not change. He sat in the same place and remained silent for a long time. He knew in his heart that Printos was tactfully reminding him that his previous instructions to Prosos were wrong. At the beginning of the war with Carthage, because the focus of the attack was to be concentrated on Rome, the Devers was still cautious about the situation of the war in Sicily. So, at the beginning, he ordered Prosos to defend the territory of the Kingdom of Sicily. However, the 8th Legion defeated Carthage's army in the Battle of Minoa, and the navy won the battle on the Sea of Cerodium. This made him realize that Carthage was only outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. So, he changed his strategy. He ordered the Sicilian army and navy to attack with all their strength, trying to take advantage of the enemy's defeat to pursue and attack. This would weaken Carthage's power in Sicily, so that they could gain more chances of winning the next decisive battle with Carthage. Deep in his heart, the Devers even hoped that Prosos could create another miracle and completely drive away Carthage's power in Sicily. So far in the war, except for that storm, the attack of the Sicilian army was going smoothly, in line with his expectations. But did he become a little too optimistic because of the successive victories? After all, that was Carthage. The Devers looked at the staff officer in front of him, whom he admired very much. He understood the meaning of Printos' words. Printos was obviously reminding him that the Sicilian army led by Prosos did not have the ability to conquer the western end of Sicily in one fell swoop. On the contrary, because the army was alone and lacked manpower, they might even fall into a dangerous situation. Printo's reminder reminded the Devers of the Iberian army that had not suffered any losses so far. They thought that the successive defeats of Carthage were likely to allow the Maganid family to regain control of Carthage. They were not like Hanno. They were more aggressive and valued Sicily more. At the same time, they had more experience in war. From the fact that the Iberian army was able to capture the city of Theridium, it could be seen that they had considerable combat power. But according to the Devers' understanding of Carthage over the years, it would take time for Carthage to build another army. The elders of Carthage's Senate would argue with each other, and this time would continue to be delayed. Even if Maganid could finally get the army to land in Sicily, it would be at least a month or two later. It would be a pity to let Prosos retreat and defend for such a long time. With the ability of this young commander, he could completely mess up the situation in the western end of Sicily. Even if the Carthage army landed, they would need to spend more energy and time to stabilize the situation, and by more time for the kingdom, the Devers thought about it, but in the end they could not make up their minds. So, he said, tell our concerns to Prosos. Let him be vigilant. Whether to continue to attack or retreat and defend is up to him. After all, he is the commander of the battlefield in Sicily. Prosos had repeatedly created miracles and won victories, so the Devers chose to believe in his ability. Yes, your majesty. As Tormid spoke, he glanced at Printos, feeling a little envious and jealous. As far as he knew, the Devers rarely changed their military decisions because of other people's persuasion, but this time, they made a compromise. While Tormid was thinking, the Devers looked at Printos and said in a serious tone, in the future, if you have any suggestions like this, you have to make them directly, instead of waiting for me to urge you to do it. War is related to the life and death of a country, but modesty and courtesy can cost the lives of hundreds and thousands of soldiers, understand? Printo's expression turned solemn, and then he bowed in shame and said, understood, your majesty, I will pay attention next time. Once again, Tormid cast an envious look at him. After the military meeting, the Devers summoned the new senator of the kingdom, his brother-in-law, Alcibiades, and the shipbuilding merchant of Thurii, Micras. Both of them were well-known merchants in the shipbuilding industry in the kingdom of Dionia. The Devers summoned them, of course, hoping that they could take the lead in cooperating with the kingdom to speed up the construction of warships. Due to the tight state treasury, they also hoped that they could agree that the kingdom could temporarily owe them the shipbuilding costs on credit. Of course, the kingdom would also give them corresponding compensation after the war, such as relaxing the ban on cutting down trees. As for Micras, the Devers also focused on Inanalus, who had long been released from prison and had been staying at home. They emphasized that Inanalus had been punished enough for his mistakes, and now that the kingdom had been expanding, there were always insufficient officials at all levels. Inanalus was once a senator and also served as a navy commander. He had rich administrative experience and was fully capable of serving the kingdom again. After listening to the Devers, Micras was very excited and immediately said that when he returned, he would try his best to persuade Inanalus to come out and work. For Micras, he did not care much about how high an official position Inanalus would hold in the kingdom after his return. As long as he appeared in the officialdom of the kingdom, it would show the people of the kingdom the king's understanding of the Micras family. It would no longer hinder the family's development in business and politics in the future. Therefore, the atmosphere of the whole meeting became more relaxed. They also talked about the busy situation of the merchants of Dionia transferring supplies at the port of Ostia in the past 2 days. They also began to enclose their land, build stores, and look for business opportunities. In the end, Micras left the Senate of Rome with a smile on his face, but Alcibiades stayed because the Devers was going to hold an administrative meeting here. The meeting was mainly attended by the assists, Nicomachus, Antrodorus, and some other elders, as well as some middle-level officials of important departments. Everyone, you are now sitting in the Senate of Rome. The Devers saw the officials who came in and took their seats looking around curiously, so he gave a brief introduction. It's much smaller than our grand chamber, said the assists. But the city of Rome is bigger than the inner city of Thurii, said Nicomachus respectfully. Nicomachus said flatteringly, judging from the density of the houses, the population is also very large. It is hard to imagine that your majesty took only 1 day to capture such a magnificent city. Nicomachus, that's a compliment to the soldiers who participated in this siege. The Devers laughed. That's why I'm proud of the amazing achievements made by the soldiers. Nicomachus responded quickly. The soldiers took down this big city, but it's up to you to govern it and turn it into a city that belongs to Dionia. The Devers' next words made the officials puff out their chests. After that, Devers began to talk about the main topic. He faced the crowd and said, "Before you volunteered to come to Latin, you should have some understanding of this region. You've learned more about Ostia, but you may not be clear about the situation we are in right now. Therefore, you must have a comprehensive understanding of the war situation in Latin." At this point, the Devers gestured to Herneapolis. Herneapolis immediately had 2 guards raise a wooden board with a map of Rome and the surrounding cities, and brought it to the Devers' side. "Sit forward. That way we can see more clearly." As soon as the Devers spoke, the officials did not care about their status and squeezed into the first and second rows of the venue. They raised their heads and stared at the map seriously. Rome is indeed the largest city-state in central Italy. The Devers pointed at the map and said in detail, "It and its surrounding land area is no less than Arturia's Sabari plain, or even much larger. Although we have taken down Rome, to the south of Rome are its Latin allies and colonial cities. To the north of Rome are its Etruscan allies and colonial cities. In addition, about 70,000 soldiers from Rome are returning from the punitive expedition against the Hernici. We are now like a lion surrounded by countless wolves. The situation is very grim." Fortunately, the Devers' finger that was pointing at the city of Rome slid down the Tiber River and stopped at Ostia. "The Tiber River is under our control. It allows us to transport supplies and personnel to the outside world through the waterway. However, if we cannot break out of this situation of being besieged by an isolated army, the waterway will be cut off after a long time, and Rome will be completely surrounded. The victory that we have previously paid a huge price for will be in vain. So, I request that all of you immediately get to work and take over the city of Rome. Not only must you restore stability as soon as possible, but you must also make it able to help us in the upcoming battle." The Devers' words made the senators and administrative officials present feel the pressure. Their faces were solemn as they stared at the map, but there was also a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. After all, most of the Dionia officials who voluntarily chose to come to Latin were citizens who refused to be mediocre and were tired of the overly stable environment. They were ambitious or adventurous citizens. The Devers glanced at them and felt their strong spirits. He smiled in his heart and said, "Next, I will announce the appointment of administrative positions in Rome during the war." The reason why the Devers emphasized the word "during the war" was to indicate that this was a temporary appointment. When the war was over, the arrangement of administrative personnel in the occupied territory would need to be reviewed by the Devers, the Senate, and the kingdom's officials' management committee. Most of the officials sat up straight subconsciously. The governor of Rome, the Devers looked at their former herald and said loudly, "will be appointed by senator assists." Before leaving Turii, the assists had been summoned by the Devers. He knew the arrangements for him, so he looked calm. Nicomachus, Antiporus, and the other senators were obviously incomparable to the assists in terms of qualifications, but they were still more or less disappointed that they could not become the highest administrator of such a large city, which was considered one of the best in the kingdom. The Devers saw it and continued, "Nudum, Canoporus, Mazzania, Annona. Since the establishment of Dionia more than 10 years ago, the assists has been serving as the governor of the newly conquered alien areas. His political achievements are outstanding, and he has rich experience in governing the alien races. This is why I chose him to serve as the governor of Rome." After a few words of explanation, he said, "Nicomachus, Antiporus. You will temporarily serve as the adjutant of the administration of Rome and govern Rome together with the assists. There is also an adjutant of the administration that I have just appointed from Rome. I hope you can get along well with him and make full use of his role." The senators were surprised, but with their rich political experience, they quickly understood the intention of the Devers' move. They immediately calmed down and expressed their stance. Then, the Devers appointed several important middle-level officials in Rome, all recommended by the ministers of various departments. The commercial officer of Rome will be Flaccus. As soon as the Devers finished speaking, a Dionia official in the meeting stood up and said loudly, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. The Devers looked at him and said solemnly, because of the continuation of the war, it is impossible for Rome to trade with the surrounding forces in a short period of time. However, there are many merchants from the kingdom. While they bring us supplies and wealth, they will also cause some chaos. Marigi praised you as the best trade officer under him. I hope you can manage them well and let them be of help in this war, not trouble. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Flaccus replied confidently. The Turii Chamber of Commerce, the Ligum Chamber of Commerce, and a small number of merchants from Crotone and Tarentum. They have all donated a large number of military provisions and supplies for this war. So while you strengthen your management, you must also let them reap the benefits. We cannot mistreat these merchants who have contributed to the kingdom, so you must grasp the scale. While the Devers exhorted him, he comforted him, you don't have to worry too much. I have found a good superior for you. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the Dionia senator who had been silent at the sight of the meeting and had just taken office not long ago. Alcibiades, I appoint you as the administrative adjutant of Rome, specializing in trade affairs. Me? Alcibiades was a little confused. Previously, the Devers had asked him to stay for a meeting. As a newcomer to the kingdom's political scene, he was prepared to listen attentively. You heard it right, it's you. The Devers joked. All the officials of the kingdom who come here have to work. Now that food is scarce, we can't afford to keep idle people. A smile appeared on the faces of the assists and the others, but no one laughed out loud. Those who could sit in this meeting were all middle and high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Dionia. They were all well informed, so of course, they knew who Alcibiades was. I'm not giving you this appointment because you are my relative, but because you are not only a senator of the kingdom, but also the head of the Ligum Chamber of Commerce. You can better coordinate and communicate with the merchants of Dionia who come here. Of course, as an official of the kingdom, you must stand in a neutral position and treat every merchant equally, not just the merchants of Ligum, the Devers reminded him. Alcibiades was a little tempted. He remembered what his father had said to him. That's good too. Since you have decided to merge Ligum into Dionia, I won't stop you. But you have to understand that there are many powerful and capable people in Dionia. You can't do whatever you want like you did in Ligum. Although the Devers is your brother-in-law, with his character, he will never give you more care. And as a relative of the royal family, you will become the target of many people's attention. If you don't want to be the target of ridicule, then work hard. Gain a foothold in the Senate of Dionia. That way, you can give your sister more support. Recalling the past, Alcibiades pretended to be hesitant and said, Your Majesty, I really want to work for the kingdom, but I'm not very familiar with the kingdom's laws and system, Sir Alcibiades, Flaccus said hurriedly. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. The Devers looked at the newly appointed commercial officer approvingly and said, Don't hesitate, Alcibiades. With Flaccus' full support, what else do you have to worry about? Alcibiades immediately said, Your Majesty, since you trust me so much, I am willing to accept this position. Library of Literature. The Devers nodded at Alcibiades with satisfaction. Assist smiled and said loudly, Great, we have another good helper. Everyone immediately responded, and Alcibiades hurriedly bowed in response. The Devers then said, I have a suggestion. We should build a large market in Rome, where merchants can sell their goods from the country. The army supply camp can also buy goods here. The people in Rome can also buy some daily necessities. The original market in Rome has been converted into a camp by the legions. I think this new market can be built on the embankment of the southern bridgehead of Rome's bridge. This will make it convenient for goods to be transported from the port and for customers to buy. Of course, this is just my suggestion. I still need your business officials to carefully inspect the whole city and make a decision that is more conducive to the development of commerce and trade. Flaccus immediately said, Your Majesty, after the meeting, I will immediately start to handle this matter. Finance Officer of Rome. Archipides. The Devers then issued the appointment. Another person in the meeting room stood up. You need to build the entire tax agency in Rome as soon as possible. Although Rome has just been conquered and it is impossible to implement the land tax, we need to start collecting the commercial tax as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the army has defeated the people of Rome, conquered Ostia and Rome, and gained a lot of spoils of war. If we transport them back to Turiai, it will take a lot of time and manpower. It just so happens that the merchants of the kingdom are gathered in Rome. Discuss a plan with Sir Alcibiades. Pick out the spoils of war that are not urgently needed by the army and auction them off. Then, transport the gold and silver earned back to Turiai to fill the empty treasury. Yes, Your Majesty. Archipides answered firmly this time, and his eyes were shining. Agriculture Officer Tibulus. The Devers continued, I have announced to the people of Rome that we will take back all the land and redistribute it. So you have to figure out the amount of land owned by Rome as soon as possible. Although farming is still not possible because of the war, you can still allocate it. Let the new members of Dionia in Rome know that we are true to our words. Moreover, we must allocate them the best and most fertile land. We must let them feel the benefits of joining Dionia. We must also attract the hesitant Rome citizens to join us as soon as possible. I understand, Your Majesty, Tibulus replied. Then how do we collect the land tax? Archibides asked anxiously. Even though their physiques were different, this financial officer and his immediate superior, Mirzas, had very similar attitudes and expressions when they talked about money and taxes. This made Devers feel a little amused. He held back his laughter and said, just like how we treated the newly conquered areas in the past, starting from the time the land is cultivated, the tax will be exempted for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax will be levied according to the land tax rate for official citizens. Archipides returned to his seat in disappointment. Rome's census officer Bordicus. Rome's judge Diost. Devers announced the appointments one by one. In fact, Devers rarely met these newly appointed mid-level officials before. However, he spent a lot of time memorizing their names and characteristics, and accurately matched them with the real person. This way, he showed the importance he attached to the appointed officials. Now, it seemed that the effect was very good. I have announced the appointment of the main mid-level and senior officials in Rome. The rest of the people who have not been appointed will be decided by the governor of Rome, assists, and several administrative adjutants after a discussion. Regardless of the official position, I hope that you will do your best and complete your duties. I will be aware of your performance at any time. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, but why? Devers patted the map with his hand and emphasized his tone to encourage them. Because we not only want to occupy Rome and Ostia, but also the Latin Alliance and the colonial cities of Rome. They are all targets of the kingdom. There are several big cities here that are not weaker than Rome. In the future, when we appoint the governors and senior officials to manage these towns, you have experience in government affairs in Rome, and you have a better understanding of the Latin customs and the situation in the Latin region. You will be the priority targets for me and the kingdom's officials management committee. As soon as these words came out, not only were these mid-level officials excited, but even Nico, Marcus, Androporus, the elder smiled. At this time, the new governor of Rome, assists, said, just now, we have seen many people from Rome queuing up to apply to become citizens of Dionia. According to the speech that Your Majesty gave to them before, I am afraid that many of these people want to become public officials of Dionia. We will try our best to recruit some Greek-speaking people from Rome to serve in various departments. This will not only facilitate good communication with the people of Rome, but also help us better understand the customs and habits of the people of Rome, which will be beneficial to our governance. However, because they are all civilians, I am afraid that many of them do not know Greek, are illiterate, and have no understanding of the system and laws of Dionia. Therefore, most of them can only serve as patrols. So, do we need them to serve as patrols? If so, will these patrols be equipped with weapons? Are there any restrictions? That's a good question. The Devers looked at assists with admiration. Apparently, before leaving Rome, after talking to assists, he had been thinking about how to manage the city of Rome. The Devers answered without hesitation, since they have applied to become citizens of Dionia, don't treat them as outsiders. Of course, we can let them serve as patrols. Besides, they should wear the uniforms of the patrols of Dionia. However, the patrol captain of each group must be temporarily held by our officials, and there must be a certain number of senior citizens in the team. This way, they can better understand our laws and system through contact with each other. They will know what they can do and what they can't do when carrying out tasks, so as to avoid being punished for making mistakes and causing discord. Your Majesty, but we don't have so many people to serve as patrol captains. The new inspector of Rome interrupted. We can let the soldiers who are injured and unable to fight temporarily serve as patrol captains and team members, Nicomachus suggested. Look, we have a solution as soon as you discuss it. The Devers smiled, obviously agreeing with Nicomachus' suggestion. Your Majesty, the measures you announced in the square today are aimed at the civilians and slaves of Rome. What should we do with the nobles of Rome? Assists then raised another important question. As a matter of fact, the Devers had already told the assists about some of the measures they might take after occupying Rome. Therefore, the Devers believed that the assists had brought up this question to let the officials understand his thoughts on how to conquer Rome. Therefore, he said in a serious tone, the nobles of Rome are different from the Greek nobles or the foreign leaders that we have encountered in other areas. Due to various reasons, they are very powerful and have deep connections with the other Latin city-states in this area. Even if they surrender, the measures we are going to implement will seriously harm their interests, and they will definitely rise up against our rule. With their ability, the riots they will cause will definitely be worse than the Udae rebellion. Once Rome is in chaos, the other areas will inevitably be in chaos as well. Turiae is far from Rome, so it's impossible for us to send troops back and forth like we did with Udae. In the end, we will have to sacrifice countless citizens and spend countless gold and silver to obtain this land. We will have to pay a higher price for it, and that's in the long run. From the current situation, we need to stabilize Rome as soon as possible and deal with the enemies around us. Therefore, I choose to absorb the civilians of Rome, who are more easily attracted by our measures, more easily integrated into Daionia, and have a lot of conflicts with the nobles, to become Daolian citizens instead of the nobles of Rome, who will cause a lot of trouble in the future. After we defeat the incoming army of Rome, I have decided to turn the captured nobles of Rome into slaves and send them to Turiae for resale. The cold tone and resolute decision of the Devers shocked the officials in the meeting hall. Even when they conquered the Pucetti, Messapi, and Dauni tribes, they forced them to disband their tribes and suppressed the rioters with an iron fist. At first, Daionia allowed them to surrender. However, this time, they did not give the nobles of Rome any chance at all. This was completely unlike the administrative style of the king of Devers in the past. Your Majesty, if we do this, the nobles of Rome will not have any chance to surrender. I'm afraid they will fight us to the death. Not only will our soldiers suffer more casualties, but it will also make it more difficult for us to conquer this area. Nicomachus was the first to stand up and advise the king of Devers. Therefore, the punishment of the nobles of Rome will only be announced after we defeat their army. For now, we are only keeping them in custody temporarily. The Devers gave a simple explanation and sat down in silence. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the nobles and their families in the city are already feeling uneasy after seeing the difference in treatment between them and the civilians of Rome. Just like what Sir Nicomachus said, the way we deal with the nobles of Rome will make the nobles of the Latin city-states around us feel disappointed. It will not be beneficial for us to conquer them in the future. Feng Yin reading net. Assists looked at the expressionless Devers, hesitated a little, and finally said what he thought. Why don't we allow the surrendered nobles of Rome to apply to become citizens of Daionia? However, their families must be separated and moved to other parts of the kingdom. They must then accept the distribution of land again. The Devers listened and did not speak. He looked at Assists and understood that Assists had not been idle these days. He had been thinking about how to deal with the nobles of Rome. The Devers looked around at the others, and they all had more or less doubts on their faces. Was it really the influence of my previous life that made me have an inexplicable fear of the people of Rome? The Devers was also a little confused. He pondered for a while and said to Assists slowly, you can try to ask the nobles of Rome to surrender, but only after the Rome army has been defeated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Assists relaxed his brows. However, the Devers did not think that his chances of success were high. After all, it would be very difficult to make the nobles of Rome surrender after depriving them of their wealth and digging out their roots. At this time, Nicomachus said, Your Majesty, I have a question. The Devers looked at him. Nicomachus patted his seat and asked curiously, why is the seat different from the ones behind it? It is not only made of ivory, but also padded with cowhide. It is very comfortable to sit on. This is the characteristic of the Senate of Rome. The seats you are sitting in are located in the front row in the center of the hall. Only the most prestigious and honorable senators of Rome can sit there. Therefore, it has to be distinguished from the other seats, the Devers explained briefly. Nicomachus looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I didn't expect the senators of Rome to know how to enjoy themselves. He also turned to the others and said, "Come and sit with us later. Feel the feeling of being the most distinguished senator in Rome." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the venue immediately relaxed. Devers smiled as he looked at Nicomachus, who had a rather humorous sense of humor. It was very interesting that the people of Locke, who had always lived under harsh laws, had unexpectedly produced a humorous political figure. The meeting came to an end in a relaxed atmosphere. In the end, the Devers encouraged everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, whether we can gain a foothold in Latin depends on your governance of Rome." At dusk, Vocres, the administrative adjutant of Rome, dragged the new registrar of Rome, Portacus, to the Devers and reported to him, "A total of 531 people have applied to become Diana citizens. Among them, 367 are publicly owned slaves of Rome, 164 are commoners of Rome, and there are many commoners of Rome who are still observing." Well done, Vocres. Please continue to work hard. You will become an outstanding official of the kingdom. The Devers were not stingy with their praise. Vocres grinned. He was so happy that he wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to do so. He looked a little funny. The Devers did not mind and continued, "Tomorrow morning, gather the people of Rome who want to become citizens of Dionia and assign them housing." Portacus. Your Majesty. Go back and tell the assists that after these people of Rome have been assigned housing, immediately prepare to distribute land to them. At the same time, arrange for the people of Rome who are willing to take up public office to work. Make it big. Understood, Your Majesty. I will go back and tell the assists. The Devers looked at Vocres again and said amiably, "Vocres, Rome's new chief executive, the assists, has just arrived. He will be your superior, just like the previous consul of Rome. In the future, you will need to discuss anything with him, and he will also arrange some new missions for you. He is a very good person, and I believe that the two of you will work well together to govern Rome." Vocres roughly understood the Devers' words. Although he was a little disappointed, he still respectfully agreed. After sending the two off, the Devers leaned back on a wooden chair and closed his eyes to rest. Hennepolis came in and reported, "Your Majesty, Amirius requests an audience." The Devers' eyes widened slightly. Let him in. Amirius was originally a Latin slave. 10 years ago, he had been bought by the Dioria Intelligence Department. After a few years of special training, he was sent to the Latin region to be in charge of gathering intelligence in the region and establishing the Latin intelligence team. Most of the intelligence regarding Rome that the Devers had seen in the past was written by him. After the Devers led the army to attack Latin, they ordered him to lead his subordinates to coordinate with the army. This intelligence chief was actually only in his 30s, but he appeared older than his actual age. Furthermore, as he had been a slave in his youth, he was often starved, so he looked thin and small. However, the Devers didn't look down on him because of his looks. Instead, he said to him in a friendly manner, "Amirius, what surprise have you brought me this time?" After all, after the Roman army invaded Helniki, the detailed intelligence of Rome's emptiness had been sent to Thurii by this ordinary-looking fellow. Finally, it made the Devers decide to attack Rome first. And the map of Ostia had been drawn by him and sent to the palace in a timely manner, allowing the Devers to find the key to rapidly taking down the port city. Amirius stood in front of the Devers and bowed respectfully before saying anxiously, "Your Majesty. My subordinates have already infiltrated the commoners of Rome. Today, they heard a shocking piece of news. Some commoners of Rome wish to harm you." Oh? The Devers wasn't surprised by this. Furthermore, he had been attacked several times over the years, so he was already used to it. He used his gaze to indicate for Amirius to continue. "Your Majesty, when you were giving your speech in the square, I noticed that some commoners looked displeased, but they didn't voice their objections. After your speech, a few of them didn't apply to become our citizens, nor did they listen to the soldiers' orders to return to their residences. Instead, they secretly went to a residence on Mount Siligo and stayed there for quite some time before returning to the square. There, they conversed softly with the commoners from before. My subordinates secretly approached them and vaguely heard them mention things like Camillus and the Roman army. They even mentioned your name. Then, 5 or 6 commoners of Rome began lining up, preparing to apply to become citizens of Dionia. As the Devers listened, he thought, from the looks of it, these people from Rome are planning to attack me when the Roman army attacks. Your Majesty, that's what I thought as well. That's why I rushed to report it to you, Amirius said as though he was taking credit. Who lives in that residence on Mount Siligo? The Devers asked a crucial question. Amirius was already prepared as he immediately replied, I've already sent people to investigate. The owner of that residence is named Gaius Licinius Stolo. This name gave Devers a sense of familiarity, but he had never come into contact with this person from Rome. This left him puzzled. Could he be a famous historical figure? Although he's a commoner of Rome, he has great influence among the commoners. This is because his father was last year's military governor, and his wife is the daughter of a famous senator in Rome named Fabius. Ambustus, the Devers' heart stirred as he waved his hand to cut him off and asked, You're saying that as a commoner, he has married a powerful noble in Rome, Fabius? It was no wonder that Devers was astonished. Based on his understanding of Rome, the reason why commoners in Rome found it difficult to cross the threshold of nobility was because Rome's nobility had placed strict restrictions on them. Even the law that nobles and commoners are not to marry was clearly engraved on the 12 bronze pillars. Yes, Your Majesty. It's precisely because he's the first commoner to marry the daughter of a powerful noble that many commoners in Rome view him as the pride and role model of the commoners. Amirius said with certainty, besides, this person is rather outstanding. Although he's only 21 years old, he has already participated in several battles. Due to his outstanding contributions, he was awarded the citizen's crown once. Previously, he was injured in a battle between Wolsey and our First Legion and has been recuperating at home. Therefore, he didn't follow Camillus's army to Helniki. Devers pondered. In recent years, Rome had been invaded by the Celts and the commoners of Rome had fled, causing the nobles of Rome to feel a sense of crisis. They had begun to gradually give in to the commoners. The fact that the military governor could be appointed by a commoner of Rome is the best example. This person's father was a military governor of Rome, and he had also married the daughter of a senator of the Fabius clan. Yet, he wasn't punished by Rome's laws. It's evident that the nobles of Rome have begun to rope in the talented and charismatic commoners. Thankfully, our attack came in time. If we had waited for Rome's Licinius law to be enacted, the conflict between the nobles and the commoners would have been resolved. It would have been much more difficult for Dionia to use its current methods to dissolve Rome. Wait. Licinius law. At this moment, Amirius thought of something and continued, Oh, by the way, this Licinius might be young, but he's well versed in Rome's laws. He often writes complaints for commoners for free, so he's deeply loved by the commoners of Rome, Gaius Licinius Stolo. Devers muttered the name as a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could this person be the Licinius law from my previous life, the one who persisted in a struggle for many years before finally getting the Senate to pass the Licinius law, which allowed the commoners of Rome to have relatively equal rights? Unfortunately, Devers' university major in his previous life wasn't history. He had only briefly learned about the Licinius law, which had greatly influenced the course of Rome's history. He didn't remember the name of the person who enacted the law, nor did he remember the era, so he wasn't too sure. Devers stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Keep a secret watch on them. Don't alarm them. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes. Amirius, the intelligence you gathered during this period of time has helped the army achieve successive victories. After this war is over, the kingdom will reward you and your subordinates. Devers praised him without holding back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Amirius had a look of excitement as his eyes narrowed into slits. Devers looked at him and said with a smile, You must be hungry after a busy day. I'm about to have dinner, so join me. Ah. This. Yes. Yes. Amirius was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. At this moment, in the temporary camp of the Roman army outside Praetor City, Rome's dictator, Camillus, was discussing the subsequent battle plan with his generals. "Lord Dictator, you want us to attack Ostia instead of Rome?" Minucius looked at Camillus in astonishment. Apart from Titus, who was in thought, the other generals were equally astonished. Camillus saw this and said in a deep voice, "To be precise, we should be assuming the stance of attacking Rome, but we will first send our army to occupy Ostia." Without waiting for the generals to ask, he continued explaining, "We all know that it's very difficult to attack a city. Previously, our 70,000 men besieged Furentium, which was made up of defeated soldiers and had less than 10,000 soldiers. Yet, it took us more than 10 days, and we suffered quite a number of casualties. And Rome has at least 50,000 soldiers of the Dionysian army. We all know that their combat strength is very strong, and Rome's walls are so tall and thick. If we were to attack Rome with just an army that outnumbers them, it would probably be very difficult to recapture Rome." "Lord Camillus." Minucius interrupted him loudly and called him by his name. "As the dictator of Rome, you have the only power that can save Rome. The citizens are all waiting for you to take back our homeland. You have not even fought with the enemy, and you are already afraid. Are you still the hero who saved Rome? Where did your courage go? Are you still fit to be the commander of this army?" Perhaps it was because of his deep love that Minu could not control his temper, and his face was filled with anger. "Minucius, how can you speak to the dictator in such a tone?" As a relative of the same clan, Aulus immediately criticized the young man. Camillus was not angry. Instead, he patiently explained, "It is precisely because the army we command is the last hope to save Rome that we need to be more cautious. Otherwise, once we fail, it will be more difficult to recapture Rome. If the Dionia can capture Rome in one day, why can't we?" Minucius said angrily. Lucius finally could not help but refute, when the Dionia attacked Rome, most of the people they faced were the elderly and young, as well as the freedmen and slaves. If we attack the city, we will be facing the well-trained Dionysian army. Moreover, according to the reports of the defeated soldiers, the Dionia have made many powerful siege weapons, including many ballistae. Our most powerful siege weapon, the ballistae, was given to us by Carthage." Minucius was stunned, and immediately retorted, "Didn't the defeated soldiers say that there are 2 gaps in the southern wall? Moreover, our citizens are still defending Capitoline Hill. As long as we attack the city with all our might, they can attack the Dionia inside the city, and then work together to take back Rome. Young man, the siege war is not as simple as you think. Why don't you sit down and listen to the dictator?" Titus advised with a serious expression. Although he was a relatively young senator, he had a high reputation in the army. He was one of the main generals who attacked the southern part of Etruria and played an important role in several key victories. Camillus did not mind. He looked at Minucius with a slightly worried expression, then looked at the generals, and said seriously, "According to the previous intelligence, this Dionia army is led by their king, the Devers, who is known by the Greeks as the Invincible General. They have just occupied Rome, and their morale is high. Since they are good at attacking cities, I am afraid that their ability to defend cities is not weak either. Perhaps they are waiting for us to attack the city to dampen the morale of our soldiers, so we must be careful. However, this Dionysian army that has occupied Rome still has its weakness, and its weakness is in Ostia." Camillus said loudly, pointing at the small port city on the map, "The reason the king of Dionia dares to attack Rome alone is because he has the advantage of the water. Dionia's warships can transport soldiers and supplies to Rome through the Tiber River at any time. They are not afraid of being surrounded by us, but if we occupy Ostia, even if we occupy Ostia, the Tiber River is too wide, and the Dionia's fleet is too strong. It is impossible for us to seal off the entire river." Minucius retorted. "Of course we can. If cargo ships want to go upstream to Rome through the Tiber River, they can only rely on trackers unless there is a strong east wind. If we occupy Ostia, we will be able to cut off the trackers. If our ally, Caesarea, also takes action on the north bank of the Tiber River, we can basically cut off Dionia's support to Rome, and the Dionia's army in Rome will be surrounded." Titus clearly understood why Camillus wanted to occupy Ostia. Minucius had already agreed with Camillus's suggestion, but he was still trying to find a loophole in the plan. But, since Ostia is so important, I am afraid that the city will strengthen its defenses, and the Dionysian army in Rome will also send reinforcements. Titus smiled. Ostia is a small city, and its walls are no more than 3 meters tall. No matter how much the Dionia fortify its defenses, it is impossible to make it as tall as the walls of Rome in such a short period of time. Attacking it is much easier than attacking Rome. If the Dionia send reinforcements, we can weaken their forces in Rome. Titus's explanation not only dispelled Minucius's anger, but also dispelled some of the doubts of the other generals. Camillus gave Titus a look of approval, then said, "In order to prevent the Dionia in Rome from discovering our true intentions in the shortest time possible, it is best to recapture Ostia as quickly as possible with the least casualties. That is why I have come up with this plan." Camillus looked around at the crowd, making sure that they were all listening attentively. He then said, "When our army arrives outside Rome tomorrow, we will start to build camps, block the enemy's exit, and occupy the river port outside Rome. Titus, you will lead the 25,000 soldiers of the colony city and the citizens of the Dionia alliance to the west quietly and quickly attack Ostia." "Yes, Sir Dictator." Titus knew why Camillus emphasized that he should lead the army of the colony city and the alliance. If it was the army of Rome, they would be eager to retake their homeland, so they might resist the order. Even if they obeyed, their morale would not be high. The other generals also understood this. Licinius said with some worry, "Sir Dictator, the Dionia may notice the obvious difference in our numbers and take precautions early. The Dionia are blocked in the city, so they won't be able to see clearly. We can disguise the citizens here and place them at the back of the army to confuse them." Camillus said unhurriedly, "I think this plan can be carried out." Titus immediately expressed his agreement. "I agree too." The other generals expressed their opinions one after another. "What if the Dionia discover something wrong and come out of the city to fight us?" The quick-witted Minucius noticed a loophole and reminded them. "That is exactly what we hope for. Even if the 40,000 Rome soldiers are outnumbered, their belief in retaking their homeland will make up for the difference. Moreover, we still have troops guarding the Capitoline mountain. The troops led by Titus will also return in time. The Dionia will definitely be defeated, and we can easily retake the city of Rome." Licinius said confidently. Minucius finally had nothing to say. At this time, Camillus looked at him and said, "When we march to Rome tomorrow, we will also send messengers to cross the Tiber River and contact the colony city and the Etruscan alliance on the north bank. Let them cooperate with us. I will leave this task to you, Minucius." "Me?" Minucius was a little surprised. After he contradicted Camillus several times, Camillus still gave him such an important task. "You are the best candidate," Camillus said sincerely. He did not resent Minucius for scolding him. "I believe you can urge them to send their troops and control the north bank of the Tiber River. I will definitely complete the task," Minucius answered with excitement and determination. After all, as a young citizen who had only served in the military for a few years, it was impossible for him to lead an army of thousands of soldiers in the upcoming battle. However, he wanted to make a greater contribution to saving Rome, and this task was the most suitable for him. Since everyone has agreed to this plan, then next. Camillus began to make more detailed arrangements for tomorrow's operation. The next morning, the Devers received news from the scouts. Camillus' army was marching towards the city of Rome. Literature Hall. Camillus is finally here. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After breakfast, another guard came to report, "Priest Caldus requests to see you." "Caldus." "Let him in," the Devers said while rubbing his chin. Divers touched his chin and said. He was very interested in the priest of Hades who came to Rome with the army recommended by Pleasonus because his experience was quite legendary. According to the Greek tradition, the identity of the priest of the temple was usually innate. They were either born into a priest's family, or they were appointed by the dying priest. Other people should not expect to take on this sacred profession at all. Of course, the situation was different in the kingdom of Dionia. As the Devers wanted to promote the development of the Temple of Hades in their territory, they selected many servants from the ordinary people who were willing to serve the temple. However, in the end, they had to become priests through a sacred ceremony personally presided over by the Devers. This was not only because the Devers were also the high priests of the kingdom, but also because he was the descendant of Hades. Naturally, the priests of Hades had the spirituality to communicate with God. Chaldus was a Solitarian, but he was not born in a traditional Greek family of priests. He was an ordinary citizen, but because of the kindness he received from the Temple of Hades, he decided to come to Thurii as a temple servant. After that, the massacre of the Solitarian city by the people of Syracuse made him study in the temple. After a few years, because he was proficient in the Holy Scriptures and good at communication, he gained the trust of the believers and was finally promoted to a priest. After that, he took the initiative to apply to Catanai to preside over the Temple of Hades. During his tenure, Catanai's believers of Hades increased greatly. He even spread the faith of Hades to Syracuse. Of course, he was also accused of using the money donated by the believers to buy slaves from Cilitheria in the city of Syracuse and give them freedom. So a few years later, he was transferred back to Thurii, but because of his outstanding performance, he was promoted to the chief priest. This time, before the army set off, Plazinas chose the priests of Hades who would come to Latin to build a temple. Although there was a risk, there were many applicants, because those who could be promoted to the position of chief priest were all believers who had firm faith and wanted to preach for the temple. The reason why Chaldus was selected was that more than a year ago, when the Devers presided over the annual assembly of the priests of Hades as the high priest, they mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that the Latin region in central Italy and Rome might be the next expansion target of the kingdom of Dionia. After that, Chaldus went through all the trouble to buy a Latin slave. The main job given to the slave was to teach him Latin, so he became the only one among the priests of Hades who was proficient in Latin and was finally selected. After all, relying on a translator to develop the believers of Hades among the foreigners would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. After Chaldus came to Rome, he did not listen to the dissuasion of others and insisted on going deep into the people of Rome to communicate. The Devers had been worried about his safety, but they did not expect him to find them so soon. The Devers immediately stood up and strode out of the hall, unlike how they treated the officials and generals the day before. Chaldus, who was nearly 50 years old, had already hurried into the Senate of Rome. He bowed and raised his hands, palms up, and respectfully saluted the Devers. "Good morning, High Priest." Since the establishment of the kingdom, when the priests of the Temple of Hades addressed the Devers, they did not use the administrative title of His Majesty. Instead, they used the highest position in the kingdom's religion, High Priest. At first, it was only a strict rule of the Temple of Hades, but later, other temples in the kingdom began to implement this practice. "Good morning, Priest Chaldus." The Devers solemnly returned the priestly salute and said with a smile, "You came to see me so early. Did you find something?" "High Priest, I'm here to give you a suggestion," Chaldus said directly. "What is it?" the Devers asked curiously. "Yesterday, you gave a speech in the square about wanting the people of Rome to become citizens of Dionia. But when I talked to them yesterday, I found that they were worried that we might destroy their temples and sacrifices." "Oh?" Chaldus reminded the Devers that he had only announced some benefits for the people of Rome after they became citizens of Dionia. He had planned to tell them about the religious tolerance of the kingdom of Dionia after they became citizens. Because it was done during the conquest of the Messapi, Puceti, and Doni in the Apulia region, the practice continued in Rome. But obviously, the situation in Rome was much more tense and dangerous than in Apulia, which increased the anxiety of the people of Rome. So, the Devers hurriedly asked, "What is your suggestion, Chaldus?" "High Priest, from my contact with the people of Rome, I found that they believe in Diana, the goddess of the hunt, Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, and the gods of the Roman people, Cales, Libel, and Libera." "The people of Rome have their own gods?" The Devers was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard about this. "Yes. Although the people of Rome also believe in many gods, they believe in more gods than us in Greece. Also, the nobles and the people of Rome each have their own gods, and these gods are the ones they worship the most," Chaldus said seriously. "Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera, these 5 gods of Rome have temples on Mount Aventine in the city, especially the Temple of Diana. I heard that it is worshipped by the people of the entire Latin region. Aventine. That is the main residential area of Rome. The Devers fell into deep thought. In the past, he paid more attention to the collection of political, economic, military, and other information, and did not pay much attention to religion. This was also because there were too many gods in Rome. Every river, every road, every forest, every crossroads, every gate, and every house had its own god. Even the priests of Rome could not figure out how many gods there were in Rome. Moreover, the people of Rome were far less devout in their worship of gods than the Greeks. They were more practical and more utilitarian, so he neglected to do in-depth research in this area. He did not even know that the people of Rome had their own gods, but this seemed to be a good thing. As the ruler of the kingdom, the Devers immediately understood the importance of this matter. He asked, "Do you mean that I should worship these gods to show Dionysia's respect for the faith of the people of Rome?" "Yes, High Priest," Cardias replied affirmatively. As the chief priest of Hades, he actually wanted his own high priest to go and offer sacrifices to the gods of the other races. This seemed a little ridiculous. But in fact, in the kingdom of Dionysia, the king of Devers was not only the high priest of Hades, but also the priest in charge of all the temples in the kingdom. And in the law of Dionysia, the Devers had established the dominant position of the temple of Hades in the kingdom's religion, giving them the right to supervise the other temples in the kingdom. Every year, the main temple of Hades in Thurii would hold an assembly of the kingdom's priests, presided over by the high priest Devers, and attended by the scepter priests of all the temples in the kingdom. They would discuss and solve some problems together. If Rome was conquered, these gods of Rome might be incorporated into the faith of the people of the kingdom. As the chief priest of Hades in the kingdom's religion, Chaldeus certainly had to understand them clearly. In the future, while developing the believers of Hades here, he also had to ensure that the supervision of these temples was harmonious. Then I will go to the Aventine mountain to worship the few gods of Rome that the people of Rome worship. I will go there today. The Devers made a decisive decision and asked, "Do you understand the sacrificial rituals of these temples?" "I understand them clearly," Chaldeus replied. "That's quite well prepared." The Devers looked at him approvingly, then turned his head and said, "Herne, immediately send someone to the Aventine mountain to inform the priests of these temples. Also, arrange for someone to announce to the entire city that I am going to worship the gods of Rome." "Yes, your majesty." Henoboris understood and stood up. The Devers thought of something again and continued, "Also, get Amirius here immediately." The Devers suddenly realized that going deep into the city of Rome to worship might be a good opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole. The commoners of Rome who had just joined Dionysia and become patrolmen held shields and spears. Under the lead of the legionnaires, they walked through the streets and alleys of Rome while shouting loudly. On the gentle slope of Mount Sirio, in a residence that looked larger than the surrounding buildings and had more ornate decorations, a young man from Rome was lying in a bedroom in the main building. His young wife was changing the bandages on his wound. On his left thigh, there was a long scar that had just healed. He could vaguely hear shouts outside. He listened attentively, but he couldn't hear it clearly. "Hence," he said, "Cornea, go see what's happening outside." His wife immediately left the bedroom and quickly returned with a strange expression on her face. She said, "The untouchables who have defected to the enemy say that damned king of Dionysia is going to worship their gods." Library of Literature. Worship the god. Which god? The young man asked anxiously. Isn't it just a commoner? As soon as the woman spoke, she immediately realized that her husband was also a commoner. She quickly softened her tone and said, "It's the gods that you always worship, Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera." The young man was shocked. He lay on the bed and did not speak, but his mind was deep in thought. Cornea was born into a noble family in Rome. She lived in luxury since she was young and did not encounter any hardships. When her father wanted to marry her to Gaius Licinius Stolo, even though the young man was already somewhat famous in Rome, she was a little reluctant because she would be the first noble woman to marry a commoner. She was worried that she would become a joke among the nobles of Rome. But after the marriage, her husband's appearance, talent, and understanding gradually dispelled the dissatisfaction in her heart. Their married life became more and more harmonious. At this moment, she saw her husband's face had turned a little ugly. She quickly asked, "Stolo, what's wrong?" Stolo said with a solemn expression, "The people of Dionia are doing everything they can to win over the commoners. I'm worried that the commoners will really be deceived by the people of Dionia and give up Rome." In fact, when he learned about the speech of the king of Dionia from the person who came to talk to him in secret yesterday, he was greatly surprised. Because the promise made by the king of Devers was what the commoners of Rome had been pursuing tirelessly. He had already realized the intention of the people of Dionia. And now, the king of Dionia had disregarded his noble identity as a Greek and worshipped the god that the commoners of Rome believed in. In order to win over the commoners of Rome, Stolo was really worried that the commoners who were already in conflict with the nobles would all fall to Dionia's side. This would severely weaken the power of Rome and possibly lead to the defeat of Rome in this war. I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing now, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants. He blurted. I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants. Cornea looked puzzled, not understanding what her husband meant. Inexplicably, she was a little angry. That was the only bad thing about Stolo. Sometimes his words were too profound for her to understand, just like her father Ambustus. She could not help but think of something else. She still remembered one time when she visited her sister. Her brother-in-law, Servius Sulpius, was a noble. He had just been appointed as a military official and came back late. Seeing that the door of the house was not opened in time, he actually asked his subordinates to use the badge of the legion to knock on the door. She was frightened at this, and her sister laughed at her, saying that she had not seen the world. Of course, she was very angry and left her sister's house. Later, she told her father about it. Ambustus comforted her and said, "Don't worry, one day you will surprise your sister in your own house." Until now, she did not understand what could surprise her sister in her house. When she thought of this, she began to miss her parents and her sister's family who had escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Her heart was instantly filled with worry. At this time, Stolo looked out the window. He suddenly thought of a problem. The king of Dionia had left the heavily guarded square and went to the crowded Aventine Mountain. This might be a good opportunity. Would those people be able to seize this opportunity? Although the people of Dionia ordered the people of Rome to stay at home as much as possible, and anyone who wandered on the streets would be strictly interrogated, Stolo, who had some hope in his heart, decided to send his servant out to gather information. However, not long after he went out, the servant was chased back because Dionia's army had already placed the main street under martial law. However, in the southern part of Rome, the Devers did not prohibit the citizens of Rome from going out and watching. They only got the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions to set up a perimeter along the way. For safety's sake, the Devers even forbade his son, Crotocatax, from accompanying them, making him stay in the Senate. The citizens of Rome surged to the side of the road. Behind the legions, they could clearly see that the king of Dionia, who was once dressed in a gorgeous military uniform in the square, was now dressed in a plain robe. It was the attire that the citizens of Rome wore when they prayed at the temple. Beside him were 10 men in the same attire. They were the palace guards of Chaldeas, Aemilius, and Marcius, and behind them were more than 100 palace guards. Under the gaze of thousands of citizens of Rome, they ascended Mt. Aventine. The Temple of Diana was the largest temple on Mt. Aventine. It was built during the reign of King Servius, and it had a long history with many believers. Therefore, the Devers had made it the first temple to pay their respects. Originally, after the Dionia occupied Rome, they forbade the citizens of Rome from going out, so the temple was deserted. But today, the Devers had lifted the ban. Therefore, many citizens of Rome were allowed into the temple's courtyard. However, the passageway in the middle was sealed off by the legions. When the Devers walked into the courtyard, they similarly received the attention of the citizens of Rome. As for Diana's priest and attendants, they were already standing at the temple's entrance, waiting respectfully. After saluting and greeting divers, this old priestess Diana, who had white hair and beard and looked amiable, frowned as she looked at the group of followers behind divers and said with a troubled expression, "According to the oracle, only King Divers is allowed to enter the temple to worship." After hearing Amirius's translation, the Devers immediately asked loudly, "Doesn't the temple allow everyone to enter to pay their respects? I'm not the only one who wishes to pay my respects to the goddess today. There's them too." With that said, the Devers pointed at the people around them and said loudly with a hint of mockery, "When did the temple of Diana, which treats everyone equally, learn from the Greek temples and only open its doors to the nobles?" When the Devers' words reached the ears of the citizens of Rome in the courtyard, there was an uproar. In most regular Greek temples, the main hall was usually not open to the public. Only the priests could serve them, and the citizens could only pray and offer sacrifices at the sacred altar in the courtyard or go to the rear hall to seek divination from the priests. Only when the city was holding a major celebration or encountering danger would the consul or general enter the main hall to face the statue and pray for its blessings. The temples of Rome were different from the temples of Greece. They allowed citizens to enter the main hall to pray to the deity. Even the temples on Mount Capitoline were the same, but there was a limit to the number of people. This might have something to do with the people of Rome's emphasis on utilitarianism and practicality. And in this aspect, Ionia was somewhat similar to Rome. They also allowed believers to enter the main hall. When the priest heard Amirius's translation loudly, a look of panic flashed in his eyes. Having been a priest for so many years, he had always enjoyed the respect of the citizens of Rome. He was rarely questioned in person, so he was momentarily at a loss for a retort. All he could do was lower his head and say in a deep voice, "This is Diana's oracle." "Priest, when did you receive the oracle?" Chaldeus suddenly asked loudly. "In the morning." "What time in the morning?" During breakfast." Devers, the king only decided to pay his respects after breakfast. "By the time you were notified, it was probably after breakfast." "Goddess Diana is omniscient. How did you obtain the oracle, priestess?" "Animal. No, bird divination." "According to Rome, isn't bird divination used to predict good or bad luck? Since when can it be used to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects?" This is the power of us Rome priests. You Greeks don't understand. According to what I know, the priests of Rome have never used bird divination to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in the courtyard or even the people outside." "Who are you?" "I'm also a clergyman, so I wish to learn from you how to accurately divine that Goddess Diana will only allow one person, and not two or three, to enter the temple to pay respects. If I can do it, I'll definitely become the most powerful divination priest in all of Greece. Therefore, I believe you must be the most powerful priest in the entire Latin region, right?" This also. I would like to ask, such an important divination requires assistants and witnesses. Who are they? Do they have the right to divine? The repeated questions from Cardia Monastery left priest Diana's face pale. She began to sweat as she stammered until she was rendered speechless. As Amirius had deliberately translated loudly, the people in the courtyard could tell that something was amiss. "King of Dionia, are you here to sincerely pay respects to the goddess? Do you still want to enter?" An attendant beside the priest suddenly interjected loudly. The Devers turned their heads and stared straight at him with eyes like lightning. The attendant hurriedly lowered his head, feeling guilty. At this moment, Marcius, who had been paying close attention to the temple attendants with nervous expressions, whispered a few words into Amirius's ear. Amirius immediately glared at them and suddenly shouted, "You actually have swords on you." This shout was like a clap of thunder. The priest and attendants trembled in fright, and the people in the courtyard were alarmed as well. This was because the temple forbade the carrying of weapons. It was a form of disrespect to the gods, much less the priests and attendants who were closest to the gods. The temple attendants believed that their plot had been exposed, so one of them shouted, "Oracle of Diana, kill the enemy that invades Rome." With that said, he drew a dagger hidden under his white robe and charged at the Devers. The other attendants also drew their weapons and charged forward. When the citizens saw this turn of events, they immediately panicked. Thankfully, there were soldiers maintaining the order in the courtyard. Top Point, however, Divers, and the others were already prepared. The guards behind them quickly rushed forward and protected Divers. At the same time, they also surrounded the priest and the attendants. In the blink of an eye, all of them were captured. They didn't even shed a single drop of blood. Amirius pretended to approach the criminals and pretended to ask them a few questions. Then, he stood in front of the stairs and shouted at the citizens of Rome in the courtyard, "Everyone, these people are the patrons of the nobles. They have imprisoned a few priests and attendants of the temple in an attempt to assassinate the king of Dionia. Now, who is willing to follow me to the rear of the temple to rescue the imprisoned priests and attendants?" The citizens were skeptical, but someone volunteered to follow Amirius to the rear of the temple. After knocking open the tightly locked door, they indeed saw the bound priests and attendants. It turned out that the Devers' sudden announcement that they would be heading to Mount Silio to pay respects to the temple had given the citizens of Rome who were hostile to Dionia an opportunity. As they were pressed for time, they didn't have the time to slowly plan. All they could do was use the opportunity of Dionia relaxing its control over the southern district of Rome to secretly barge into the Diana temple. They requested the priests and attendants in the temple to cooperate with them and attack the king of Dionia. However, apart from an elderly priest who came from a noble family expressing his approval, the other priests and attendants expressed their opposition. After all, regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or not, it would be a disaster for the Diana temple. Furthermore, committing murder in the temple was a great blasphemy against the god. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, these people decided to lock them up, strip them of their clothes, and pretend to be attendants. However, they didn't know that all of this was under the surveillance of Amirius' subordinates. Now that the truth had been revealed, the citizens of Rome in the courtyard began cursing at the criminals who had been captured. At the same time, they felt uneasy seeing the unsheathing of their swords and surging killing intent. Therefore, the Devers stood in front of the temple and announced loudly, "Citizens of Rome, this assassination was planned by the nobles of Rome in an attempt to instigate a bloody feud between us, Dionia, and you. Once they succeed, it will be a huge disaster for both us and you. From this, it can be seen that these high and mighty nobles in Rome have never treated you as fellow citizens of the city. Therefore, they have been constantly repressing and exploiting you all these years, abandoning you at the critical moment. This assassination has nothing to do with you, but how do you think we should deal with these lackeys of the nobles who blaspheme a god and attempt to bring disaster to you?" The citizens in the courtyard were infuriated by the Devers' words. Before they could make up their minds, a voice shouted from the crowd, "Let's hack them to death." Another voice immediately shouted, "Yes, let's hack them to death. Hack these lackeys of the nobles to death." Many people couldn't help but shout along. The Devers nodded with a solemn expression. "All right. We'll do as you suggested. Tie these people to the crosses outside the temple and let you vent your anger on them with your swords." With that said, he immediately got the guards to drag the criminals, who had their hands and feet bound and mouths gagged, out of the temple. Many citizens of Rome also left the temple under the lead of certain people. As for the citizens watching outside the temple, they didn't know what had happened as they asked. Therefore, the citizens who knew what had happened began to unconsciously add fuel to the fire. The Devers comforted the frightened priests and attendants of Diana. They led Caldus, Henneborus, Marcius, and the others to solemnly worship according to the ceremony of the temple of Diana under the gaze of the citizens of Rome. When they stepped out of the temple, they saw that the gangsters hanging on the cross were already covered in bruises and on the verge of death. There were still Roman civilians stabbing the gangsters with the short swords given by the legionnaires guarding them. The Devers continued to go to the temples of Vesta, Kelly, Libel, and Libella. Everything was much smoother. Not only did they not encounter any accidents, but the priests of each temple also actively cooperated with them. Even the citizens on the roadside looked at them with more kindness. Of course, the Devers returned the favor. He saw that the three temples of Kelly, Libel, and Libella were not only small in area, but the statues were also crude and crude. After all, the temples were built with money from the citizens. They were even made of wood. He immediately said, "When this war is over, the kingdom of Dionia will spend a lot of money to rebuild these three temples. Not only will the area be doubled, but the statues will also be covered with ivory skin and gold foil." The priests and attendants were overjoyed when they heard this. They immediately said, "We will proclaim the kindness of the king of Dionia to the people of Rome who have always been worshipping." While the Devers were worshipping the temples of Rome, the army of Rome had arrived outside the city of Rome. There were about 1,500 cavalrymen in this army. After Camillus saw the power of the Daionia cavalry in the Battle of Wolsey, he tried his best to gather them from Rome, the colonies, and various allies. They played a certain role in the war to conquer the Hernici. Now, Camillus dispersed the cavalry to drive away and pursue the scouts of Daionia. At the same time, he sent troops to quickly capture the river port and the granary outside the city of Rome that were not guarded by any soldiers. However, they were already empty. Then, Camillus ordered the whole army to start building a camp. The desire and resentment in the hearts of the soldiers of Rome was very strong when they saw that their homeland was right in front of them, but it was occupied by bandits and they could not enter it. In order to let the soldiers vent their emotions and other purposes, Camillus also allowed the troops to take turns to send soldiers to the city to hurl abuse. Although most of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia at the top of the city did not understand what they were saying, they knew that it was not a good thing. They all requested to attack the Rome army and teach them a lesson. However, they were strictly stopped by the officers. The Dionysian army retreated into the city and let the Rome army run amok outside the city. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Rome were busy building the camp. Other than talking nonsense, they did not attack the city for the time being. For a time, both sides were at peace. Not long after, Camillus, who had assigned all the tasks and arranged everything properly, arrived at the south of Rome with his guards in front of the city gate of Sirio. An attendant rushed to the city gate with a token in his hand and shouted in Greek, "The dictator of Rome, Camillus, wants to talk to your king." The dictator of Rome, Tamilus. Legion commander, what do you think? The officer of the 2nd Legion asked Matones for instructions. Go and tell his majesty. Matones said to the messenger without hesitation. The Devers had just finished worshipping at the temple and were on their way back to the square. When they heard the news, they immediately decided to meet the famous dictator of Rome. Lucius and his guards were waiting anxiously. He could not help but persuade his father, the people of Daionia have not replied for so long. Obviously, they are deliberately humiliating us. Let's go back. Lucius, don't worry. It's okay to wait a little longer. Camillus said calmly, for the sake of Rome, this little hardship is nothing. Besides, we can also let the soldiers see the hard work we have been doing. His words left Lucius in deep thought. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, Sir Dictator, look at the top of the city gate. 2 large flags were erected on the top of the city gate of Sirio. They shone brightly in the midday sun. At the same time, the Daionia soldiers on the top of the city gate burst into cheers. Camillus's expression became serious, and he said softly, the king of Daionia is here. The attendant who shouted at the front also rushed back to report, Sir Dictator, the king of Daionia has agreed to talk to you. Let's go, Camillus said and walked forward. When Lucius saw the enemy soldiers on the top of the city gate, he suddenly became worried. He grabbed Camillus's arm and said, Father, don't go yet. Camillus smiled and said, don't worry. Didn't I say it before? The king of Daionia, who created the kingdom of Daionia and won countless victories, and is known for keeping his promises, would not risk his reputation to deceive an old man like me. After saying that, he continued to move forward. Lucius had no choice but to follow him with the guards. The Devers had to rush back to the Senate to change into their military attire because they wore plain robes to worship the temple. Hence, they were delayed for a while. At this time, when he saw the group of people from Rome coming down the city gate, he suddenly said, let's go out of the city and meet the dictator of Rome. Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. Matones, Marcius, and the others were shocked when they heard this and hurried forward to dissuade him. Even the dictator of Rome dares to come to our heavily guarded city alone. We, the people of Daionia, dare not to go out and meet him in our own guarded area. The Devers shouted resolutely, we, the citizens of Daionia, are not cowards. As soon as this was said, the people around him could not dissuade him anymore. Your Majesty, please allow me to go with you. Matones said immediately. Seeing his determined expression, the Devers had no choice but to nod. Matones solemnly ordered his officers, all of you, open your eyes and look carefully. Once you see any movement from the enemy, attack immediately. The Devers turned and went down the city gate. The people who accompanied them looked serious, only Henneborus seemed a little excited. Other than Camillus, the people of Rome who were advancing were shocked when they saw the two flags on the top of the city gate disappear. Then, the drawbridge was lowered, and the city gate opened. Surrounded by the guards, the Devers rode out of the city gate with the flags behind him. After crossing the drawbridge, he stood in front of the moat. At the same time, the people of Rome had also stopped 20 meters away. Devers and Camillus were both on their horses, looking at each other. In the end, it was Camillus who broke the silence first. "King of Dionia, I'm Camillus, the dictator of Rome." "I know you." Devers nodded and said, "You are the hero of Rome. You once destroyed Rome's mortal enemy, Venus, drove away the Celts who occupied the city of Rome, and defeated the surrounding hostile forces many times." Camillus was not surprised that Devers knew so much about him. A good commander must carefully study his opponent. He suddenly asked in a stern voice, "Rome and Ionia, one in the central part of Italy, and the other in the southern part of Italy. There are many forces in between, and there has never been any conflict between the two countries. Why did you lead your army to invade our land, destroy our homes, and slaughter our people, regardless of the long journey, despite the huge amount of resources, and even the lives of the citizens of Dionia?" Camillus's question seemed a little redundant, but Devers knew that if he did not answer properly, the soldiers would not be able to help but wonder if the war was necessary when the news spread. It would affect the morale of the soldiers. So, he pondered for a moment and then answered in a loud voice, "After you people of Rome drove away the Celts, you did not restore your homeland, prosper your trade, and give your people a stable life. Instead, you fought everywhere and invaded the surrounding races. The Walshes and the Helmicii are allies of Dionia. Rome brazenly invaded their territory, occupied their towns, slaughtered their people, and almost wiped them out. We once sent messengers to Rome to beg you to stop the war, but you brutally refused. Since the establishment of Dionia, we have always kept our promises. That is why we have the trust of our allies, and why our country is strong today. So, we cannot ignore the tragic experience of our allies. We must respond to their demands and fulfill our covenant. This is the reason why we are here. Just like how the Celts invaded Rome 10 years ago, this time, your god is punishing you for killing indiscriminately." Nonsense. After listening to the translation, Camillus couldn't help but shout angrily. What Camillus hated the most was hearing about the punishment of the gods. When he was banished from Rome, one of the main reasons was that he was falsely accused of looting the temple's gold and silver after conquering the city of Ai, which angered the gods. Secondly, when he left Rome, he told his family angrily, "Those who wronged him will be punished." As a result, some people later attributed the Celts' invasion to the gods seeking redress for their grievances, so they sent their punishment to Rome. This matter had always troubled him, so he would never allow the Devers to use the name of divine punishment to cover up their sin of invading Rome and to undermine the morale of the militia in Rome. "Your Majesty, he said that you are spouting nonsense," Amirius translated tactfully. The Devers didn't get angry. Instead, they laughed. Camillus realized that he couldn't keep his cool, so he changed the topic and said directly, "Although you have seized Rome, it didn't bring you many benefits. Look at your surroundings. To the north is the Etrurian alliance of Rome, and to the east and south are the Latin alliance and colonial cities of Rome. You are already surrounded. Now, I have returned with 70,000 troops of Rome. I will trap your army in Rome, making it impossible for them to move, and I heard that to the south of the kingdom of Dionia, on Sicily, our ally, the Carthage, is at war with you. I heard that the allied forces of the Simonians are still invading your eastern region. As the king of Dionia, you are leading the main force of Dionia to be trapped in Rome, far away from your kingdom. Even if you aren't worried about your kingdom, aren't your soldiers worried that their homeland will be invaded by the Carthage and Simonians?" The Devers remained unmoved. He said with a smile, No, I'm not worried at all. My soldiers and I like staying here because the people of Rome provide us with rich food, allowing us to stay here for a long time. The only thing I'm worried about is that these kind people of Rome have given us food. What if they run out of food soon? We are not so kind as to return the food. Also, I'm worried about your soldiers. With such a large number of soldiers, how long will your food last? Threat. This was a naked threat and warning. After listening to the translation, Lucius and the other soldiers who accompanied him glared angrily and raised their shields and spears. Although Camillus was frowning, he was still able to remain calm. He said in a deep voice, "We, the Roman citizens, have always been brave and unafraid of threats. That's why we can survive in this harsh environment where we are surrounded by enemies. You can starve the people in the city. We, the citizen soldiers of Rome, will not stop fighting you even if we have to eat grass and starve. We will avenge our families until we die, but what good will it do for you if we fight to the death like this? On the contrary, if we both stop fighting, as long as you withdraw from the city of Rome and Latin, we are not only willing to provide a large amount of gold, silver, and supplies, but we are also willing to return the land of the Volsci and Hernici and sign a peace agreement with them. We will also sign an agreement with Dionia to never invade. King, you can also lead your elite troops to deal with other enemies to ensure that your land and people are not invaded and harmed. What do you think? The people of Rome want to negotiate for peace?" The Devers looked at the sincere Camillus and patted the neck of the war horse with his right hand. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I remember 10 years ago, you also proposed to the Celts who occupied the city of Rome to pay them a large amount of gold and silver to let them leave. Just when they let their guard down, you led the army to attack them. As a result, the Celts were defeated. Although I want to agree with your proposal, I am afraid of suffering the same tragic fate as the Celts." Camillus' face twitched a few times. The wrinkles on his face covered his surprise. The king of Dionia knew too much about the things in Rome. He quickly calmed down and said, "Since you know the situation at that time so well, you should know that it was the senators who were trapped in the Capitoline mountain that made the decision to use gold and silver to get the Celts to retreat. Far away from the city of Rome, the soldiers and I knew nothing about it. But now, as the dictator, I have asked for the will of the soldiers and made a suggestion. All Romans must obey it. Would the people of Rome, who had always been uncompromising to the invading enemy, really give in for the safety of the city of Rome?" The Devers, who knew the general history of Rome in his previous life, stared at Camillus for a while. He was both curious and cautious. He pretended to think carefully for a moment and then said, "This matter is too important. I need to go back to the city to discuss with the generals before I can give you an answer. I hope the answer is not too late. My soldiers are eager to go home. I am afraid they can't wait too long," Camillus said with a threatening tone. The Devers smiled. "Whether or not we can reach a truce with Rome in the end, I am honored to meet you, General Camillus. So, I have a gift for you later. I believe you will like it." After that, the Devers turned his horse around and led the people back to the city. Camillus also turned back to the camp without hesitation. On the way, Lucius asked with a little expectation, "Father, the king of Dionia wants to give you a gift. Does this mean that there is a possibility of peace talks? This king of Dionia is not simple. Don't have high hopes for him." Camillus recalled the situation when he talked to the Devers just now and said with a serious expression, "You have also observed just now. The traps and abatis that the people of Dionia have laid under the city are not the Celts. Even if there is really a need for peace talks, we have to take back Ostia. Only then can we have more initiative in the negotiations." Lucius nodded gravely. At the same time, Henneborus also asked the Devers, "Your Majesty, are we going to talk peace with the people of Rome?" "Peace talks?" The Devers sneered. "If I had such a plan, would I have transferred the senators and officials such as Assists, Antropolis, Nicomachus, and Terrace to Rome? Whether the people of Rome really want to talk peace or just want to numb us, I believe we will soon find out the real purpose of Camillus. If he just wants to buy time, he will find out that this is a stupid decision." The warships going upstream to Rome was not only time-consuming and laborious, but it was much more convenient to go down the Tiber River. The reason why Mithridates led the warships that were anchored in Rome only arrived at Ostia at dusk was that divers used the assassination incident in the Temple of Diana as an excuse to consider the arrival of the Roman army. In order to ensure the stability of the city and have the army fight with all their might, divers ordered the Roman administrator, Assists, to immediately count all the male nobles and diners between the ages of 55 and 14 in the city and escort them to Turi by the Third Fleet. In the end, because there were too many of them, about 4,500, divers also rented some merchants' cargo ships. Middle-aged entered the port on a clipper. Just over 2 days later, there were some changes in the port of Ostia. The number of merchant ships from Dionia increased, but the management of the port did not become chaotic. Instead, it became more orderly. The wooden fences used by the chambers of commerce of Dionia on the port were also removed. At least when Middle-aged passed by, there were no conflicts or disputes. When they arrived at the city hall, Terrace, who had already been notified by his subordinates, immediately came out and welcomed Middle-aged in. After the two exchanged a few greetings, Middle-aged handed the Devers' warrant to Terrace. When they had just obtained Ostia, the Devers had only announced granting freedom to the slaves, as well as Latin refugees, slave citizenship, and distribution of land, and a few other rights. Now, he requested Terrace to implement the decree that he had announced to the civilians and slaves of Rome in the square of Rome in Ostia. At the same time, he would also hand over the nobles of Rome and Ostia to be escorted to the warships by Middle-aged. After Terrace finished reading, he said in a relaxed manner, "Following His Majesty's decree will make it easier to manage Ostia." As he spoke, he called his subordinates to immediately escort the captives of Rome and the nobles among the civilians to the port according to the requirements and hand them over to the Third Fleet. Then, he said to Middle-aged, "Last night, I heard from the merchants who returned from Rome about the decree that His Majesty announced in the square. I have already conducted a selection of these captives from Rome in advance. There are only 178 male nobles in Ostia, and those who meet the requirements to be escorted. I am afraid there are less than 100 of them. So, you don't have to wait for long. They will be sent to the warship soon." Sir Terrace is really meticulous. No wonder His Majesty would hand over such an important city to you. Middle-aged complimented. He could not wait to immediately lead some of the warships south to Trine to recruit new fleet infantry. So, of course, he was happy to be able to spend less time in Ostia. "There is still some time before my subordinates finish. General Middle-aged, can you tell me the details of how His Majesty and you led the army to break through the city of Rome?" Terrace asked with a smile. "My pleasure," Middle-aged simply replied. He had long heard of this veteran from Sicily. Among the many veterans of Dionia who relied on their political achievements or some other special reasons to rise to the position of Turin, this burly middle-aged man was the only one who deigned to train in the Turin barracks for a long time. Through his own training and performance, he was promoted from a recruit of the Legion's reserve team to the position of a captain of the reserve team. With this alone, he had won the respect of many military personnel, including, of course, Middle-aged himself. Terrace said happily, "It's almost time for dinner. Why don't we drink some wine? I'll get the chef to make a few more dishes. We can chat while drinking." Middle-aged thought about it. He was about to lead his team south, which meant that he was already out of the battlefield, so he didn't refuse. While the two of them were chatting, the guard officer at the door barged in and said anxiously, "Sir Terrace, there is an urgent report from the scouts outside the city. They found the Roman army marching quickly towards Ostia. There are many of them, more than 20,000. Middle-aged was shocked. Terrace was also shocked, but he quickly laughed and said, "The Roman army came at the right time. Weren't you guys worried about not having a chance to go to the battlefield? Now that the military achievements are here, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Are you afraid, Cassilas?" The officer immediately replied loudly, "Sir, my brothers and I can't wait for the Roman army to attack Ostia now so that they can have a taste of our strength. Go and inform the 3 captains immediately. Let the soldiers start eating now. Then, according to the previous training, lead the brigade to their respective defensive positions." "Yes, sir." Cassilas immediately turned around and left. Then, Terrace called for his subordinate, Luke Darius. Luke Darius was also a Latin citizen of Dionia from Ennona. He was specially left behind by the Devers to act as an interpreter for Terrace, who didn't speak the same language. In the end, Terrace boldly gave him the position of his clerk and gave him suggestions when he governed the town. At the same time, he also gave him the position of the adjutant of the new brigade. He was responsible for organizing and training the 1230 slaves and Latin refugees of Ostia who applied to become a citizen of Dionia. Before this, he was just an ordinary citizen of Ennona and an ordinary soldier in the reserve force. Naturally, he worked very hard when he was suddenly given such an important task. Now, Terrace ordered him to assist the captain. After dinner, he gathered the soldiers of the new brigade as the reserve force of the city's defense, ready to go into battle at any time. After making the arrangements, Terrace said to Middleades apologetically, "The damn Roman army interrupted your wonderful story. It seems that we can only finish this jar of wine after I defeat them and wait for you to return from Siricium. When that time comes, it will be my turn to listen to your story of how you defeated the Roman army." Middleades smiled and then took the initiative to suggest with a serious expression, "When I was in Rome, the Roman army outside the city was busy building their camp. They didn't look like they were going to attack the city immediately. I didn't expect them to secretly send troops to attack Ostia. Sir Terrace, you must be vigilant. It is obvious that the enemy came prepared. Because Ostia is too important to our army in Rome." After hearing this, Terrace nodded with a serious expression and asked, "General Middleades, has the Roman army surrounded Rome? Can the messenger I sent enter Rome smoothly?" Middleades shook his head. "When I left, the Roman army had already set up camp outside the city. Only the east side hasn't seen the enemy, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to go around them. It seems that it is safer to go by water." Terrace pondered and said, "General Middleades, can I ask you to send a fast ship to Rome immediately and tell His Majesty about the enemy's situation here?" "That is my duty," Middleades replied straightforwardly. He also reminded Terrace, "It will take at least half a day to travel from here to Rome through the Tiber River. It will take longer to travel in the dark because there is a certain degree of danger in both towing and sailing. His Majesty will only receive the news of the attack on Ostia tomorrow. When he sends reinforcements, it will at least be tomorrow noon. You must be prepared." Middleades paused for a moment. Seeing that Terrace was deep in thought, he suggested, "I hope you can make some space at the port. I will let some warships dock at the port and let the sailors go ashore to help you fight. This will make up for the lack of soldiers, but you have to provide them with weapons and equipment." Terrace was surprised and grateful. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude and said, "General, you don't have to worry about the weapons and equipment. We have defeated the Roman army here. Other than selling some of the spoils of war to the merchants, the rest is piled up in the warehouse. It is enough to equip 6,000 to 7,000 people. Then I can rest assured," Middleades said. The sailors of the fleet under his command were not the infantry of the fleet. They usually trained at sea and were not good at fighting on land. However, they were young and strong, so it was not a big problem for them to defend the city. The reason why Middleades took the initiative to help was that, as the senior general present, he left without providing any help when Ostia was facing a war. Once Ostia fell, he would inevitably be impeached by the censor of the Ministry of Military Affairs and criticized by his colleagues. Another reason was that he had discovered the importance of Ostia to the Third Fleet. If he could set up a military port here, the Third Fleet's control of the south coast of Italy could extend all the way to Etruria. Therefore, he hoped that when he got the approval of the King of Devers in the future, he could also get the active cooperation of the governor of Ostia. Therefore, it was important to win the favor of Terrace. While Ostia was nervously preparing for its defense, the Roman army led by Titus set off from Prinister at dawn. They passed through the city of Rome, then south past Lake Alba, and then turned northwest. After marching for nearly 90 miles, they finally arrived at their final destination, Ostia, at dusk. Titus immediately ordered the soldiers to eat their rations, put on their armor, pick up their weapons, and prepare to attack the city. While the soldiers were resting, he ordered the ballista unit to push the remaining 20 ballistas to the front and bombard the thin walls of Ostia, which were less than 4 meters high. The reserve soldiers of Dionia, who were extremely excited about finally being able to participate in the battle, watched as the Roman army came from afar like a winding dragon. They could not see the end of the army. Then, they split into hundreds and thousands of troops and gradually surrounded Ostia. Not only did they begin to feel nervous, but they even felt a little afraid. Terrace, who was also the commander of the Ostia army, also stood on top of the city wall, staring at the black mass of enemies below the city. He also felt a little nervous. This was the first time he was personally involved in an actual battle. However, in the past few days, he had repeatedly urged the soldiers to strictly follow what they had learned in the barracks to set up the defense. He believed that they could completely block the enemy's attack. "Sir Terrace, look. The enemy's ballistas." Even without his men's reminder, Terrace could also see more than a dozen ballistas pushed to the front by the Roman army, but he did not panic at all. In the 10 years after the Southern Italian War, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia had already studied how to use the ballistas, which were originally used for attacking cities, to defend the city. For this reason, they asked their engineers to reduce the size of the ballistas, reduce their weight, and improve the firing method. The ballistas on the city wall were fired downward, so the stone bullets would easily slip off. They even designed a new type of fortress under the guidance of the Devers that could fully utilize the power of the ballistas. They also developed a set of defensive tactics that combined the ballistas. After capturing Ostia, considering its importance, the Devers left behind 10 defensive ballistas and 5 ballistas, and Terrace placed them on top of the city wall. A ballista stood on the walkway not far from Terrace. Because it was too short of time to modify the city wall, large wooden planks were padded under the ballista so that its body could be higher than the battlements. Several boxes of stone bullets were placed next to it. There were 2 soldiers in charge of it. One was responsible for firing the ballista, and the other was responsible for reporting the parameters of the ballista. When the Dionysian army first established the ballista unit, a legion of 10 ballistas was only equipped with 1 observer, and they were all from the Daionia Academy. This was because they needed to accurately calculate the landing point and firing curve, which required deep mathematical knowledge and fast computing ability. More than a decade later, a ballista could be equipped with 1 observer, which proved the achievements of the Daionia kingdom in civic education. At this moment, the ballista operator had adjusted the settings of the ballista under the guidance of the observer. He pulled open the spring arm, quickly inserted a small stone bullet, and fixed it on the smoothbore wooden arm. Then, he pressed the firing button, and the copper ring that fixed the stone bullet and the iron hook that pulled the spring arm sprang open at the same time. The spring arm quickly retracted, and the powerful torque pushed the stone bullet out of the ballista, whistling as it flew towards a Rome ballista that was slowly moving forward. Ballista! Daionia's ballista! The Rome soldiers who were pushing the ballista saw the black spots flying in the air, and they shouted in panic. They wanted to push the ballista to avoid the black spots, but the heavy ballista moved slowly, and the stone bullets arrived in the blink of an eye. They hit the ballista not far away from the ballista, splashing dust all over the Rome soldiers. The Rome soldiers were still in shock when they saw 8 or 9 black spots flying out from the top of the city wall and attacking the other ballistas. Although none of the black spots hit the ballista, Titus, who was watching from the rear, was shocked. He never thought that the Daionia would leave so many ballistas in a small city like Ostia, and they even placed them on the top of the city wall to attack their own ballista. He had never seen such a defensive method before. Just when he was hesitating whether to withdraw the ballista, the second round of ballista attacks from Daionia had begun. 10 more stone cannons were fired. Finally, a Rome ballista was hit. Although only one of its arms was broken, the ballista was a relatively delicate siege weapon. Once its balance was broken, it could not be used again unless it was repaired. After the people of Rome got their hands on Carthage's ballista, they tried to replicate it and made some progress. However, when it came to making the core components, such as metal ratchets, chains, and metal cylinders, they were not as detailed as Carthage's ballista. While they were still improving their technology, the people of Daionia arrived. So, one of Carthage's ballista was broken. Titus could only anxiously order, "Withdraw the ballistae." When the Rome's ballista troops retreated in panic, another ballista was destroyed by a stone bullet fired from the top of the city wall. Titus looked at the ballista troops retreating in panic, then looked up at the sky that had begun to be dyed red by the setting sun. Then he looked at the densely packed enemies on the top of the city wall. Soon, his eyes moved down and stared at the densely packed antlers in front of the trench. After a while, he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the soldiers behind him. These citizens of Rome from the colonies had put on their armor and picked up their weapons. Although they were a little tired from the long march, their eyes were full of fighting spirit as they stared at Ostia. Their desire to retake their motherland filled them with strength. Their fighting spirit also influenced Titus, allowing him to suppress the concerns in his heart. Although he had observed that Daonia's defense against Ostia was relatively tight, he did not have time to let the soldiers recover their strength and prepare for a more comprehensive siege. He had to retake Ostia before the reinforcements from Daionia arrived. Therefore, he could only rely on the vigorous fighters and large numbers of his soldiers. "Inform all troops to prepare for attack," Titus said in a deep voice. The messengers galloped through the battle formation on horseback. The platoon leaders shouted for the soldiers under them to get ready. The soldiers stood up one after another and carried the ladders and javelins that had been made in advance from the pack carts according to the previous arrangement. After a moment of commotion and clamor, woo! The bugle sounded, and the Rome army let out a deafening roar. Then, under the leadership of the platoon jarls, the soldiers began to march towards the east and south of Ostia. The sea was in the west, the Tiber River was in the north, and there were lakes and swamps in the southeast as a barrier. Titus subconsciously clenched his fists as he looked at the enemy surging towards him like a tidal wave. The 300 Daionia archers at the top of the city wall began to knock their arrows when they saw that the enemy was about to enter within 100 meters of them. The ballistae and crossbowmen at the top of the city wall had already begun to fire stone bullets and iron arrows at the enemy below the city wall. Although the swarming enemies had a high hit rate and they died horribly, a round of attacks only killed a dozen people. For the tens of thousands of Rome soldiers, it was just a small splash. It could not stop the advance of the Rome army at all. But it did not take long for the Rome soldiers who rushed to the front to scream in pain, "Ah! Give me a hand! My foot! My foot is cut! Beware of traps! There are sharp nails buried in the ground." As the Rome soldiers screamed and screamed, the advance of the entire army was hindered. While some Rome soldiers went to help their wounded comrades, some carefully observed the situation on the ground and moved forward cautiously. Arrows rained down from the top of the city wall. Although most of the soldiers at the front were heavy infantry of the Rome army, they did not have the time to use their shields to defend the top of the city wall due to the traps under their feet. As a result, they suffered more casualties. To make matters worse, they were blocked by the traps, which gave the ballistae and crossbowmen enough time to unleash their lethality. Titus was very anxious when he learned about the situation at the front. He realized that he had underestimated the defense of this small city by the Daionia army. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Hurry up and pass the order to the attacking army. Don't be in a hurry to advance. Remove the traps first." The messenger galloped away, and soon, a scout galloped over. "General Titus, the citizens of Aetium have arrived." Titus was overjoyed. Just as he was about to reply, another scout arrived. "General Titus, the citizens of Antium have arrived." While Titus led his army to the west, Camillus sent messengers to the Rome colony city and the Latin alliance in the west of Latin, hoping that they could send people to assist the army in attacking Ostia. Now, these towns had responded to Camillus's request. Troops from the towns in the west carried supplies and gathered at the rear of the Rome army. A look of joy appeared on Titus' face. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the leader and sent his capable subordinates to organize hundreds and thousands of people to set up bonfires in the surroundings. They began to build camps and tents, preparing for a prolonged battle. Terrace watched from the east gate tower of Ostia as the archers and ballistae continued to attack the Rome soldiers who were approaching the trench. The other soldiers also began to throw javelins at the city. The whole of Ostia had two gates, the east and the south. Previously, Terrace had his men block the south gate, leaving only the east gate open for scouts and messengers to pass through. Traps were laid on both sides of the road leading out of the city, making the road very narrow. The Rome soldiers had to line up in long and narrow lines to avoid the concentrated attacks of the soldiers on the city walls. The trench was full of wounded soldiers. Terrace was not excited about the result of the battle. He saw the bonfires lit behind the enemy's army and the continuous arrival of the Rome soldiers. He realized that the battle would become more difficult. The first order that came to his mind was to have the reserve troops completely block the east gate with wood and stones. In Rome, the citizens of Rome who went to the square to apply for citizenship of Daionia formed a sharp contrast with the nobles of Rome who cried because their loved ones were taken away. The citizens of the city were restless between the two extremes of ice and fire. The Devers returned to the Senate, hoping for a moment of peace. Unexpectedly, the governor of Rome, Assists, came to them in a hurry. "Your Majesty, since you went to worship the temples in Rome, the number of citizens of Rome coming to the square to apply has increased sharply. Now, the number of registered citizens has exceeded 1,000. The assists reported the good news to the Devers excitedly because it meant that the attitude of the citizens of Rome towards Dionia had changed. The Devers replied with a smile, "I saw it when I passed by the square." "It's a good thing, isn't it?" "Your Majesty, there is one thing that I have to ask you." The assists continued, "Some citizens of Rome are asking about it. Their loved ones are in the army of Rome outside the city. They want their loved ones to become citizens of Dionia instead of fighting with us. They hope that they can go out of the city to persuade them." "Oh?" The Devers' interest was piqued. He stroked his chin and thought for a while. He then turned his head and asked, "Clotho, what do you think?" Clotho Catax, who was standing at the side, immediately replied seriously, "Father, judging from the situation in the square these 2 days, we should believe what they said. We should allow them to go out of the city and persuade their loved ones to submit to the kingdom. This way, we can shake the enemy's fighting spirit, weaken their power, and strengthen our power at the same time. Even if some of them are deceiving us and just want to escape from the city, they are all old people, women, and children. In general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages." The assists looked at Clotho Catax. When he was in Turii, he had been a guest at the Devers' mansion many times. From time to time, he could see the eldest son of the king. Clotho Catax was humble and polite, and he treated people warmly. He left a good impression on the assists, but this time, he found that he had become much calmer. The Devers nodded and said approvingly, "Clotho is right. I will allow them to go out of the city, but not all of them. Only the old people in the family can go out. The women and children must stay in the city. Also, I will take this opportunity to send the gift I promised to Camillus." At this point, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Literature Museum. At dusk, in front of the camp that the Roman army was building, Adrius, the messenger sent by the Devers, stood with 2 women and 2 children behind him. Under the curious gaze of the surrounding Rome soldiers, before Camillus could send someone to greet them, Adrius shouted loudly in Latin, "Lord Camillus, dictator of Rome, His Majesty the King of the Devers, in order to thank you for your kindness and help, has specially sent back your wife, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, hoping to forge a deeper friendship." Hearing the repeated shouts of the messenger from Rome, the surrounding Roman soldiers suddenly had a complicated look on their faces and began to whisper. The Camillus family was only a small noble family in Rome. In his generation, it was even more sparse. Camillus only had one son and a few relatives, and this time, he basically brought all the adult males of his family to Helniki. It was not for fairness, but because this was a war that they had to win. So, he also wanted the males of his family to gain some merits and benefits in this war. Therefore, when the Senate decided to retreat to Capitoline Hill, his mansion in Rome lacked competent men to preside over the retreat. Moreover, his house was not located in the central area of the city of Rome, so his family retreated slowly and did not make it to the top of the hill. In the big tent in the center of the Rome camp, Camillus and his son were surprised to hear the news. At the same time, Lucius also felt lucky. He said hurriedly, "Father, quick. Send someone to bring them in." Then, he sighed again, "Although I hate the people of Dionia, I am very grateful for what their king did this time. He is indeed a hero praised by the Greeks. He really has an extraordinary bearing." Camillus was silent for a long time with a painful look on his face. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence, "No, Lucius, we can't let them walk into this camp." "Father, what are you talking about?" Lucius thought he had heard wrong. We can't, leave your mother behind, and, we can't." Camillus clenched his fist and slammed it on the wooden table. "This is the conspiracy of the king of Dionia. Father, do you know what you're saying? It's your wife standing outside. Your daughter-in-law. And your 2 adorable grandsons. Could you bear to see them fall into the hands of the enemy and be tortured and humiliated?" Lucius asked in disbelief and anger. "Calm down, child." Camillus looked at his roaring son and moved his lips with difficulty. He tried to persuade him with a trembling voice, I also want to save them. But now, not now. As the families of the other soldiers were still in the city, what would the soldiers think if Dionia only sent my family back? Did you hear the shout of that Dionia man outside the camp? What do you mean by thanking me for my help? This is the conspiracy of the Dionia people. If I really bring back your mother, your wife, and your children, the soldiers will inevitably be suspicious. Then will they still listen to my orders? How can an army that doesn't obey orders work together to recapture Rome? Lucius, who had always listened to his father, found it difficult to accept Camillus' explanation at this time. He said bitterly, "Father, you are a dictator. Do you still need to consider what the soldiers think before you do anything? You have to know that the reason why my mother and the others were captured was because you took away all the young and strong citizens of the city. You must make up for your mistake as soon as possible." Although some people had said similar words to express their dissatisfaction with Camillus in private, when these words came out from the mouth of a family member, it was like a sharp sword piercing through Camillus' chest, making him feel dizzy. He quickly held the wooden table with his hands. After a while, he said firmly, "No, I won't do that. But I will lead the army to recapture Rome and personally rescue our loved ones." Hearing this, Lucius cursed and immediately turned to leave the tent. "Guards!" Camillus immediately shouted, then said to the guard captain who entered the tent with a painful expression, "Stop Lucius immediately. And send someone to chase the envoy of Dionia and the people he brought back to the city." The guard captain certainly knew what was going on outside the camp, because there were soldiers everywhere in the camp spreading the news. While he was hesitating, Camillus shouted sternly, "Go and carry out the order." "Yes. Yes." After the guard captain left, Camillus sat down dejectedly. He seemed to have aged a few years. After a while, his adjutant entered the tent and was about to report the situation to him. Seeing his bleak expression, he could not speak for a while. Instead, Camillus noticed his presence and asked weakly, "What's the matter?" The scouts reported that the people of Dionia opened the northern gate and released some Rome citizens. Camillus's first thought was, the king of Dionia released these Rome citizens on purpose to divert the influence of the release of my family members and make me change my mind. He is really scheming. Camillus wanted to ask the people of Rome about the current situation in the city in detail, but he was weak and drowsy at the moment, so he had to say, "Go and settle these people down. Bring a few people here tomorrow morning. I want to understand the situation from them." "Yes, dictator." After the adjutant left, Camillus ordered the guards. No one was allowed to enter the big tent unless there was an emergency. Then he, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked the servants to quickly make the bed. He did not even eat dinner and fell asleep in a hurry. At this time, it was past dusk, and the sky began to darken. The soldiers stopped setting up camp and returned to their tents to start eating dinner. Camillus's adjutant sent a Rome squadron to escort the hundreds of Rome citizens out of the city to the residence of the refugees on the east side of the army camp. The Rome squadron that was sent to carry out this task was basically composed of civilians, including their squadron leader, Sextus. This was not a coincidence, because the superiority of the Rome aristocracy was not only reflected in political affairs, but also in military affairs. The children of the great aristocracy could become the captain of the army without fighting a few battles, while it was difficult for civilians to be promoted to squadron leader even if they made many contributions. Of course, the situation had changed in the past few years. Some civilians had also been promoted in the army, especially when Camillus became the chief commander of the army. However, this was still not a common phenomenon. There was still a clear difference in the treatment of the aristocracy and the civilians in the army. So when the soldiers were tired and hungry, and it was time for them to eat dinner, this squadron, which was almost entirely composed of civilians, was sent out. Camillus's adjutant explained carefully, "This is to take care of you, because these people who are released from the city are from Mount Silio." Indeed, the Roman squadron made up of the residents of Mount Sirius did not complain. They hurried over and were surprised to find that they knew all the old people. 8 or 9 of them were relatives of the soldiers, including the father of the squadron leader, Sextus. Therefore, the soldiers rushed forward and eagerly asked about the situation at home, completely forgetting the adjutant's instructions to quietly bring these people to the rear and not to disturb the army. In the end, these old people did not rush to answer the soldiers' questions. Instead, they persuaded them to escape from the army, return to the city of Rome, and join the kingdom of Dionia. Among these conversations, Sextus's father's persuasion to his son was the most typical one. Father, where are Tuya and the children? Are they all right? Don't worry, they are all fine. The Dionysian army's military discipline is very good. After entering Rome, they did not kill wantonly, nor did they plunder. In this aspect, the Celts can't compare to them at all. Even we can't compare to them. Father, you are actually speaking up for the people of Dionia? Because this is the truth. Not only am I speaking up for them, but I am also here to persuade you. Persuade me? I advise you to immediately leave the army of Rome and join the kingdom of Dionia with me. Oh my God, you betrayed Rome? It's not that I betrayed Rome, but many people in Mount Silio and even the entire city of Rome have joined the kingdom of Dionia. Why? Father, why? You are a citizen of Rome. You have lived in Rome all your life. You are a true citizen of Rome. You have participated in more than 20 battles and even won a laurel once. You are the hero of our neighborhood. You are I also participated in the battle with the Celts and followed Camillus to drive them away. But what was the use of that? You know, the many years of fighting have left me crippled, and I often get sick with fevers. Because of the treatment, I owe a lot of debts. If not for the support of my comrades, I'm afraid that even my family's land would have been taken away by the nobles. Did the Senate of Rome ever protect our family from the harassment of those creditors because of my military exploits? Father, don't worry. I am now a platoon jarl. This time, I went to Helniki and obtained a lot of spoils of war. I should be able to pay off my previous debts. Oh, I didn't notice that you became a platoon jarl. In the battle with the Helniki, our original officer was injured and died. Dictator Camillus saw my bravery and promoted me to platoon jarl. But what's the use of that? Can it stop those greedy nobles and creditors from harassing our family? Can it give you more land? Can it be a mid to high-ranking official in Rome? Can it guarantee that your family will not have to worry about food and clothing when you are injured and can't even hold a spear? Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Father, Rome is changing now. Commoners like Licinius and Frias had all become military officials. Dictator Camillus once said, in the future, the Senate will be open to the commoners of Rome. Humph, Camillus. He was the one who ordered the arrest of our commoner leader, Marcus. Don't believe the words of the nobles. In the past, we were always deceived by them and always gave up the battle at the critical moment. In the end, nothing changed in Rome. Child, the Licinius family is originally a commoner noble, and so is Frias. They have a close relationship with those nobles, and we can't compare to them. Don't have any extravagant hopes. But now we don't have to worry about this anymore, because the nobles in Rome have been completely defeated. What do you mean? The people of Dionia announced that all our debts will be cancelled. They announced that as long as there are commoners in Rome who are willing to become citizens of Dionia, they will be allocated fertile land and comfortable houses. They also announced that any commoner in Rome who becomes a citizen of Dionia can apply for a position in the kingdom's public office, and through political achievements, they will eventually become senators. Father, the people of Dionia are enemies. They are enemies who have invaded our homeland. Everything they say is a lie, just to deceive us not to resist their invasion. No, they are not deceiving us. They searched all the paper rolls and wooden boards in the houses of the nobles in Rome that recorded their debts and destroyed them all in the square. They gathered the families of the nobles together, confiscated their houses and land, and began to distribute them to the commoners of Rome who joined Dionia. They also made a commoner of Rome, who was once a slave because of debt, become a municipal official. I also specially asked someone to inquire about it. Many of the senators in the kingdom of Dionia are of low birth, so, Father, whether what the people of Dionia have done is true or not, when we recapture Rome, it will all be useless. On the contrary, these people of Rome who have benefited from the people of Dionia will inevitably be severely punished by the Senate. Recapture Rome? You have to be able to do it first. Look at the scars on my body. Although I've never been a squadron leader, I participated in far more battles than you. I know that winning a war depends on which side has more soldiers, who are braver, who are more obedient, and who have better weapons and armor, isn't that right? When the Dionia attacked the city, although I didn't go up to the city to fight, I had a detailed understanding with the neighbors who fled home. The bravery of the Dionia soldiers was not inferior to the citizens of Rome, but their armor, weapons, and siege equipment were far better than ours. They conquered the city of Rome, but they did not invade the people in the city. In terms of discipline, they also surpassed the citizens of Rome. We have 70,000 soldiers. Our commander is Camillus. We will take back Rome. Father, don't say any more. Hurry up and follow me to the station to rest. After we drive away the people of Dionia, our family can reunite. Camillus is stronger than the ever-victorious king of Dionia? 70,000 soldiers can conquer the city of Rome, which is defended by 50,000 soldiers? Sextus, you are confused. Look at your soldiers, they know very well. After being reminded by his father, Sextus was surprised to find that some of his men were silent, some looked embarrassed, but most of them were surrounding the old men, asking about the situation at home in the city. They looked quite excited. Sextus then remembered that among the squadron he led, there were not many citizens like him who grew up in the city of Rome. Most of them were refugees who had just arrived in Rome in the past decade. They did not have a strong sense of identity with Rome, so he was afraid that they would not be able to resist such a temptation. So he reminded the soldiers loudly, "Don't forget that the people of Dionia are foreigners. They don't believe in Jupiter, Juno, and Vesta. They have a king. We can't rely on such a foreign country that is completely different from Rome. Rome is originally a city-state composed of many races, so is Dionia. It is said that many foreigners have become their senators, and their king has personally worshipped the temple of Diana, the temple of Vesta, and even our common gods, Ceres, Libel, and Libera. This shows that Dionia allows us to have our own gods. As for the fact that they have a king, there is nothing to worry about. Don't forget that when the nobles of Rome killed Marcus, they accused him of wanting to be a king. However, he is a hero of Rome who really cares about us common people. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether they have a king or not. What matters is whether they can treat us common people more fairly, so that we don't have to worry about debts and becoming slaves. Instead, we can get land and power." Another old man said loudly. The soldiers' eyes lit up when they heard the last few words. Yes, just like the 5 acres of land south of the river port, on the bank of the Tiber River. It is much more fertile than the land I used to have in the west of the city of Fadini. It is also much more convenient for farming. Sextus' father patted his injured leg and said happily, "My family has also moved to Mount Palatine and lived in a large house belonging to my former creditor, the Claudius clan. I once knelt in front of the house and begged them to postpone the repayment of my debt. Ha ha ha, now I can become the owner of that house. Father, you. Hearing this, Sextus could only feel his vision turning black. That's right. I've already applied to become a citizen of Diolia, sharing the wealth of the former Claudius clan. According to their clan style of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, they will definitely treat our family as their mortal enemy. What are you still hesitating for? You are crazy. How dare you provoke the Claudius clan?" Sextus replied angrily, but his face was filled with fear. "Your father is not the only one who provoked the nobles. Many of the common people in the city are now stained with the blood of the nobles and their customers. They have always treated us cruelly in the past. Now, it is our turn to take revenge." Another old man said with hatred. Not only did the other old men agree with his words, but many of the soldiers also expressed their agreement. Sextus became silent. At this moment, his father tried to persuade him again. "Son, the governor of Rome from Turii, assists, has announced an order today. In 2 days, all the common people in Rome will gather at the square and elect a councillor to form the local council of Rome. Its function is to supervise and assist the governor of Rome in governing the city. Any common person can sign up. I have decided to participate in the election. Also, Governor Assists has also announced that the city of Rome will be divided into 9 districts. Considering that we do not have much experience in governing the city and are not familiar with the laws and system of the Kingdom of Dionia, the demo officers in charge of each district will be temporarily held by the officials of the Kingdom of Dionia. However, the demo adjutants will be selected from the common people of Rome. While they will assist the governor in governing the districts of Rome, they will also learn from the common people of Rome so that they can take on more important positions in the future. One of the important conditions for selecting the adjutants is that they must know Greek so that they can communicate better with the officials of Dionia. Sextus, you have learned Greek. I hope you can be the adjutant of the demo adjutant of Syrio. Sextus was still silent. Not only were the old people looking at him, but the soldiers were also looking at him, especially those who were hesitant. They were looking forward to their platoon leader's decision to help them make up their minds. If we enter Rome like this, will the people of Dionia not suspect us and attack us? When Sextus finally said this, the old man all smiled, and most of the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, some soldiers reminded him worriedly, "You want us to enter the city without weapons? If the people of Dionia go back on their word, we will be like lambs walking into a wolf's den." These words immediately angered the old people. "Idiot! Will I put my child in danger? You cannot trust the people of Dionia, but how can you not trust your parents? Are we going to enter Rome now?" Sextus interrupted their complaints. "How is that possible? We haven't seen our child yet." Some of the old people protested. "In order for Dionia to defeat the nobles of Rome in the end, we must let more civilians leave the army led by Camillus, return to Rome, and join Dionia. Only in this way can we weaken the strength of the nobles of Rome and defend the interests we have just gained." Sextus' father reminded them loudly. Since they had decided to betray Rome, Sextus completely settled down to think about the way out for them. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he said to the old people, "You should know that the dictator Camillus has always been very strict about the security of the camp. You can't go in. Let's go to the camp of the civilians first. There are also many civilians there that you can rope in. When the soldiers and I return to the camp, we will quietly tell the other civilians and soldiers about the changes in Rome. Of course, that includes your relatives. After dark, all the soldiers who are willing to leave will break out of the camp and join you. We will return to Rome together." "Okay, let's do that." Sextus' father took the lead and agreed. During this period of time, Camillus had been worried about the invasion of the Dionysian army and the fall of Rome. Coupled with the continuous march over the past few days, he had not had a good rest. Exhausted by the Dever's strategy, he had a rare good sleep that night. He even dreamed of driving away the people of Dionia and leading the army into Rome. Literature Hall. "Sir. Wake up. Something big happened." "Sir." Camillus was woken up by his adjutant, and his heart suddenly tightened. "What happened?" "There is a riot in the camp. Some soldiers attacked the guards of the camp and occupied the gate." "What?" "The Devers let some Rome civilians out of the city purely because they did not want to cause trouble for Camillus's Rome army. They did not have high expectations because they had carefully observed the camp built by the Rome army from the top of the city wall. It seemed that the defense was pretty good, and Camillus was cruel enough to refuse to accept his family. The Devers lamented that the dictator of Rome was indeed worthy of being called the father of Rome in his previous life. At the same time, they did not think that the cold-hearted and cool-headed dictator of Rome would allow these civilians to enter the camp and disturb the army's morale. However, all kinds of coincidences made the result of this matter greatly exceed the Devers' expectations. When he was woken up by Marcius in his sleep and learned that there was chaos in the Rome camp, he could not believe that it was caused by the group of old people that he let out in the afternoon. It was not until Amyntas, the commander of the 1st Legion, who was responsible for the defense of the northeast city wall, sent soldiers to select a few Rome soldiers and civilians who escaped into the city through the east gate and brought them to the Senate. After some questioning, the Devers learned that the chaos in the Rome camp was caused by thousands of Rome civilians who wanted to escape the camp. Is this true? Or is it Camillus's plan to lure the enemy? The Devers looked at the dark night outside the window and could not be sure. He ordered the legions to gather their troops and asked the intelligence department to immediately interrogate the soldiers and civilians who entered the city separately. In the end, when he made up his mind to take action, the commotion in the Rome camp was much quieter than before. However, he still sent the 2nd and 5th legions out of the south gate to attack the Rome camp. He also sent the 1st Legion out of the east gate to pick up the fleeing soldiers and civilians of Rome and repel the pursuers. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Camillus and the generals had devoted most of their energy to stabilizing the army and quelling the unrest in the camp that night. They had no spare energy to resist the attack of the Dionia, let alone send more troops to counterattack the Dionysian army. On the other hand, the Devers were not well prepared in advance. It was risky to attack the Roman encampment in the dark. Besides, they were worried that the Roman civilians who fled into Rome would be unstable and cause chaos. So the battle at night did not last long. But for the leaders of both sides, there were many thorny issues that needed to be resolved urgently. More than a dozen candles illuminated the Senate of Rome. The Devers paced back and forth in the center of the hall, his head lowered as he pondered. Behind him, Hanniborus and Clotocatax accompanied him. At this time, the governor of Rome, Assists, strode into the hall. "What's the situation with the Rome civilians who fled into the city?" the Devers asked immediately when he saw him. The Assists immediately said, "Your Majesty, according to the results of our emergency statistics, a total of 1,275 Roman soldiers and 213 Roman civilians fled into the city. The administrative adjutant, Tonix, has organized 100 people from Rome who have applied for Dionia citizenship to screen them. 2 nobles and 7 patrons of the nobles have been identified. The rest of the Rome civilians have been determined to be civilians. They are now temporarily under control in the barracks of the First Legion, waiting for your next instructions, Your Majesty." The Devers was delighted with the efficiency of the newly established city hall. He asked in a gentle tone, "What do you think we should do with them?" "When I came here, I have asked the census officer, Porticus, to tell them about the special bill Your Majesty has made for the civilians of Rome and persuade them to apply for Dionia citizenship immediately. The Rome soldiers who have applied for Dionia citizenship can immediately allocate them land and housing, and then let them go home. As for the Rome soldiers who are still unwilling to join our kingdom, we will temporarily let them serve as chores in the barracks for a period of time on the grounds of lack of manpower so that it will be easier for us to keep an eye on them." The assist spoke with assurance. It was obvious that he had already planned for this. "Assists, you are very thoughtful." The Devers first praised him, and then said confidently, "These Rome soldiers risked their lives to rush out of the barracks in the middle of the night and return to Rome. I can see that most of them are willing to become citizens of Dionia. Even if there are a few who have not figured it out yet, there is no need to be too cautious. Just let them go home. Let the patrols pay more attention to them. Even if some of them have other intentions, they can't do anything in Rome now." "Yes, Your Majesty," the assists immediately responded. The Devers looked at him and suddenly smiled. "I understand now. You have long planned to let them go home, haven't you?" "Nothing can hide from Your Majesty's eyes," the assists replied respectfully. "Oh, you." Divers pointed at him with his finger. He wanted to criticize him, but he swallowed his words. He patted Divers on the shoulder and said, "I appointed you as the governor of Rome because I believe that you are the only one who can turn Rome into a city of Dionia. So, you can rest assured and give orders boldly. Carry out your governance of this city. Don't worry about me." Divers nodded and said, "I appointed you as the governor of Rome because I believe that you are the only one who can turn Rome into a city of Dionia." "Yes." It was still the same answer, but this time, the assist sounded a little excited. He took a deep breath and then said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, there is a Rome soldier who strongly requests to see you. He said that he has an important matter to report to you. And this person is the only Rome platoon captain among all the Rome soldiers who escaped into the city. According to the others, this time the civilians of Rome were able to escape from the barracks mainly because of his planning and leadership." "Oh?" The Devers asked with interest, "What is his name?" "Lucius Sextus. I brought him here. He's waiting outside the door." "Then let him come in," the Devers said with interest. As a citizen of Rome, it was the first time Sextus had entered the Senate of Rome. Of course, he had heard many stories about the layout of the Senate and the many things that happened in the meeting hall. He had also imagined that one day he would sit in this sacred place in a red robe and discuss the future of Rome. However, at this time, the people guarding the passage of the hall were not the soldiers of Rome with red helmets and red armor, but the guards of Dionia with black helmets and black armor. The ring-shaped hall, which was supposed to be a fierce quarrel, was now empty. There should be enough space for the senators to give speeches, but there was a long table and many wooden chairs in the center of the hall. Under the illumination of the candlelight, 3 people sat in the center of the hall. It seemed that the people of Dionia had transformed the sacred Senate of Rome into an ordinary meeting place. Sextus felt that he should be angry, but he could not summon the strength to do so. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling that made him feel a little uncomfortable. He walked to the center of the hall under the guidance of the palace guard, Marcius. The middle-aged man who he had been staring at said politely, "Please sit down, Sextus." Sextus sat down without hesitation and asked in Greek, "Are you the king of Dionia?" "I am." The Dever smiled slightly. "We people of Rome finally abolished the monarchy because of the cruelty of the king 100 years ago and adopted a republican system of government. We made all the citizens swear that no one will ever be the king. As far as I know, many of the city-states in Greece have also changed from the monarchy to a democratic system, but Dionia has a monarchy. Do you think we people of Rome will accept the rule of a king?" The Dever smiled faintly again and said, "If the people of Rome are satisfied with the system of Rome, why do you often fight with the nobles and even refuse to vote for the consul in the assembly?" Sextus had obviously thought about this and quickly replied, "There are problems with the republican system of Rome, but it is still better than the former monarchy. In my opinion, the government of a city-state does not depend on what kind of government it is, but on how many citizens it can benefit." The Devers emphasized, "The system of Rome makes the people of Rome, who account for about half of the total population, feel strongly dissatisfied and constantly fight against it. Although the kingdom of Dionia has a monarchy, every citizen in the kingdom owns land and can use the public land of the kingdom fairly. Every citizen can pay off their debts smoothly. Every citizen has the opportunity to serve as an important minister and senator of the kingdom. Every citizen must abide by the law, whether they are civilians or nobles. As long as they break the law, they will be punished. Even as a king, I still have to abide by the laws of the kingdom made by the Senate. Therefore, I will not brazenly take the wife of a citizen who is beautiful as my own." The last king of Rome was expelled because the wife of a citizen was humiliated by the royal family, because that would be punishable by law, the most serious punishment being death. "I will also not forcibly rob the property of a citizen who is rich, because then I will commit the crime of theft. I will also not order the arrest or even the death of a person who is not pleasing to the eye, because the judges will refuse to execute the order, and the Senate will also protest." When Sextus heard this, he said in disbelief, "You made the monarchy of Dionia sound so good. Is it really carried out like this?" Whether what I said is true or not, you can find out for yourself in the future when you become a citizen of Dionia." The Dever said noncommittally, and then asked, "Is there anything important that you want to tell me?" Sextus was still thinking about what the Devers had said. He was silent for a while, but the calm gaze of the Devers made him feel great pressure. He said reluctantly, "This morning, when we set off from Praenostor, there were more than 60,000 soldiers. However, when we built the camp outside the city of Rome, I found that the number of soldiers had decreased a lot. At least 20,000 people had quietly left the camp," Sextus said as he observed the expression of the Devers. The Devers' heart skipped a beat, and countless thoughts immediately ran through his mind. Then he said carelessly, "It turns out that Camillus used the peace talks to confuse me, but secretly sent troops to attack Ostia. However, he underestimated the current Ostia. It is difficult to capture it in a short time with only 20,000 people. I believe that by tomorrow, I will receive news that the garrison of Ostia has repelled the attack of the Rome army." After saying this confidently, the Devers comforted Sextus, who looked a little absent-minded. "Anyway, thank you very much for your reminder. As a civilian of Rome, you can be a squadron leader, which shows that you have excellent military ability. Have you applied to become a citizen of Dionia?" "I have," Sextus said in a low voice. In fact, when the officials of the household department asked him, he was a little hesitant at the time. However, under his father's strong request, he finally agreed. "Very good." The Devers looked at him with approval and said loudly, "Now, I have decided to appoint you as a squadron leader. You will be responsible for organizing the civilians in the city of Rome and forming a reserve team, ready to go into battle at any time. In the future, when Latin has been pacified and a new legion of Dionysia has been formed, you will be a strong contender for the position of legion commander if you have achieved enough military merits. Are you willing to accept this appointment?" After all, Sextus was a young man, hot-blooded and heroic. It was in his nature to yearn for achievements. Although he had been depressed since he entered Rome, he was attracted by the appointment of the Devers and the bright future. He no longer hesitated and said, "I'm willing." Marcius. Devers turned his head and said to the captain of his guards, "In a while, you will personally take Sextus to Tormid and tell him about my appointment of Sextus. Also, let him be responsible for helping Sextus build the reserve team of Rome." "Yes, your majesty." Sextus. The Devers asked again with a pleasant expression, "I think there are many civilians in the Roman army outside the city, but why are you the only ones who escaped from the camp?" This time, Sextus answered the question in a much more serious manner, because the Roman army has strict rules for building camps. The legions must be separated from each other, and they are not allowed to move freely during the night's rest. I took advantage of the time when the soldiers were having dinner and quietly told the civilian soldiers of our legion about the changes in the city of Rome, but I could not pass the news to the other legions. Some of the civilian soldiers who received the news did not leave with us, but I believe that because of the chaos we caused in the camp tonight, the news will spread to the entire army by tomorrow. The Devers nodded calmly and said with concern, "Sextus, thank you very much for coming to warn us. Although we have taken precautions, this is still a great contribution. When you led the civilian soldiers out of the camp and escaped back to Rome, you have already made a great contribution. According to the military law of Dionia, the kingdom will reward the soldiers who made great contributions with more land and other materials. You must be very tired after working hard all day. Hurry up and go home to reunite with your family and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, I will summon all the people in the city to gather in the square and personally award you the reward. I will also announce your appointment at the same time, so it will be more convenient for you to carry out your next task. Oh, yes, there is also a house. With your contribution, you deserve a big house." Sextus hurriedly said, "I heard from my father that our family has moved to a big house." "Oh." The Devers smiled and said, "Can you find your home tonight? If not, you can stay in the barracks of the First Legion tonight. Tomorrow, you can attend the gathering in the square nearby. When you go home with the reward and appointment, your family will be even happier." "Your Majesty. I know where my home is. I can find it." Sextus was a little incoherent. He hurriedly walked out of the Senate, reached out to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead, and let out a long sigh. In his original imagination, the king of Dionia must be a dignified and domineering person, but he did not expect the king to be so kind and so caring and warm to him. He originally wanted to question the government of Dionia and even make a big fuss about being imprisoned, but in the end, he almost learned from others and said the honorific title of king, which made him feel ashamed and a little confused. He turned back and looked at the Senate under the dark sky. In the flickering candlelight, he found that the door, which used to be sacred and insurmountable to him, was now so shabby in his eyes. After a long time, he moved his legs and walked forward, faster and faster. "Father, don't you think it's too risky to let the Rome soldiers who have just escaped back to the city pick up weapons and form a reserve team?" Cloto Catax, who had been quietly listening, asked worriedly after Sextus left. "It's good that you are vigilant." The Devers first praised his son, and then patiently explained, "Just like what I said to the assists before, even if the Rome reserve team really rebelled, they will not be able to do anything to the city of Rome, which is guarded by more than 40,000 troops. On the contrary, it will be easier for us to supervise them if we gather them together for training. At the same time, we can also take the opportunity to show the people of Rome our tolerance. We can use them boldly, and we can eliminate the doubts in the hearts of the civilians. Also, Henri." The Devers suddenly remembered something. "Write it down. Inform the assists tomorrow morning to bring the families of the nobles of Rome here when the meeting is held in the square. Not only do we have to reward Sextus, but we also have to distribute land and houses to the civilians of Rome who have escaped back and applied for citizenship of Dionia." "Your Majesty, this is a great idea." Henri Boris could not help but praise. "Not only can we let more civilians of Rome in the city be influenced to join Dionia, but we can also let the civilians of Rome who have already joined Dionia have no choice but to be more loyal to the kingdom due to the hatred of the families of the nobles." The Devers looked at the thoughtful Cloto Catax and asked, "Clotho, what do we need to do now?" Cloto Catax pondered for a moment and replied, "Reinforce Ostia?" "That's right. Camillus must have realized the importance of Ostia to us when he secretly sent troops to attack Ostia. Now that the army of Rome is in a difficult situation, he will definitely attack Ostia with all his might. Even though Terrace has sent people to report to me that he has been strengthening the defense of Ostia, the walls of Ostia are not high and are of little help to the soldiers defending the city. Furthermore, there are only 3 reserve brigades from Thurii in Ostia. These soldiers lack real combat experience like Terrace. I am a little worried. The Devers paced back and forth worriedly. Soon, he stopped and said, Clotho, immediately rush to the camp of the 5th Legion. Let Legion Commander Georges lead the 5 brigades to the pier on the other side of the bridge to board a boat and rush to Ostia overnight to reinforce Terrace. The rest of the troops of the 5th Legion will be temporarily under the command of Legio IV Commander Olivers. Clotho Catax did not immediately accept the order. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly said loudly, Father, I request to follow the 5th Legion to Ostia and participate in the battle. The Devers was stunned. You can participate in the battle here. There is no need to go to Ostia, Henoborus persuaded. Clotho Catax did not say anything. He only straightened his chest and looked at his father with a resolute expression. The Devers could feel the eagerness in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and said, You can go, but you must promise me one thing. As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything. Clotho Catax's face was filled with joy and immediately replied. You must listen to the orders of the governor of Ostia, Terrace, and Legion Commander Georges. You are not allowed to act on your own. Can you do that? Yes. Then bring 50 palace guards with you. Thank you, father. Clotho Catax excitedly gave the Devers a strong hug and quickly walked out of the Senate. Your Majesty, I think it is still a little dangerous to let His Highness Clotho go to Ostia alone. Henoborus advised worriedly. The Devers stared blankly at the exit of the hall and sighed softly. If a chick is always under the protection of its parents, it will never learn to fly. It is rare that he is willing to take the risk. Let him go. That night, in the big tent of the Rome camp, the candles were also brightly lit. Dictator Camillus was in a tense discussion with his generals. Sir Dictator, I have implemented strict control over the legion I lead according to your orders. I have isolated all those who have come into contact with the rebel soldiers and issued an order, anyone who spreads and discusses this matter will be severely punished. Now the situation is temporarily under control, Licinius reported to Camillus. Before Camillus could speak, Quintus rebuked, Licinius, you still have the nerve to say that the situation is under control? If it weren't for your lax management of the legion you lead, how could the camp be in chaos tonight? It has brought great trouble to our entire army. Dictator, I think Licinius should be punished first. I didn't manage the legion strictly? Let everyone be the judge. From the beginning of the expedition until now, who led the legion that was always criticized by Sir Dictator because of military discipline? Of course, Licinius could not allow Quintus to slander him, so he said sarcastically, You should be thankful that the legion under my command happened to fall into the trap of the Dionia, so there was no major turmoil in the camp. If it were the troops led by you, I'm afraid the entire camp would have fallen into chaos. In fact, what Licinius said was not unreasonable. The legion he led was in the southeast corner of the camp, and the troops led by Quintus were in the center. If Quintus' soldiers knew about this, the news would soon spread in all directions, and it would be difficult to control. But Quintus did not think so. He thought that Licinius was humiliating him. He immediately pointed at Licinius and scolded angrily, You damn commoner, I'm afraid you've been dissatisfied with us for a long time. This time, the damned Dionia gave you a chance, so you deliberately let the commoners in the legion go so that they could return to Rome and rob our land and wealth. Faced with such slander, Licinius was so angry that his face turned red. Shut up, you thug in the eyes of the commoners. If it weren't for the greed and brutality of nobles like you, who forced the commoners into a corner, how could they be so easily tempted by the Dionia and betray Rome? The 2 former military and political officials who had once worked together and fought side by side actually started cursing at each other in the tent. Seeing this situation, the generals in the tent all had ugly expressions. Enough, all of you shut up. It was Camillus's roar that stopped the 2 of them from arguing. Camillus rarely lost his temper, but tonight, he was obviously angered by the irrationality of the two of them. He pointed at the two of them with trembling hands and said, "It seems that the Dionia's attempt to sow discord has finally worked. Even the two of you are quarreling because of this. It's impossible to take back Rome now." When Quintus and Licinius heard this, although they still glared at each other, they could not help but feel a little ashamed. At this moment, Aulus asked worriedly, "Honorable dictator, the hateful Dionia is quite vicious in implementing such a measure in Rome. Once the news spreads, most of the commoners and soldiers will want to escape, and the nobles will be worried about their families in the city. I'm afraid they won't listen to our orders with ease. What should we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Frias also said eagerly, "The news in Rome has not only spread to the soldiers under Licinius. I'm afraid the people outside the camp have also learned about it. We can't completely block the news. In a few days, I'm afraid it will spread throughout the army. Forbid the soldiers from contacting the people, and try to persuade the people to temporarily live near the city of Praenestor." Camillus made a decision with a solemn expression. This was obviously contrary to the order he issued a few days ago. He sighed helplessly, "Even so, it can only be for a while. In order to prevent the morale of the army from wavering, we must lead the army to leave Rome." "Leave Rome?" When Quintus heard this, he immediately objected loudly, "That's impossible. The soldiers have worked hard to rush back from Helniki, hoping to take back Rome. Rome is right in front of them, but you want them to leave. I'm afraid no one will be willing to obey this order. If we don't leave, are we going to let them attack the city? With the current situation of the army and the current situation in Rome, we have no chance of winning the city of Rome." Licinius' words made the generals in the tent sad. They had already learned from the commoners and soldiers that the Dionia had taken cruel measures against the nobles in Rome, the surrender of the commoners, and the retreat of the senators to the Capitoline mountain with only a few troops. The Dionia had basically taken control of the situation in Rome. A sorrowful atmosphere began to pervade the tent. At this time, Camillus said in a deep voice, "I want everyone to pay attention. Although we have secretly sent Titus to lead the army to attack Ostia, the soldiers should be aware of the departure of such a large army. If the Dionia learn about this from the soldiers who have escaped into the city, then our plan to capture Ostia will be exposed. In order to prevent the reinforcements of the Dionia to Ostia, we must lead the army to leave Rome and go to Ostia. This will greatly prevent the soldiers from escaping, and we can recapture Ostia faster. Although the soldiers are emotional, I believe that the strict military law and your ability can make them obey orders." The generals looked at each other. Although they all looked troubled, no one expressed any objection. At this moment, they all knew in their hearts that this was probably the best way in the current situation. "After capturing Ostia, what should we do next?" Aulus continued to ask. "After capturing Ostia, negotiate peace with the Dionia, or depending on the situation, besieging the Dionysian army here, then attack Rome with full force." Camillus's tone was not very sure, and his expression was a little hesitant, showing that he was also a little confused. After all, these political measures implemented by the Dionia in Rome clearly showed that they did not just want to teach the people of Rome a lesson and ruthlessly plunder them, but had a long-term goal. If they wanted to reach peace talks and make the Dionia withdraw from Rome, it would probably be very unlikely. But attacking Rome might cause the soldiers to split, and the current Rome army could not afford a defeat. Camillus was good at military affairs, but weak in politics. Otherwise, he would have been easily expelled from Rome when he captured the city of Venus, which the other Rome senators could not capture for many years, and won great prestige. During the last time he was the dictator, Marcus led the civilians in a fierce confrontation with the nobles, and he could not mediate the conflict between the two sides. In the end, when others avoided him, he actually signed his name on the arrest order of Marcus, and in the end, he also acquiesced to the Senate killing Marcus, causing him to be insulted by the civilians every day for a period of time. Now, King Dioria used more intense political means to intensify the conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome. Camillus, who had suffered greatly in this aspect, now had to face this problem. Not only could he not think of a good way to solve it, but he also felt a little afraid. "I hope that in the next period of time, everyone will treat the soldiers equally, and not cause any more conflicts." Camillus continued to emphasize that this was the only way he could take. His serious eyes swept across every general in the tent, and stopped on Quintus for a while. Quintus snorted, but did not say anything to refute. Everyone could hear the reluctance in Camillus' words, but in the face of the current difficult situation, they also could not come up with a better way, so although they remained silent, they tacitly agreed with Camillus' plan in their hearts. A guard broke in and broke the silence in the tent. "Sir Dictator, the troops stationed at the river port have sent a messenger to report that dozens of ships have appeared upstream on the Tiber River, lit with torches, loaded with soldiers, and sailing downstream." The faces of everyone in the tent changed, and a sentence emerged in their hearts at the same time: the people of Dionia really want to reinforce Ostia. After Titus found that the front of Ostia was full of traps, he did not rashly order the army to continue the attack. Instead, he sent all the heavy infantry with long shields to protect themselves. Despite the rain of arrows and stone bullets fired from the top of the city wall, they patiently cleared the traps on the ground. Although they paid the price of some casualties, most of the traps in front of the trench were cleared by nightfall. Since Ostia was only a small city, and the Roman army only needed to attack the east and south sides, the length of the city wall was less than 2 miles. So Titus divided the entire army into 5 waves, taking turns to attack. When the first wave of soldiers attacked the city, the other troops would lie on the ground at the back to rest as soon as possible to recover some of the physical strength they had consumed during the day. When the Roman soldiers filled the trench and rushed to the bottom of the city, while the Dionia defenders were fighting the Roman soldiers who were attacking the city, Titus ordered his men to drive a pack of carts to the trench. He then unloaded the tarred wood in the carts and lit them with fire. The fire provided illumination for the Roman soldiers to continue the attack. In addition, Titus also came up with a clever trick. When a wave of soldiers suffered a setback and had to retreat, he did not immediately send a second wave of soldiers. Instead, he quietly pushed the ballistae forward. As the fire only illuminated the bottom of the city, the wilderness 100 meters away began to be shrouded in darkness. The Dionia ballistae at the top of the city wall could not see far away, so naturally, they could not fire accurately. On the contrary, the Roman ballistae could see the situation at the top of the city wall. So when they entered the firing range, 200 to 150 meters away from the city wall, they began to fire stone bullets. Although most of the stone bullets hit the wall, the splashing stone chips caused a certain amount of damage to the densely packed defenders at the top of the city wall. After a period of continuous bombardment, Titus sent a second wave of soldiers to continue the siege after a period of rest. The defenders of Dionia, on the other hand, were busy defending against the attacks and dodging the stone projectiles. As time went by, the Roman soldiers gradually began to match the defenders in terms of physical strength and energy. In addition, there was another thing that gave the defenders a headache during the siege by the Roman soldiers. Other than the soldiers who were climbing the ladders, the rest of their heavy infantry were not idle either. They used their long shields to protect themselves while throwing javelins at the top of the city wall. Using the heavy infantry to throw javelins was a tactic used by the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Camillus noticed the power of this tactic after the battle between Wolsey and the Dionia. He began to try it in the battle against the Helmicii and achieved some results. Before the attack, when Camillus and Titus were discussing how to attack Ostia, they mentioned the use of this tactic again. Although the heavy infantry of Rome did not go through long-term training like the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, and their javelin throwing was not only accurate, powerful, but also full of tactical variations, the low walls of Ostia increased the lethality of the javelins thrown by the Roman soldiers. And the fact that the heavy infantry of the Roman army far outnumbered the defenders at the top of the city wall became the key to suppressing the defenders of Dionia with javelins. After one wave of Rome's siege soldiers retreated, another wave of fierce attacks came. The continuous impact was like a raging tide. The casualties of the defenders of Dionia increased, and the strength of their defense decreased. The enemy had already attacked the top of the city wall several times. Titus had no choice but to send a reserve force. However, as he lacked experience, he did not break up these temporarily formed fresh troops. Instead, he assigned them to the defenders at the top of the city wall and let the reserve soldiers of the legion command them. Instead, he asked them to replace the vacant positions at the top of the city wall. As a result, the strength of the defense was not greatly enhanced. Instead, there was a lot of chaos. "General, look. The wall has collapsed. His entourage pointed to the front and began to cheer. Titus also could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. A few days ago, the walls of Ostia had just been baptized by Dionysius ballistae. Although they had been repaired, it was not enough for them to fully recover in just a few days. After that, they were attacked by Rome's ballistae again. Finally, a section of the walls let out a wail and collapsed. Accompanied by the exclamations of the soldiers on both sides, a gap was revealed after. The dust dissipated. When Titus saw this, he would not let go of the opportunity to break the city wall. He immediately ordered, "Stop the ballistae bombardment. Everyone, press forward and attack immediately." Although it was said that the entire army was pressing forward, in fact, only the militia of Rome participated in the attack with all their might. After all, they had marched for a long time during the day and continued to fight at night. Although there was a break in between, all the soldiers were extremely tired. Coupled with the fact that they did not care about casualties, the Latin and Etruscan allies were in a lot of trouble. Their generals had protested to Titus many times, and their soldiers had begun to fight passively. Only the militia of Rome, which had less than 5,000 soldiers, was supported by the belief of reclaiming their motherland. Under the constraints of strict discipline, the collapse of the walls of Ostia had given them hope of success. With a loud bugle, they roared angrily and launched another fierce attack on Ostia. The high morale of the Rome soldiers also influenced the troops of their allies. They reluctantly followed behind. Georges had always been a cautious man. With Clotocatax, he became even more cautious. So, he arranged for 4 fast ships to take the lead in the front, and the other ships to travel side by side. There was a large gap between the front and the back. All the ships lit their torches, and like a fire dragon, they swam downstream. Georges's caution worked. On the way, one of the pilot ships collided with the fast ship that was going to report to the city of Rome and sank. Another pilot ship failed to control the direction of the river, hit a reef and sank. All the transport ships were not seriously affected, and they safely approached the mouth of the Tiber River. However, the soldiers on the ships were shocked by the scene on the shore in the distance. It was almost late at night, but the sun had not yet risen. The waning moon was still hanging in the sky, and the sky was still dark. It was the best time for people to sleep. However, in the direction of Ostia, fire was blazing, and the sound of killing was deafening. Could it be that Ostia had fallen? Whether it was Georges, the officers of all levels, or the soldiers, they all had the same worry in their hearts. With the guidance of the distant fire and the port lighthouse, and to not attract the enemy's attention, Georges immediately ordered, "Extinguish the torches on all the ships." Soon, the patrol ships of the port came out to greet them. After learning that Ostia had not fallen, the fleet quickly sailed into its port. After the ship docked, Georges was the first to go ashore. He was surprised to see countless people dressed as sailors gathering together and putting on their armor. The arrival of the soldiers of the 5th Legion was warmly welcomed by them. After Georges asked, he learned that the Roman army had been attacking the city since dusk and had not stopped. They lit up a lot of fire outside the city as lighting to facilitate the attack of the Roman soldiers. Due to the continuous fierce attack of the Roman army, the reserve troops led by Terrace suffered a lot of casualties. Not only did he send the reserve troops made up of Latin refugees and slaves to the top of the city, but he also gathered the sailors of the Civil War ships at the port, ready to provide reinforcements. With the help of the sailors of the 3rd Fleet, the soldiers of the 5 companies of the 5th Legion quickly went ashore. Under the leadership of Georges, they quickly rushed to the city. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from the front. "Oh no! The wall has collapsed." Georges was shocked. The situation was urgent. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, advance quickly." The continuous hard battle and the collapse of the city wall had shaken the morale of the soldiers on the city wall. At this time, the Roman army took the opportunity to launch an attack of a much larger scale than before. The black mass of Roman soldiers had not yet crossed the trench. Some of the freed slaves on the city wall had never seen such a big scene before. They turned around and fled. Terrace hurriedly led the guards to stop them. He decisively killed the slaves who led the escape to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. However, the city wall was more than a mile long. He could only care about one side, but not the other. As the enemy approached, the chaos on the city wall did not subside. Instead, it increased. The flustered Terrace did not even have time to assign troops to block the gap. In the end, even he lost confidence. Just when he was at a loss and was about to give up, woo! A familiar bugle sounded in the city, followed by a uniform chant, "The great Hades, you are the guardian of the kingdom, the master of the night, the embodiment of justice and strictness." Before Terrace could respond, the reserve soldiers on the city wall had already begun to shout, "Our reinforcements are here! Our reinforcements are here!" Under the illumination of the fire in the city, in order to make it easier for the soldiers to fight on the city wall, Terrace learned from the people of Rome and lit a fire in the city. A long black line was rushing down the city wall along the street. The face of the tall soldier at the front was now clear. He was wearing a thick dog skin. He was holding a legion flag in his hand, and the statue on top of the flag was shining brightly. "The 5th Legion. It's the 5th Legion!" A sharp-eyed soldier shouted. Ostia was saved. The reserve soldiers of Ostia had regained their confidence. The reserve soldiers of Ostia who were panicking gradually fled. Terrace also calmed down. Titus, who was outside the city, also heard the bugle and chant. He did not expect that it was the enemy's reinforcements. He thought that the general of Dionia was using this to encourage the soldiers to defend with all their might. After all, based on his experience, there would be no enemy reinforcements at this time. He frowned and muttered, "At this time, the people of Dionia still have such morale. Just like the dictator said, the army of this kingdom is not to be underestimated." At this time, someone in the city shouted, "Is Sir Terrace here? Sir Terrace?" Terrace held on to the battlements and looked down. He saw a young officer in a black helmet and black armor, with a red tassel on his head walking along the city wall while shouting, "I am Terrace." He immediately responded. The officer hurriedly saluted and said, "I am the adjutant of the 5th Legion commander, Georges. The Legion commander wants me to tell you that he will lead the troops to block the gap. He wants you to focus on the defense of the city wall. Soon, reinforcements made up of the sailors of the 3rd Fleet will come to the city to reinforce you." After discussing with the adjutant of the 5th Legion, Terrace urged the officers on the city wall to lead the soldiers back to their respective sections of the wall. He also arranged more light infantry on top of the gap and began to prepare enough asphalt. This was because Georges was ready to return the pain that Legio IV suffered when they attacked the city of Rome to the people of Rome. Titus saw from afar that under the burning city wall, the brave Roman soldiers continued to rush into the gap under the rain of arrows. He was excited and thought that victory was in sight. Who knew that not long after, the entire gap was blocked by Roman soldiers? His subordinate who went to scout for news came back and reported, "The Dionysian army is blocking the gap. The soldiers can't break through their defense for the time being." At this time, the messenger sent by Camillus had also arrived outside of Ostia. As it was dark, the messenger did not dare to gallop, so he fell behind the fleet. He reported to Titus, "The Dionia have sent a few thousand soldiers from Rome. They are coming down the river by boat." Titus felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He ordered the military drums and bugles to be played to encourage the soldiers to attack bravely. At the same time, he sent his men to the bottom of the city wall to closely observe the changes of the battle. At the same time, he also called back the Etruscan allies who were dawdling at the back of the attack team and ordered them to line up at the back in case of any accidents. End of chapter 829. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.